speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes, Test Match Special. Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes, Test Match Special. Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes, Test Match Special. Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes, Test Match Special. Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes, Test Match Special. Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus Smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test Match Special. Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test Match Special. Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
I'm Jonathan Agnew. Welcome to Test Match Special on the third day of the fourth Ashes Test at Old Trafford. We'll have all the build-up from 10:30, but first, the highlights from yesterday. Anderson then bowls the first ball of the second morning. He comes in from the far end, bowls to Cummins, who drives, is caught! Caught it, caught! First ball of the day.
Well,
a swinging half volley, and he's sliced a catch straight to point. And he couldn't ask for a more dramatic start to the day than that. In goes Wokes. Bowls, edge, caught, it's all over. Corey takes the catch at second slip. And so there's 5 wickets for Chris Wokes. And in 10 balls this morning,
no ball, hang on, no ball, no ball, back we go.
But that's bizarre, because it was called no ball from square leg.
Well, I think he might have the microphone on. I mean, obviously it was called by the third umpire.
It is a no ball. Here's Wokes, bowls short this time, and it's pulled away for 4.
Well,
a good shot from Stark. He's on top of that, and he hit it in the air, but well between the two fielders stationed out in the deep. It rather sat up.
Here comes Wokes, and away goes the edge at third slip. Duncan takes it this time. A 5 back for Chris Wokes. A 5 for he achieved half an hour ago. He's achieved now. Hazelwood's out for 4. Port Duckett overhead at third slip. Australia all out for 317. Stark 36 not out. The applause and the back slaps for Chris Wokes, who's made a splendid contribution again in this game, as he did at Headingley. And they're all out there giving him some applause and congratulations for his outstanding bowling performance. So that's it. It took longer than England wanted, but Australia all out for 317.
Here England are. Ben Stokes has talked about maybe having to go harder because of the inclement weather later on in the Test match. And Zach Crawley is going to face up to Mitch Stark, the left armer, bowling over the wicket. Down the leg side, he gets that off the hip, down to the boundary. And that is runs. Runs for Zach Crawley to start things off. England 4 for no loss.
Yeah, and swing from Mitchell Stark. Just an inside edge from Crawley. There was a 2.5 from behind the stumps. 4 slips away the outside edge. A bit of bounce as well.
Left-hander to left-hander has Duckett edges, and it's through to Alex Carey. Leaning forwards, looking to defend the ball. It's a gentle bit of shape. And Duckett goes for 1. That is Australia's first wicket.
Well, big wicket for the Australians there. And Mitchell Stark, he was swinging the ball into Zach Crawley there quite a bit. And I thought if he could just get it away, especially with someone like Ben Duckett, who's not prepared to leave the ball. First ball, little feather, and off he goes. I thought today was going to be a big day for both teams. Today is about the Ashes. Whoever wins today, if Australia wins, it's all over. If England can have a real good day, they're still right back in it.
Hazelwood to Crawley, stepping out of his crease this time, and he times that gloriously along the ground through deep mid-wicket for 4. Meets the diving fielder. Well, he moved forward out of his crease, and that's what enabled him to play a lovely flick. 25 for 1.
Well, just trying to mess with Josh Hazelwood's length there. He's got in a lovely rhythm, Hazelwood. He looks fresh after that layoff, didn't play it Headingley, and he's bowled him 2 or 3 that have just nipped away from him beautifully. So this time, couple little shimmies down the track and clipped him through mid-wicket beautifully. Just trying to make Josh Hazelwood think about where he's going to be landing it.
In comes Hazelwood from the far end, bowls, and Moeen turns him away. Very fine.
4.
Pressure on the field. I don't think he'll get there. He can't. Way down below us. A little deflection from Moeen. Sends the ball skimming to the boundary. Slips are gathered. Moeen's waiting as Hazelwood comes in from the far end. Bowls. He drives. Oh, it's a beautiful stroke. That's where Moeen is such a lovely player. He just leans into that square drive. Doesn't really get his foot there. It's so Gower-like, actually. It's languid. It's almost a bit lazy, but it's just such beautiful timing. Bat just swings through straight. There's no better player of that shot in the game at the moment. No. It was David Gower. It's now Moeen.
Yep, no, beautiful wrists, as you say, just leans into it. No great foot movement, really, or high elbow. It's just eyes and hands and just glides it through extra cover. Yeah, no, great. He's getting himself in a bit now, isn't he? So he's been out there. What's he been out there? Half an hour or 45 minutes? Yep. Starting to see the ball well. And he can be dangerous.
And I got to the ground this morning and there's actually an Alex Hartley floodlight and I cried like a baby, Aggers.
Oh.
Actually.
Well, I'm not surprised.
Unreal.
Which is it that slightly crooked, bent, sort of wobbly one over there? Which one is it?
That one that's been peppered by my bowling for a number of years.
Oh, that's why it is. It'd be a bit embarrassing if a fuse blew on it, wouldn't it? I mean, what were you going to...
Well, I wonder if I could ring up Lancashire at 4 a.m. and say, will you turn my light on? Because I can see it from my house as well, so it makes it even better, yeah.
Oh, that's nice. You can get a little hologram on it, couldn't you?
The tall figure of green below us goes in and around the pad. It hits the pad. How's that? The fingers up, he's out. Crawley's out. He's looking at his mate. Did that go down the leg side to Moeen Ali? Maybe. And we're going for the review. But it certainly looked in line. Was it travelling down the leg side?
Director, we have a player for LBW.
Kumar Damasena is the man on the lounge upstairs who's going through the protocols. What do you reckon?
It felt like side-ish to me, to be completely honest, Jim.
We're seeing...
That Crawley across his stumps, we're just seeing the replay. You can see off and middle. I think this is going down.
Can you go to the ultra edge, please?
Clipping.
He gave it out. That's the problem for the batsman here. It only has to be glazing the leg stump. It does have a leg sidishness about it.
The ball past the bat. You can go to the ball tracking.
No inside edge. It's hit him just above a knee roll. Is it going down?
Tracking, Joel.
It just feels like it should be missing here.
impact line and wickets missing.
Hitting.
Wickets missing, Joel. I recommend you to change your position.
No, not hitting, missing. Missing by a whisker. Umpire's call is just missing the top of the leg stump. So he survives. You were right. You're on the money. Green watches a cover drive from Moeen Ali. Extra cover for 4. That was a sweet shot. There was no edge there. He leant on it. He barely moved as he aimed the stroke, and the timing was immaculate as it was a few overs ago. This time it went between Labuschagne at cover and past him to his left, and it scurried off to the boundary. Beautiful shot. And Pat Cummins in the sunshine bounces in. Crawley drives with a smack out to the cover boundary for 4. That's what he likes. Takes it on the rise. A little bit of width from Cummins. And on this surface, the ball just sat a little, and he took it away very cleverly, skillfully for a 4. 1 for 61.
It's a great shot from Crawley. He's just standing still there. The ball slightly wider outside the off stump. He's a tall man and he sits tall, barely moves his feet.
It is the captain Cummins bustling in here. Lovely looking drive from Moeen for 4. Straight down towards the party stand, square of the wicket. That was a flowing shot.
Gorgeous. Oh, timing, balance, poise, elegance. What more can you say? That is Moeen Ali at his best, and it's a no ball.
No ball from Cummins.
So an extra one goes onto the England score, but gorgeous shot from that. Just lent on it, no real foot movement. It's just laying the bat, as you say. I think I was talking to John earlier on, a little bit like a David Gow. He just lays that bat on it through extra cover. It's gorgeous.
Big flashing drive over the top of gully for 4. Well, it flew away. Crawley threw his hands through the ball very quickly. Usman Khawaja in that position. He leapt in the air. The ball now being retrieved from behind the rope down at deep third.
I think the Baz ball button has been pushed.
Crawley's on 34. Where does he go this time? Green. Fuller again, drive. That's a straight drive, beating mid off the 4. Now that is a glorious drive by Crawley. No chance in your arm there. And that was straight out the middle of the bat. 3 men dressed in banana outfits are signalling 4 in the party stand.
Yes, it's an interesting side.
Now head around the wicket, a reverse sweep.
Oh my goodness.
Sends the ball for 4. Zach Crawley leaps on the first delivery and sends it scurrying away to reach a very important half-century here for England. The 100 comes up. Crawley reaches his 10th Test 50.
But his 13th score of 50 or more, 300s amongst that. His third against Australia, his third of the summer, 67 balls, and that was his 7th 4.
Here comes Travis Head again. What's this shot? A swing and a big one. Out over mid-wicket. That might go for 6. Yep. Into the crowd. So Australia's occasional part-time spin being leapt upon here with a 4 and now a thudding 6 into Cow Corner.
As a member of the Off Spinners Union, I'd like to point out that both those deliveries were very, very acceptable deliveries when it left Travis Head's hand.
He tosses right up. Full toss. He's hit that in the air. Over Cummins' head. And he goes away down to the boundary at long on for 4. A loose delivery. And even Moeen Ali's bowled a few of those in this series. Yeah. And he didn't miss the chance to score. He's gone to 49. 1 for 117 with that clout over Cummins' head at mid-on.
Yeah, it was a horrible ball. He actually didn't hit it that well, but he hit it well enough.
Hit again. Short ball. Pulled away. Where's it gone? Straight. Cummins didn't see it. It's going to be a half-century for Moeen Ali. Cummins was looking left, right, and it went to his right. 2 runs. Moeen Ali 50. Stand and applaud. And they are. All around the ground.
Yeah. There's 8,500 standing in that stand. First 50 for a while for England.
It's his first 50 in Test since January 2019 against West Indies. His 20th in all. 5 centuries amongst them.
Field spread then for Moeen Ali.
We're in bumper field now.
3 men back on the leg side. There's a fly slip down on the boundary and a deep point for Hazelwood. Round the wicket, short. Moeen Ali pulls, and it's dropped. Dropped by Pat Cummins at mid-wicket. It's on one of the side wickets there that he tumbles to his left. I think that was a catch. His sunglasses come off and he fumbles it into the ground. We'll take another look here with the replay.
I think you're right. He didn't middle it. He went for the pull shot. He didn't middle it. Wide mid-wicket. He gets his hands to it. Well, he sort of gets his wrist to it, actually, rather than his hands. So it is a chance, clearly a chance. He's just sprinted, he's just dived to there's a lot on his mind, Cummins, at the moment, and he's been busy, and he didn't get his hands in the right place there. It's a life for Moeen.
Moeen Ali on 54 as Mitch Starc pushes forwards, running towards us here as Ali pulls firmly, and it's taken by Usman Khawaja. Well, would you believe it? He's holding his knee because I think he injured himself in the process. I think he's okay though, but my word, he flew to his right. I don't think anyone quite realised what had happened, but Moeen Ali has been dismissed. A short ball that he's pulled away, hasn't got all of it. Usman Khawaja takes it to his right. He's out for 54.
Yeah, and you think back to the last over where Pat Cummins dropped one at mid-wicket off Josh Hazelwood. That was, I would say, 5 times a harder catch that Khawaja took to the one that Cummins dropped. It wasn't that short, just a length ball. He tried to just kind of smash it on that onside. It was a good innings from Moeen Ali to get 54 from your standing number 3. That's a really good effort by Moeen Ali. And you're right, Ish, England have just they've come out after lunch. I think the move to put Travis Head on just got them going, and England are certainly coming out playing some strokes.
And it's not boos you're hearing, it's the sound of Root as he sprints out onto the field. He's doing a few warm-up motions as he strides out now, and they absolutely love him here, don't they? Here at Old Trafford. Joe Root on strike then to Mitch Starc. Open stance, back and across. He pulls straight away out to the boundary, and that's lifted the fans off their seats in the party stand just in front of them. Picks up a 4, first ball, England 134 for 2.
Well, he was out playing this stroke to Mitchell Starc at Lords, but it's quite a slow pitch. He rolls his wrist beautifully and just places it in the gap. I think this is going to be quite exciting this afternoon. Strap yourselves in.
Joe Root, that right foot on the leg stump, and then that left foot is really open as he's back and guiding the ball down to the boundary at third. Past gully, he played that really well. Just that deft touch that he has. 138 for 2 then, England now trailing by 179, and Root moves to 8.
Well, you get a sense that England feel that this 179 that they trail by, they're going to try and dislodge it quite quickly, and if they get out, they get out. They'll just push the game on.
Hazelwood bowls short, and Crawley pulls in between the 2 mid-wicket fielders out to the boundary. He played that so well. Just waited on it, and it was more of a punch pull as he gets on top of it for 4. 144 for 2.
Well, this session, 12.2 overs, 83 runs. The 1 wicket for Australia, but it's mainly down to Zach Crawley. He's suddenly found his Ferrari. He's got it in 6th gear and he's off.
As Hazelwood is past the umpire to Crawley, advancing and whipping that down to the boundary, over at fine leg. Mitch Starc 2 steps to his right, he can't get there. And there's a shake of the head for Josh Hazelwood. He can't believe it, but he's angled that into off and middle, and he's just stepped across and nonchalantly just flicked that away. 148 for 2. That was dismissive. England trail by 169.
Well, there's something about Zach Crawley that you know he's going to play lots of shots, but I've just said I want him to be half sensible, but Crawley's going now, and he might as well just carry on going. Another half an hour of Zach Crawley, he'll get another 50.
In goes Cummins, bowls to Root, short, it paddles it very carefully round the corner, down to long leg it goes, the fielder can't get there. And that's the difference between a controlled pull shot. He's not trying to hit it too hard, and because these batsmen are so brilliant they can tell how high the ball is going to get. They can see it from the bowler's hand, which is something that certainly a batsman of my calibre could never do.
Well, he gets his hands up high and he gets on top of the bounce and plays the ball down into the ground, so there is absolutely no risk of getting out. There's no short leg in play. So as long as you play the ball from high to low, it is pretty risk-free. As soon as you start, or the ball gets up on you a bit more, you start to get underneath it.
Yeah, that's when you're in trouble. Tony Price, on a change of subjects. Great news, Alex Hartley's been honoured with a floodlight being named after here at Old Trafford. Just wait till she gets the electricity bill. I think that's probably fair enough.
Oh.
Do you only come on during the low peak hours?
Oh, I didn't think about that. Surely.
Yeah.
Surely Old Trafford aren't billing me for that now.
Well,
they could do though, couldn't they?
Bulbs up there.
Here's mine.
This session of 15.5 overs, England has scored at 7.5 and over, losing the wicket of Moeen on the way.
Cummins around the wicket short, and he chases it and he hits it hard towards the boundary, and they get 1 and 2, and that is the century. Wonderful century from Crawley. He takes off his helmet, raising his bat. Joe Root comes down to give him a hug and a handshake, and this has been a thoroughly entertaining, outstanding century. It's guided England to a very useful position this afternoon. He's been screaming along with 4s, a big 6 over mid-wicket. Well done, Zach Crawley. Very entertaining and exciting to watch. 2 on the onside, wide mid on, deep backward square. Stark bowls it, and it's carved away in the air for 4. That's like Ian Botham. Short and wide, goes for a ride. Chased it, lifted it away on the uppercut, square slash drive, whatever you want to call it. And Green had no chance down there at third man. 4 more. Crawley's having fun.
Roots over his bat, and Marsh is in. Bowl sets himself the reverse ramp, and he's got it. He's absolutely nailed it for 6. He moved very quickly to get himself into position. Lifts Mitchell Marsh over the boundary at deep third. And I tell you what, Brendan McCullum is just so cool and calm up in the dressing room that he's barely even responded. He's just watching on with admiration.
Wow.
Extraordinary.
It has been. The Australians are wondering what to do here.
But what do they do, Glenn? Because they've now brought Marsh on. He's been given the treatment now by Root. Travis Head is continuing. There's no specialist spinner. But whether Todd Murphy would have been able to stem this flow is a question. Big shot. Slog sweep from Crawley, and has he got it over the rope?
Well over.
Yes, comfortably over the rope. Retrieved in the lower tiers. Crawley once again getting after the spinner. The 100 partnership is up between Root and Crawley. England 235 for 2 and only 82 behind.
Yeah, that ball there, Travis Head threw it up wide of off stump, and soon as Crawley saw it outside his off stump, he just licked his lip. The old slog sweep came out. He got a big piece of it.
In comes Cummins, bowls, and Root sit on the pad. There's an appeal that slipped. And I think it's been given up. I think that came off the pad. Looking at the trajectory of that, the umpire's having a conversation. I think Root's waiting to review whatever happens here. The Australians think they've got him caught at second slip. That did not go quickly, suggesting an edge off the bat, or at least a direct edge off the bat. There must have been some pad involved. The umpires are conferring to see if it carried. Now, let's see what happens here. That's off the pad. It's off the pad. I'm not sure it carried anyway. Did it carry to the keeper? Let's have a look. No, it's off the pad. And Cummins comes galloping in again from the far end. Bowls to Root, who steers it into the offside. A huge roar of how that breaks out. Crawley again, bowls. Oh, he's gone for the reverse ramp. It flies past Cameron Green. And Root picks up another boundary. Second time he's done that. The first went for 6. And it's his half century. What a way to do it as well. There's not many Yorkshire batsmen over the years I can think of reaching a Test half century like that. In fact, I can't think of any other.
Cummins tries again. Runs up at Crawley. Crawley forward, bangs it away, straight down the ground. Lovely shot. Crisply hit on the straight of on drive. And it raced up to the boundary rope. Superb Crawley shot for 4. Cummins bangs in again. Crawley forward, drives in for 4 more. It's going down through mid-off this time. Good timing as it's chased there by Khawaja, who dives. Does he get to it? Not in time. It's gone for 4. And another landmark, 150, comes up for Zach Crawley. His second 150 score for England. 2 for 275. 2 of the best shots you'd want to see today. One the onside of straight and the other on the offside.
152 off exactly 152 balls, 2 sixes and now 17 fours.
I think Pat needs a spell. How many from that over?
That over was 11, so he's now conceded 86 from 13 and 30 and 4 since tee.
A number 1 bowler in the world, 86 from 13 overs. That shows you how well they've batted. Stark bowls it and it's driven
for walk.
again. Straight down the ground this time. Past route and up to the boundary at the pavilion end. Another wallop that was outstandingly timed on the offside of straight, or the straight side of off.
Well, they're going England in this innings at just short of 6 and over. We're in the 50th over.
As Marsh moves in to Crawley, who drives firmly past cover out to the boundary. This will be another one. He's done this so many times today. He slaps it out there with a full flourishing bat, and England cannot stop him. 314 for 2 now, England. And they're just trailing by 3. Marsh bowls. And that's clipped over mid-wicket, over the boundary for 6. Well, my word, what a shot that was. It was so effortless. It was just pitched on a length, and he's just leaned forwards and gently flicked it for 6. Well, unbelievable.
He's a tall man, isn't he? And it was just a length ball. He's just hit through the line as easy as you like. And England now have a lead. So that Australia need a few wickets. You can't give up. You never know. 2 double hat-tricks, get them back into the game. A minor miracle, but they somehow have to break this partnership.
England have a lead by 3 runs inside the 55th over here at Old Trafford. Day 2 of this 4th test. No ball signalled. It's all going wrong. Open stance for Crawley, who chops onto the stumps. The plan works in the end for Green. It's a back of a length delivery that he's looking to pull away to the boundary. It stays a little bit low. He's receiving handshakes from the Australian players because it has been a wonderful knock. He has lit up Old Trafford here today. And he'll walk off having made a sizable contribution, 189 from 182 deliveries. Zach Crawley, he raises his bat now to the crowd, and boy have they loved watching him today. England 336 for 3.
Well, what an incredible innings. Standing applause from everyone in the ground. And it took a ball that just kept low, a short ball that just kept really low to get him out. It was going to take something unusual to dismiss him. He was just timing the ball so sweetly. And to be honest, at 200 probably would have been very fitting. So congratulated by everyone. As he walks in, he's really set his team up for this game.
He drives the next ball and drives it well through backward point down to that boundary in front of the mob for 4 runs as Hazel pitched up and wider.
You can't call them the mob.
The mob?
They're England supporters.
Oh, the mob?
They're not the mob.
They're a mob of supporters.
They're a very nice group
Don't
of
you
people.
like mob in England?
I just feel it's a
bit sheep-ridden for you.
I just think it diminishes what they do. They're England supporters.
Before a diplomatic incident breaks out, I've got an answer to your question, Michael, about teams reaching 350 against Australia. England got there in 60.4 overs. That is indeed the fastest a team has ever reached 350 against Australia. Interestingly, the second quickest, 62.5 overs, New Zealand at Christchurch in February 2016. Brendan McCullum's last test, when he made 145 off 79.
McCullum's going to get you, Jim.
John has sent a special limerick for this very moment of the day. Okay. My commentary has to be fast when the Poms are having a blast. The Aussies getting whopped, but I must interrupt because it's time for the shipping forecast.
And Marsh is around the wicket, slightly back of a length, and Stokes has pulled this, should go for 4, fielders after it, can't put in the dive to stop it. Bisected the two fielders beautifully behind square on that leg side, one at mid-wicket and the other at fine leg. 370 for 4, and Stokes is on to 16.
Yeah, great little shovel, as you say, no pace in this pitch, and Mitch Marsh, not the quickest of seam bowlers, and just sort of shovelled round the corner all the time in the world just to wait for it and knock it between the two guys down there in the deep on the leg side.
Labuschagne again, a little bit too short, and Stokes has punched the ball down the ground to long on and just ambles the single that takes him to the non-striker's end with a ball to go. So Stokes will return in the morning.
Give it a bit of a thrash.
Well, it's set for him, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the last ball of the day. And what a day it's been too. Number of runs scored in total will be interesting, and they've slowed down in the last. They just got over 400, haven't they?
402 for 6 so far.
The last ball then, and Labuschagne brings Brook onto the front foot. He plays it out to extra cover, and if you've been here today, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you will have seen a day to remember, that's for sure. With England finishing the day with a lead of 67, 402 runs scored on this day, dominated by Zach Crawley's 189, Joe Root 84, Moeen Ali 54, and what a position England find themselves in now. 80 overs thereabouts bowled for those 402 runs, so a run rate of over 5 runs per over.
Cummins bangs in again. Crawley forward, drives him for 4 more. It's going down through mid-off this time. Good timing as it's chased there by Khawaja, who dives. Does he get to it? Not in time. And another landmark, 150, comes up for Zach Crawley. His second 150 score for England.
Well, it's a warm welcome to you all here on day 3 of this 4th Test match here at Old Trafford. Yesterday was nothing short of spectacular. I feel like we say that every day of this Ashes series. It's been that good. And Zach Crawley, a thrilling innings. 189 from 182 deliveries to just set things up for England in a Test match that they have to win. They're 2-1 down and they have to make a play in this Test if they want to have any chance of staying in this series. Joining me, Alex Hartley, and just over her right shoulder I can see the Alex Hartley floodlight, newly named, and alongside me as well, 2005 Ashes captain Michael Vaughan. Michael, we spoke yesterday about Jim Maxwell, who's seen pretty much every Ashes series going, and he said it was one of the greatest knocks he'd ever seen. What did you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was special. Zach had a little bit of fortune at the start of his innings, but it was just after lunch. I mean, he scored 106 runs in the afternoon session off 82 deliveries, and if England can win here, and they're hot favourites to do so, take it down to the wire at the Oval, and they win there, and they win 3-2, I think we'll be talking about that innings for a long time, whatever happens. But certainly if England go on to win the Ashes series, Zach Crawley will be a player that we talk about of lighting up Old Trafford on day 2 and getting England that victory.
A lead of 67 runs for England's men. What do you think they're going to be looking for today and in the morning session?
Yeah, look, I think they'll want a lead of around 200, 150, 200. I think the greedy England side will want 150. I think the sensible side should get 200, to be honest. And then Mo said this morning to win it today, to bowl them out. So who knows what they're going to do. You know that Brendan McCullum always says do the unexpected. But I think be sensible, lead of 200.
Well, they want to get things done today because there is some potential inclement weather over the weekend, but as weather is such a big factor in this test match, let's go now to Simon King to tell us what to expect today. Good morning to you, Simon.
Hi Isha, good morning. Yes, well, today is going to be a little bit more straightforward than the weekend. So for today, there are a few showers around. You may have actually experienced a shower already this morning, actually. One or two of those are quite heavy, and there are one or two just on the radar image, just to the northwest of Old Trafford. They're moving their way in. So there's a possibility of another passing shower through this morning, but that risk of any showers kind of diminishes as the afternoon goes on. So I still think there'll be a good day's play today. And then, you know, we've been talking about it over the last few days, the weather over the weekend. Unfortunately, nothing has changed in terms of the forecast. We are still going to see this weather system move its way in from the Atlantic. I mean, I can't offer anything on Saturday, really, of any kind of lengthy dry spells. You know, the rain will come in, it will turn quite heavy. It may ease off, but it's not going to stop. So I can't see there being any kind of point on Saturday where there'll be enough dry weather to get things cleared up and to get any play on at all. Now, Sunday is perhaps just a bit more optimistic in the fact that there'll be more showers rather than persistent rain. But when the showers come, they'll be heavy, maybe even thundery. There'll be a lot of rainfall in a short space of time. And again, I think we'll be very, very lucky if there are kind of any lengthy dry spells for there to be any play. If we do get any play on Sunday, then we'll be lucky. Let's just say that. So, yeah, it's all about today, really, isn't it?
Well, that all sounds very depressing, Simon. And
I'm sorry.
I have to say, it is looking a little bit grey above at the moment. Over to the right, behind the pavilion, and over at the hotel, it's not looking great, but it is dry at the moment. It's a bit of moisture on the outfield as we stand to the side here. Michael, Alex still alongside me, and there are plenty of people filtering through. We can see the party stand. It's just starting to fill up now. 8,500 seats, 8 miles worth of scaffolding that we found out yesterday, and they want to be entertained again here today, and it seems like they might do, because England know that they probably need to get a result, maybe even today, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, the weather forecast over the weekend, it doesn't look too great, but we are in Manchester and it can change somewhat. But England have a great chance today. You know, the 67 runs in front now. Go and smash it this morning and then give themselves 55, 60 overs this afternoon. The ball will swing around today. These are perfect bowling conditions. We saw yesterday that dismissal of Joe Root. I thought that was, as much as Zach Crawley was the talking point of the day, that dismissal to get Joe Root, the one that just grubbed along the floor. England will be looking at that pitch now. And yesterday morning, I haven't been out this morning, but yesterday morning the cracks were quite prominent. I'm sure they've widened up somewhat more. England can win today. They certainly can. I mean, Australia's mentality yesterday was so negative. You know, they played with such a negative sense of mindset that it's sometimes very difficult to suddenly switch back on to being positive. If Australia arrive today and be positive and kind of get that positive vibe back, of course they can get something out of today and take it into the weekend. But if they arrive with that negative mindset, England could certainly get the job done today.
Zach Crawley very close to us now, trying to chase after a football. They're all in a circle together, playing keepy-uppies. See Joe Root just doing a header there, Mo and Ali. Got Zach Crawley, Ollie Robinson, Stuart Broad, James Anderson in his bucket hat. They're all having a good time at the moment and enjoying themselves, as they should be. Alex, 8 overs away from the new ball. I saw Harry Brook this morning, and he will resume 14 from 41 deliveries. So while we had that incredible afternoon session going at 7s and over, Australia did pull it back a little bit. They were finding it hard to score. Ben Stokes was looking to try and up the ante once again. He will resume on 24 from 37. But with that older ball, it felt like it was a little bit harder to score. So will they take the new ball, Australia?
I think they should take the new ball, to be completely honest. I think it will. It's cloudy overhead, you know, it will nip around. As we were talking about those cracks in the surface, you just need one to hit that. And, you know, I think I would take the new ball personally, get get the ball swinging, especially in Manchester weather. It's wet out there as well. I suppose take the new ball and it gets hit to the deep, it'll become quite wet quite quickly. But I think the old ball, yes, some were keeping low, but the new ball's always harder to score against. Yes, you might get a few boundaries away, it might race to the boundary quicker, but it is always harder to face. So if Australia want to take wickets, take the new ball.
Yeah, I mean, I go back to yesterday. I mean, Pat Cummins is such a good guy. Like, he almost is the kind of person that you don't want to criticise because he's such a nice fella, but he had a stinker yesterday. His tactics were all over the place. To see the field spread so much, that last 40 minutes, you just mentioned Harry Brook was struggling to score. Australia didn't realise that. The field was spread to Mitchell Marsh, to Ben Stokes, who was just trying to get going. He had a long on and a long off to the seam bowler. Ben had not hit one ball over the top. You go back to Zach Crawley's innings at Headingley. Zach Crawley was out twice to Mitchell Marsh, to a couple of nice outswingers. Mitchell Marsh didn't bowl to the 36 over yesterday. Surely in your kind of captaincy mindset, you go, Zach Crawley last week out twice to one bowler, throw the ball to Mitchell Marsh early in Zach Crawley's innings. So I do think the Australian skipper had a day to forget. He's got to try and galvanise this group today for Australia to try and get that positivity back, and they have to go for wickets. If they try and restrict England, England will just easily score at the 5.33 like they scored yesterday. The only way Australia get back into this contest is to get these 6 wickets quickly.
We've seen Australia a lot down under, haven't we, on those fast bouncy pitches, and they generally always find a way back into the innings because they have that in their armoury. They can just go into the surface and get that bounce. And obviously Nathan Lyon is a big blow not to have him in this side. Will they rue the fact that they didn't play Todd Murphy?
I don't think that's a talking point. I don't think Todd Murphy would have had any impact against this England batting unit. I think the seamers that Australia picked and played yesterday, I just think particularly in the afternoon session when Crawley started to go, they just lost their kind of shape of the way that they play. Australia for generations have basically just been a bowling unit, hammer length, hit the top of off stump. They very rarely go to wide of off stump. They very rarely go to the short stuff. They go hammer top of off with the odd bouncer. Yesterday in the afternoon session, well, they went to every tactic, and wherever the ball went, they seemed to follow it with a fielder. It was a bit like schoolboy cricket. Oh, there's one gone to third. Oh, we'll put someone there. There's one gone to deep extra cover. Oh, we'll put someone over there. It was a strange old day for Australia, very unlike Australia. But I think if you look throughout the whole series, some of the fields that Australia have had at Edgbaston, you go back to that, it worked, they won the game. But it was strange to see Australia have such a defensive kind of mindset in terms of field settings. It could cost them, because if they don't come out and play really positively, I call it, this England team are like a boxer that goes into a ring and they just swing. They're swinging at you all the time. Now, if you just keep getting the punches, you eventually fall over. Australia have to find a way of getting the gloves up and swinging back today.
The thing that got me yesterday is, as soon as Joe Root came to the wicket, they went short ball tactic. He hit his first ball for 4. They carried on with the short ball tactic. 5 or 6 balls later, he's in. He openly said after the game to Harry Brook, well, as soon as I'd faced the first over, I was in, and then Brook was just getting one, and Root went and scored a run of ball. And the tactics yesterday were very, very strange. The deep square, the fine leg, the extra fine leg. Then there was a gully. There was a ball from Crawley hit over gully. Then there was a third. It was on it, just following the ball. So rather than being proactive, Australia yesterday were reactive, and that to me they just lost total control.
It's the first time in a long time I've seen Australia devoid of ideas in the field, and what made matters even worse, Mitchell Starc going off the field with a potential shoulder injury. We're still waiting to hear on word on whether he can actually bowl today, so that's another big blow for Australia. But Pat Cummins as well, his speeds were down, so this must be affecting him greatly.
Yeah, I mean, I said on the podcast last night, Pat Cummins, if you actually study him in the last 31 over, he's gone 180 odd runs, and he's only got 1 wicket. So England have done a job on the best bowler in the Australian side. Well, I don't know this, but I just look at the Johnny Bairstow incident at Lords. I'm not sure Pat's been the same since. He's such a great guy. He's never had a blemish in his career, and all of a sudden he's had to answer questions and probably read things that aren't quite as nice about him and his kind of dealing of that situation. I don't know. I just wonder whether it's had a little bit of an effect subconsciously on Pat Cummins, because certainly Australia, we're so used to seeing Australia being ultra aggressive all the time. It's like the only option that they have is to be aggressive. Whereas so far in this game, Headingley they nearly won the game, but England got over the line. But so far here this week, when Australia had to arrive and dominate, and this is the ground that they've done well at, they've been very, very timid with the batting hand on day one. You look at the way that they played going towards the back end of that, getting to that second new ball, Carey and Mitchell Starc. Starc wasn't facing Mark Wood. They were kind of trying to restrict Mitchell Starc going down the quick bowler's end. I've never ever seen these kind of tactics from an Australian side before. So, yeah, they've been very negative, very different. They have to arrive today and play in a different kind of mindset.
I can see Will, one of the young members of the ground staff here, just approaching us now. Will, come over. Now this young lad is a great guy. Will,
you're right.
Good morning to you.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm all right, thank you.
Tell us, what do you make of the pitch at the moment?
It's just had a roll a little bit. After Joe Root's wicket yesterday, we're trying to sort that out with it shooting a little bit, but...
No, we want to see more of those now.
When Australia back, yeah.
Obviously.
So tell us, what does rolling do to the wicket and how does it make it more even?
It kind of just compresses it. The long gets a little bit, when it gets compressed, it's a little bit harder, a bit more bounce, a bit more even bounce. Just make sure it's nice and flat for both sides.
And Will, you're just 16, aren't you? 15. Are you looking after the wicket here at Old Trafford? Have you enjoyed your time?
It's been really good. Looking forward to the next 2 days. Hopefully Stokes will get some more runs today in Harry Brook. And we'll see where we get to from there.
Well, the cracks on the wicket, I noticed them yesterday morning. They were quite prominent. Have they grown over the last 24 hours?
Not really. I reckon with a roll that might try and even it out, but few footholes for Marnus Labuschagne's dodgy leggies.
Oh, we love that. 15 years old and you're having a week off school. Tell us a little bit more about yourself and how you got this gig.
I'm just a massive cricket fan. Came for a work experience in March, and obviously got a message month ago from Ed Groundsman. I was really looking forward to doing it. Been at 6:30 for the past 3 days, and 7:30 Monday, Tuesday. So it's a bit of an early wake up, but it's fine when it's the Ashes. Cricket lover, cricket badger.
Well, Alex doesn't get up before 8 o'clock in the morning, so you're doing a great job there. Will, thank you very much for your time and all the best today. What a great guy, I love him. He's brilliant, and what an experience he'll be having here in the fourth Ashes Test match, and being around all these amazing cricketers as well. Alex, let's get back on to England, because it was a phenomenal innings from Zach Crawley yesterday, but he did have support in the form of Moeen Ali at number 3. A lot of people speaking about why he was there, but actually it was a no-lose situation from an England point of view, and he delivered.
Oh, he really did. I think the fact that England and Moeen said it didn't come off at Headingley in the previous test, well, it did, because all the other batters in the middle order managed to stay in their preferred places, and yesterday, losing Duckett early, England and Moeen had to get through that new ball, because it was quite tough, and I think Moeen can pat himself on the back. Moeen faces 45 balls, he's done his job, but not only did he face 45 balls, he's faced 82 and gone and got himself 50 and got England into a really, really strong position, and that partnership between him and Zach Crawley was brilliant. England know they have to win this test match, so yeah, I think Moeen, to take responsibility, shows great leadership, great responsibility to say I want to bat 3 to protect everyone else, and then go out there and do a job for his team.
Yeah, I mean, that was a key partnership. When you lose Duckett early, I think most people around the ground were starting to think, oh, here we go, England could collapse and get 150, 200 all out. That was such an important role that Moeen played with Zach Crawley, because it allowed Joe Root to sit in the dressing room, study the game, come out. I think it was in the 27th over that Joe Root walked out there, and Australia were just starting to lose a little bit of their kind of sense of what they needed to do. And if you notice Joe Root when he came out, he had a completely different technique. He opened up that stance. He almost had a baseball stance because he knew it was going to be short. And Australia didn't react quick enough to a technical change from Joe Root. They kept on peppering him with the short stuff. He helped himself to a few. But I remember Joe Denley at number 3 for England a few years ago. His role was to just see off 100 balls to allow the middle order, the firecrackers, to have a bit of a breathing space. And Moeen did that job with it, obviously the scoring element as well. So look, he's not a natural national test number 3, but for this team at the minute, he stepped up at Headingley and said, I need to bat at 3 because Harry Brook needs to be back at number 5. So he's done a great service for the team, and he did a great job in terms of that partnership with Zach Crawley.
We're just being protected there by Marcus Trescothic with a slip cord and receiving a few catches. Thankfully, they all caught their catches, and they'll be needing to do that when they eventually get out there and bowl again. England, who are wanting to extract another 10 wickets after they, of course, build this lead. It'll be Harry Brook and Ben Stokes to head out to the middle very, very shortly. Alex, Michael, thank you for your time. We were speaking about Moeen Ali there, and he spoke to Alison Mitchell earlier, and then after that you'll be hearing the voice of Jonathan Agnew.
Moeen, what a day it was yesterday. How much did you enjoy your innings and your partnership with Zach?
Yeah, I really enjoyed going in with Zach. Playing the way he played, it was outstanding yesterday, and it was one of the better knocks that we've seen, especially in the Ashes, and it was a great day for the team. I thought we were outstanding yesterday. It was one of our best days I've ever been involved in Test cricket, and I'll remember that for the rest of my life.
Does it vindicate for you your decision to come back, to even put yourself up at 3?
Those things just happened, I guess. But to come back, of course, for the Ashes, knowing that it was going to be a good series, and it has been an outstanding one. So knowing it was going to be a good series, and the opportunity was just too good to miss.
What was your own mentality when you came out? Because we saw you come in at 3 at Headingley, but actually to be named as the number 3 in the side, and the situation that the series is in.
Yeah, I mean, I put some work in during the week, and I just wanted to really get my mindset right, really. It's more of a mental thing more than anything. I mean, if you put me at number 10, 11, I'd probably bat like a 10, 11 as well. So I just thought, I'd give it everything I've got. And, I felt like I shaped up nicely yesterday. I played well, and it was a really crucial partnership in terms of setting up the day for the rest of the boys.
How much did you and Zach help each other out there?
Yeah, I mean, we both, I don't know Zach really, really well. I know him well enough now, and I've spent some time with him off the field lately, so it's really nice to get to him, and I think that really helps. I think I was good for him, and he was good for me as well. So we both just enjoyed our batting, and we didn't really think too much. We just played on instinct as much as we could.
He said that you particularly enjoyed one of your cover drives of Pat Cummins' shot of the day.
Well, that's what I tell him. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a bit of fun that we have, but he played some amazing shots, and there were some shots that he played that I kept telling him that's the second best shot of the day.
Do you think that was one of the best Ashes hundreds, well, certainly that you've witnessed, that we might have seen given the circumstances?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's not just the fact that he's got 180, I think it's the way he scored. I mean, he took some of the best bowlers in the world down, and I know he gets a lot of criticism and things like that, but we all know in the change room how good he is and how good he can be. So it's great. The way he plays the fast bowlers is probably better than anybody in the side. So he's hopefully going to be a special player.
And for you, you've now hit that mark of 200 Test wickets and 3,000 Test runs. How does that sit with your sense of pride? And I think you said that your dad in particular would feel really proud for that achievement.
Yeah, of course. I know it was something my dad really wanted, and for me, it just feels like a bit more like a reward for the work I've put in over the years, and it's nice to have something like that. But I think it's more enjoyable for someone like my father, my brothers, my sister, and my parents, and obviously my wife as well. So it's they've really enjoyed it, and for me it was just more like a reward.
Yeah, there's a lot of people behind the scenes that make it possible, isn't there? What about this match situation then? Hopefully it's drying up today, but how quickly do you think England can score today?
I think we can score pretty quick. I think initially it won't be as quick because of the ball is a bit soft, but obviously it depends on how they bowl to our guys. And but we're going to have to score at a decent rate, which we have been doing anyway, and I think naturally we do. But I also feel that there's a great chance of bowling them out today, and I know it's a big shout, but there is a good chance because of the overhead conditions, and it's not going to rain, and we're going to have to be that aggressive with bat and ball today.
How much of a lead do you think you need to have to allow yourself that opportunity?
I think another 100 plus runs. The wicket has started to go down, and I felt like that a little bit when I was batting, and obviously towards the back end with the one Joe got as well, and it is a bit up and down, and I thought we bowled really well on that wicket, to be fair, and I wouldn't want to be facing our bowlers too much on that wicket, but any sort of lead from here would be great. But if we can, from being greedy, another 120, 130 runs would be awesome.
I have to ask you, have you managed to be in touch with Susan from Norfolk, who sent you the honey? Because she got in touch with the BBC when she heard your pleas, knowing that you'd lost her letter.
Yeah, I was just telling Danny that I've emailed to say thank you and things like that. So yeah, it's great, and it just for me it's an amazing thing. Like we're so lucky to be in England, and to be from here, because we do have people like that who can, I didn't have to do anything, and the help that I got, and it has really helped. So yeah, I'm thankful and I'm grateful for what she's done.
Let's hope the honey still continues to do its business. Well done, Mo. Good luck for the rest of the match.
Thank you very much.
There's Moeen Ali speaking to Ali Mitchell. And good morning, everybody. Welcome to Old Trafford, where I'm pleased to report the early morning rain has stopped and the covers are well away now, and hopefully you won't see them again for the rest of the day. The forecast is pretty good today. It's the next couple of days, obviously, that we are concerned about. There's a blustery breeze blowing. You probably heard that on the various microphones out there this morning as well, so hopefully that'll keep any clouds scudding across from left to right as we look down over Old Trafford, ringed with stewards, incidentally, and a little guard of honour down there, ready for the umpires and the players to come out in a few moments' time. Jim Maxwell's alongside me, Vic Marks as well. Good morning to both of you. Well, Mo in there dropped a little hint about maybe finishing them off today, Victor. I'm not sure we'd really...
Well, he's a very positive character, is Moeen. I think he thought the seamers were going to get him out, because he talked about the overheads helping the bowlers rather than his off-spin. He might be right there. But they're obviously in very positive mood. It was an amazing day for Moeen, or amazing season for Moeen, because he was nowhere near the Test team and had no ambitions to play, and then suddenly this comes out. And then to go at number 3, and it was rather overshadowed by Crawley yesterday, but pretty remarkable that suddenly he goes in at number 3 and gets a very important little 50. But you can also tell, just listening to him, why they like him in their dressing room. He may not be a reliable cricketer on the field in many ways, but he's rock solid in that dressing room. They love having him there.
Jim, what's communications been like down under overnight after that day yesterday for Australia?
I think we got a good taste of it in the lift last night, because we're in the same building as the players.
Yes.
And somehow the lift goes up before it goes down, so we had Marnus Labuschagne.
We did.
As we walked into the lift. And
he looked a bit surprised to see us, didn't he?
He did. Yes, I don't think he was very cheerful about the situation of the game.
He was actually quite angry, wasn't he?
Yes.
He was chewing on some melon. It's an interesting day, because I had Pat Cummins going up by mistake, and we had Marnus Labuschagne going down by mistake. So it's a funny old setup here. You never quite know what you're going to get. But no, he was not happy. Particularly, he was related to the fact that he had to bowl. I mean, the fact that he only bowled one over, or a couple of overs. But the fact that happened at all, clearly he was not happy about.
It was, as Lindsay Hassett said many, many years ago, one of those days when you only notice the captain because you're losing, right?
Yes.
And who was captaining the side? I mean, for Pat Cummins, it was so tough to marshal his troops, get the tactics right, get the field right. That field's not working. Bouncer no good. Go back to line and length. No, not too much down the leg. And he bowled 16 overs for 93.
Yep.
So I don't know what will be said as they come out this morning, but you'd like to think they'd aim a bit more at the stumps, or at least one side of the wicket than they did yesterday, and then we'll see what happens. It's a bit overcast. Maybe they can get themselves back into this game, but at the moment they are playing from behind.
Yeah, they got a new ball due very shortly.
Yep, he'll be quite tired, Pat Cummins. I was chatting to our esteemed scorer, and he hasn't quite got the template right, but he was musing, has an international captain ever had a worse day? He got a first baller, caught cover, and then nobly, actually, he bowled a lot of overs, more than perhaps he should have done, but he is the captain, he wanted to bear the burden, and then 0 for 90 off 16.
Had not many catches too.
And he dropped 2. I can remember one, I forgot the second one.
Well, he didn't move for one of them.
Anyway, he's still working on the mathematics of this, or the template of how you assess international captains. I mean, you have to also acknowledge that along the way he's been done a terrific job for Australia in the last 18 months.
As we were saying last night, I mean, he's had 5 tests on the bounce, and that is tough to be bowling and captain, nowhere to hide, nowhere to go and have a bit of a breather.
I mean, some captains, even some you might have played under, would have hidden themselves a bit better than Pat Cummins. but he sort of bore the brunt. He bowled more overs than anyone, I think. And
sort of expecting 200 lead by lunch. That what England will be searching for, do you think? And that'll be it. Get Australia batting.
Well, I don't know whether they might even go get more if they can, but it's not automatic that it happens. A new day, there's a bit more cloud around, there might be a bit more unevenness. They wouldn't be unhappy to see that, England. So you can't take it for granted that they just pick up where they left off. But there's a bit of ammunition left in this lineup. and a bit of freedom to play some shots. But they clearly, the way they batted the last 40 minutes, told us that they want to get a substantial number of runs to get that 200 plus lead if possible, to save time, really, because Australia have got to get that.
What will be interesting, will Stark appear? Do we know anything about Stark?
We don't. I'm looking at the players coming down the steps now, actually, from their dressing room. I can see Pat Cummins, I can see David Warner, Usman Khawaja. I haven't seen Mitch Stark yet. Also, I'll have a sweepstake on the over rate this morning. 23 overs by lunch, 24 absolute max. I would think that Australia will really be very slow today.
I don't think Stark's there. I think I saw Nisa coming down. I'm not sure anyway. We haven't got the full view. We'll wait until they come out. The guard of honour's there for someone.
Yep, the umpires who are on their way, and that's good to see. It's been a bit damp and a bit dismal here this morning, but that's all blown through, and there's even a hint of sunshine as Pat Cummins leads Australia out onto the field. Alex Carey running past him. There's Steve Smith. There's our old friend Marnus Labuschagne from the lift last night. And I think Stark is there, actually. He's just walking out to the left there alongside Cameron Green.
During the warm-up before play, he was bowling pretty quick on the up, and so yesterday he was in decent shape.
Good, so he's on the field. He didn't like to see players getting injured, and that happened when he was diving in the field yesterday, but he also was clutching his hamstring yesterday as well. So he's just sort of holding his body together at the moment as a great cheer breaks out now for England's batsman Harry Brook and of course the captain Ben Stokes. Look at the excitement of the young lads down there waving their flags. What an ovation this is, and we can't see them yet, they're down below us, and in fact the poor old guard of honour, they're waving their flags but the players are nowhere near them. They haven't gone through them at all, past their flags. They've come out from another entrance, and the lads, there's a couple of girls there too, waving their flags happily, but the batsmen are nowhere to be seen, Tuffers. That's quite amusing.
Morning, Aggers. Morning, everyone. Yes, no, poor little guard of honour there. They're in the wrong place.
They're in the wrong place.
But they were very enthusiastic.
Well, they were giving a real flourish with their flags. They were waiting, and then they turned round and saw the batsmen walking out on the other side. Anyway, there you go. These things happen sometimes.
Yeah.
So, what are you expecting today? Good morning to you.
Yeah, morning, everyone. Morning, John. Well, I'm expecting more of the same. It was interesting just listening to Vic there. I think that the way they batted last night was just to make sure they were both there this morning.
Yeah.
New ball perhaps round the corner. Are they going to take it, or are they going to keep bowling with that soft ball? Because England are only going to play one way, and you just get the feeling that today is the day, don't you?
Yep.
That England have really got to get deep into this Test match. As you say, a couple of hundred perhaps lead, and then try and blow them away on a pitch that is going up and down a bit. I was out there this morning, and it's that sort of thatchy cover in the grass, Aggers, that when the new ball sort of hits it, I mean, it's only day 3, isn't it? We mustn't forget this. It just takes little sort of divots, and it's just plucked off some little tufty bits. So that's what's the odd one. That's what's making the odd one keep low. So someone like a Mark Wood coming steaming in, you get a couple of them straight, it soon starts sending a few shivers through the batting lineup.
Well, I think even Don Bradman on 300 would have been bowled by that one that Joe Root got yesterday.
No chance, yeah.
You could name anybody. It was an absolutely unplayable ball, kept so low. Here's the first ball of the third day then. Stokes is on strike and Hazelwood's bowling to him, and Stokes comes solidly forward. Crowd like that, and plays the ball back to Hazelwood. There's no run. The lead is currently 67, and Australia, it will be interesting to see what they do with this new ball, which is 8 overs away. And do they take it? Because they've really got to try and bowl England out here. I mean, if they just let them get a lead of 200, they're up against it. But they can bowl them out with a lead of 120.
Well, it was interesting. I was listening to Ricky Ponting the first day at Old Trafford. Go on, I'll tell you.
OK, it's Hazelwood again. Umpire Wilson waits for him, runs past him, bowls, and Stokes is down having a swipe. Oof. So he blocked the first and swiped the second.
Well, there you go. That's told us what's going on.
That was his one-sighter of the innings, maybe. Yeah. That one that he played the forward defensive to.
And Ricky was saying I hope Australia aren't turning up here just sort of with an eye on the weather, packing the bat in, let's not play the spinner, let's get all the all-rounders in. That can mess you up a little bit. You can get into that mindset of, come on, we just need to sort of scrape out of Old Trafford, perhaps with a draw or something, and retain the Ashes. But it can bite you on the backside if you go in with that attitude.
2 slips there. Hazelwood again moves in bowls to Stokes, who runs the ball away for England's first of the day, just pushing it away to backward point. And England are away then. 385 for 4, so the lead is 68.
I mean, could not have gone any better so far for a 2-day test match so far. We're coming into day 3 obviously now. If you could have had a script of said, right, this is how we're going to go about it and this is where we're going to be at the beginning of day 3, I don't think you could have dreamed of that. So they've played magnificently and got themselves a chance today.
Well, rushing into the ground, we can see just behind the pavilion. Maybe a bit late getting here, or delayed somehow, but dashing to get in and not miss anything. There were so many people I bumped into last night walking out of the ground who were just so thrilled to have been here yesterday. You know, it's just such a special day if you're an England supporter. Rather chastening if you're an Aussie.
Yeah.
But today's a new day, and who knows what's going to happen. That's the beauty of this game. Hazelwood on his way, bowls to Brook, who leans into a drive. Out through the covers it goes. A chase for the fielder, who should just get there. And back they come, Brook rushing in for the third. Nice stroke. It was a foolish ball from Hazelwood. That little bit of width allowing Brook to just push through. Michael Neese was fueling out there, and I'm just trying to work out who he's on.
Mitch Marsh. Mitch Marsh is not out there.
Right. So we were looking for Stark, and he's okay. He's down at fine leg.
Well, a day like that yesterday, Aggers, it just puts a bit of pressure on the old hammies, doesn't it? And you're flying around in the field and scrabbling around trying to stop 4s.
Oh, definitely. Stokes waits as Hazelwood runs in, bowls to him, and again just finds that gap in the offside. There's a fielder out in the deep over to our right. And they take one more, so England already starting busily. 389 for 4. And the lead goes up now to 72. They want at least another 100 on top of that, maybe 120, and they want them quickly. And I don't think the Aussies will be bursting through their overs this morning.
No, I mean, I'm always a fan of taking the new ball. Are you?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I know it goes whistling off the bat and what have you, but you can slow the runs down by getting some wickets.
Well, that's the point, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hazelwood bowls, and again Brook drives on the bounce out to cover, where Warner picks it up at the second attempt, and it's the end of the first over of the day. And now you can see the stewards allowing people in up the gangways, rushing in.
Yeah, well, you don't want to get here late to watch this England side, because you could miss 50 runs in 3 overs. You never know, do you? But I mean, I'm an old bowler, Aggers, you know, and I like seeing wickets and everything. But yesterday, it was sort of spellbinding almost, wasn't it?
Well, there's Bairstow to come in next. I mean, Australia must be thinking of, we've got to bowl them out, because Bairstow next, then Wokes, Wood, Broad and Anderson.
Yeah.
Okay, there's some handy batting in there, as we know, but if they can just separate these and get Bairstow out, have the new ball.
Yeah.
Then
you're back in the game.
They are back in the game, or at least back to getting some control back in their game again, because at the moment
it's carnage.
They're up against it. Yeah, it was. Now Stark's going to bowl, which is good news, and he's bowling from the Anderson end. Some movement there. Umpire Menon saying sit down to a couple of late comers, and Stokes with this open stance. He's over his bat now. Cummins still fiddling with the field. And Stark, this menacing, prowling run, left arm over the wicket, makes his way in, bowls to Stokes on the off stump, and that's played away out into the covers, and yes, that looks okay. A little normal, Stark sort of loosening pace, I'd describe that as. He hasn't clutched his shoulder or anything like that, so I think we can assume that whatever it was has been sorted out overnight.
I mean, you don't flog it around all like England did yesterday without it being a pretty good track, so I don't think there's too many demons in there, but it's then a mindset more than what the pitch is doing. You need someone like a Smith and a Labuschagne to really stand up when it comes around to Australia's batting, just that bit of experience.
Yep.
So I don't think they'll be too worried, the Aussies.
In comes Stark. Bowls and Stokes himself some room and hammers it for 4.
Jesus.
He's just gone away and slogged it. Through good old cow corner. Brutal shot. Suddenly everyone wakes up.
Brutal is the right word. Length ball, middle stump, gave himself some room and just heaved it through mid-wicket with all the time in the world, really. I mean, that's just absolute. It's just an absolute pack.
Just dispatched that.
Just dispatched one of the premier fast bowlers in the world.
Yeah, nobody moved. Now Cummins is going for a conversation with Stark.
I bet he's thinking to himself, oh, not again.
Yep.
Can we just have half an hour of proper cricket?
What are they going to do? But here we are into our 8-minute play. We've had 8 balls. I think this is going to be a bit of the tone of the day, frankly, or
out
certainly of the morning.
Out they go. They're
Green's
all
going out.
Yeah.
He's coming down to sort of short third man. He's going to come all the way down to proper third man, as it were. And the sun coming out. The Stark runs in again. Bowls to Stokes. Oh, well bowled. Terrific Yorker, straight at the boots.
Yeah. Fast bowlers don't like being slogged through mid-wicket.
No.
John, do they? So try and slog that one. Exocet Yorker on his toes.
That was a bit like Strictly Come Dancing there with Ben Stokes. It was like pirouetting. It was a terrific ball. Homing in, a bit of reverse swing as well.
Yeah.
Got a bit, just an inside edge on it. But it was all over the place. Now, more field changing round. So we've got one fielder coming from one side of the ground, going to the other, and vice versa. For Brook, who takes his guard. Smith just got his hands in his pockets at second slip. And Brook twiddles his bat. And then very deliberately settles into his stance again. Taps away at the ground a few times. Then comes Stark. Bowls to him. A slower ball, that one. Pushed into the offside. And Green picks up, throws the ball at the stumps and misses. So another run taken. 395 for 4. The lead up now to 78. Have you bumped into anybody in this lift?
Yes, a few of them. Yes,
it's like,
it's like, oh.
Remember Mr. Ben, the little cartoon?
Yes, I
where he used
do.
to go in and disappear into his
come out as a
dressers, didn't
yes, come out as a caveman.
The lift opens, and you have no idea who's going to be in there. You go in and have a conversation, the lift closes.
Yeah.
But what Marnus Labuschagne was doing on the 3rd floor up here last night, well, he didn't know either.
No.
I think he pressed ground and ended up with me and Jim.
Yeah.
Then comes Stark, bowls, Stokes opens the face of the bat and slides that away into the offside. Neeser's out there, throws the ball up to the striker's end. Well, Green, no, he's not taking he didn't have the ball in his gloves. Carey there had a go at the stumps, but he wasn't holding the ball. And he realised that. Brook dashing up for the far end, Stokes making his ground. So, runs coming at a good rate here.
Yeah, Labuschagne walked in the lift of Australian cricket and then got out on the 3rd floor as a commentator.
That is a missed run out. That is a missed run out.
Oh, yeah, it is. Didn't gather the ball.
No, that was out by a yard.
Oh,
and Carey dropped the ball.
Yeah. There's been some mistakes.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Stokes would have been run out there for 32.
Pressure.
He's on strike now. And Stark comes in, bowls to him, pushes into the offside, finds Warner at cover. And there's no run. It's the end of the over. I think to be fair to Carey, it was one of those that bounced and kept a little bit low. It did shoot quite low to him. But I think the wicketkeeper will be thinking, I should have had that one. Just looking at it again. Stokes is well short of his ground as the throw comes in. It bounces once. Oh no, he should have had that. I was being too generous.
Isn't that out, though, if you then deflect the ball from your gloves onto the stumps?
Well, he's knocking the stumps off with his gauntlets.
What, before the ball has hit?
Yeah.
Oh, right, OK.
He's dislodged the bail.
With the gloves before the ball had hit?
Yeah.
Because if it bounces off the gauntlets...
Oh, yes, that'd be out.
Yeah, that'd be out.
Yeah. But
okay.
he
didn't.
He knocked him off with his gloves.
Yeah.
397 for 4. In fact, we had something like that with John Holder yesterday, quite similar to that scenario.
What was the one about the police taking you away halfway through the over?
I didn't really answer that one. 397 for 4. Hazelwood on his way over the wicket, bowls, pushed by Brooks, square into the offside for a single. There was one, though.
Go on, yeah.
If only you and I had known this ball.
Yeah.
Wow. So there is... You weren't in Pakistan, but with one wicket to fall, and the sun sinking like a stone.
Yes.
The number 11, Muhammad Ali,
Yeah.
left the ground and potted in for what was a very long break in the gents.
Oh.
And in the end, they had to sort of go and try and flush him out. But as the rule, there is no rule. So you and I facing somebody horrible back in the day.
Yeah.
It's awfully sorry. It's got to nip off for a moment, shot off, and not come back again.
And so, you're not timed out?
No. Because you've started your innings.
Well, you could have had a really long one.
You could be there forever. Just not come out.
I could have done with that in Antigua as the sun was setting.
Exactly. In goes Hazelwood. Bowls short. Is hit to the leg side by Stokes. That's gone for 4. Poor ball, that, really. It's just stood up to be hammered, and it was. The 400 comes up. 400 for 4.
Can I just say to the listeners and the people of cricket, this is not easy to do. This, what the likes of Crawley and Ali and Root have been doing. This guy's bowling at about 80, 85 miles an hour, and they're just running at him and smashing him for 4. It's tough to do that.
Hazelwood again runs in. Bowls Stokes down the pitch. Mistimes a sort of clubbing sort of a drive, which trickles to Cummins at mid-off.
They're making it look so easy, I guess.
It's a full onslaught, isn't it? 402 for 4.
Yeah, that happened to me at Antigua. Do you remember that?
I do.
Yeah, and I had to get shoveled.
All he had to do was
just say, I've got a little bit of a runny tummy.
Well, he could say anything.
Yeah. You could have been there half an hour, and then the sun would have set and we'd have drawn the game.
Yeah.
Oh, what? I never knew that.
Yeah.
Amazing.
It's Hazelwood. Bowls short, and that's hit Stokes, is it? Has he got? No, he's got it away down to fine leg. He's got a real tangle there. Aimed down the leg side at him, and it's come off bat or glove or something, but not quite where he intended that to go. Mitch Marsh is just having some time off the field. He'll be back on shortly. Well, that's nice for Mitch.
Can you do that?
Same sort of thing, I suppose.
I wished I could have had some time off on some occasions.
Yeah.
Just having a bit of time off.
A bit of a breather.
Yeah.
The exciting episode of Bargain Hunt he wants to watch, I think.
Wow.
I don't know that on this time of day. Actually, it probably is it? I don't know what he's up to, but he's having...
Antiques road trip.
Having some time off. Here's Hazelwood. Bowls, and Brook comes down the pitch, drives to mid-off, a crisp stroke, which is fielded by Khawaja. No run, 403 for 4. But you could have gone out, even in a county game.
Yeah.
I could have gone to Lord's, facing Wayne Daniel. There's horrible. It faced one ball.
Yeah.
Which would have been past the nose.
Yeah.
I think it's going to nip off for a moment, if that's okay.
Yeah, I've just got to do a bit of shopping.
Gone off and not come back.
got to go get some milk.
Yeah, they can't get you back on again.
Can't they?
I think it was the most dramatic revelation we've ever had in Ask the Umpire of however many years we've had.
I think you're right.
There's nothing in the laws. Hazelwood bowls. That's played away into the onside, but runs down to mid-on.
Just fancy a game of hide and seek, so I'm not coming out. No.
Yeah. It would get to an end, a point, he admitted, where perhaps you conceded the game by not coming out. But there is nothing in the laws that prevents you from going off and hiding for a while.
No.
At least long enough for the sun to go down.
Yeah, I've got the washing machine man coming round. I've got to nip back. Sorry, you're going to have to wait for me.
But Muhammad Ali clearly knew the rules. Because off he went. He was off for a very long time. Remember results? I mean, he went off for ages. No one knew what to do.
It's a pretty tricky, cryptic crossword that day, Bowles.
Wow.
Yeah. The sun was just going down. It was a very dramatic setting. It was fantastic how you get in that part of the world. The sun going like a stone.
Well, all the years you've been commentating on cricket, John, and they still come up with some crackers, don't they?
They do.
We don't know them all, do we? We still don't.
Right. But Mohammed knew it, and off he went.
What a good idea.
The 400 came up in the second ball of the 75th over, which is the fastest a team has brought up 400 in Ashes history.
Oh, we got a history.
Wow, already. We've only had 15 minutes. 403 for 4 is the score, and Stark He's on his way again and bowls to Stokes, who gets a little bit cramped there. He's hoping for a bit of width, I think, and it cut back at him. And a rather awkward-looking defensive shot is fielded by the bowler.
It's just outside the top 10 of all time in terms of fastest to bring up 400. Behind 74.1 overs in joint 9th place. India v Pakistan in Lahore 2006, they were 400 for naught after 74.1.
Can I go Sehwag? I was going to get a Sehwag innings in there for sure. Had to be.
That's brutal.
400 for naught.
Wow. Keep going, lads. Keep going.
Dear me. In comes Stark, sun fully out, and Stokes drives him. Lovely looking shot. Oh, there could be a run out. Misses the stumps. And it's Cummins at mid-on, who had a free throw. It's never easy. He's 20 yards away. But he had Brook, well, he'd given up. He wasn't even trying to get back into his ground. Cummins had a good couple of stumps to aim at. Missed them.
Yeah, given up there. As you say, hit it too well, Ben Stokes. He's absolutely crunched it to a deepish mid-on and set off. But it was to Cummins in a flash.
In comes Stark, cruising in, bowls, and Stokes leans back, plays the ball square into the offside. Smith picks up, hits the stumps actually this time. The ball ricochets into some open space, but not allowing an overthrow, but that was a nice pick up and throw. 404 for 4, halfway through the 76th over of England's innings. They lead by 87, so they've scored 20 in the 18 minutes of play that we've had so far this morning, but this is, just the 4th over, isn't it?
They did go quite slowly last night, actually, didn't they, after that onslaught, these two, didn't they? They really made sure that they were going to be here this morning, that is for sure. Could have got another 20, couldn't they, I suppose?
Yeah.
But, I mean, we're not... Sorry, I'll take that back. We're not asking to score even quicker rate, sorry.
Well, they scored 402 runs yesterday.
I know. But you just felt that they sort of could have got another 20.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Slip in a gully for Brook. And deep point and deep square leg. Starts coming round the wicket to him. And he plays into that gap in the offside again. There's plenty of space. A lot of runs scored there. Just, when you're going through in your mind how you try and describe something a bit differently, but actually Crawley and Root picked up a lot of runs there. Actually got quite a few twos out in that direction as well.
Well, it was what a lovely chap to have coming in. When John... I've said it again. I've said it about 10 times. Zach Crawley was going well, was Joe Root. He just picks the gaps, doesn't he? Turns over the strike. He's such a good sort of foil for Zach Crawley.
Do a boundary here. What's Stokes going to do? In comes Stark, bowls to him, and he drives him straight down the ground. Doesn't quite time it, though, and picks up one, but he was aiming there for that straight drive. Cummins picks up 406 for 4. The lead is 89.
What would you have done, John, yesterday on the slaught? Would have perhaps just bowled one side of the wicket or aimed for stumps, or what would it be? What was your subtle plan?
His bowlers are rather better than me.
Well, no. I think they got lured into not quite knowing what they were trying to do, actually, at one stage.
There was just... the plans were just being shredded by the ball, weren't they?
Yeah.
Which can happen.
Oh, yeah.
Stark bowls and Brook drives up to mid-off. It's fielded by Cummins, and that's the end of the 4th over of the day. We've had 20 minutes, so I don't think the over 8 will be much to shout about today. But England have taken their lead on to 89 now. More from Phil Tufnell, and then Jim Maxwell's coming in.
Yeah, another positive start from England. A couple of big whooshes. Couple of decent connections as well for 4, but just mainly at the moment trying to rotate strike, get the 1s and 2s and keep this pressure on Australia. The pitch looks flat. It's as simple as that. You can't be sort of running down to Mitchell Stark and slogging him over mid-wicket unless the wicket is pretty flat, and that's what's doing. So Australia will be having a look at it. That one that they got Joe Root with might have just sent a few shudders through the Aussie dressing room, because that was a real pea-roller. Morning, Jimbo.
Tuffers.
How are you, mate?
I'm very well. I've just got something to report that I need to, from an Australian perspective at any rate, but I'll come to it. Here's Hazelwood in the sunshine. We love the sunshine, and he gives himself space and slogs it and doesn't get it through the field. He finds mid-wicket, and it's knocked down out there by David Warner. I just need to say that Australian cricket's lost one of its great servants in so many ways. Brian Tabor, who was 83 and played 16 tests, died last night, and he's a great friend to so many in the game. And I'll just read what Ian Chappell, who had the Headley Brian Tabor playing under him. He's one of the most popular cricketers I know, and that is definitely the case throughout Herbie's career. Very popular. Around the wicket, Hazelwood bowls. He slogs the next one, and that's going to go away for 4. He got a piece of that and dragged it down wide of mid-on. It's been coming for a few balls now, and he's cracked it for 4. So just to finish on that, Brian Headley Tabor. The highest possible regard for the manner in which he handled all aspects of imparting a love and knowledge of cricket at every level. So, Brian Tabor, 16 tests for Australia in the period between Jarman and Marsh, was here in 68 and 72, very accomplished as a selector and as a player. Around the wicket, he bowls again, tightens him up on the stumps and doesn't force it away. So I know Ian Chappell would have been there with him at the last with a glass of red. Lovely. Very appropriate when Tabsy left us. So best wishes to his friends and family.
Absolutely.
Brian Tabor, a wonderful wicket keeper and a pretty good soccer player, footballer in his early years. So these things occur in the game, as we know, as we tick along. And at the moment, there's a little bit of expiry about the Australian bowling here. They're getting shellacked. Here comes another ball to Stokes. He steers it off the stumps. He's giving it a lot of room there, and he nudged it down into the gully. So this is going to be a very exciting morning if Stokes gets away with a few more of these heave-hoes and away. It's 4 for 410, almost 100 in front.
Well, he's almost the moving target, isn't he? It must be very awkward to bowl at because, you say, stepping away, giving himself room to carve it through the offside or running down the pitch and trying to slog it through mid-wicket. You've got to just try and keep your eye on where you want to bowl it.
Around the wicket, he bowls short and he tries to tug it, misses out. Maybe the slowness of the bounce from the surface. He just went a bit early and nicked it into his body. But another full house with a lot of expectation, most of them, about where England are taking this today.
Wow.
And trying to take it there quickly.
A lot of people I was talking to on the way in fancy it's being done today. I was going, well...
Moeen Ali, in that chat, he was talking about today.
Yeah. I mean, it's a very good pitch still.
It looks it. I mean, the odd
little one.
Rear bounce.
Yeah.
No slip. Around the wicket, Hazelwood has him back and tucking it out to Warner, who's at mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over. So we've had 26 runs scored in about as many minutes. And Andy, good morning to you.
Morning, Jim. I omitted to alert people to the 50 partnership, which happened a couple of overs ago. The partnership is now 59 from 15.5 overs.
There was an interesting comment which has been made a few times about the easy singles as England gets square of the wicket on the offside.
Yep.
And I would like to know, when you get a moment, it's on notice, the difference in the number of maiden overs bowled in this series. Because I reckon that's one area where Australia have not, particularly without line, been able to sustain some pressure on the England batsmen, turning the strike over, getting themselves into rhythm, and then poleaxing the bowlers.
Absolutely, and it's your best ball that usually goes to that position there, Jim, isn't it? Cover point. It's that ball that's on off stump and a good length, and the batsman sort of comes forward and just looks to stop it almost, and it just runs out there. And as a bowler, your best ball's going for a single every time, which is infuriating.
And there it is again. There's a big gap there as we start another over. Stark around the wicket and Brook forward, just checks himself on the drive, and it bounces out to Labuschagne in the covers.
I'd almost prefer the guy to be taken from extra cover, really, because at least extra cover you're then extending the bat and you might get a nick through to the keeper or the wicket, or the slips.
Or just bring that bloke in on the boundary.
Well, yeah, but they're obviously trying to stop that sort of slashing drive through there for 4. If you want one there, I'd prefer to take it from the extra, I reckon. Because it does just mean you can just tick. Someone like Joe Root was just hitting them there for fun.
All the time. Stark's in again, and Brooks forward, defending. This is the most somnolent innings
somnolent innings I have seen from Harry Brook, Vic Marks. What is happening? He's gone absolutely into his shell. He was a lunatic in the first test, and now what's happened to the spirit of youth, the recklessness of the young?
He must have been chatting to some old Yorkshire players, I suppose.
Yeah. Root, I think. That one, not the other one, not the one with a.
I don't know. It's but
the fence. Brook, he's going to pounce, surely. Stark goes in around the wicket and he drives well. It's going up towards the cover boundary for 4. There it is. A little bit fuller, a little wide, and he tucked into it. He didn't smash it. He just leant forward and got himself beautifully balanced and stroked it out to the cover boundary in front of the cushion brigade in the distance.
It's tempting to think he's got an earpiece in and he's just heard you, Jim. But actually, I'm not quite sure that's the case. It was over pitch. It was a classical cover drive, actually. It wasn't a violent shot. They haven't bowled short at him, and he looks suspect short.
He does.
But the short pitch bowling hasn't worked quite so well in this match so far.
Stark bowls it, and he drives again. That's 4 more. Over pitch, through extra cover. He's creamed that out to the boundary between Labuschagne and Cummins. Consecutive boundaries. And the score rips along to 418, Andy.
No boundaries for his first 51 balls, then 2 in 2. The maidens count 29 Australia have bowled out of now 482 completed overs. England have bowled 114 out of 629. So England for sort of partially
say that
overs.
again. 29 versus what?
Versus 114 in terms of... Come to it off.
Wow. That's 3 or 4 times the difference. Around the wicket. Stark charges up and he goes back and guides it to backward point and doesn't get through the field trying to knock it down towards third man.
In terms of percent of overs bowled that have been maidens, about 18% for England, 6% for Australia, so 3 times as frequent. I mentioned earlier on after the first 3 tests, difference in dot balls between the side, about 13% difference in the number of balls they've scored off as the highest in Ashes history. Currently, I'll update that after this game.
It's a telling stat. Harris is on the field there at backward point as Stark tries again around the wicket. Brook goes back and guides it inside Harris. 4 runs. No third man. Well played. Just used the pace, the line of the ball and steered it down to third man for a boundary. 3 boundaries in the over. England 4 for 4, 2-2, 105 ahead.
And not really very violent boundaries. I mean, the stats, some of the stats Andy were bringing out, I mean, this has got to be his slowest start ever to a test innings of any substance. But 3 beautiful shots. I mean, that last one was delicate. He saw where the gap was. No third man. He'd been looking there, actually, and he was hitting backward point, but this time he got it a little bit finer. Coupled with 2 beautiful cover drives. Also strikes me as Stark, if he is feeling his shoulder a little bit, it's a deterrent to trying to bowl those bounces where it puts a bigger strain on the body. But he got the treatment there from Brook. I mean, Brook is playing very delicately. At the other end, Stokes is heaving quite heavily, not always timing the ball. For Stokes, there is now the bouncer field, and there is Green who's going to come on and deliver the bouncers. 3 men back on the leg side. A fly slip on the angle of a bat, almost on the boundary, but on the angle of a bat first stroke second slip, as well as a deep third man. So I don't think Stokes can expect much in his half. And of course, the boundaries here are big. It's a massive hit to pull a 6, so it doesn't make much sense to try and clear those men on the leg side. They're so far away. There are 2s around.
Green around the wicket. He gives himself room. Too much room as the ball bounced wide of the off stump and bounced a little bit high. So I don't think Stokes is going to worry about the field placing. Australia struggled to get in any miscues on the bouncing ball yesterday. They just couldn't get the venomous speed, pace, bounce, whatever you like, over the eye line. And every time they went to swat, they
controlled it, hit flat, low, didn't top edge. Here's Green bowling short, and that's tugged away hard along the floor out towards Nisa, and they collect a single. So it really is making Australia look pretty ridiculous when they bowl this stuff without any evidence of a chance being offered. It's giving a free hit to the batsman, I reckon. But
yeah, I mean it's
they're
very
running
hard.
out of ideas.
It's very hard to hit a boundary if he bowls at the left-hander's body because the boundaries are so big here, so you can't clear them. I mean, I hope actually this is not going to become a regular feature of Test cricket because in the end, in this series it doesn't matter because there's so much else going on. But if this was going to be a regular pattern of how people bowl in Test cricket, I think the game would be diminished, actually.
Well, if they make 500 every time, now it's short, and he goes back, gives himself room, hits it hard through mid-off. A very good shot from Brook, chased by Khawaja below us, back through long off, and a couple more. He improvised there and played a swat shot from outside the leg stump to a short ball. And because there's no one at home at mid-off, he collected two. There's fellas all over the field, but you're not going to get much respect by way of a defensive shot with this kind of bowling. You're either letting them go because they're too wide or you're swatting them into the floor. And that ball he follows and swats down towards fine leg and he'll collect another run. This is tip and run. And Australia very, very ragged and without much of a proper method at the moment other than hope. 4 for 426. I hope the batsman will make a mistake.
Yeah. But England can't afford just to duck and weave. They've got to take it on. But so far, on this surface, I don't know whether the bounce might be a bit truer and a bit. They've been able to hit down, haven't they? They haven't been hitting in the air. They've been pulling, but the ball essentially has gone along the ground so far.
Ball's short again, and Stokes says no. That's a ball, not a strike. I'll let it go. It's a game of baseball here at the moment, and there's not much finesse about the bowling. It's all pretty obvious what Australia's doing, and it's a matter of whether the batsmen tee off into the stand along the floor for a single or maybe make a mistake. We'll see. Maybe one will gazunder and they'll get a wicket. But Stokes is ready with a horizontal shot here. As Green goes in around the wicket, drops it short, he tugs it around the corner. Thank you very much. The short ball cafeteria is well and truly open. 4 for 427. Broad is, Brook is now 35 and Stokes 46 at the end of that over.
Yeah. Well,
it looks kind of purposeless to me watching this.
Yeah. I mean, it has worked obviously earlier in the series, and England have succumbed.
Yeah.
Which is why it's continued really. I don't know quite whether they got better at handling it. I think the pitch is easier to cope with the short balls for some reason. Maybe the bounce by and large is truer. They've been able to, and it's not that quick, but it gets up enough for them to be able to hit down essentially.
It is the last over before the new ball, mind you, and that might bring a change of tactics when that's due.
Well, we'll see. We'll see whether he takes it.
Well, Cummins is going to bowl.
Yep.
And he had a rough day yesterday.
But he'd like to have Stark with him. He's the obvious other new ball bowler. He's just bowled a few overs. I don't know. The new ball will travel. We'll see what they do. If they don't take the new ball, then their obvious ambitions of bowling England out and getting into a position to win the game, which some observers are still hoping for, might be out the window if they don't take that new ball. You'd think. Anyway, the field is spread.
Around the wicket then, Cummins runs up, Stokes charges and misses. He was trying to heave-ho and away into the distance, but he played over the ball outside the off stump. So they've added 43 runs today, better than a run a minute, and they've pushed the lead out to 110.
Yeah, and Cummins actually has not got a field that's specifically set for short pitch bowling. He's got the licence to bowl full, he's got a mid-off, and he's almost got a long on, actually. Extra cover mid-wicket, so he's not going to bowl constant bounces. He ain't got any slips.
Cummins goes in again. Stokes is back and nope, can't score there, just dabbed it down behind point. So
That's more the kind of bowling you'd think that'll get respected, hitting the length rather than just banging it aimlessly, hopefully into the pitch. And Cummins is trying to hit that spot somewhere around the line of the stumps and actually bowling at the stumps, which after all is probably the idea of this game, particularly if the odd one's keeping low. Just keep bowling straight. Aim for that off stump. Change of pace maybe. Cummins goes in. Stokes defends hard up the onside. Gets a run past Cummins' outstretched left hand towards mid-on. And he moves along to 47. Could have been run out in the second or third over of the day. A flat low throw from Nisa back to Kerry he didn't take. Knocked the stump over without the ball in hand. Other than that, there haven't been any catches that have gone to hand.
No. I mean, the odd one has kept low, but not that many. And if you're Joe Root, you're thinking, what have I done to deserve that? Because no ball has kept as low as the one Root got. And it was an isolated incident.
Cummins draws him forward in defence, and Brook plays respectfully to mid-on.
I haven't seen one of those for a while.
Watching. Maturing. My goodness, I can look forward to Crawley and Brook in Australia in a couple of years' time. On some good pitches there, they'll make millions. Unless Australia start finding a way to hoop the ball around. Get the bounce.
Bit more bounce there.
Bit more bounce. Cummins runs in and Brook tucked up, turns, gets a run or two behind square, scuttles for one, only one. Nisa, the sub for Marsh, is out there. He flings it in, and England move to 429. Brook is 36, and Stokes 47. And the weather overnight was wet, quite wet this morning, in fact. But now it's fine. It looks superb. Everyone's thinking about the deluge tomorrow.
England will go back till the sun goes in, then they'll declare.
Cummins bowls straight and defended by Stokes. Well, that was proper cricket, wasn't it, in that over? Proper cricket.
Well, and actually quite an economical over, as it happens. 80 overs have been bowled.
Is this the new nut?
Well, I don't think so. Because I don't think Green will be entrusted with a new ball unless they have a change of heart. Cummins is having a chat with the umpire. Maybe they're saying, well, have you got the new ball out here? Or maybe the umpire's saying, do you want the new ball? I don't think they're going to take it. I wouldn't have thought Green would take the new ball but I may be wrong.
Andy, you're not taking the new ball. You're not quite quick enough.
I've got some new pens. You asked about Harry Brook's slowest start. After 50 balls before he hit those 3 4s off Mitchell Stark, he had just 20 runs. That is the slowest start of his career.
Now, Green bowls with the old nut, and he bowls short. Of course he bowls short. And it's pulled around the corner down to fine leg, and they get another run.
There are 8 men on the boundary.
I mean, it's
8 men.
This is nutty cricket.
Well,
I mean, he's not getting the ball up around the eye line at pace.
I'm not suggesting
they're dribblers.
I'm not suggesting this immediately, but I don't want Test cricket to be like this on a regular basis.
No, it's tedious.
If it became like this on a regular basis, I think you might have to bring in an inner ring like you do in one-day cricket for Test cricket. I mean, after Bodyline they changed the rules because they didn't want cricket to persist like that.
Green comes in and bowls short. And he tries to tug it. He doesn't get hold of it, but he'll still get a run off his body or the glove. It's gone down towards fine leg. Probably a bit of glove that time. But this is the most innocuous bowling because this is not Frank Tyson or Michael Holding. This is Cameron Green on a dead pitch, banging it in, hoping for a mistake. And he might get one, but not the way things are moving at the moment. The ball's coming off very gently. Around the wicket, he goes in and bowls short, and that's tugged away around the corner down to fine leg. 3 short balls, 3 singles. The most predictable, stupid cricket you can imagine. 4 for 432.
Yeah, well, I didn't think I'd see this from an Australian side.
The boil would be going off his nut if he was sitting there.
Well, I don't know about him because he famously...
Or he bowled wide.
He famously at Headingley...
Bowled down the leg side.
Bowled 2 feet outside the leg side. So actually, I'm not so sure whether Trevor wouldn't think, well, I quite understand this.
He'd probably be saying that. Why bowl at the batsman?
Yeah.
Why bowl full and wide down the leg side?
I remember enjoying There was Trevor Bailey. We'll go back to him in a second.
Green bowls again. That's short, and that's pulled away for another single around the corner. This is a kind of tip and run.
Yeah. But I think I remember having a lovely conversation with Trevor latish one evening, and he was talking about that famous Headingley Test match in 1953. Where Australia were chasing and looking like they were going to get the runs, or with a good chance of getting the runs in the final innings. He went up to the captain, Len Hutton. This is Trevor Bailey, the amateur, going to his pro captain. Len, do you want to save this game or not?
Wide down the leg side. Green comes in, bowls short, tugged away, out towards deep mid-wicket. Please take the new ball at the next over. 4 for 434.
And I'm pretty sure Trevor explained to me that Len did want to save this game. We said, well, we better give you the ball. And he bowled 2 or 3 feet outside leg stump. He lengthened his run from normal, so he took his overs more slowly. And the game fizzled out. And it was another draw in a series that England obviously won 1-0.
The last
so Trevor, I'm not sure Trevor would be quite as appalled as some of the others.
Green bowls, and he bowls a useful delivery to finish the over. That took off a tad. It was a bit quicker. And is that the cue for the new ball? Ishagu is coming in to continue the commentary here with England well placed. 4 for 434, Victor.
Having said that, Jim, I'm not sure Fred would know what's going off out there at the moment. So, we're keeping an eye open for the new ball, but I don't think they're taking it yet.
Good morning, Vic.
Hello, Isha.
How are you?
Well, I'm fine, thank you.
Quizzical.
Well, I'm always quizzical. I never really know what's happening.
Well, I don't think anyone does in this particular series. Expect the unexpected.
Yeah.
It's what I think is the right mindset to go with. As Australia continue 434 for 4 England as Brooke is forward and defending. Still with the old ball, Pat Cummins bowling. As he bowls a good length there. Men set back, square of the wicket, deep, backwards square. There's a deep point, fine leg and third man down. He's got men up inside the circle.
Well, Cummins has got the freedom to bowl full with the field he's set, and more or less he has. Unlike the other matches, when they have bowled short, the batsmen seem to have time just to pat, not smash it away, but pat it away. You can't clear these boundaries easily, but you can get the ones.
Brooke on 39 tucks the ball to mid-wicket. No run off a good length from Pat Cummins. Lots of activity here today on day 3 of this Old Trafford test. Spoke to Simon King this morning, our weatherman, Vic.
What do you have to say?
It's pretty dire, to be honest. He basically said no play on Saturday, and when we do get rain on Sunday, it's going to be thundery, and there won't be many dry spells, so not even sure we're going to get on Sunday. As Cummins shuffles forwards, bounding in now from the Jimmy Anderson end to Brooke, who's defending onto his pad and looking up to Stokes to see if he can come through for one, but he doesn't because Gully is in soon enough. So England leading by 117 here. Harry Brooke has certainly looked a lot more fluent out in the middle. He's 14 of 41 deliveries yesterday after the efforts of Zach Crawley, which were phenomenal, then Moeen Ali and Joe Root. That afternoon session was just exhilarating to watch. The first time we've seen Australia look devoid of ideas. England going along at 7 and over as Cummins, arms pumping, bowls to Brooke, tucking that away out to deep square off his hip for 1. 435 for 4 and a lead of 118 as Brooke goes to 40. And then there was a period where Australia came back into the game by resorting after tea to bowling a good length and having a more conservative field. Ben Stokes was getting it away, but Harry Brooke certainly found it a lot more difficult.
Which is a rarity. He usually scores at a runner ball or he gets out. I mean, he's had an amazing start to his Test career, and you just wonder what sort of player he could be. He could be really substantial.
Captain to captain, and Stokes defends back to Cummins. Crowd are getting fired up here. Over to our left in the party stand. A lot of movement. And they've really enjoyed themselves this Test match. 8,500 seats in there, and we spoke about it yesterday, Vic. 8 miles worth of scaffolding to put that thing together.
Right.
As Cummins past the stumps to Stokes, drives out to cover, and everyone on their feet, because England's captain has gone to 50 off 72 deliveries. What an impact he's having on this series as captain and as a batsman. He raises his bat, he glove punches Harry Brook. But he knows there's still a job to do here. A lead of 119, but England in a comfortable position, but they know that time might be running out in this match. They have to win it to keep this series alive, Andy.
Ben Stokes' 43rd score of 50 plus in Test cricket, 13 centuries amongst that, is 12th against Australia, 400s he has scored against them, 3 of them in fourth innings chases. He's hit 5 fours, and his last 4 scores in this series: 155 in the second innings at Lord's, 80 and 13 at Leeds, and now an undefeated 50 here at Old Trafford.
And he's essentially playing, well, he's obviously playing as a captain, but he's also playing nowadays as a specialist batsman. He's not really able to bowl.
Field spread for Green. Pulls does Stokes down to fine leg. There's 3 men back in the deep on the leg side, and he'll come comfortably through for 1. He moves to 51. A lead now of 120.
But he looks very at home playing as a specialist batsman, and he would obviously get in the England team as a specialist batsman, even if he was not a captain nor bowling. And maybe I think England are going to have to get used to that too, because you just feel that his body keeps rebelling when he bowls these 9 over spells, 10 over, 15 over spells.
Green round the wicket to Brook, who lets that one go through. Still bowling with the old ball here. We're into the 83rd over.
Just another fast scoring record set in this innings, the 80 over score, 429 for 4. It's the highest in the history of Ashes cricket, and the joint 9th highest in all Test matches.
Well, when he says highest ever, in the old days I'd have been jotting it down.
No,
I can't be bothered now.
It's going to be beaten again, surely.
Yeah.
Green round the wicket again. Brooks steps backwards. He shapes to pull, and then he lets it go past him. Another short one. He's got 4 men back on the leg side. That deep mid wicket now coming up inside the circle. Pat Cummins is moving across, and he's got a third, a backward point, deep cover, and a mid-off as Cummins is going to move into extra cover. So change of plan again. There's the tall frame of Cameron Green in front of us now. He pushes away as Michael Vaughan has come in place of Vic Marks. Wind blowing as Green bowls. Brook down the leg side, looking to work it down to fine leg. Gets right across, but misses it completely. Goes through to Alex Carey, a lead of 120 here. 437 for 4. Brook on 40, Stokes on 51. What have you made of Australia's approach? And what do you think England are thinking right now in terms of where they want to be at lunch and when they might want to try and get Australia in?
Well, I think they'll just keep playing the way they are. I mean, the Australian approach is very similar to yesterday, negative. I mean, the second new ball's due.
Brook back and across, driving in the air. It's one bounce into Usman Khawaja at mid-off.
The Aussies are playing with a mindset that they are desperate that it's going to rain all weekend. Because the second new ball's due, you're surely thinking, right, we've got to take it and get some wickets, get England out. You know, they've had a very unlike Australia attitude to this game. They're just kind of hanging on. They're on the ropes.
Will they punch back is the question as Green bowls wide of the off stump. Brook looking to carve it out to cover, but only finds Pat Cummins at extra. No run at the end of the over. And those last 2 deliveries there are indicative of where they haven't been bowling enough. The penultimate ball, a little bit further pitched up on a good length, and Brook looking to drive, and it just stopped in the pitch a little bit. And that last one there at the indifferent bounce, as we can see Martin Saggers running onto the field with the new ball. So 437 for 4, lead of 120. I spot Clive Lloyd in the crowd.
Yes, he's over at the old pavilion. West Indian and Lancashire great.
I wonder what he makes of all this.
Well, he'll be enjoying a left-hander in Ben Stokes play the way that the England captain's playing. He's played really nicely. And he'll also be enjoying this approach by England, nice and aggressive, attacking.
Here comes Pat Cummins, round the wicket to Ben Stokes. Bowled him! He's bowled him! First ball with a second new ball. 437 for 5 and a lead of 120.
Yeah, he's just danced down to whip it over mid-wicket. It's actually the old ball
still. It is the old ball still, yep.
Yeah, he's just trying to whip it into the hotel. Just played across the line, it just kind of nipped back through the gate. Really good innings from Ben Stokes. He's shaking his head because he's thinking he should have hit that. He's just missed it. 51 from 74, England lead by 120. I think it's just about, can they get 80 more runs quickly? Get to 200, and then it's about getting 10 wickets. And, you know, can they get the 10 wickets today? Or at least make some real strides into the Australian batting lineup today with the hope of getting some play over the weekend. I'm sure they'll get some play on Sunday. I mean, Saturday just looks a complete wipeout. Here he comes, Johnny.
And listen to this. Johnny Bairstow emerges and the crowd go wild here at Old Trafford. They love watching him.
Good reception for a Yorkie, wasn't it? Old Trafford.
Doesn't happen very often, but I'm sure he'll appreciate that. Top scorer of 78 this series in the first innings. But after that, 20, he's deteriorated. So 78, 20, 16, 10, 12 and 5. He'll be desperate to have an impact here right now.
Ben Stokes' final numbers, 51 from 74 with 5 fours. It's 43rd 50-plus score in Test, 13th in Ashes cricket. The partnership 86 off exactly 22 overs. And here's a stat that 5 of England's top 6 have reached 40, which is the first time that's happened in a home Ashes Test since the Lord's Test of 1926.
My eyes were deceiving me. I thought he had the brand new Duke's ball in his hand, Pat Cummins, but it was the old ball, persisting with that. And it's what that good length can do to you. Still something in it for a bowler bowling hard on a good length.
Well, there's one ball from Cameron Green that flew off a length as well, so there's certainly enough out there for the seamers.
So Johnny Bairstow on strike, Pat Cummins bowling as he drives to mid-on, no run. Slightly filler. Got a slip in play.
What did you make of Alex Carey's the run out of Ben Stokes early in the day? So that was out?
It was an interesting one, wasn't it? So the ball was thrown in by Michael Neser. Ben Stokes out of his ground. Carey fumbled it. The ball hit the stump at the same time. His gloves knocked the stumps as Cummins bowls to Bairstow, defending back down the pitch. Now, my understanding is that it needs to be in the hands of the gloves as it takes the stumps.
I like the way Andy's just looking away from you there, Reed. You were looking to Andy say, come on, Andy.
What was unusual about that is the ball hit the stump.
At the same time?
Well, before his gloves, but the bail hadn't
moved
as and the sort of gloves removed the bail.
Bairstow clips out to deep square for a single. He's away. 138 for 5, lead of 121.
There was no way the ball had enough on it to knock the bails off, but it was I've never seen that before. It was exactly at the same time. The ball just trickled onto the stump and the gloves with the momentum and the power took the bails off.
It's good of him not to appeal, though, wasn't it?
Yep.
Oh, it's up a bit.
Yeah.
Spirit of cricket and all that.
I'll get the lawyers involved in that kind of
What a nice guy. As Pat Cummins is into Brook driving, back past the bowler, back past the stumps, and they'll come through for a quick single as Hazelwood comes around to collect the ball. 439 for 5.
And did we have stats on the deepest mid-on and mid-offs in Test history? Because Australia's mid-on and mid-offs in this series have been the deepest I've ever seen.
But at what point does it become a long on and long off, past the inner circle?
It's like that. They hover, don't they? They know England are going to play big drives, but they hover really deep. And with the older ball, when it doesn't go as hard to them, they still stay deep, so the singles are on offer.
Cummins steaming in, and it beats the edge of Johnny Bairstow. It's a beauty of a delivery and a good length. It's just nibbled a little bit, and it's gone through to Alex Carey, and couldn't do much about that one, Johnny Bairstow. 439 for 5, 84 overs have been bowled in this innings, a lead of 122, Brook on 41 and Bairstow on 1.
Just a little bit of seam. I think these are all good signs for England when a ball that's 82 overs old. It's just doing a little bit, not a great deal, but there's enough there. Heavier clouds arriving.
And that's where Chris Woakes was so successful in Australia's innings. He picked up 5 for just by bowling that good hard length and being successful in that way, rather than going to the short ball theory.
Well, he's just so skillful, isn't he? He's got the upright seam for swing, and then when the ball's not swinging, he gets the ball wobbling down there. I just look at the Australian side. They've got such a negative body language. If they take that out to when they bat, they could be in trouble.
Harry Brook on strike to Green, bowling a good length. He gets on top of it and plays it to the offside. No run. Looking very grey, that pitch at the moment. Generally does here at Old Trafford. Grey wicket ends on the side wickets as well. If you're in the party stand, give us a wave if you're listening. You can see lots of different colours.
There's a few waving in the middle there.
Green patch as Brook advances. He goes up and over Pat Cummins at mid-on. He's decided to take the attack to Green. And he is successful because he picks up 4. 443 for 5, lead of 126, Brook to 45.
Yeah, I've really liked the way Harry Brook's played in this scene. I'm sure he's probably had plenty of stick in the England dressing room because he's not been launching it to all parts on a regular basis, but he's played with great control and just knocked the ball around. He's not found it easy, and I think when you don't find it easy, you don't just give your wicket away, you just try and hang in there.
Brook clips out to deep square for a single. A good length delivery on middle and leg. Comes through for 1.
She got one wave in the middle of that stand. There's 8,500 people in this town. You got one wave.
444
there's a couple more.
5.
There's a couple more.
Thanks.
That's it.
They're feeling sorry for me. Leaving me hanging.
They'll warm them up waving because it's a bit chilly out there.
Yeah, they're obviously having trouble with those listening devices. Can't find the right frequency.
That's right.
Obviously, we're the only place to be. Brook on 46 then as Bairstow is on strike. All the falls. 444 for 5. England is Green. Past the stumps to Bairstow. Cuts him. Comes back into him. He plays it onto his pad and it trickles out to third man. So he comes through for 1.
It certainly appears that, you look at Johnny Bairstow since he's been out there. He's only been out there a few deliveries. Things have happened. The ball's past the outside edge. That last ball from Cameron Green, it just nipped back, hit him on the back leg. When you get in on this surface, it looks a beauty, but I do think it's a hard surface to get started on.
It's a shuffle forwards for Cameron Green. The big tall frame as that's whipped to mid-wicket. Slightly fuller.
It's a big group in the party stand in green near the front.
Yeah.
They are. A few in fancy dress today.
We need your binoculars, Andy.
Have a look. What have we got?
Bit of spying from Michael Vaughan in the commentary box as Green bowling into the breeze to Brook, who tucks that away out to deep square. Mitchell Starc with his big strides off the ropes, but he's going to come back for a couple. Brook sprinting back at the end of the over. A lead of 130, Brook to 48, England 447 for 5. Commentary continues on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sounds and on ABC in Australia. But Radio 4 long-wave listeners are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast.
Group of Irish supporters, I think, Ish.
OK, yeah, I have bumped into a few supporters from Northern Ireland the last couple of days.
A few leprechauns there.
A couple from Glasgow as well.
A few crayons in front of them. Looks like there's all the crayons, just a few rows in front.
Well, while you're doing that, I'm going to let Alison Mitchell step in.
Yeah, I've got my binos on, just having a look around the party stand to see which groups of fancy dresses we've got. Not too many. It's once again England dominating, lead by 130, and the clouds are certain. I think the forecast this afternoon is to be dry but quite cloudy, which maybe will help the ball swing around a little bit. England are just carrying on where they left off yesterday. They're just dominating the game.
Afternoon, Michael. Well, it just felt as if there might have been a hint of late swing with that very old ball now, with Australia not opting to take the new. And I suppose that would be one way of indicating continuing to bowl with it if they can find a little bit of movement with the old ball. But it's so often, like, you see Australia just take the new ball, attack with it, backing Starc, backing Cummins, backing Hazelwood. It's very un-Australian to see them use these tactics.
Well, I think the whole series they've played a style of cricket which has obviously got them some success because they're 2-1 up in the series, but they've played a very let's wait kind of mentality, and they've spread the fields and allowed England to knock it around. When you see them not take a second new ball on a pitch that's got a little bit of uneven bounce, and there's a little bit of a sign that the mentality of Australia at the minute is just to wait, and they're probably worried about the second new ball travelling around that little bit quicker.
All of their tactics, it feels, are in mind to prevent England doing what England wants, which you could say, well, that's legitimate. Australia have got a 2-1 lead. They want to protect that 2-1 lead because they can afford to draw this match.
They are playing and hoping for rain. Simple as that. That's what they're doing. They're trying to get this day out of the way and still be obviously in there tonight batting. But we've seen sport and Test cricket for so many years that when a team is so negative, in your mindset, that if you take that negativity out when you bat, a little bit timid in defence, outside edges found, those balls that hit the crack. If you're not really positive when you're batting on this surface, those balls that just do a little bit will get you out.
And that's really why Australia are in a sticky position, is the way England bowled, yes, but Australia leaving runs out there is what they felt after day one.
The last 4 innings, Alison, Andy, the last 4 innings, England have bowled them out for under 300 3 times, and obviously they've got 317. There's been some good pitches.
So we welcome back our Radio 4 long-wave listeners. Drinks have been taken here at Old Trafford, so you haven't missed any action. 447 for 5. England's lead 130. Results?
Yeah, the scores in the series, they began 386 and then 282 for 8 at Edgbaston, 416 in the first innings at Lords, and 279 second innings at Lords, 263 and 224 at Headingley, and 317 here. I guess that's one of the features of the England since Stokes and McCullum took over. They're on unhelpful pitches. They've managed to concoct almost every possible wicket they could have taken, apart from those crucial last 2 at Edgbaston.
Ready to go again. There's one slip in place for Bairstow here. Facing up to Cummins. Bairstow's on 1. He comes forward and he squeezes it past the mid-wicket. Takes a single to mid-on. Jogs through. Really cloudy sky now. Feeling very overcast and gloomy all of a sudden. Yeah,
and and that's what England have done to Australia in the last 4 innings. So, on a pitch that's doing a little bit more, they will fancy bowling Australia out for around 200, 250. And with the lead at 131 already, can Australia get 400 in the second innings here? Well, they can, but from recent form and the recent innings, it doesn't look likely.
I thought Moeen Ali was very punchy this morning, but clear in their plan and their hopes for the day. Cummins in, Brook coming forward, defending. Blocks it back up to Hazelwood, who moves in at mid-on. Yeah, Moeen saying very much this morning they hope that they can. There's a great chance of bowling Australia out, was how he put it, and we wouldn't want to face our bowlers on this pitch, was how Moeen put it. Another 120, 130 runs today is what he was suggesting. Of course, thinking how quick that could be scored is the key, and Australia's tactic at the moment is slow that scoring rate, don't allow England to go crash bang. A little nudge from Brook around the corner, able to take a single because Khawaja is back on the boundary at fine leg and he jogs in.
Well, in the first 2 days, what do we have? 82 overs each day, Andy?
It was, I think, 83 and 82, I think. Let me find. I've got the wrong scorecard up.
So you can't imagine there'll be any more than that. It's just the way Test cricket is played these days. So Australia will probably get 50-odd overs of batting today.
And they'll contend with an England team who will be buoyant, unlike Australia, who have looked at worn by this. And Bairstow turning this one through the vacant square leg region. Nisa comes in from the square leg boundary, and another single is added. 450 is up for England. 450 for 5. The lead 133 now, and Harry Brooks on the cusp of a half century. That's the 450 coming up on the big screen to be acknowledged by this packed Old Trafford crowd on what is currently an overcast Friday. We had a little bit of sunshine earlier in the day after some overnight rain. That cleared, but now the cloud has fully moved back in again. Cummins at the end of his mark. And here is Brook, who's on 49. Awaits with his bat poised in the air. And drop and run into the offside. A sneaky little single here. And Brooks through for a 50. Back-to-back 50s after that really important knock of his at Headingley. Old Trafford now rising to acknowledge a batter who has been an extreme talent in this early phase of his Test career, an exciting Test career. But he's now coming to the fore. It's not been a typical Brook innings in the manner in which we've seen him score so quickly, but it's a good one.
I really like it. 50 off 80 balls. Yeah, of course, you want him to be more expansive. He can be, but he's just not been allowed to be.
Cut away by Bairstow, chops into the ground, and again there's an easy one. They're going to come back for 2, and they are. Bairstow's pushing. Travis Head with the throw, and he's through comfortably for 2.
Yeah,
End of the over.
The ball was pretty much soft when he went out to bat, so he found it hard to time, and he's just hung in there. Batted with great sense. I mean, England in this innings, they've scored at their quickest rate in the series. Is that right, Andy? Yeah, I actually don't think they've basballed it as much as in previous innings. They've played very sensibly. They've hit some great shots and some powerful shots, but when the field's been spread, they've just knocked it into the gaps. That seems to have got a lot of 1s and 2s.
That was the feature of the early part of the Moeen Ali and Zach Crawley partnership, wasn't it? That Australia bowling the bumpers and with fielders back, they were content to
pass ball with brains.
1 and 2.
Well, also mentioned the difference in dot ball percentage between the teams being the biggest thus far in an Ashes series after the first 3 tests. Very little difference in percentage of balls hit for 4 and 6 between the two sides, but England just scoring off a lot more of the non-boundary balls, and we've seen that continue in this game. Harry Brooks half century, 50 from 80 balls with 4 fours, his 10th 50-plus score in just his 11th Test and 18th Test innings, 4 centuries amongst those 10 innings. And here's a nice stat. He's the 3rd fastest player to the 10 50-plus scores mark in the history of Test cricket in terms of number of innings to score 10 50s.
That is something. 3rd in the entire history. Hazelwood still with the old ball, though. He's coming on now from the run stay them end, and that's a straight drive, but it's been cut off by Cummins, who quickly fires the ball back towards the non-striker's end and makes sure that Bairstow grounds his bat and there's no run taken.
2 Yorkshire players in the top 3. Herbert Sutcliffe leads the way, took 16 innings to score his first 10 half-centuries. Everton Weekes, 17 innings. Harry Brook, 18 innings. Don Bradman, 19 innings.
Well, that's
better than the Don.
Was there another record yesterday that was a better than Bradman? Was that a Crawley record that was a better than Bradman? We'll come back to that. Hazelwood into Brook, who's there on 50 not out. Hazelwood over the wicket, and Brooks defending back into the pitch. Hazelwood picks up.
Well, I think Bradman holds the record for fastest recorded Ashes double 100, and Crawley was on course to beat that
before getting out.
I always believe that when Sir Don is mentioned and you're getting close to beating some of his innings or performances or average, you're doing all right. I think it's kind of the the parameter. If you're up to something in cricket and you're mentioned in the same breath as Sir Don, I think it's going okay.
ETB.
Yeah, it's all right.
Bradman.
Yeah.
Hazelwood in now to Brook. He's coming forward on the charge. Bottom edges into his pad. Could have been an edge into the stumps. The ball rolls away towards the gully region. There's no run, but he really was on the charge there to Hazelwood. Something we saw Stokes do at the start of the day, attempted to charge. Ben Stokes, the one wicket that's fallen so far, made 51. Dismissed by Cummins, who went fuller and straighter, still with the old ball. Australia not taking a new ball at the 80 over mark, and now still continuing with the old ball. Will Brook go here? Will he charge once more? Mid-off and mid-on are in place. Hazelwood in, and Brook smears it more across towards Warner, who's there at mid-wicket, along the ground, but he was certainly eyeing a more powerful stroke and wanted to get a little more square if he was to find the gap. Travis Head's at deep mid-wicket. Michael Vaughan's left. Glenn McGrath's back alongside me. Well, good morning to you. Afternoon now, Glenn.
Yeah, afternoon, Ali.
What's your thoughts around the new ball versus the old ball here?
Wow, it's interesting, isn't it? You think the new ball, more chance of taking wickets, more chance of going for runs, so it will definitely move the game along a lot quicker, and I think the Australians don't really want the game to go too quickly.
Hazelwood in, he's set himself to pull this away, and he's got a top edge down towards very fine leg for 4. It wasn't an elegant shot by any stretch, but it was an aggressive attempt, and he's got it away. 5 at 4:57 on the board now. Really made some room and tweaked it. Went from low to high.
Yeah, he got a top edge there. I think he premeditated that might have been a bouncer. Yeah. And he got it right.
He knew that deep mid-wicket is back and Stark is on the boundary at long leg, but that went so fine. Vacant area, nobody there to stop it. Hazelwood in again now to Brook. It's on a length, and that's inside edge, and it's missed the stumps. Dribbles away to be picked up by Carey, who comes running forward from his position deep behind the wicket. But yeah, a couple of edges, inside edges there from Brook, but he's looking to be more aggressive. Certainly, he's past the 50 mark, 54 from 86, 457 for 5, the lead 140. And Australia really just trying to stop England from being able to accelerate and get to a point where they feel they've got enough where they might try and bowl at Australia.
Had a very rare statistical occurrence in this innings. 5 of England's top 6 have reached 50. That's for the 10th time for England against anyone, and the first time they've done it against Australia since 1926 at Lord's, and the only other previous instance for England in Ashes cricket was 1893 at the Oval. That's 5 top 6 players with a 50 in the same innings.
That seems extraordinary. Maybe it just goes to show, perhaps, or certainly dominance in certain areas of Australian bowling attacks over England lineups.
Yeah, so no, good effort. But yeah, we were just talking about before, I think Australia's trying to take as much time out of this game this morning as possible by making it tough for England to score. I'm sure Ben Stokes and his team will have a figure in mind of how many runs they want. And I think they're trying to get there now as quickly as possible. Harry Brook played a couple of shots recently.
Stark replacing Cummins around the wicket, clipped behind square. 2 fielders in pursuit here, and Khawaja will cut it off at fine leg. Bairstow's coming back for the second. The crowd were hoping that was perfectly placed between deep square leg and fine leg there, but Khawaja made up some good ground running across to his left-hand side. So the lead 142 with 45 minutes to go until lunch. England want to do a good bit more batting first. Chris Wokes is the next due in, then it's Wood, Broad and Anderson.
Yeah, you'd probably think they'd have the figure of 200 at least, maybe. This pitch, there's enough in it to keep you interesting for the bowl, especially if you're going out there with a bit of a survival attitude rather than, more intent to put it to the bowlers.
Stark in, a bit of width inside edge past the stumps. Carey, the wicketkeeper, chasing back to his left-hand side, in the end leaves it for Khawaja to pick up, who moves in from fine leg. So a little bit of fortune for England. We saw lots of inside edges from the bat of Zach Crawley at the start of his epic innings yesterday. Bairstow's on to 8, 460 for 5, and the lead 143. Just seeing Mitchell Marsh come down the stairs. He hasn't been on the field much this morning.
No, not at all.
Didn't come on at the start of the day, did he?
Michael Neese has been out there sort of fielding for him. The word from the dressing room is he's just resting. or having a relax in the change room, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but good to see him coming back out.
He was picking up a takeaway food delivery outside the team hotel yesterday early evening. I saw him, I passed by. Full from Stark, and Brook brings his bat down on it, out to Warner at cover, and there's no run. Isha was picking out some fans from different nations in the party stand earlier. I'm looking across to the hotel, Glenn, on the other side of the ground, where we might get some more waves if people are listening to us, but I can see some very interesting flags strung up there, and a couple that I really can't recognise. Well, one I think I'd have a stab at, because the yellow, green and red flag on the top deck, can you see that one?
Yep.
I don't recognise what country it is, but I'm going to guess it's from one of the Caribbean nations.
Yes, I was thinking the same thing.
Stark is moving in. Brook awaits, he's on 54, around the wicket from Stark, and it's a little bit of bat, maybe pad only though. Bairstow dashing through for a quick one. Did it come from the bat? It did. 461 for 5 in the lead, 144. There is another flag as well on the bottom right-hand side as we're looking, so the bottom left from those looking out, which is green with 3... sort of, I'm going to say star-shaped flowers, perhaps, on the front of it. They're either stars or they're flowers. And then some blue waves across the bottom. You're waving to us. Hello. So I don't recognise that flag either. We might have to look it up and see what that is, whereabouts that flag represents. Is it a national flag or is it somewhere from the UK, I wonder? Around the wicket, Stokes now, tucked into the onside square of the wicket here by Bairstow. Scampers through for 1.
Yeah, and I was looking at that flag up there. Sort of had Jamaica in mind, but it didn't look right. But I think it's probably Grenada.
Grenada, okay. I don't know where they're listening to us. Wave if we're correct. Oh, yeah, I think there is a wave. There is a wave. Grenada, well done, Glenn. That's a good shout. No, there's certainly 3 England flags up on the hotel. Stark turning at the end of his mark. So there was some questions around whether he might be fit today because he fell awkwardly on his shoulder yesterday in the field, but he's coming in now. Australia still with the old ball. Full, no run here. And Brook pats it gently towards Labuschagne at mid-wicket to end the over. The lead 145, 462 for 5 with Bairstow on 9, Brook on 55, and Stokes the 1 wicket to fall today so far, bowled by Cummins, and he made 51. So England resuming with a lead of 67, and with just about 40 minutes to go until lunch, that lead already 145.
Just using my binoculars to try and do some flag detective work.
Yes.
Came up snake eyes, unfortunately, but it is raining a little bit, oddly, because the sun is out. There's a bit of rain falling.
Well, I couldn't have told you that from looking, apart from there's maybe a little bit of movement in the crowd, which is often people pulling up rain jackets. Yeah. Oh, now it's starting to come down a little bit.
I can see, you can see in the window here as well, and over in the red on the stand over there. But that's not going to. England's not going to come off of that. I don't think anyone is.
Here's some more flag research. Cumberland. Are we correct with Cumberland? Still listening to us on the balcony in the hotel. Is it a Cumberland flag? Bairstow's waiting with his bat poised. Hazelwood continuing, and that's come back into him a touch. He's defending into the onside. There's no run. If it's Cumberland, is that Ben Stokes' country? It's Cumbria, it's in the Lake District region. But yeah, green flag with waves, which would, to my mind, represent perhaps the lakes of the Lake District across the bottom of the flag. There's the wave. Are we correct? I'm gonna take the wave as that we've got it right. Okay, Andy's planned it. Cumberland flag. Hazelwood turns. The field 5 back on the boundary here. Full, and this is clipped down to Cummins, who's at mid-on. He stoops to field, and there's no run. So we've got 3 on the offside, 2 on the on, inside what you might think of as a ring, with deep third back, deep backward point, fine leg and deep mid-wicket for Hazelwood. Australia still bowling with the old ball to try and prevent England from scoring quickly and pushing themselves into a position where they would declare and put Australia in and have a crack at them today, knowing that the forecast for tomorrow is dire and Sunday not much better either. More forceful shot, this one from Bairstow, taking single out towards deep cover. Dogs through for 1, Labuschagne there to pick up, brings the ball back into the middle. 463 for 5. Glenn, I haven't asked you this morning. How's your bowling arm, by the way?
Yeah, terrible.
You got a bit of practice last
chance.
night.
I just went around. Had some pizza at some friend's place, didn't we? So, got to bowl to the children. I think William was 5 and Ted was 3.
A little bit of garden cricket.
And, they dispatched me to all areas of the garden.
Hazelwood here now. Brooke turns him square out towards Travis Head in the deep, takes 1. Was it a ferocious pull into the hydrangea?
Yeah. And then, they declared, and our producer Adam came in and pulled me for 4 and then lost his off stump. So it was all good.
Was that just, you gave him a little gentle loosener, just to sort of,
just a little bit
coax
more
his
on
ego a little bit, and,
Do you think you resorted to the bouncer barrage to the 5-year-old a little too quickly, Glenn, on reflection?
Well, they went hard at me.
Just had to pull them down a peg or 2. Great fun. Hazelwood in now to Bairstow. He's there on 10. Back of a length. Bairstow pulls him away. He's pulled it well. Stark is after it, though. Will cut it off inside the boundary. Coming back for the second. And it's a comfortable 2. Long old throw in from in front of the hotel there, gathered by Carey. One incident from earlier in the day was the missed run-out chance. When Carey gathered the ball, Stokes was coming back. Stokes was on 32 at the time, so he added a further 19 after that opportunity was missed to be out for 51, so not as costly as...
But it's interesting, that opportunity. Carey dropped the ball, it hit the stumps the same time he broke it with the gloves, and...
Paint an accurate picture.
A bit of conjecture
of that. As Hazelwood is in outside the off stump and chopped away down towards deep point. The ball rolled, didn't it, back onto the base of the stumps at the point in which Carey, he'd fumbled it, so the bail was removed. The bails were removed, really, I think, by the gloves, and you wouldn't never know if the ball, having just rolled gently into the base of the stumps, would have been enough to dislodge
a little
the bails.
more than gently, but we need to get a ruling from an umpire, I think.
I think we probably do. The lead is up to 150 here. England 467 for 5. So, Glenn, a little bit more from you, and then Jim is joining you.
Yeah, Australia's slowed the scoring down a little bit, but they're still going along at 4 and 5 runs and over quite comfortably, picking up in singles, 2s, the occasional boundary. So it's not what we saw yesterday with 4s and 6s flying everywhere. But they've got through 17 overs so far, 83 runs. Going along just under 5 runs and over, 4.88. So they're still ticking along, probably getting closer to that, maybe that 200 that they're after, Jim. And we've got a change in the bowling with Travis Head coming on.
New ball?
They'll take the new ball, give it to Travis Head, you reckon? Something different.
Do you think they should have taken it?
Well,
by now, or they're doing the right thing with the old nut, trying to slow things down and control it? You reckon the best way to control the game is get people out?
Well, you would have thought so, and probably the best way is with the new ball, but it could go just as quickly and then give more time to England. I know they're probably thinking 2 days of rain coming up.
Well, Head bowls, and it's pushed away into the offside by Bairstow. They seem to have gone backwards since almost the moment Nathan Lyon did his calf muscle. And they've been struggling to find the right balance in the attack, and they went very conservative here, and you wonder what difference Murphy would have made. Now, on the back foot goes Bairstow, likes that, off his stumps, knocks it away for a single. It's a long while since we've seen fields like this placed by Australia in test matches, and given they're the number 1 team in the world, it's astonishing to see it go in this way. They've been in and out, attacked the stumps for a bit, bowl bounces for a bit, they went back to a good length, and got Bairstow out, and now they're still bowling with the old nut, and it's nursed away by Harry Brook easily for another single, 5 for 470.
Yeah, or Ben Stokes anyway. Yeah, Bairstow's still out there, but it's
yes.
But yeah, it's a tough one when you've got. We saw Zach Crawley yesterday off a length, taking Australia to all parts of the ground. So it changes your mindset as a bowler sometimes.
On the back foot, Bairstow whacks it away into the deep, takes 1, thinks of 2, throws on its way, and they're happy enough with 2. Yes, I suppose there's that part of it. You get a bit shell-shocked when you have days like that in the field.
Yeah, you've got to have
recover?
you've got to have a strong mindset and know exactly what you wanted, what the plan is, and be able to execute it. And I think Australia weren't quite sure yesterday whether they didn't quite execute it the way they wanted.
His head around the wicket, down the pitch, a little punching stroke on the drive from Harry Brook. Brings up another run as they bounce along to a lead of 154, with the threat of some rain somewhere around it at the moment, but it's more mizzle, if that. And Mitch Marsh back on the field, around the corner, and a nudge around to backward point, short third man to complete the over from Travis Head. So Australia have bowled 90 overs, haven't taken the second new ball. It's 5 for 471, and they pushed on by 87 runs in 90 minutes or so this morning.
Yeah, we sort of half expected England to come out and be hitting balls to all parts of the field, but probably found a little bit more difficult. This whole ball not coming on. There's a little bit of reverse swing. We've got a Mitchell Starc changing ends. He's now, and fourth umpire running onto the ground.
Has he got a new nut? It looks like it.
That he has.
Yes. Big moment. What difference will this make? Wickets, runs, both? What will we get?
I guess we'll find out soon enough. But, we'll see what this new ball's going to do. When England come out and have a bowl, if there's any movement in the air, if there's any swing, Jimmy Anderson will want some swing. Whether there's any movement off the pitch, we haven't seen a great deal of movement off the pitch. Not a good deal of pace in this wicket, but it is consistent. It's consistent pace. It's not too paced, which makes it easy to bat on, but can be a little bit up and down. So it's
perhaps more at that end, at the pavilion end. It's a bit up and down.
Well, this end's been the end that's probably done a little bit more. We saw with Chris Woakes in the first innings, he just did it, nibbled off a good length, and he picked up 5 wickets. He bowled extremely well with good control, good skill. So I think this end's doing a little bit more.
Here we go. A slip and the gully. New ball. Starc bowls it down the leg side, and it's taken by the keeper. Anyway, we're back to a more conventional approach than at times in this innings when Australia looked pretty rattled in the field on the attack, the brilliant attack from Crawley yesterday. But here's a new ball, a spread field, 2 men deep on the onside, 1 on the offside. And as I mentioned, Mitch Marsh back out there had a bit of soreness, I think, from his bowling yesterday. That's appeared to be the reason, although it wasn't offered.
Yeah, well, at least there's a slip and gully now too, which we haven't seen much of recently.
Here he comes, stuck over the wicket and drawn forward. He tucks that away. Just the threat that the pitched up delivery might get through, but he watched it and needled it around the corner for a single. 5 for 472, and Brook moves along to, where is he? 58. Andy.
59 with that single. The 10 overs Australia bowled with the old ball after they could have taken the new ball. 42 runs, just 2 fours, so they did manage to contain England, albeit it was bordering on surrender cricket. I'd say, Jim, what do you reckon?
Geez, you English you like to stick the knife in when you can. But this new ball here with Mitchell Starc, those two have swung a little bit, haven't they? So see if he can pick up a wicket here.
He runs in and he's played away off the line of the pads out towards mid-wicket. Yes, there was a period, I think there was one commentator who felt the exercise was fairly futile, watching Green go in, bang it halfway, 1 run.
That was you.
It was me, I think, yeah. But then Pat Cummins started to actually bowl on a length. He actually bowled at the stumps.
Yeah.
And they got a wicket. And so they changed their tactics a little bit. But as I had mentioned, Marsh, of course, was off the field. They were down a bowler, I guess. But without a good slow bowler, bit exposed. Here's Starc bowling wide, and it's hit nowhere because he went to chase it down to third man and he missed out. And it went to Carey on the hop. Carey did have a chance earlier in the day. It wasn't off the edge. It was on a run out from Neese's deep throw, and he couldn't take it cleanly. He knocked the stumps without the ball, And clearly, Stokes, in about the third over of the day, would have been run out had he taken it cleanly. But no catches have gone down. Pleasing dispatch.
Not today, no.
Couple yesterday. Couple of sneak moments, but that's what can happen around a big partnership. It's Stark, slip in the gully, runs in. Bairstow leaves the ball outside the off stump. So this is a bit more interesting than the old nut, isn't it? That looks to have some potential for Mitchell Stark.
Bit of movement in the air, swinging into the right-hander. And when the ball's swinging for Mitchell Stark, it's always a good sign.
Well, he's a great strike bowler. His record suggests that, but it doesn't mean it always happens. But there's a bit of cloud cover around at the moment, and he looks to be getting a bit of shape coming from...
And the wind is perfect for his in-swing to the right-hander coming from his left to right.
He bowls now, and that's another useful delivery, forcing the batsman to defend. And that was a tidy over from Mitchell Stark. 1 run from that. It's 5 for 472, and the lead is 155. Ben Stokes, the man out, he was taking on Pat Cummins and was bowled for 51. So Cummins has bowled 20 overs, 1 for 105. Hazelwood 20 overs, 1 for 86, and Stark 19 overs, 2 for 102. Not surprisingly, they've done most of the work. The candlelight girl is here. The floodlit girl. Alex Hartley, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So many questions about Australia at the minute, Jim. Why have they waited until that over to take the new ball? Not taking it earlier where we know that it's going to probably cause them most problems?
I have to say that there's a bit of a negative thought there that the ball might go a bit faster to the fence. I'm not sure why, but here's Hazelwood bowling now, charging and pushing Harry Brook away into the covers. Why do teams under the cosh often feel that if they take a new ball, they're going to be more under the cosh, rather than think the new ball is a way of stopping this by getting people out?
If 1 or 2 balls fly to the boundary, they were getting 5, 6 and over anyway. So I don't see... For me, I don't see the negative of, there are some situations, when in Pakistan I got that for England, but I just didn't get it here today.
Hazelwood goes in, pitches right up, played down the pitch. Stark did have a spell earlier in the day, and maybe they felt they needed to wait a little bit longer because of that to get him on with a new ball, give him a bit of a break.
But what these Australian bowlers do so well is they're relentless with their lines and lengths.
Yep.
So they hit the top of off stump, they get the batters, they beat the outside edge, they get the batters questioning themselves.
They looked like a team captained by 5 men yesterday. We're going to bounce them, we're going to bowl length off stump. What are we going to do? Hazelwood comes in and he charges and misses. Wasn't the right one. It actually went wide of the off stump and went further with a bit of movement, but he did the preemptive shuffle and was looking to go somewhere on the offside, but it didn't happen.
Yeah, everybody put in their 2 pence yesterday.
Yeah. Well, they did, but the truth of the matter is, we know for the Australian team, you pick an unbalanced team, you don't fancy the spinner because he's too raw, and this is what you get. Hazelwood bowls, 40 goes, plays into the covers. Yep, could have been different. They might have bowled on the first day if they'd won the toss and sent them in, and the conditions were good for bowling there, better than now. All those sorts of things that have come and gone in the series around the toss and the conditions, but without Nathan Lyon, you can see the difference.
Yeah, it's a huge, huge miss for Australia.
Yep, and they don't trust Murphy at the moment, it would seem, because they're thinking, it might rain here, we're leading 2-1, just go quietly. Here comes Hazelwood, driven. A whitish ball slapped out towards deep cover. And there'll be a couple of runs in this as Travis Head chases round. And Harry Brook moves along to 61. And it's 5 for 474, 90 runs added today. So fine, sunny for the most part. Just the threat, as I mentioned, of a bit of mizzle around the place. But the sun is at its brightest at the moment overhead. Nice patch of blue as Hazelwood goes in and Brook charges. He's hit that in the air. Out deep on the onside. It's going to fall into a hole. Nope. Down on the boundary. It's fallen into the lap of Stark. He got in underneath it. I thought it might go wide of him. He's right under the edge of the boundary below us. But there he was, positioning himself inside the line, and the ball tucked into his hands. A safe catch. And Harry Brook, looking to play one of his more expansive strokes, did not have control, and Stark was right on the line. Was his back heel on the boundary when he took the catch? That's the question. We're looking at the replay. Harry Brook's wandering off. I suspect he's taken this securely, but the crowd are keen to see a replay. Did his heel touch the Toblerone down there as he took the catch?
No, it didn't. It was a great catch from Mitchell Stark. As soon as the crowd went up, Brooks stopped. He looked at the big screen, but to me that's a clean catch, and it's a very good catch from Stark. He's had to backtrack 6 or 7 paces. His heel is in the shadow, but it's not touching the Toblerone.
Yeah, there's a certain partisanship in the crowd suggesting that perhaps he did get his heel on the line, but I don't think that's becoming a replay matter for the umpires. We see him putting his heel down near the shadow of the Toblerone.
That's a clean catch for me.
No problem.
Harry Brook.
Everyone's umpired it now.
Yeah. Harry Brook's still on the field, but he's waiting to walk off.
Yeah.
Good catch from Stark.
And a handy wicket for Australia. And it came as a result of taking the new ball. 6 for 474. And Brook played a very good hand there. A much cooler hand than some so far in this series. And England lead by 157. They need to have a bit of a swing and a dash here. Get on with it or get out. And get Australia back out there straight after lunch. So the new batsman is coming up, Chris Wokes, who can handle himself. And a wicket for Australia. Only 2 wickets this morning. Stokes and now Brook.
Brooks figures out 61 from 100 balls with 5 fours, his 10th 50-plus score in his 18th Test innings, as I said earlier on. That's the 3rd fewest innings a player has taken to score their first 10 Test 50s after Herbert Sutcliffe's 16 and Everton Weekes' 17. Great West Indian player, just ahead of Don Bradman's 19 innings to reach 50 10 times in Tests.
Everton Weekes, what a player he must have been. The 3 W's, Walcott, Worrell and Weekes. Very exciting. Now, it's the start of a new over, and Aggers is here, ready to go. And Stark is with the ball after that catch, and he drives inside edge. The best shot in the game. If you can play it and get away with it, as he did then, went past the stumps and sizzled down to the boundary. Aggers is back in the chair, and Australia have taken a wicket.
They have, Jim. Yeah, it's been an interesting morning, and England have just paced it fairly easily. There was a possibility they might have gone at it even harder, actually, than they have, but that lead is increasing. They've got 20 minutes to go till lunch. It's possible that they'll go on after that as well, of course. But only they will know how many they think they want to have. It's 161, the lead at the moment. I think they'd want 200. 478 for 6. Bairstow waiting as Stark runs away. He's there now and bowls on the off stump. A little bit of swing. That's turned into the leg side. They'll want 2 here, and they'll get them as well. Crowd urging them on as Travis Head flings the ball in to Carey. And 2 more. Takes the lead now to 163.
With
20 minutes to go to
the wicket with the new ball, just the conversation me and Jim were having, I just don't understand why they didn't take it sooner.
Yeah, it was an odd one, wasn't it? They seemed to go so defensive. But then when the ball was pitched up, you could see there was still some nip and some bounce. 480 for 6. The lead 163. Bairstow waiting as Stark again. He is on his way. Past umpire Wilson, he bowls again. There's a little bit of swing there. And Bairstow meets it with a slightly turned face of the bat to find Cameron Green clapping his hands at mid-wicket. There's a buzz around the ground. Crowd, really waiting, I think, now for the business to start, which is for England to declare when they have enough and then get bowling at Australia. The conditions pretty good for batting at the moment. Some blue sky around. The cloud is high.
I'll tell you what the fans will want. They'll want a bit of Mark Wood magic again, like we saw in the previous test.
Stark. There now, left arm over, and bowls one that actually swings away from Bairstow, but he slides it away off the face of the bat for another couple. Down to deep third man. He's dashing back for the second. A bit of width from Stark. It was well read by Bairstow. Gliding the ball away along the ground through the gully. 482 for 6.
And I don't mean with the ball, although we all like watching him.
Oh, you mean with the bat?
With bowl rockets, but the way he batted at Headingley.
Right.
And came out swinging.
Good fun, wasn't it?
It was great fun.
Well, they might not bother bowling short at him anymore because that's clearly his best shot. The lead 165. Bairstow waiting, bat raised. Stark's there now and he bowls, and there's a huge drive from Bairstow, which connects only with fresh air. Almost took his off stump out. An anxious look behind there to make sure that everything was still in place. Watching Ben Stokes there looking quite animated in the dressing room, watching and waiting for the moment. It's always easy up here and listening or watching when judging when a captain should declare. Inevitably, I think people say that, do it now, get on with it, come on, declare, and the captain hangs on that little bit longer. Stark bowls and Bairstow hits him hard through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Wasn't a great ball from Stark, it swung onto the leg stump. Now Bairstow just waited, knocks it away, timed the stroke perfectly, and that lead moving on smoothly now to 169. And it's interesting, it's often that you feel that captains actually could have declared earlier than they eventually do and leave themselves a bit more time, but they're not the one with the responsibility.
And also Ben Stokes isn't that sort of captain either, is he? When he's had a couple of declarations that have gone against England. One in New Zealand.
Did.
The one the first day of the Ashes.
Yep.
At Edgbaston. Took everybody by surprise. Even Joe Root, who was out there, not out.
So Chris Wokes takes his guard now. He hasn't faced a ball yet. England are 169 runs ahead. We've got 15 minutes to go until lunch. So they'll, I'll assume, definitely bat that time. Loses 10 minutes between the innings, so they'll bat these 15 minutes. And then I guess see where they are, have a conversation, see if they've got enough or if they want to come out again afterwards. Wokes waits, Hazelwood Bolstrom, and he has a little nibble outside the off stump. Has he nicked it? He has. He's got a first baller. Pushing at one that just moved away. And again, that's a sign that England won't mind seeing, because it did move and it bounced. And Chris Wokes, after his heroics at Headingley, disappears for a golden duck. There you go, that's cricket for you. It wasn't a bad ball, and it did bounce.
Just played it outside of his body, Chris Wokes, but again, the new ball taking wickets. So for me, I'm just going to keep going back to that question of why Australia held off for so long of taking the new ball, maybe just showing that Australia are slightly rattled. They don't quite know how to control England here. A lead of 169. I guess from Australia's point of view, they've got to take these last 3 wickets as quick as possible, but the cheer for Mark Wood as he walks out to the middle.
Lead 169 as Mark Wood comes out. I wonder if he's aware that he's on a hat-trick. Because it's one of those that the last ball, the previous over, and then the first of the next is easily forgotten about. And thank you for my little friendly tap from my left for the scorer, because I was complicated by a commentary change as well. So I'd forgotten, I'll be honest. But yes, Hazelwood is on a hat-trick. And I wonder if Mark Wood realises that. I don't think he's going to be surrounded by some sort of umbrella field that you often get for a hat-trick ball. But even so, a hat-trick is a hat-trick.
The ground announcer will say, Mark Wood, hat-trick ball.
But they won't, do they? I mean, they'll keep it quiet. But I think Hazelwood must know. But sometimes even bowlers forget.
Often as a bowler, if you take the last ball of an over, and then you just switch off, go down to fine leg, you often don't realise until afterwards.
So 2 wickets with consecutive balls, one off the last ball of the previous over. And here's Hazelwood then on a hat-trick, and he's bowling to Mark Wood, who fields for that outside the off stump, but narrowly misses, and is taken by the keeper Carey. And I think they did know it there. I'm looking at Cameron Green actually smiling. It's a sort of reaction that I think they were all aware out there that Hazelwood was on a hat-trick. Well, again, not a bad ball though.
Very similar shot to how Woakes was dismissed. This is what Australia do. They're relentless with their lines and lengths. Get that new ball wobbling, nipping off the surface, swinging. Best bowlers in the world.
David Warner's coming back to slip, and fielder comes across into the offside, so more of a regulation field for bowling someone out now. As Hazelwood runs in, bowls to Wood. There's a thick edge. It flies away past the gully fieldsman down to third man. And Wood's off the mark, albeit with a thick edge. 487 for 7. The lead now 170. Resources left for England. Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson at 10 and 11. Well, Broad can come out and swing a few if necessary.
And then declare.
Now Bairstow checks his guard, looks around, one of the slips has gone. Hazelwood, barrel-chested, runs towards us and bowls, and Bairstow looks to nudge that away out towards square leg for a single, but doesn't quite time it. It's fielded by Warner in the leg side. 487 for 7. Bairstow 27 not out from 31 balls. He's got about 12 minutes, so maybe 3 overs perhaps, which maybe to try and get England up to 200 before lunch. That would make it a bit more straightforward. He's waiting now. Hazelwood bowls on the off stump this time. Bairstow plays out to cover. The towering figure of Cameron Green picks that up. They've swapped. We've got Marsh at Green's normal position. So whether Marsh isn't feeling terribly well, he wasn't on the field to start with, and he's in a bit of a low-key position there now, out rather than out in the covers where Green is fielding. You wouldn't normally see him there.
It's a pressure place, that though, isn't it? So if you're not feeling well, you have to be able to concentrate and switch yourself on.
Hazelwood moves in, bowls to Bairstow, little inside edge, ball creeps away into a gap on the leg side. So it's just a single, but it does mean that Bairstow will keep the strike. So 488 for 7, the lead 171. Bairstow's on 28 now, and Wood recently off the mark with 1.
Australia have managed to stem the flow of boundaries. When Zach Crawley was out in the 57th over, England had hit 40 boundaries, 4 sixes and 36 fours, one every 8.5 balls of the innings at that point. Since then, in 38 overs, just 12 fours, no sixes, so a boundary every 19 balls since then.
But I think England have throttled back too, haven't they? I mean, they've changed their approach. They really want to nail down this lead and not go down swinging and fall short.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? England have to win this Test match to keep the Ashes alive. So they don't want to mess this up. They didn't want to have a lead and Australia only be 120 behind rather than 200 if possible.
Yeah. So Bairstow will face Stark with 10 minutes to go until the lunch break. He's setting off now. There's long strides again. Bairstow waits, bat raised, and a little swinger there into his pads is flicked hard out to deep square leg. That's where Cameron Green is to be located. Sponsors area behind him. And they take 1 run, 489 for 7. The breeze pulling at Stark's shirt as he walks back to his mark again. It's certainly the breezier of the 3 days
they've had so far. Might not be easy lighting a barbecue in this.
No, I'm thinking it might be a cold barbecue tonight, mightn't it? You'll have to bring some layers. Jim, bring a coat.
Think of keeping the fire going. Or lighting it in the first place.
We'll figure it out. You can figure it out.
4.89 for 7. In goes Stark again over the wicket. Is there any bowls? And Woods on the back foot, playing it nicely away for a single. Out to deep point it goes. 490 for 7. The lead to 173. I'm looking forward to this tonight.
Me too.
Yeah. I
Me
mean,
too.
it's going to be a very interesting experience.
Yep. And we've done the food shop. We've
Have you?
got all the meat and all the dips and everything else.
Deliveroo on hand, just in case.
Just in case, emergency pizzas.
There you go. It'll be great fun. 490 for 7 are England now. And Stark moves in, bowls to Bairstow, wide of the off stump. He cracks it hard out towards deep backward point. Fielder under pressure, does well. Running round to his left, it's our old friend from the lift, Marnus Labuschagne out there. 491 for 7.
In the lift with him this morning.
No, last night.
Last night.
He was a bit surprised to see us. He obviously pressed to go down from their first floor and suddenly popped up on the third where Jim and I were getting in. So he was very friendly. So just a bit cross about the way the day had gone. Seems to have a mind of its own, that lift.
It does. You press to go down, you don't know where you're going to end up.
No, you don't.
But yeah, level 1 is where the dressing rooms are.
Yep. The last thing you want after a bad day is end up right in the middle of the press box, isn't it? Where poor old Marnus ended up. Stark bowls. Oh, that's a beauty. I mean, look at that for a ball. Okay, it's to Mark Wood, but it's bounced, it's nipped, and just flown past the edge. It's balls like that. I think they're going to go, whoa, hang on. We heard Moeen Ali saying today, let's get the job done today, let's bowl them out. And you think, yeah, well, unlikely, and it is unlikely, but still, there's something in this pitch, there's some uneven bounce. And let's face it, Mitch Stark is pretty tired now. He's bowled a lot of overs. He's not 100% fit either. He's into his 22nd over, and he can still do that. Stark again bowls, and Wood again is beaten by a more orthodox delivery, really, outside the off stump, but still played rather tentatively. 491 for 7, and again, no mad swinging going on here. They're not as though they're absolutely intent on pressing on. It looks, I mean, the signs are they'll keep on going after lunch for a bit.
Yeah, they don't look like they're going to declare, but we know Ben Stokes, Brendan McCullum always do the unexpected. So now we've got to start expecting the unexpected, even though we don't know what that is.
Yeah, they're not having a swipe. Another man goes out to deep mid wicket. They might try a short ball here, or at least suggest to Mark Wood that he's going to get one. Then goes Stark bowls. It's the bluff outside the off stump, full length. And Wood lets it go through. So the end of the over, we might get 2 more in. It's coming up to 5-1. Lots of fun at lunchtime, I say, remembering 30 years since the ball of the century was bowled here in the Old Trafford Test match by the great Shane Warne to Mike Gatting.
I've seen him around the...
Gat, it's a really, they've got this simulator, haven't they? And he's helping to raise money for club cricket, and he's going to be facing an over of Shane Warne deliveries, one of which is the ball of the century.
See if it gets him again.
See if it gets him again. And he's raising money. I think every run that he gets in this over, money is given to this fund that he's raising money for club cricket. So it's all in a very good cause. And of course the added intrigue of Gat facing that incredible ball again from that remarkable man Shane, who really should be here today. In comes Hazelwood, and he bowls outside the off stumps, cracked away by Bairstow. He's gone through square third man for 4. He's picked the spot perfectly. A bit of width from Hazelwood there, and it was short. And that's classic Bairstow territory, really. The lead to 178. Poor chap there. He was waving his flag and it got caught in the wind. And so rather embarrassingly, it actually got sort of stuck on his face.
And then it's blown off somewhere else.
Flailing around trying to get it off, and he's lost his flag. It's blown away in the wind. Still, he got himself on the telly. Hazelwood moves in again. Bowls to Bairstow. Drives him down the ground for 4. Successive boundaries. And up goes the lead by 4 more then. To 178. And England are 499 for 7. The camera's zooming in on Ben Stokes there, as cameras tend to do when declarations are imminent. They pick out the captain. He's not going to declare at this moment, surely, because there's only 3 minutes to go till lunch. But will he declare at lunch? That's the question. Hazelwood again. Everyone back now and moves in. Bowls to Bairstow. Pushes into the offside. He wants 2. He's set off busily. The field comes in. Head can't stop it. Crowd love it. It's good cricket, that. 500 up for England. For 7. In only 96 overs. And they lead by 184. They said they had to come out and take the charge of this game, and they have done that. And they put themselves into a match-winning position. And the question is, well, 2 questions. A, can they do it? And B, will the weather allow them to do it? 501 for 7. Hazelwood again moves in. Bowls short. Bairstow tucks it away. Down to 3rd man. And they take 1 run. 2 balls remain in this over, and there's a couple of minutes of play on my clock anyway, until we hear, well, from Mike Gatting, Mark Taylor, who was standing at slip and completely obscuring my view of ball of the century that day. We've chatted to him about it and his perspective of it.
Does that mean you didn't nail the commentary?
I'd no chance. I mean, they don't call him Tubby for nothing. He was at slip. Ian Healy was at, obviously keeping wicket with his gloves on, and then Gat. No, I couldn't see any of it. 502 for 7. And this is on the leg stump. Flicked away very fine for 4. 4 runs. It was a little nick off the edge. What an over this is turning out to be. 506 for 7. So far off it?
15. 4-4-2-1-4.
And there's 1 to go. Hazelwood holds his head in his hands there. It has been a bit of a licorice all sort over this.
The previous over just showed when you put the ball in the right area, it's incredibly tough to score off.
Here's the last ball, possibly of the session, but maybe not. In comes Hazelwood, and he bowls. He's bowling! That will be the last ball of the session. Mark Wood's stump has been uprooted. And so England lose their 8th wicket. With the score on 506, more importantly, the lead 189. Does Ben Stokes consider that to be enough? A rather dejected Mark Wood walks off, hanging his head. So ripped his off stump out. But that was, well, it was a useful over, that's for sure, from England's prospects, adding 15 from it. Johnny Bairstow raising his bat as he walks off. But Mark Wood leading the way out for 6. Now, the Australians are gathered together there at the end of a session in which they really haven't experienced a lot of joy. And they'll be waiting for the tap on the door is what usually happens. So it's quite a long way for Ben Stokes to go. Maybe they do it by text message these days. To say, we've declared and you'll bat again. And, of course, from our perspective, we will know by the sight of the roller. If there's no roller, England will be batting on. If a roller comes chugging out, it means that England have declared. So we'll keep an eye on that. That session, 4 for 122 from 24 overs.
Just quickly, that's the first time England have reached 500 against Australia in this country since the Edgbaston Test of 1985. And 95.3 overs to reach 500 is the 4th fastest in Test history. England have the 1st and 2nd fastest from Rawalpindi against Pakistan and Lords against Ireland early this year.
Just to add to that, of course, England don't have to tell Australia until 1:30.
Do you know what I would do? I would have lunch, I would go back out 10 minutes and then declare. And just get them out there, like really just get in their heads, get them back in the field. They have to think, oh, we're back. We were expecting them to declare. Go out, 10 minutes of fun. Stuart Broad, Johnny Bairstow, can you get 50? And then declare.
Yep, that's certainly one option. The other is to say we need every minute, we need every over. Sunday's forecast looks really tricky to predict. Is 10 minutes going to gain us very much? Well, I mean, 200 is quite a significant number, isn't it? If you can lead by 200 rather than 189, all these little things.
I guess England are already in the heads of Australia. You know, they look dejected. It has been, as Vaughan said earlier, it has been schoolboy cricket at times where they're following the ball, they're being reactive, not proactive. So I guess they don't necessarily need to get in their heads by not declaring at lunch, but I think if you sent Australia back out, for them not knowing how long it would be, they're tired. They're tired minds, tired legs. They would be thinking, just get us off this field.
Let's have a look at these bowling figures for Australia. Stark, 2 for 118 from 22 overs. Hazelwood, 4 for 105 from 23. Pat Cummins, 1 for 105 from 20 overs. Cameron Greenswell, 14 overs, 1 for 58. Travis Head, just 7 overs for 52. Mitch Marsh, 9 overs for 57. And Marnus Labuschagne bowled that 1 over of wrist spin last night, which cost him 3 runs. So we're going to keep an eye on everything here, keep an eye on whether the groundsman gets his roller out, which should be the sign that England have declared. But again, let's say there's 20 odd minutes, 25 minutes or so to go before that needs to happen. So they'll keep Australia guessing for now. Thanks, Alex. To come, as I mentioned, we'll be remembering the ball of the century, the bowled here at Old Trafford 30 years ago. And we'll hear from Mike Gatting, who's going to go and face it again in the simulator. Probably give him nightmares, I should think. And Mark Taylor, who of course are standing at slip that day. But let's first of all check on today's other cricket action. There are 9 games ongoing in the LV County Championship. Every ball, of course, is live on the BBC Sport website and app. Kevin Howells is at Edgbaston and is watching Warwickshire against Lancashire. Hi, Kevin.
Hiya, Aggers. Interesting this. We're on day 3. It's all being played out, of course, with this talk of Armageddon weather-wise tomorrow, what impact that might have. Lancashire having made 327 in their first innings. Warwickshire this morning, well, their first innings reply came to a shuddering stop. They lost 5 wickets in 45 minutes. The spinners Jack Morley, Luke Wells with the wickets. There were some catches close on the leg side. There was also a run out as well. Lancashire's first innings lead in the end was 115 runs. They've just lost the wicket of Bahanan. They're 28 for 2 at the moment, Lancashire. Don't know how they're going to play it this afternoon. Maybe it'll take its natural course, but a lot for Lancashire as well as Warwickshire to think about in this game. Elsewhere at Lords, the title race leaders Surrey have forced Middlesex to follow on, 195 runs behind. They're 26 for 1, the latest score I've got there at Lords. At Chelmsford, title contenders Essex are looking for some wickets again with that bad weather forecast tomorrow on the scheduled last day. Kent in their second innings, 91 for 1, still trail by 160 runs. Got a couple of results in actually in Division 1 and in Division 2. In Division 1 at Northampton, Matt Henry, 5 wickets in a Somerset victory by 9 wickets there. At Trent Bridge, rain this morning. They've taken an early lunch. Nottinghamshire 45 for 2, chasing 411 to beat Hampshire. In the second division, talking of those results at Oakham School, Worcestershire have beaten Leicestershire by exactly 100 runs after Josh Tong claimed 5 for 29. Leicestershire bowled out for 137 second innings. At Derby, problems with the weather, rain there. Durham 378 for 5, still in their first innings, still trail by 65 runs. In Leeds, Yorkshire have declared their first innings, 364 for 8. Sussex, the visitors, 23 for no wicket, still trail by 125 runs second time round. And it's day 2 at the festival at Cheltenham. Glamorgan there taking on Gloucestershire. Glamorgan 296 for 5.
Thanks, Kevin, very much. As I mentioned, commentary on all those games on our website and app. No sign of the roller here. So as yet, England are still continuing their innings. They lead by 189, but there is still time, as I mentioned, for them to do that. But the ground staff have been out in the middle. They've freshened up the creases and so on, but no sign yet of that familiar throb of the roller, which suggests that England have had enough. So, it's 30 years, can you believe it, since one of the most famous moments in the Ashes took place here at Old Trafford. And back in 1993, the great Shane Warne came on to bowl here at this ground, and as they say, the rest is history.
And now, at last,
as
far as
this
we're
is the
concerned,
moment
we look forward to this.
Yes, this is the moment we've been waiting for.
Shane Warne coming on and taking off his floppy hat to reveal a shock of blonde hair.
'Twas the first test of the Ashes series, 1993.
An earring in one ear as well.
Australia had only managed 289, and we
I haven't got a ponytail
felt
now.
all was going to plan. That first innings at Old Trafford, then Merv Hughes and his handlebar moustache dismissed poor Athers.
He hasn't got a ponytail, he's got these new shave jobs, a number 2 or 3 razor around the back and rather more hair on top.
I knew that I had little cause to fear their young leg spinner.
I just wonder, Trevor, there must be, I would think, a little bit of pressure on young Warne's shoulders here, because he'll know that his team are expecting him to come on and take some wickets here, or at least turn the ball.
Well, if he doesn't turn the ball, England will have a very good time indeed.
At first the ball
And here
looked
comes
straight enough.
Shane Warne.
I had it in my sights.
Off only 2 or 3 paces.
But such was its rotation that it swerved out to the right.
He bowls and
I thought, well, that's a leg break. That's easily defended. So I stuck my left leg out and jammed my bat against it.
Gatting is taken on the pennies, bowls.
The ball, it span obscenely, and out of the rough it jumped. Veered back across my bat and pad, clipping my off stump.
Well, Gatting's still standing there. He can't believe it, but that must have turned a very long way. We haven't got a view of this, but it took his off stump. Gatting can't believe it.
It was jiggery, pokery, trickery, jokery. How did he open me up?
That is Shane Warne's first delivery in a test match in England. Mike Gatting is still walking off now, shaking his head. He just can't believe it at all. Bowled for 4.
Who is this nobody making me look a buffoon? Like an accident-prone balloon.
Tossed up and pitches around about outside the leg stump and turns absolutely. That turns feet.
That was a Jaffa.
And it's taken the top of the off stump.
That was an absolutely beautiful delivery.
Well, he's got a huge smile on his face.
If it had been a cheese roll, it would never have got past me.
That's unplayable.
It was jiggery, pokery, trickery, jokery. How did he open me up?
And that, I'm sure, will send a shockwave right through the England dressing room, because that didn't pitch in the rough. That turned off the pitch.
I might as well have been holding a cob of corn. Jiggery, pokery, who is this nobody making me look so forlorn? I hate Shane Warne.
That was a glorious ball.
It was the perfect leg break. First ball in an Ashes series to do it. I look back at it and say, yes, it was a fluke, but I think it was meant to be. And it did change my life. There was this, I was 22 or 23 years of age, and I didn't know how to cope with the attention off the field. Like, I'd walk out of the hotel and the whole team would walk out, but there'd be 20 photographers taking pictures of me.
There you go. Shane Warne speaking about his ball of the century, and it's so sad he's not here for the 30th anniversary of that moment. And before that, you heard music from the music group, the Duckworth Lewis Method, with their song Jiggery Pokery. And let's give Trevor Bailey a mention there as well. Jaffa. Chose his words very carefully, did Trevor, and I think he absolutely summed it up perfectly. We couldn't see it. It was an extraordinary moment. So, 30 years on, Mike Gatting is back here at Old Trafford. He's going to be attempting to play that ball again as a simulator here at the ground, where he can have a go at facing exact replicas of famous deliveries, including that ball from Shane Warne. And I've been talking to Gat about a moment that he's been asked about, as you can imagine, quite a few times before.
Many times, and I have to say I only watched it just recently for the first time for a long time, but it seemed a pretty decent ball, and it was one of those things that you know, you're thinking about many things at that time of the proceedings, but we'd never seen Warney before. So, you know, it was just quite an interesting sort of concept just before lunch, seeing somebody you've never seen bowl before.
And when you do see it then, like the other day on the telly, are you trying to play it again in your mind?
A little bit, yeah, because, you know, we often talked, myself and Warney and actually Heels as well, behind the stumps, because he had just as difficult a job as I did trying to get hold of it, or would have done, I suspect. But, no, I mean, I just remember this guy coming on, it was just before lunch, and Gucci said, well, let's make sure we're here at lunch, still get. And I said, OK, fine. So I was just thinking about playing out the over. And, you know, the guy at the other end was... So he told me was, you know, when AB asked him to bowl, he said, make sure you pitch it up and bowl it straight and don't give him any room. And so I was expecting it, you know, somewhere in the region. You never know, somebody's first ball in Ashes history might have been nervous, but it didn't look like it when it came down. It really came out of his hand fizzing. And it was really the last 2 or 3 yards because it was spinning so much that it actually really dipped in quite quickly. So from me thinking about actually defending the slip area, I was thinking about, crikey, all of a sudden I'm thinking it might bowl around my legs. And so I you know, you make those decisions because it's coming through there slow enough, you sort of can make that decision. But the last 3 yards, all of a sudden it was I better look at something else here, and that's what happened. And so instead of doing it the way I was going to do it, which is defend slip, I'm now defending my leg stump.
And a combination of drift, spin, but also the pace of it, because it wasn't a slow ball, was it? He didn't flight it.
No, he didn't. I mean, he literally said when we talked about it, he tried to get it down the end as quick as he could and as full as he could and as much spin on it as he could, and he'd just let the wicket dictate what happened. And I mean, had it gone straight on, it would have been a very poor ball because it would have gone down there and it wouldn't have made a difference. But because it spun and spun so much. And it would have had to pitch somewhere in that same area to actually hit the top of the off bail and spin that much. It couldn't have... I mean, it must have been, you know, just the smallest spot on the pitch ever, outside leg stump. And, you know, it turned up. Remember, it was day 2. It was only lunchtime, just before lunchtime, day 2. And it spun that much. And I'm going, what do you do? And then, you know, when I've missed it, and because I didn't hear the ball hit the stumps. And therefore, the first thing I heard was Ian Healy asking me to leave politely, or as politely as they do in those. And so, you know, I was sort of looking and thinking, one bail on the floor when I looked round. And I thought, well, Ian Healy must have just, you know. And then I heard Heels ask me to leave again, and I looked down the other end. Dickie was up there shaking his going, and he looked at square leg, and square leg sort of went like that, and that was it. Off I went, and I upset the captain as well by getting out just before lunch.
But it's a funny one because Graham Hickard gave him a real pasting in the match before at Worcester. He was relatively unknown, wasn't he? I mean, how much had you seen of him bowl, if at all? I mean, these days there'd have been loads of videos and analysis and so on for you to have seen of this new young wrist spinner. But what did you have then back in the day?
Well, we had nothing. We saw a couple of old video clips of, I think, a couple of test matches he played in. One was in the West Indies, I think, and maybe one in India. Played a test match or two. And that was about it. But, I mean, I know for a fact now that you know, AB said to Warney in the Worcester match, just bowl leg breaks, don't bowl anything else. But you know, even to this day, you know, you just sort of, you know, you like and you sort of give yourself a chance to have a look at the first ball, don't you, normally? Yes. It's what your master used to tell you. Have a look, see what the pitch is doing, see if it's spinning, see if it's turning, see if it's bouncing. All those sort of things, and the fact that I was in a very sort of let's get to lunch mode as opposed to let's get after this young man. But it was in such a good place, and it did swing in quite late, and, you know, I'm not sure, even if I was in, how you would play that, because I never got that far.
I remember turning up next day, and you were out there in the middle with the groundsman and a tape measure. You're sort of measuring out where it had come from, and the amount that it had drifted initially. That was the main thing, wasn't it? And then, is there any way you could have played it? I mean, really, you must have analysed it so many times. You must have gone to bed that night thinking about it, and probably from every day since then.
I'm not sure I went to bed thinking about it. I have to say, I couldn't do anything about it. Once I watched it on the TV, I thought, well, there's not really much I could do about that. In that situation, having been the first ball ever that he'd bowled and the timing of it, and now having seen it and I know which way it's going to be a little bit easy to defend the stumps because I know it's not going to bowl me around my legs now, which is what I was worried about. So, you know, for me it'll be very interesting to still see whether or not I can actually get a bat on it, because it did spin quite quickly and it did spin quite a long way. So that's going to be quite interesting this afternoon, having a go, having not picked up a bat for a little while.
It will be. I'm looking forward to getting the results of that, Michael.
As far as you and Shane were concerned, I mean, did you talk about it much? I mean, you see Mike Atherton and Glenn McGrath, who had a big hold over Mike, and this sort of Michael sort of goes round past him quickly. What was your relationship with Shane like? Because I guess you wouldn't have known him before then.
No, not really. I mean, you know, the fact is the man is you know, sadly not with us anymore, and you know, the amount of joy and the amount of inspiration he's given both grown-ups and older, well, the younger guys as well, and all the things he's done. When he's commentated, he's really, you know, made the game enjoyable. He wanted the game to be fun. He wanted people to understand it and come and watch it and make it the best it can be. So, you know, for me, Warney, when we sort of sat down and talked about it, he just kept saying, he said, mate, he said, you know, just try to get it down the other end and spin it as hard as I could, mate. And he said, you're just a bit unlucky. He said, and that was really what it was. Now, after that, you know, we know how great a bowler he would be. And, you know, people will say at this point in history he's probably the greatest of all time. And the fact is that, you know, he learnt his trade over the time. So maybe, as we saw on a number of occasions, he did get the ball in the right place to a lot of people and spun it a long way. So, you know, that particular ball, I'll just take it that it was one of those balls that you get bowled occasionally, like somebody like Glenn McGrath, who's, you know, bowls it quicker, so you can't do much about it. You know, if he pitches middle, hits the top of off, you can't do much about it. You know, with a spinner, you think you can adjust, but it just fizzed. It really, that's all I can say. It fizzed, and it turned quickly, and it bounced, and it just hit the top of the off bail.
Now, this challenge then you're doing shortly, Mike, tell us about it, because it does involve facing the ball of the century, isn't it? But I mean, do you know when it's going to come?
Well, I don't know. I've been told I've got 6 balls, so I'm hoping to have a few throwdowns first, because I haven't picked up a bat for 5 years. So we'll have to see. But the nice thing is they're going to give me £1,000 for each run I get. Now, I don't know who's actually scoring this, but I believe the computer's got scoring areas. Right. So I've got 6 balls to face. Now, I hope the first one is going to be the ball of the century, because my eyes aren't quite as good as they used to be. So picking the wrong one or the toppy might be slightly more difficult than it used to be. But we'll see. But if it's first one ball of the century, then I've got a chance, and I'm sure that one won't bowl me.
What are you going to do?
Well,
pitched outside leg, didn't it?
Outside leg, so I could have a sweep at it. I just felt it was too full at the time, and I probably, watching it the other day, it's probably still a bit full, so maybe I'll charge down the wicket and try and get it before it bounces.
I bet you don't.
No, I'm not that quick either these days, so we'll have to wait and see, but certainly it'll be fascinating for me, I have to say. That's why I've come up, and it'd be nice to see, you know, what I think about it.
Tell us about the cause that you're raising money for.
Yeah, look, it's a cause. IG, who one of the England sponsors, have got they're an asset fund manager, and they're actually going to have, it's called IG Net Gains Fund, which I believe pounds are being given to all the people that go into the simulator. And runs they get against any sort of bowlers will be going into a fund that will go back into club cricket for nets and facilities for those clubs that are in less well-off areas. So it's a fantastic fund, and I think if I don't get any runs or don't hit it, I think they're going to give us 10,000 anyway. So they've been brilliant. So it's a great pleasure to do it, and I just hope I can get a bat on it, Agus.
So do I. Good luck, Gat.
Thank you.
Dear old Gat. Well, hopefully we'll find out how he got on facing the ball of the century 30 years on, a little later on during this lunch break. I should mention, no sign of any rollers, by the way. So I'm guessing, now that we've got, 20 minutes to go or so until the first ball after lunch, England are continuing to bat, but it still could happen, so we'll keep an eye on that. So back to 30 years ago then, as you heard from my commentary, the original moment back in 93, I didn't have the best vantage point, with my view obscured by Ian Healy, the wicketkeeper, and the first slip, Mark Taylor. So earlier today, I went onto the field to stand in that very spot and share memories of that day with the former Australia captain.
Well, first I've got to apologise to you, haven't I? Because I blocked your view.
You did.
I've been asked a lot, actually, coming over here. And the worrying thing, Agus, is that it's 30 years ago. That worries me, because I don't feel that old, but obviously I am. But it was a great day, obviously a great day for Warney, for Australian cricket, because I think a lot of us in the Australian side knew how good Shane Warne was. We didn't know he was going to take 708 Test wickets, but we knew he was a fine bowler. And I think that ball introduced him to, well, not so much the world, but certainly English cricket. Australian cricket knew about him, but English cricket thought, oh, wow, hang on.
Yeah,
this guy can actually bowl and can bowl some wonderful deliveries. He just went from that wicket to 708 of them.
Did you know he was capable of bowling something like that?
Absolutely. Yes, I did. I'd seen Warnie probably 2 or 3 years before that. I took a side to Zimbabwe, a younger Australian side, which I captained, and Steve Waugh was vice-captain of that tour. And Warnie went on that tour, and we saw him bowl balls like that. We saw him bowl flippers that actually swung in to right-handed batsmen and got them out square cutting, particularly Davey Houghton and Andy Pycroft, two fine players in that series. They will tell you about Shane Warne and how he could drift the ball, how he could bowl a flipper but also spin it and bowl consistently. And that was probably the biggest key of Warnie's career, was that he could land that leg spinner almost on a dime and 5 or 6 them and over. Not 3 or 4, but 5 or 6, and that made him the great bowler he was.
So what do you remember, Mark? Approaching tea, Gat, I think, was on 4. Gooch and Atherton had put quite a lot on for the first wicket. Approaching tea, Alan Border decides, OK, we're going to bring him on. And you're at slip. Can you remember? Can you set the scene? What's your memory like of that particular time?
I think my memory would be like any other when Warnie came on. I'd grab him a spot at first slip, which is about 45-degree angle to the stumps, and get ready in case the batsman nicked one. And then I see this ball that, drifts in, which didn't surprise us because he did put a lot of revs on the ball, which gave it that drift in. But then the spin. That was the thing it surprised every one of us, I think, particularly his first ball.
It was a loosener.
Yeah, that's right. And I think Warnie said a few times, yes, he was just trying to get it down there, somewhere round about stumps, and maybe spin it away a bit, and then get into his spell. And that drifted, as all the thousands of replays we've seen since showed how much it drifted in, just opened Gat up enough and then ripped past his bat, his back leg. I think it may just have brushed the pants on the way through and clipped the top off. You could not have scripted a better ball for a leg spinner to bowl for their first ball in Ashes cricket.
Could Gat have played it? I remember turning up next morning and he's out here with his tape measure and with the groundsman trying to work out. And he said, my foot wasn't in the right... I could have played it. But is that his foot was in the right place, his pad was in the right place to start with. Yeah. It was the drift that killed him.
Yeah, and all those things that contributed to it was the drift, was the fact he's looking to get forward to start with, and then he moved the front leg out of the way. If he'd have gone on the back foot, say, and played very front on, it would have hit him on the pads and the ball pitched outside leg, so it wouldn't have been out.
No.
So yes, he could have played it differently, but you've got to put all those contributing factors into it. He's thinking forward, the ball's not short, but it drifts down the leg side, so he thinks, here we go, this is going to skid on, and I might be able to work this around the corner for 1. And then it rips across him, day 2 of the test match?
Yeah.
Like, it's not as if it's day 5. You're not expecting the ball to turn like that on day 2. So all those factors contributed to the way he played it and made it, as people say, the ball of the century.
A great challenge for Mike, because you may have seen it set up, Mark. I'm not sure, roundabout. You can set up these deliveries. Have you seen it with a tennis ball and a bowling machine, and you can actually rig it for various deliveries? They've set it up for that delivery, and Gat is going to go and face it out there.
What now?
Yeah. What do you reckon his chances are?
Probably worse than they were 30 years ago.
Yeah, probably. But, I mean, if he tried to put everything in place, I mean, what would you do? Just kick it away?
Kick it away. Yeah. Just rather than take the front pad out of the road, just push the front pad towards the ball somewhere with the bat somewhere near it, and you're probably going to smother it because you know what's coming. But that's the beauty of live sport, isn't it? You don't know what's coming.
I'll let you know how he gets on, Mark. Just a last thought. There's this story, I don't know where it came from, that when you played Worcestershire the match before, and the second innings, Graham Hicks smashed 180 odd and took Shane Warne to the cleaners, actually. He got, 120 odd off 20 overs. Yeah. But the word was from Alan Border to Warne, don't show him what you've got. Keep everything up your sleeve and we'll wait for the test matches. Now, is there any truth in that at all, do you think?
I think there's a little bit of truth in it, yes. But Warnie always had various stories about 20 different deliveries and the surprise ball, the new ball he always going to have.
The
Zooters, all that sort of stuff. The mystery ball. I think, looking back at that game, Warnie, certainly not in test match mode, certainly not in the competitive mode that he would have been at Manchester a week later. And I can't recall him bowling flippers and trying those things at Worcester. But don't get me wrong, he wasn't giving Graham Hick 180 either. He didn't enjoy being smashed out of Worcester's home ground like he was. But did he bowl all his deliveries? I don't think so. But the difference was he came here to Manchester and bowled that ball first up, and that changed everything.
Lovely to catch up with you, Mark. I'll let you know how Gat gets on.
Thanks, mate. I'm back and warning you again.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Cheers, Tubbs. Perfect. Thank you. There we go. Lovely to hear from Mark Taylor, who's here working for Channel 9 TV. I can just see them down there. They've got an umbrella up because there's a bit of a shower scudding across the ground at the moment, which has meant that the groundsman's put the cover on. But I think actually the moment that he's done that, I'm looking around and I'm hoping, actually looking against the dark of the stands, that perhaps it's stopped again. There are 1 or 2 umbrellas up, but we've got 10 minutes to go until the umpires come out again. Still no sign of rollers and so on, so I think we can now safely assume that England are going to bat on and just build on that lead of 189, presumably not for much longer. But hopefully we won't lose any play either, because I think it has stopped, and this is all happening during lunch, of course. So reflecting on that ball, but let's push a bit wider too and just talk about Shane from someone who knew him so well, his famous partner in crime, of course, Glenn McGrath, who didn't play in that game, did you, Glenn? Of course,
No.
Just preceded you, but. How long did it take you to see it? I wonder. Were you watching it when it happened, or were you?
Yeah, I'm trying to think exactly where I was. Sort of June 1993. I did go down to the Cricket Academy for a second year, along with Ricky Ponting. Ricky Ponting was there in 92 and 93 as well, and we were watching a lot of the Ashes in the evening at the Cricket Academy based in Adelaide. So I would have been there, and we've seen that ball probably 1,000 times since then. It's one of those balls that just gets replayed when it's about cricket and ball of the century or incredible deliveries. It's always there. So I've seen it about 1,000 times since then. I'm just trying to recollect exactly where I was when it happened.
Well, you bowled some decent balls in your time, Glenn, I'll give you that. On a scale of 0 to 10, where would that ball have been in terms of unplayability?
Well, you saw how Gat played it. He was a very good player of spin, and he went to sort of fend it, even pat it away, and it turned square. And I don't think he'd ever seen anything like it, nor had a lot of people sort of watching cricket or in the game itself. And throughout Shane's history, pitched on the edge of the pitch, right on the edge at Sydney. He went back to cut it, and it just turned back and just about ripped his leg stump out, not even the off stump. So. Yeah, it was one of those things, but you look at that in sort of just the revs and energy that he puts on through the crease, and the revolutions on the ball just sort of dips and drifts, and as soon as it pitches, it just turns square. It's I'm sure we heard Gat talk about it there, and you sort of recollect, you go through and go, oh, how could I have played that any different? Probably couldn't have. And for first ball, like not even a warm-up delivery, to land exactly where he wanted it like that, it's an incredible delivery.
But that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, it says a lot about the character of Shane Warne, that he didn't just think, oh, let's get one down there. He put so much on that first ball that he bowled. That's not many people would have done that, let's be honest. And bowling the sort of bowling that he was doing too, which is so difficult for control, to have the confidence in yourself to go out there and bowl a ball like that first ball says a lot about him, I would have thought.
Oh, exactly. And that was a man. He was super confident. He backed himself. He loved the big stage. Everything about it was who he was. And he just you see some leg spinners come on first ball at full toss or a half tracker or something, but that was perfect, and there were so many times he did that. So he was the ultimate competitor firstly, and backed himself in every situation. So it wasn't, if it was ever going to happen to any cricketer, it was probably going to happen to Shane, and it did.
Interesting hearing Mark Taylor there talking about sort of Shane and his stories, because he was a big kind of storyteller, wasn't he? Exaggerator and blower-upper of things.
He always loved telling stories, and loved exaggerating. If the number sounded way too big, but it sounded really impressive, then it probably was, and vice versa. It was a little bit too small. So there were so many times you come in and you put the Warney tax on it. You just divide it by a bit, or you add a bit here or there. But I think there was one time in the West Indies in '99 where he came in. It was a tour match. We were batting, and he's carrying on about how many pairs of socks he's had stolen and lost on tour. And he goes, come away with 50 pairs of socks. And he goes, who has 50 pairs? I don't have 50 pairs of socks, but Shane obviously does. He brought them all away with him, and he's going on. Every time he puts him in the wash and they get, they knock him off, housekeeping steals. He said, I've only got 12 pair left. I have no idea how I'm going to get through the rest of the tour. And he's going on and on about it, as Shano did. And he heads back outside, and Ian Healy jumps up and goes, I've worked Warney out. Whatever Shano starts with, you halve. Whatever he finishes with, you double. Went, okay, so he started with 50, halved that 25, finished with 12, double that 24. Shane lost one pair of socks, but only Warney could turn one into 38. So that's sort of how Warney... But, there was so many other times he had incredible stories, but a lot of them were actually true. He's just a normal person, but just lived this extraordinary life. And, the one thing I'll say about Shano is, unfortunately, he only lived for 52 when he passed away, but he probably lived more in that 52 years than most of us would live in 2 or 3 lifetimes. Yes. He lived the way he wanted to live his life. He was a special person. He was. I think he was quite honest with himself as well. He said he didn't make a good husband, but he made a very good father, and I think that was very true. He loved his kids. He did a lot with them, and you always feel for them. The way they spoke at his funeral and memorial service was incredible. But he was an amazing man, and I feel truly lucky to have had him in my life and to be bowled the other end from him in a lot of my career.
Yeah, and how did that start? Because you were like a little team within the team, weren't you? You and Shane Warne bowling together. An incredible combination, because in both ways, although they're very different bowlers, you're actually very similar bowlers in that you both hated giving runs away, both building up loads of pressure. Yeah. So how did that come about? How did it work?
I think it just started because we're both in the team. Warney had been in there probably sort of 8-12 months before me. It started sort of cemented his place in the team, and I came in. I was just a sort of fairly new to the game. I'd only played half a dozen first-class games, and then as it went on, we realised we're totally different bowlers in fast bowler leg spinner. Yeah. But where we were similar was we had really good control, so we could bowl the ball exactly where we wanted it to, which allowed the captain to set the fields they wanted. We could bowl to it and build pressure, and that's how you take wickets. And and then through our career, it just evolved from there. And it was funny. I remember midway through our career having a chat with Shane, and he goes, when we retire, we should retire at the same time. And I didn't give it much thought. I remember, when Greg Chappell and Rod Marsh and Dennis Lee retired, they all retired in the same match there, and I thought it might have been something along there. But the more I thought about it was, if we retire in the same game, he started before me, so he'll definitely finish with more Test wickets. So I wonder if he had a little bit of an agenda, Shano. But no, and the way it worked out, I remember waking up one day in those 6-07 series and just knew it was time for us to hang the boots up. Just out of the blue, just woke up, went to Adelaide. Warney bowled us to victory on the last day in that Test, went to Perth, and I hadn't said anything. And Shano and I were sitting in the team room, and I just mentioned it, wanted to have a chat to him about something, and then he said the same thing, and then he said he was going to announce his retirement at the end of the series as well. So it was funny how it sort of all just out of the blue came about. Yes. And we finished up at the same time. But so my whole career I played with Shane at the other end, and I do consider myself an incredibly lucky person to think that I class him as a great mate, which is something I'll always treasure. And all the photos and everything that we've seen, and I remember 05 here, what an incredible series. But at the Oval, when we'd lost it, we knew it was out of reach, walking off arm in arm, Shane and I sort of waving to the crowd. And then at the SCG, when we did retire, they're really sort of special moments that I'll always treasure.
Yes. You tell a great story of of Shane again. We're back to the confidence of the man, I think, and the talent, obviously. When he was on 699 wickets, and it's in his last appearance in Melbourne.
Yep.
And you're standing at mid-on, Strauss is on strike. Tell us about the conversation that he had there with you.
Yeah, so Warney was always bowling to a plan. He had such good control. You know, he could land the ball and do whatever he wanted, but he had a great cricket brain and he knew what he was trying to do, how he's looking to get the batsman out. And Andrew Strauss was on strike. He was on 699 test wickets, and he came up to me a couple hours before. He said, the plan here is I'm going to keep it tight to Straussy. Just not give him anything. If he's still on strike next over, I'll keep the first ball tight. Second one, I'll toss up. He's going to try to slog sweep me, and I'll bowl him through the gate. That was his plan. I said, sounds like a pretty good plan to me, Warney. And as it was, he kept the over tight. And this is just announced his retirement as well. So in front of probably 97,000 fans at the MCG. And that over, he said, Straussy was still on strike, kept the first ball tight. And the second ball, he sort of pointed to me, okay, this is a ball. And then he tosses the ball up. And I'm not sure if Andrew Strauss was listening into our conversation, but he didn't try to slog sweep him. He tried to whip him through mid-wicket. He tossed it up, the ball drifted, pitched, and spun back through the gate and bowled him, exactly as Warney had predicted. And then Warney was off and running around. He had 700 wickets in front of his home crowd. And it was a very special moment, but he predicted exactly how it would come up and then executed it. And then I caught up with Straussy a few months back, so having a chat to him about the Lord's Test and his charity, and I mentioned it to him, and his face just dropped a bit. He goes, I remember that. He said, Shane had just moved mid-wicket out, and I thought, why is he doing that? That's just exactly where I want to hit the ball. That's just an easy shot.
Suckered him in.
And then when I told him he set him up, he couldn't believe it. But that was a great man.
Thank you, Glenn. Let's just catch up quickly. Mike Gatting's been facing the ball of the century again. Henry Moran was there to see how he got on 30 years later.
So here goes Mike Gatting facing the ball he faced 30 years ago. In comes Shane Warne. Oh, and he's walloped it through the leg side. That's what he should have done 30 years ago. Well, Mike, how was that? That went a little better than 30 years ago, that one there.
It's nice when you know where it's coming. So it's never a problem, is it? When you know where it's not coming, and you know when it's, whether it might bowl you around the legs or it might turn the other way, or so yes, it's nice when you know which way it's coming.
The flick through mid-wicket, I mean, that was the one, wasn't it?
It is, if you can play that shot. I mean, it's not one that I often play, but I mean, I think you might think about running down the wicket because you know it's going to come back into you and you can give it a whack. But it still feels too full to sweep. I mean, I'm not sure whether I might have to have a go at that when I do it real life, but it'll be quite interesting.
Well done, Gat. I never doubted you for a minute. I'm going to go and tell Mark Taylor what happened there. But there you go. A bit of fun to finish with. What was an extraordinary piece of history here. 30 years ago, England haven't declared. They're back out in the middle. The players are about to go. They lead by 189. Wonder how long they'll bat for. We shall find out. Alison Mitchell's going to start us off.
Thanks, Aggers. Yeah, overcast skies still here, but that's the question. Will it be in England's hand to declare, or will these 2 wickets fall and the game then naturally move on? The new ball was taken and it had an impact in terms of getting these few wickets towards the end, but there was a hefty over, wasn't there? Tough as the last over before lunch, 15 runs coming off Josh Hazlewood, but Stark will continue.
Yes, afternoon, Ali. Afternoon, everyone.
Let's see what happens here then. Bairstow on strike. He's on 41 from the 39 he's faced with 1 slip in. A Stark bowls and some width for him, and he's driving it out through the covers. Takes a single because the field is set back deep, and it's Warner who picks up 507 for 8, the lead 190. So if England don't get bowled out, Tuffers, what do you think will be the course?
Get a move on.
Play?
Get a move on, because we need 10 wickets. We need 10 wickets to keep the Ashes alive. And so I don't mind if they even hadn't come out after lunch, really. I think England need to get bowling as soon as possible. This 20 or 30 extra runs, is that going to make much difference? No. What's going to make the difference is getting the time and the overs to get 10 Australian wickets. Tomorrow's washed out, apparently. I've spoke to everyone in the know round Manchester. Tomorrow's just don't even bother turning up. And also, you might get yourself half a day Sunday.
Stuart Broad is the new batter, slipping a gully, Stark into him, and he turns it off his legs, takes a single to square leg, and the crowd cheering every single here, but England will want more than singles. Few spots of rain, I think, still tough, as an umbrella's gone up over there in front of the hotel.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that I think that England need to have Australia down perhaps 5 wickets tonight, because within the next 2 days you might get enough time just to kind of get a tail out and another 5 wickets. But if you're not 5 wickets down today, I think the rain might save Australia. So get bowling, and you never know. Mark Wood come in and blast through, 3 or 4 quickly and put some real pressure on Australia.
We think what's the worst that could happen for England is probably the draw from the position they're in and the time that's left in the game.
Yeah.
Whereas the best that could happen is the win, which they have to get.
Yeah.
Bairstow nearly chops onto his stumps, bottom edges into the ground, and almost setting off for a single because he didn't know where the ball had gone, but scambers back into his ground and then very deliberately does not pick up the ball himself. Leaves it for Steve Smith to pick up. But the rain's coming down and the players are going to leave the field. Well, it feels like it's light rain, but it's coming in at quite an angle. It's light but steady. It's blown in, and that's the sound of the hover cover firing up below us, and Stark's taken his cap from the umpire, and off come the batters as well. Well, this has come sooner than even the weather centre predicted today. It's not going to move in until tomorrow.
No, well, they said there might be a shower about later on this afternoon, but it might just sort of like not hang around. But as you say, if the stuff's coming tomorrow as today, apparently it's meant to be like the end of the world tomorrow. So
I hope not.
Well, no, even though we won't be able to win the Ashes at the Oval. It's not the end of the world, but it feels like it, and it's just such a shame, really, because England have played all the cricket, haven't they? They've got themselves into this wonderful position by being, that amazing passage of play yesterday and batting so quickly and positively, and then just have it choked off by the rain will be annoying.
Well, interestingly, that the hover cover has not been hauled onto the pitch. They're bringing across the big tarpaulin from square of the wicket in front of the hotels. Maybe they do think this is just a really, really... Well, if it's a light shower, they wouldn't be hauling the big tarpaulin across.
Hauling the big tarpaulin?
Hauling the tarpaulin. But they are dragging it across the ground, and many people in the party stand are leaving their seats to go and find some shelter beneath that incredible structure, because there is at least shelter down below.
Yeah, it's very blustery out there, so hopefully that might just push it all along and it won't hang around for too long. As you say, it's blowing a bit of a gale out there at the moment.
Yeah, you can see down beneath us where we've got the TV cameras have got their covers on them, and they are blustering away, and I think even holding up an umbrella is a bit of a challenge in certain parts of the ground now. So the lead 191 now at the point that the rain came. Only managed 3 balls post-lunch, 508 for 8. So hopefully it'll blow through and this game can start to progress. But Stuart Broad, it was the new man out after Wokes and Wood fell shortly before the lunch break. Harry Brook made 61. It was the second new ball when it was taken 10 overs after Australia could have taken it. They left it till the 90 over mark, and he was caught by Stark. And Bairstow was the not-out batsman at the break. Ben Stokes had made 51, bowled by Cummins, added 19 after a missed run-out chance that happened early on in the day when he had 32 runs to his name. Carey dropped the ball and broke the stumps with his gloves as the ball rolled onto the base of the stump. But England weren't really able to score. I mean, they still scored quickly, about 5 and over in the morning session, but comparatively to what they had been, you feel they actually wanted to have, or would have liked to have pushed it on even more in that morning session. Well,
yeah, I mean, they could have done with another 20 or 30 more runs, couldn't they? But, I mean, we're asking for much gold there, aren't we, really, to say, to be going at 5 and 0. If Australia have been going at what and over, roughly, Andy? They've been they're sort of 2.5, 3 and over. Aren't they 3.5, perhaps?
Yeah, a little over 3 over the course of the series. I'll just
yeah. So, England are thinking to themselves, well, how many overs? So they're not even going to get up, even if they have, how many overs left, sorry?
Left today.
Yeah.
There are 65 after this one, so you'd lose 2.
Yeah.
If they went at 3 and over, they're getting up to there.
So they're getting up to there, but they're going to be let's say, hopefully, fingers crossed for England supporters, perhaps 5 down or something. So, you know, there is still that bit of time if they can blow them away then on Sunday and then perhaps knock off a little 40 or 50. But I think now is the time. This might have just forced England's hand. I think England will now come out, if this rain shower passes, and have a bowl.
It's felt that everything today from the Australian perspective has been about protecting their 2-1 lead, with the fielders set back, not worrying about England knocking ones and twos. They just wanted to prevent that 7 and over acceleration, which would have brought things forward. And then with the 2 all-rounders that they've selected, it didn't work as well as they wanted it to in the first innings in terms of the number of runs they got, 317, but they do bat down with Cameron Green at number 7 and Carey coming in at 8.
Yeah.
So again, that's the batting that England, would still have to get through. So that is still, it's still a tall order to think of 10 wickets in a short space of time. And that's where Australia's position of strength is. They're 2-1 lead. They've got themselves into that leading position where, yes, England sort of dictating terms in this match, but in the series, it's still Australia who can dictate where it goes.
Yeah, Andy.
The run rates for the series, Australia have gone at 3.44 per over, England at 4.62 so far.
Yeah, so get bowling. Simple as that now. It's coming down to that. All these little bits and pieces about, shall we get another 20 here? Can we do this? Can we do that? It's all about getting 10 Australian wickets to keep the Ashes alive, and you can only do that with ball in hand.
Yep.
The wicket is still pretty flat, but then this Australian side has seemed a little bit negative to me. I mean, just that selection that you were saying there, no spinner, couple of all-rounders in the side as well. Just, Pat Cummins' sort of way he's gone about his field places as well. I think they have turned up here with half an eye on the draw, which can be dangerous. But if that is the case, then that can get you into a little bit of a pickle. Because even though this is a flat, mindset-wise, when you're going out there to bat, all it takes is a couple of quick ones, and you lose, let's say, a Kawaj, who you thought, he was the guy who was going to just sort of like drop anchor. You can get yourself in a pickle, even then on a flat pitch, which this is. So that's what England will be playing at, be playing on. They'll be trying to sort of like get in the minds of these Australian batsmen. There's a little bit of chirp, everyone's swarming around them and everything, and try and get them rocking that way. But if you just get the feeling if there is a partnership from the Australians, it will just take it away.
Yeah, I mean, you can't look past the quality that they've still got.
Oh, of course.
The way that Khawaja, he didn't score in the first innings, but he is Australia's leading scorer in the Ashes.
Technically, they've got, 3 players. They've got 3 or 4 players there who can actually just then sort of knuckle down and not get sort of pressurised by lack of scoring or all this sort of white noise around you. But if Smith and Labuschagne go, the others could wobble.
I mean, Labuschagne, got a good 50, worked hard for it, and then made a mistake. And will he make a mistake second time round? Will he have learned from that with the LB to Moeen? You'd have felt that, again, he was so well set at that moment that he wouldn't have missed that particular delivery. So, yes, it's still a tall order, but it's what England have to do. They don't really have options. They've got to win, and their only way of starting that process is to start this third innings instead of out bowling.
Might have blown through as well. Brollies are coming down and Kagools are coming off, and the umpires might be coming out as well. Whether this is just to have a little look, I'm not quite sure, but I think...
We've got some guests in the box, Tuffers here. Miles and Archie are here. Hello, boys. Now, hang on. I'll have to explain to a few people who might not be familiar with you. Let's put your headphones on and get them settled in. Anyone who has perhaps watched... let's perhaps go through some of the highlights and the finest moments. If I think of Ian Smith at the final of the World Cup in 2019... The Shepmates, welcome to you both.
Thanks for having us, guys.
Good to have you in the TMS box, because you've actually been here since the start of the series, and you've been dedicating your channel on TikTok, your viral videos on Instagram as well to cricket.
Yeah, we flew over and we got here for the Lord's Test, and I got to say, it's pretty surreal to be in a commentary box right now. I can't believe we're in a commentary box right now.
Yeah.
On the radio. Considering all our content is, we put the headsets on, but it's from the bedroom usually, so it's good to be here.
Do you feel at home in a commentary box situation? Because you've sort of made your bedroom into a commentary box.
Yeah, I'd say we feel comfortable in these headsets. I don't know, we feel comfortable in the commentary box. It's normally our bedroom. So.
We have embraced you at the BBC, haven't we, for this Ashes series? You've been doing stuff for the BBC social channel.
Yeah, it's been so much fun. We've been doing some social content for you guys, and hopefully, the people at home watching the videos are having a laugh to it. So, it's been super just getting involved with you guys. And
it's a good test to do it too. I think it's a bit different to the Lord's test. Lord's a little bit more mellow, but out in the crowds here, they give us a bit more.
Yeah, I did notice that you were, you haven't let the sort of Carey Bairstow incident lie. You were out amongst the fans just seeing, who was going to wander out of their crease the other day.
We were sneaking up on some unsuspecting people and putting some stumps behind them, and then they just walk off and not know that there's stumps there. But they're walking out of their crease, and it seemed to be a trend that all the English supporters were walking out, and the Aussies wanted to stay in. So I don't know what's going on there.
And the covers are being brought off here, by the way, which is good news. I don't know whether we'll keep you in the commentary seat. You can end up commentating for real if you sit here for too long. You better watch out.
I don't think we could.
Take me back, though, too, because I bumped into you guys at Lord's, and I asked you then, how did this all start? For people who, have watched your social accounts and see how you mimic commentary, or do you voice over, if you like, to commentary? So when did you start and how?
Well, it started in the last Ashes test in Australia. There was obviously Mitchell Starc's ball to Rory Burns, bowled him around his legs, and the commentator just went off, and I was at work. And I heard the commentary, and then I was driving home from football training that night, and I heard the commentary again. I'm like, oh, this is so good. And, we were all excited for the Ashes test, and finally came around. I'm like, I've got to do something with this. And just picked up my phone and started filming this video. I just thought it was funny. And then, posted it on TikTok, and the next morning it pretty much blew up. And, everyone seemed to get around it and were telling us to do more and more moments.
The comments went crazy. Just do this moment, do that one. So that whole summer we were just doing every iconic cricket moment there was. And since then, we've just diversified into every other sport. But it's good to be back in doing cricket, which is good.
The players are coming out. We've been told a restart in, 5 minutes, so probably about 4 minutes' time now. The players are on their way out to the middle. Were you both studying at the time when you began doing this? Do you have jobs? Is this now your job? How's this all working out?
So it happened... It blew up sort of right after that COVID period, and during that COVID period, we just worked full time in the sales room at a timber joint. So we were just on the phones to tradies and builders and selling them timber and all that. So
I studied part time as well, so I was working part time and then studying part time as well, and then this kicked off, and I think within 6 months, we sort of gave it up and. Let's have a crack at social media, and now we're making videos, making different sorts of videos now, and I'm really enjoying that sort of creative process, and hearing people's reactions to our videos and how it makes them feel. It's really fulfilling.
We've been walking around here, and we've been stopped, I reckon, every 5 metres.
Oh, you're not inconspicuous.
No, we're not hiding. We do stand out. We're wearing bright yellow. We've got mullets, and
because you are twins, aren't you? Twin brothers.
Twins.
Yeah. So you've got the moustaches. You've currently got your sunglasses perched on top of your cap.
Ridiculous sunglasses, aren't they?
Yeah.
Well, look, we are going to get some cricket here, but I'd love to have you guys back and have a longer chat at some point, because you have actually done a couple of the TMS commentators, haven't you?
We have.
Yes.
A couple of funny ones there.
Okay, well, I'm sure they will appear on the BBC Cricket socials.
You'll see them on there.
Shepmates, go and check it out. Thanks for coming in and saying
Thanks
hi.
Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you.
I'm sure, we've got some rain tomorrow, so if you're back here again tomorrow, we'll have time for a much longer chat. Starc has ball in hand, and he's getting ready to bowl to Bairstow. 508 for 8, so it wasn't too lengthy a delay. Starc bounding in, it's down the leg side, it's a poor ball, it's flown away for 4. Well, that helps the England cause. It takes the lead onto 195 by signalled. Tuffers, welcome back.
Yes. A real wild delivery there. A bit of swing as well with this breeze, which has picked up, but that's hoop miles. Alex Carey, no chance of reeling that one in, I'm afraid.
Well, England wouldn't mind seeing the swing, though, would they?
No. It can't be long now. It cannot be long now until they start thinking, right, we've got to get bowling. The conditions are still around. There's a few patches of blue sky, but as you say, you saw that one absolutely hooped from Mitchell Starc. Get bowling.
Well, eyes in the dressing room, see whether James Anderson, well, he's standing up, couldn't see whether he had any batting pads on,
Well, there's
or whether
no
he's got his
point.
bowling boots
Yeah,
on.
there's no real point of Jimmy coming out, really, is
I
there?
wouldn't imagine so.
No.
Here's Stark again then to Bairstow, across the right-hander this time. He hasn't timed it, out towards Warner, and comes in off the deep cover boundary, and a single walked through. 5-1-3 for 8, the lead 196. So the sun's shining again. I mean, this is sort of blowing in and out, these clouds, but you're probably right about the wind tuffers, that it swept it through quite quickly.
Yeah, I know me clouds and me wind, don't worry. 20 years of praying for it.
Right.
Praying for rain. I've become pretty good at the old weather.
You're telling me you played the rain card a few times, tough as during your playing career?
I did. I tried to, but it never saved me, I'm afraid. There was a couple of occasions when it looked like it might. Never did.
Stuart Broad just faced one ball before that rain delay, so he's on naught. There's a slip in a gully, and he's facing Stark over the wicket. He hovers over his bat, goes back in defence, drops it into the offside, able to take a single. And it means that Broad will be on strike for the start of the next over. So there was some applause from Hazelwood that they took a single. So let's see just how long England do go here. Results.
A stat to look out for. Johnny Bairstow gets 7 more runs. He will be the 6th member of England's top 7 to reach 50 in this innings. The last time, and the second of only 2 times England have had this before, 6 players in the top 7 making 50, was in April 1930 in Jamaica against West Indies. And the only previous time they've had 6 50s in the top 7 against Australia was at the Oval in 1893.
Wow, there you go.
That is stretching things back, isn't it?
Yeah.
Dalton's database has no bounds. Hazelwood, then from the pavilion end of the ground, the James Anderson end of the ground. But even England passing 500 here in a home Ashes test is a pretty momentous total, isn't it?
The last time they did it at home was 1985.
Extraordinary numbers so far. Can England yet pull off something extraordinary in the series? Hazelwood around the wicket to Broad. He's backing away, thick edges it into the ground, and it's then fielded at slip. Went hard into the ground and straight to Steve Smith. Tumbled to the ground to take it. 5-1-4 for 8. Now, is Broad going to try and have a swing if he gets a chance? Because that's you think that's going to be the modus operandi. Now, Travis heads down a deep square leg. One slip, a short third. Deep point in place, and then catches either side of the wickets at cover and mid-wicket and mid-off, mid-on. Hazelwood running in, stiff breeze blowing across the ground, and Broad is going back and taking a single to wide mid-off. So it brings Bairstow to the on strike.
And we were talking about this sort of flat pitch and what have you. It is very flat, but it seems a lot flatter when the opposition are sort of like digging it in halfway down and everyone's on the boundary. You just think, oh, crikey, this is an easy pitch, but just thinking, looking at that breeze and bowling from the James Anderson end, it would be perfect for Jimmy just to, be hitting that off stump or around that off stump, little bit of swing, little bit of seam, and then also just that mental side for Australia. It's a different game when you allow bowlers to bowl, and that's what Australia will do, I think. So there might just be a little bit in it for England. I'd get bowling.
Bairstow on 43, drop and run into the offside. He settled very hard for the first run because will he want 2? No, he won't get 2. Travis Head came sprinting in from the boundary, and Australia are happy and they get to bowl at Stuart Broad.
It doesn't take much to sort of spread a bit of fear in a dressing room, in a cricket dressing room. If Khawaja goes out there and just pushes forward and nicks one off to James Anderson, he'll be back into it, the crowd will be back into it, and then it's a completely different game again. So I know I keep banging on about it, but I'd rather see England with the whites on having a bowl than with a bat.
It's Broad facing Hazelwood. Around the wicket he goes. Broad backs away. He's gone big down the ground. He's gone high though. Will it be out? Is it going to drop? Oh, it's dropped between the 2 fielders at mid-off, mid-on. Khawaja chasing back. Well, it went more vertical than it went long. And it's just dropped not far away from Khawaja's feet.
200 lead up for England.
Well, I think even if you see the batters hitting out like this, it shows that intent, and there must be some sort of target they're looking for. Yeah. I mean, time's got to come into it as well. Time is of the essence. The first big swing from Stuart Broad. So 5-1-7 for 8, the lead exactly 200. Now, mid-on has pushed back deeper now, Khawaja, as Hazelwood is in, and Bairstow flashes away through the covers. It's a good sliding stop by Cummins, then tips the ball to Travis Head, who picks up, and 2 more added. The lead 202, Bairstow on to 46.
I mean, it's a real shame, isn't it, that this forecast is knocking around now, because England is just absolutely bossing this game at the moment.
If time was not a question, they would absolutely be
going down at the Oval 2-all.
And looking for a big total now, wouldn't they? They would bat and bat and bat.
Yeah, look for about 300 lead, and that is, as you say, with two and a half clear days to to bowl. It's England's game, but this brain is just over their shoulder every minute.
One slip here, Bairstow. It's a short ball and went to pull, missed, goes through to Carey. It wasn't a pull with any real ferociousness. He knew that the fielders are out on that leg side. I think he was looking if he could have done to get on top of it and knock it down for 1 or a 2. The lead is 202. The batters are coming together. The 4th umpire's come out. He's handed something to umpire Wellington Menon. And Stark's going to continue from this end of the ground. Now, are you familiar with the Shepmates Tuffers, the lads who do the take-off of the... They haven't done you yet, have they?
I'm not sure. I haven't seen all of their body of work.
Take-offable, if you know what I mean.
I haven't seen all of their stuff, but the odd occasions that I've come across it, very funny, the old commentators taking the mickey.
They're very good. It's their facial expressions, which I think...
Yes. Did make me laugh when you said, are you twins? I mean, I don't think I've seen 2 blokes look...
Well, it's radio. People can't see them. Tuffers. Stark's got the ball in his hand, and Jim's coming in alongside you.
I've never seen 2 fellas look more alike, Ali. But there you go. In comes Stark.
Stark runs up, and he gives himself room and launches the cover drive, the up and over cover drive from Stuart Broad, and he collects a couple of runs on that excellent little chip shot, giving himself some space backing away to the onside. He's full of improvise and innovation, and it's 8 for 5, 2, 1.
Yep, just backing away and shoveling that over extra cover. Another couple of runs. What do you reckon, Jim? You'd be getting bowling, would you? Or thinking about having a bowl, would you? If you
well, I think they've got enough to have a bowl now, but he's prone to declaration, but it's probably too early in the day. A slip into gully. Where's Broad going this time? As Stark bowls to him, he gives it room and he clouts it, drags it on the pull shot down towards Khawaja, who's back a tad at mid-on, and they get another run. So Broad's having some fun. 8 for 5, 2, 2. Well, what would you be doing, Mr. Tufnell?
Well, yeah, I'll be having a bowl, mate.
Now.
So it's come down now to... I mean, I've been banging on about it. Sorry, everyone. But it's coming down to we need 10 Australian wickets to keep the Ashes alive. And an extra 20, 30 runs or something more, whatever they're looking for, isn't going to necessarily help the cause, in my mind. You can always come out and try and slog them if you get a bit of a rain break, perhaps on a Sunday. But wickets are the key now.
There's a keeper and a slip. The rest are miles away. Stark bowls, and he's played back uppishly. He popped that up on the onside, looking to push for a run or 2. How many overs left in the day? That's the crucial thing, isn't it, Andy?
63 after this one, so he wouldn't have lost any overs. It was just a 12-minute
He'll be
break.
saying it's a 50-over game, and he need 50 to get him out. So, yeah, just add a few more.
They've just racked up 520 odd. It's not doing much, the wicket.
No.
You're going to need to put pressure on and get inside the brains of the Australian batters.
The next question is our meteorological forecast. What's going to happen? Stark bowls, pitches up, and it's whipped away off the pads to deep square for another run. Is the forecast for rain today, or does nobody know?
It's kind of all right for today.
Yeah.
Listen, it might not rain.
Well, we all know many stories of forecasts that are wrong.
Yeah.
So we're hoping that tomorrow will be the case, but everyone's dire and grim about the deluge that's going to appear here tomorrow.
It is. I've been talking to the bloke in the hut as we come in, and the bloke serving us our lunch, the lady on the door. They're all saying it's the end of the world tomorrow.
They all read the tea leaves. Here comes Stark now. He gives himself room. It's a Yorker, but outside the leg stump. And Stark followed the move of Broad. He dug it out and he got another run. I mean, the field's here, there, and everywhere, and it just keeps stuttering here to 8 for 5-2-4.
And it would be a bit hollow, wouldn't it? It would be a bit hollow after such a sensational Ashes series if it comes down to a bit of a soggy bottom at the end of everything.
Well,
even from an Aussie standpoint, wouldn't it, Jim? You wouldn't want it to finish like that.
No, I want to finish with a bang, not a whimper, but whatever it is going to be.
Yeah.
Australia winning, England winning. Here comes Stark. He bowls a ball that's driven beautifully by Bairstow out to deep cover. Labuschagne collects it, and the innings is going on. Is it or not? Yep, they're going to keep batting from the look of it. Broad and Bairstow having a chat. It's 8 for 525. In case you're wondering what's happened so far today, England have lost the wickets of Stokes, bowled by Cummins for 51. And then Brooke caught Stark on the boundary of Hazlewood, 61. Last ball of an over. First ball the next over from Hazlewood. Wokes just nicked it into the gloves of Kerry. There was no celebration or carry on, and he walked off the field for a golden out for 0. And then Wood bowled by Hazlewood for 6. So they're more than 200 in front. It's just a question of when. All out declaration. Captain McGrath's come back in. He might have a thought on that. The field's everywhere but close, and they get a run or two now, but Bairstow tucks it into the onside. He won't get the second because it's collected out there in the deep.
Yeah, g'day, Jim. G'day, everyone. No, I'm actually glad that England are still batting, because I want Australia to bowl England out rather than England declare. Because then you say, well, England didn't control the game, we bowled them out, and now it's our turn. But that's more a mindset than anything else. I think they've, with the amount of runs on board, with rain forecast over the weekend, I'd be probably keen to have a bowl.
More than 60 overs left in the day. Plenty of time to do some damage if that's the case, or plenty of time for Australia to retrieve this awkward position and be none for 200, if you can dream about that. 8 for 526 at the moment, though.
But you're right, Jim. Australians don't want rain because it makes it very difficult for them to win this match.
Yes. Around the wicket, Hazlewood has swung away. No, he's not. He was trying to, and he missed it. It went past the stumps and was taken by Carey. He was trying to hit that somewhere into the bleachers over there. The boys who are on the bummy seats over there in front of the new hotel, they're waiting for a catch. They might get one if he keeps swinging like that.
Something's happened.
What's the booing about?
The bear snake's getting taken away.
Oh, I see. The Wowser police have moved in. Here comes Hazlewood in a swing, and a high hit should be caught by Hazlewood in his follow through. He waits, takes it. Broad's out. Skied it way up in the air, and it didn't go far. And it's a 5 for Hazlewood. Hazlewood, in the wreckage of this Australian bowling performance, has got 5 for. Is the declaration occurring? Jimmy Anderson, is he going to come out? It's now 9 for 526, and the 6 didn't occur. Just a very high caught and bowled opportunity.
The tradition that was started back in 2001, when a bowler takes 5 wickets, you raise it to the crowd. But Josh Hazlewood got the ball then, just a little, nearly an embarrassed raise to the crowd quickly. But good to see he did that. That's his 5th wicket. He'll get his name up on the honour board.
So Broad just comes up the stairs, and Jimmy Anderson. Will this be the last time we see him bat in a test match? He's getting a cheer, as you'd expect him to. He's got a wicket on his home ground, and he's coming out to a very rich applause from the crowd here. One of the great players, heroes of English cricket, and a Lancashire lad at that. Lovely sound.
Yeah, they love him up here, don't they? He's got his stand at the opposite end.
If you can read the sign,
Yeah, it's only small. I dare say if and when he retires, they may make it a little bit bigger.
They may make that name at the other end as big as one of the sponsors. There are quite a few sponsors down there. It's a sort of Formula One collection of signage all over that stand, which doesn't do it justice, I'm afraid, but that's the commercial world. I'd rather rip it all out and just see the lovely old pavilion, which of course has got a new penthouse on it. So here we go. Jimmy Anderson is out there with a leg slipper gully and a short leg, and Hazelwood will be persevering from the Jimmy end to try and get this last wicket. Go.
It's Josh Hazlewood's 10th 5-wicket haul in Tests, 3rd against England.
So it's a little bit of sunshine for the bowlers. It's been a tough day. The 3 quicks have all gone for 100 each.
Here's Hazelwood. Anderson back. Gets the short ball. Plays it well. Managed to poke it at his feet and not to Travis Head at short leg.
Oh, he got in behind it. He looked down. I think he was about half an inch away from the stumps, from treading on the stumps. But wouldn't have been. It's been a while since the 3 fast bowlers would have each gone for 100 runs off their bowling in a Test match for a long. As the bowlers, we call it a sidecar. It's that motorbike with a little sidecar. Yeah. It's that extra little thing that's there that you don't really want.
Hazelwood, another short one down the leg side. Has he gloved it? No, he's missed it. As it bounced through uncomfortably for him, and it was taken by Carey. So Australia about to start on their journey towards a hopeful recovery in this game from being over 200 behind now, 209. And they've got a leg slip and a slip as well as the short leg and a gully for Jimmy Anderson. And Hazelwood's bounding in. Another bouncing ball. He comes in and it's a bouncer all right over his head. He got out of the way of it and he survived those balls, and that is the end of the successful Hazelwood over. Hazelwood is what's he bowled now? 24 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 110, 5 for 111. Yeah, 5 for 111. It's 9 for 526. You'd reckon the end is 9 unless Bairstow can swipe a few boundaries.
Yeah, you reckon so. And Andy, you have...
Yeah, the last time Australia had 3 seamers go for 100 or more runs in the same innings against England was the SCG in the last test of the 2010-11 series. England made over 600. Australia's seamers, Hilfenhaus, Mitchell Johnson and Peter Siddle went for over 100. Before that, you've got to go back to the 86-7 Ashes, and the last time it happened in England was 3 times in the 1985 Ashes series.
Oh, that wasn't a good
Gooch and Gower, yes. They pummeled the Australian attack. Now, Carey's there and Stark is in front of us, and between the two of them, every fielder is heading towards the boundary. Smith's just making his way back into the deep, so see if he can get 2 there, Mr. Bairstow. Just push it and get 2. Stark comes up and bowls, and he swings into it, hits it flat, hard, long, wow! Hit it for 6 over backward square. Caught that. What a shot from Bairstow. Takes him to 55.
Well, that's what we
Home run.
saw against India.
Yeah.
And India, he scored that incredible 100.
Wow. Well, that's how you answer the field. Just hit it over their heads.
Yep.
Now, bowl him a Yorker. Don't let him get away with that against Starkers. Here he comes, runs in towards Bairstow. Bairstow gets the Yorker right up there. And he squeezed it out on the offside. It was a good Sanchu crusher. He couldn't hit that for 6.
No, he does bowl very good Yorkers, Mitchell Stark, and it's good to see that he's listening to you, Jim. You know your fast bowling, what they should be doing.
Well,
what they're going to do.
Sometimes night follows day, but not always.
Another Sanchu crusher, maybe a slower ball. What are you thinking now, Jim?
Oh, well, I think you'd bowl the same thing again. Don't bowl short, for goodness sake.
Yeah, because it will go.
He'll dispatch it. He doesn't need to worry about fielders. So here we go. We're having a bit of Russian roulette with his bowling. Stark goes in and bowls wide outside the off stump. Not wide enough to be a wide, and not wide enough for Bairstow to throw his bat at it. It was a long way out there.
He's asking Joel Wilson whether he could have reached that.
He could have ramped it.
He could have maybe just off the end of the bat.
So England bounced along 9 for 5, 3, 2, 215 ahead. Okay, we've had the short ball 6, Yorker dot, wideish off stump dot. Stark running in again towards Bairstow. Bairstow drives a Yorkerish half volley for a single, but he doesn't want the single. He sent it down to Khawaja at deepish mid-off. 2 balls to come in the over. Next ball single.
Wow, they're bringing
Fields
the field
coming in. Yeah. Fields coming in. Well, he just had to hit another 6.
Yeah, but he's still on strike. But there's still 2 balls left in the over.
2 balls left. He'd be 6 and then 1. Or 4 and 1. He's coming down to talk to Jimmy Anderson. I'm not sure what all that's about. He's maybe just saying, well, this is my intention, but it does depend where he actually bowls the ball.
Probably saying, if there's a single this ball, shall we take it and I try to survive one, or what's the plan?
And Jimmy said, no, I'll only run on the last ball. We'll see what happens. Then they're bringing more in now. We've got 6 saving 1. Stark. Bouncer, Yorker, on his way to Bairstow. Bairstow gets it down the leg side. It was full, but it wasn't straight. Slightly off the line of the pegs. He tried to squirt it away, but he missed it. Now there's 1 left. The cat and mouse game. The prodding of the pitch. The mid-pitch conversation, which is often no more than a tap on the wrist.
Now it's they're saying, yes, we'll take a single if it's...
if I can hit it. If you can hit it. Unless you want to chase one through to the keeper, get a bye. Oh, no, won't be doing that. We'll have a stumping.
There we go. Bouncer or wide Yorker.
Stark coming in, bowls a ball. It's a right up, a full toss, and it's hit through the onside and out of the boundary for 4. Over-pitched. He didn't get 1, but he got 4 as he clipped it past Smith at mid-wicket. So 10 runs from the over, a 6 and a 4. England 9 for 536 with Anderson to face.
Yeah, just a low full toss on middle stump and clipped off. What do you got for us, Andy?
Well, Bairstow's 50 came from 51 balls with that 1 6 and 4 4s. He since hit his 5th. It's his 37th 50-plus score in Test, 1,200 amongst those 7th 50 in Ashes, including 2 centuries. And we've had a very rare occurrence here. We've had 6 players reach 50 in the same innings. It's only the 7th time England have had that in Test cricket. Only their 4th time against Australia, the most recent of which was in Melbourne in December 1965.
Around the wicket, Hazelwood bowls. It's short and it's off the glove or something up in the air. It doesn't go to hand. It lands well in front of Khawaja, who's in the gully. 1965.
Yep, England had 6 half-centuries in the innings in that Test. Then he got it back to 1934 on this ground. And the Oval in 1893 for the other times England have had 6 half-centuries in an innings against Australia.
Right, well, Anderson won't enjoy this if he keeps getting peppered.
I wonder if he's enjoying his batting anymore, because it's just... all it is short balls. This whole series, has he had many pitched up?
Will he get one?
Probably not.
Men nearby for a catch. Hazelwood bowls, Anderson gets a bouncer. That's a very high run. They're taking a cheeky bye, and they make it. Well run. That was very well run. Because it went so high, by the time Carey took it, Bairstow was off and gone. He was going to make his ground. There was only danger at the other end, but the ball was actually so short and high, I thought he may have indicated a wide. It was taken well above head, and that's what you should do.
Oh, did Bairstow go out of his ground first? Could have man-catted him. No, he knew what was coming.
Yep.
And if it went past Jimmy Anderson, he was going. And as soon as it went past, he went. and made it easily in the end. The Australians probably should have been aware of that.
Well, maybe should have. You can always York number 11. You don't have to bounce him out.
Oh, yeah.
So it's 9 for 537. Bairstow's got the strike, and he's got no one within QE of him. So he's going to hit. He's going to try and hit another 6 if he bangs it in, I would have thought. Let's see. Hazelwood over the wicket. Bairstow is back and he's cutting very fine. Down to the boundary, it's 4. Can't cut that off on the boundary. It flew down below us. I couldn't see it hit the rope down there, but Stark dived in vain to cut it off. Good stroke using the pace and line of the ball. 9 for 541.
I'm not sure you want Mitchell Stark diving too much down there. We saw what happened yesterday.
So Hazelwood flummoxed. What's he going to do? Bang it in? Pitch it up?
We haven't seen too many slower balls, have we?
No. Bairstow's going to wheel this Claymore into the ball and strike it into the crowd if he gets the right length. Stand by. Hazelwood goes in. Bairstow plays away. Could have taken the single. No. Could almost taken 2. That's hit so slowly away on the onside, but he decides to stay put. So 3 more balls to come. 9 for 541. Two more. Yeah, 2 more to come. So there'll be a single here if he can find a way to get it. He's going down to have the chat that number 11s always have with an experienced batsman about, yeah, we'll take 1. Okay. No, I'm going to hit it for 6. If it's up in my half, I'll have a swat. Here comes Hazelwood. It's short. He's after it. He misses it. Went for that hook shot. And now he rehearses a little tap ramp in between deliveries. If he ramped that one, it may have gone for 6, but it was a useful bouncer, actually.
It was. It was more a secondary thought of ramping it. So he went for the swipe and then he goes, if only I just ramped that straight over Carey's head. Probably would have got myself another 6. So this lead is increasing. Still no movement in the England dressing room. So they're going to bat this innings out by the looks of things.
So they're all coming in to save 1, keep Jimmy Anderson on strike for the next over. So Hazelwood has taken 5 for. Can he get 6 for? Can he stop them scoring a run? He's on his way now. He goes in. Bairstow is forward and he taps it away through the onside. That'll go for 4. Out to deep mid-wicket. Just like the last over when he hit Stark for 4. Good little partnership this. 9 for 545. That's 228 ahead. Ishagua is going to come in and continue the revelry here at Old Trafford.
Yeah, and we've got a bowling change with Pat Cummins coming on. Mitchell Stark, he went for a bit of a dive there earlier that last over, and he was holding his left shoulder again, which hopefully is not a bad sign for Australia going into this next Test match. But they'll be keen to try to wrap this up. Jimmy Anderson's on strike. Ish, what have you made? Are you surprised England's still batting?
Not really. I think lead of 228. It was 67 this morning. It's a good pitch. It looks like a good pitch, but there is up and down bounce, and I just think England just want to bat once here. And with the thought of getting it as far in front as possible, I know there may be weather eating into Saturday and Sunday, but the more runs they can score here, the better position they'll be in. And there are men all around the bat for Jimmy Anderson, the local hero, as Pat Cummins will be bowling from the Brian Statham end round the wicket. Anderson advances and he swats it away to the party stand, who are all up on their feet. Oh, they enjoyed that one. We can see Ben Stokes in the pavilion banging his hand against the window. It's not a declaration. He's just happy that his number 11 has been able to smack it away for 4.
Well, I think that's the way Jimmy Anderson should go. He's got to sort of take it on and hope for the best. You can't just stand there and cop it and be a bit of a sitting duck. It's good to see him having a bit of a go.
He's just sent Mitch Stark back onto that boundary now, Pat Cummins. There's no one in front of the bat. On the leg side in front of square, there's a short leg. There's a man at square leg and a man behind him as Cummins bowls short again, and he ducks underneath that one. Jimmy Anderson looks away as it goes past him through to Alex Carey.
Oof, yeah, Jimmy Anderson, I'd say his heart rate's a little bit elevated at the moment. Bairstow coming down to have a chat and give him a bit of encouragement.
Support, yeah. Just leaning on his bat and having a chat to square leg there. As Cummins.
He's only faced 7 deliveries, but they've been 7 nasty deliveries.
Cummins bounding in. Anderson again ducks underneath one uncomfortably. And it's all-out attack here from the Australian skipper, who's looked a little bit forlorn. He looks fatigued. More fatigued than I've ever seen from him before, Pat Cummins.
Well, it is Ashes cricket, isn't it? It's intense. He's a captain. There's been a lot happening. Probably mentally he hasn't had a break. He had a break physically over the last sort of week and a half, but probably still thinking about a lot of things.
Coming over the wicket here, the right arm quick. Anderson, the left-hander, back and across. Again, looking uncomfortable, but he manages to play it down into the ground. Banged in again. Oh, this could be the last time we get to see James Anderson bat here at Old Trafford. He's making the most of it. Just pushes away a bit of dirt in front of him as he has a quick look over to the leg side. Now he's settling himself back into position. Another change of angle. Pat Cummins coming back over the wicket. Sorry, round the wicket, and he's pushing extra cover back.
Is he going at the stumps or is he going another short ball?
2 balls left of this over.
Another short ball.
Cummins past the umpire. He bowls short, and Anderson again on his toes and working that round the corner to leg gully. So able to keep that one out. And we've got the final ball of the over coming right up.
This one at the stumps, you think?
I'm with you.
Or
I'm with you, Glenn.
Another short ball.
I'm with you.
Well, they pushed Labuschagne back there, but I thought that was a bit of a bluff. May still be a bluff yet.
Cummins shuffling forwards, now into his stride. Anderson sways out the way of another back of a length delivery down the leg side. Not what Pat Cummins wanted, but it is the end of the over. And England have Johnny Bairstow on strike on 67 off 60 deliveries. 549 for 9, a lead of 232 here on day 3 of this 4th Ashes Test. We've got some grey clouds in the distance behind the hotel and the pavilion end. Over to our right, strong breeze blowing across the ground from left to right, pushing those clouds away from us. So that is good news. There is some bright blue sky over to our left. And a nice day here at the moment.
Well, it's looking promising for the rest of the day. It doesn't look like there's too many nasty clouds coming, but this partnership's worth 23.
A vitally important one of that. Everyone on the boundary. The England fans not happy about these tactics, but Bairstow still in his crease as Josh Hazlewood bowls. He swats it away down to the 3rd man boundary. Doesn't get all of it, Bairstow, and he doesn't move either. He's decided to stay on strike. As Hazlewood receives the ball once more, he's just coming down now to take a look at the pitch and have a word with his partner, James Anderson. What's the plan here then for Bairstow?
The plan here is to drop the ball on the offside or the leg side and run 2. That's the plan.
Well, everyone on the rope on the leg side. There's a couple of men 20 metres off on the offside, and he has just dropped it. But it's not played firmly enough to take the 2 as Hazlewood charges it down.
Yeah, I think he was looking to dead ball it a bit more, so it didn't go quite as far. But Hazlewood was onto it, so okay, that plan's not working. What's next?
If he works it to mid-wicket, I reckon there is a 2 on there.
Yeah.
Who's down there? David Warner on the deep mid-wicket boundary.
Sort of
He's pretty quick to the ball.
Where the second pitch is there, the last pitch.
Hazelwood on an angle. That's pulled away. Out into the deep. It's into the party stand. Oh, they're having a rave in there. Johnny Bairstow with another maximum. England going to 555 for 9 and a lead of 238. And Marnus Labuschagne is out there. He's holding his right hand up as if to say, please, can you give me the ball back?
They can't find it. It's in under the covers.
It's under the covers in front of... There's covers positioned in between the party stand and the pitch. And the security guards are having a look underneath. In fact, Marnus has just gone down there himself to have a look.
He's crawling underneath. But Johnny Bairstow inflicting a little bit more pain here. Lead by 238. The Australian openers must be wondering when this last wicket's coming. Is there a declaration coming?
Steve Smith is having a chuckle to himself as Marnus Labuschagne emerges. You see his head poking up by the advertising boards, and he's tossed the ball back in. So Josh Hazelwood has the ball back in his hand. Johnny Bairstow has another quick look over to the leg side. As Hazelwood ready to go again, coming in on an angle. Vic Marks has stepped in as Bairstow again pulls the ball. It's a miscue. Labuschagne running forwards, takes the ball with the one hand and throws it in. And Bairstow has opted not to take the single with 2 balls left of the over. He's on 73. And it's all happening here, Vic.
I think I owe an apology to our listener because I said you can't clear these boundaries, they're too big. Well, Bairstow's done it at least twice, if not 3 times. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 fielders pinioned on the boundary.
Bairstow drives this time to long on, and he does opt to take the single this time. So James Anderson has to face one ball of this over.
I thought they might declare, actually, when Broad got out, because Jimmy doesn't really enjoy batting quite as much as he used to, since every ball's a bouncer.
He doesn't, but this might be the last time we see him batting here. So I wonder if Ben Stokes will give him a chance to have a standing ovation.
It might be.
With the bat in hand.
It might be. It'll be a pretty exciting game if he bats again in this match, I'll tell you that much. It might be. And then I thought, well, what about next year? Because there isn't an Old Trafford Test next year, is there? So... You know, Jimmy's not given any indication he intends to retire, but we're talking 2025 at least before another Old Trafford Test. It may be longer than that.
By then.
Yeah. Not many fast bowlers have played for England at 43, I suppose. But anyway.
You never know, though.
But he's had to grit his teeth because he's had a bounce at every ball. No umpire even contemplates intervening.
Hazelwood round the wicket to Anderson, who plays it away out to points, and he survived that one, which the crowd appreciate very much. 556 for 9, a lead of 239. Bairstow still going on 74.
So this last wicket stand, I mean, it's sort of great fun. It's far more than we thought was possible. And you're right, it could be invaluable because I think there's a lot of runs still out there. I know we keep saying that the bounce is uneven. Well, there's been one horrendous delivery. Joe Root must still be feeling aggrieved because no other ball has behaved like that in this match. That one really did scuttle, and it was straight. The odd, less obvious inconsistent might be out there, but it's still... Look at the scoreboard, for heaven's sake. 556 for 9. It's not a terror track.
Well, it might work perfectly for England because we spoke to Will, the 15-year-old, who's volunteering on the ground staff here at Old Trafford. He's having the time of his life, by the way. We spoke to him this morning.
Right.
Out of school here at Old Trafford for this test match and really enjoying himself. And he said the heavy roller went down this morning as Pat Cummins pushes away, flashes of green from the soles of his shoes as he bowls full to Bairstow, and he smacks that away to deep mid-wicket. He's just rehearsing a golf shot, a golf swing over to the leg side as he's not able to get the elevation for 6, but he's staying on strike.
So this is your mole on the ground.
Yes, mole on the ground staff,
and
Will.
And he says it's...
Lovely chap. And he said that the heavy roller is just keeping it all together and just evening things out. And by the afternoon evening session, that might wear off, and so we might see a bit more.
Yeah, but they might put it on again.
Well, yeah, that's true. As Cummins is bowling back of a length, Bairstow misses it, and he's hanging his head back. Sad to have missed out on that opportunity as he's rehearsing now the upper ramp.
Yeah, but even that would have had to been delicate. There's a man at finish third. Anyway, oh well. Well, we'll see what roller the Australians employ. You'll be hawk-eyed on that.
I will be. It probably will be the heavy one.
Owing to your source.
Cummins.
I mean, they could think about a 2. I'd like to see an impish 2. Just to, they could get a 2.
Bairstow pulls.
He's going for 4 or 6. Another one.
6. Wow.
He's amazing.
Now that was some shot. I advise you to watch that on the highlights because that was a slap to the leg side. And that has gone flat to the boundary for 6. And that is a long way out there. It's gone up and over Steve Smith. He had no hope. He jumped up in the air, hang time, and there was no chance.
It was a skimmer too. It wasn't, it didn't go high, but it just kept going.
Oof. 6 more to the score then. Bairstow to 80, 2-4-5 lead. Bairstow pulls again. This time it's in the air. Travis Head. He thought the chance was on, but he hung himself back. Falls just in front of him at deep mid-wicket, and Bairstow stays on strike once more, protecting James Anderson at the other end. 2 balls left of this over.
That 6, you knew it was going to go a long way just for the sound, didn't you? It came right out the middle of the bat, I think. This is astonishing hitting, really, because these are big boundaries. They're bigger than anywhere else we've played this summer, I think.
Here comes Cummins again. Good length, and that has been pumped. It's been pumped over deep mid-wicket. It's a feeding frenzy in the crowd. That might have gone out the ground. No, they've discovered it. The back row in the seating on the frontier. And Johnny Bairstow is putting on an unbelievable display here at Old Trafford. This is why Ben and Brendan wanted to stick with him. A lead of 251 now.
And the field's coming in now. It's, what was it? 4 balls gone in this over. That was another magnificent sound. I couldn't see it travelling in the air. Could you honestly say you did as well, Isha?
I just heard it.
I know, I heard it, and it sounded fantastic.
I judged where it might go as Cummins falls down the legs. It's flown down to the boundary. Surely that's... oh, no, he hasn't called it a wide. Buys down to the boundary. Wow, surely that was a wide.
You'd have thought so.
So, end of the over, and it'll be James Anderson on strike.
Well, change of bowling. It looks like Cameron Green, has been used as a so-called enforcer. He'll bowl a lot of bounces. What a couple shots there.
I can't believe that wasn't a wide.
No, and you're allowed as an umpire, I think, to interpret intent. Pat Cummins is one of the great fast bowlers of his era. He knows where he's bowling it, so you can interpret that as he's aiming to avoid the batsman going wide down the leg side. It doesn't have to be right on the edge of the line.
Well,
anyway, it's 4 byes and Jimmy's on strike.
Jimmy's on strike, and after all that entertainment in the last over, how many did they score off that one, Andy?
16, including the 4 byes.
255 lead. Green is into the attack.
Ooh.
Anderson in the air, and it falls in front of Silly Point, and they come through for 1.
That's a cheeky one. It didn't go very far from the Silly Point fielder, but he took a while to establish where it had gone. He fended it away. I think he's got a run for it. I think it's probably off his glove. Good running from Bairstow and Anderson. And now, well, the crowd are loving this, and why not? The lead, against expectation, is now 256.
Well, he had absolutely no idea where that went. It was a short ball. It hit the handle as he put his bat up in the air. He took his head away. And thankfully for him, it hit the handle and pushed out to the offside, away from any danger. So 256 lead now for England.
Yeah.
Bairstow on 86. Field spread on the boundary. Green bowls slower ball, and it's trickled out in front of him as he tries to whack that square of the wicket. It's a miscue. And actually, we haven't seen too much of this from Australia, the slower balls.
Well, I'm just thinking, I've got Jim next to me, and he hasn't, but I remember talking about, there's a thing called a Carmody field. The Carmody field, which is 9 slips, isn't it?
Yes, right. Yeah.
9 slips. Well, this is the Cummins field, which is 9 men on the edge of the boundary.
Bairstow into position. He swats it out to deep cover. Again, he doesn't move. That's 3 balls faced to this over now, Andy.
Australia's 3 prime fast bowlers have all conceded more than 120, which is the first time Australia have suffered the indignity of 3 seamers going for 120 or more in an innings against England.
And when you think about the attack that they have as well, you know, we talk about them as the best attack in the world, but they are desperately missing Nathan Lyon, aren't they? As Green past the stumps, Bairstow jams it into the pitch, looking to cut it away to the offside.
Well, actually, Green, quite cunningly, has opted not to offer him the big pull, the bouncer pull shot, you know, a bouncer followed by a pull shot. Because amazingly, despite the huge boundaries here, Bairstow's been clearing him. He's actually bowled a bit fuller around just outside off stump.
Well,
and he's produced 3 dots as a consequence.
No run taken. So Bairstow still on strike here. 2 balls left of the over as he gets back into his crease. That's bowled wide of the off stump. And Johnny Bairstow flings his head towards the umpire to say, hang on a second, that was by the guideline for the wide.
Well, I don't know. It's a one-day wide without question, but I don't know whether you give him the benefit of the doubt there. Anyway, the field come in now, just for what will be the last ball of the over. So Jimmy will be ready to run. And Bairstow, well, he'll take a single, but if not, he'll take a 4.
Cameron Green. Slow strides in as that's pulled away, and it should go fine enough before it does.
It's 4.
Johnny Bairstow picks up another boundary. At the end of the over, he moves to 90. 577 for 9, a lead of 260. It'll be James Anderson back on strike. And we've just had a peek into the England dressing room, and Ben Stokes is standing there with his whites on, looking very, very happy.
Oh, good. I don't think... I mean, what's Bairstow on now? The scoreboard keeps it at 90. The fact is, I don't think he's going to declare no.
No, of course not.
Unless... Because there's a chance that Bairstow might get 100. And that just... You might say, well, why do you wait for a personal milestone? But it kind of cheers everyone up in the dressing room when their mate gets 100. So there is some value in it, apart from a few more runs.
And also, it would be Bairstow's first 100 having kept wicket for England.
Yes, but they're not trying to cheer you up.
No, in terms of the
first 100 having kept wicket in the second innings.
Yeah. So he scored 500s as keeper, but they've all been first innings batting first.
I think what Stokes is doing, he's doing it for Zaltzman. He's in there. He says, "I'm not declaring, lads. It's for Andy."
He's obsessed with stats. We all know that about Ben Stokes.
Yeah, I heard him on the news quiz a couple of months ago. It's for Andy.
Number 1 fan, Andy. Ben Stokes. So here we go. James Anderson on strike. Australia's captain pushes away, bowling from the Brian Statham end. Anderson still in his crease, the left-hander back and across, and he fiddles at one outside the off stump in the channel. He nearly gets bat on it through to the keeper, and he's now raising his bat close to his chest as if to say, oh, I need to be careful here.
Well, yeah, he thought it was a bit fuller than he thought. It wasn't exactly pitched up, but it was just back of a length, and he needed a nibbled outside edge, which would have gone for 4. There's no third man. There's no one in the slip corner. Well, there's one man. I think it's Steve Smith's gone to about a third slip for England's number 11.
Cummins round the wicket.
Oh,
Anderson
that's
down
good.
the leg side. He's got something on it, and it's gone fine enough to the boundary. Diving to his left down there, Josh Hazlewood.
We're giving buys again. Poor old Carey. I thought that hit his hip for a while, but we'll check it out. But it's given buys. Carey's blameless. It's from round the wicket. It's whizzed down the leg side. I thought it might have just touched Anderson along the way. We'll have another look. Here we go. No, I don't think it did. It was just a wayward delivery. It's 4 more runs via the byes.
Anderson.
Hang on.
Oh, he's pulled out.
Bail's fallen off.
Yeah, the bail's fallen off.
The 4 at the end of the last over brought up a 50 partnership in 6.3 overs.
Who'd have thought it? I was thinking, point letting Jimmy come in, he'll be out straight away anyway. Well, he's got a great 5.
5 of 15 deliveries now. Cummins round the wicket again and beats the edge again. There's a run on.
They've run a by.
They've run
straight
through.
to the keeper.
It was Carey with the throw, underarm throw to the stumps. He misses again.
Yeah.
And Jimmy's got a smile on his face.
I think it must have been a fluky at the stumps at Lord's. It's a good run, though. I mean, it's an impish run. He missed the stumps at the batsman's end, and then Jimmy was in danger because he was a bit slow setting off, but he got there. And now Bairstow's on strike. Well, it's wonderfully chaotic.
It really is. But this is pretty simple because everyone is on the boundary now.
Yeah.
As Cummins approaches once more, Johnny Bairstow on strike. He under-edges it.
That'll be 4.
Boundary. More runs here for England. And this is so damaging for Australia. 586 for 9. They're dazed, they're confused. Bairstow moves to 94 with a lead of 269 with 2 balls left in the over.
I mean, they're all loving this in the England dressing room. They're all in their whites because they expect to be fielding very shortly. I imagine that Stokes will think, if he gets the 3 figures, well, I might declare then. But he's got 6 more to get. Could he get it in 1?
He absolutely could get it in 1. Cummins over the wicket as Bairstow defends. Well, we haven't seen that too much in the last half an hour or so.
The reason he defended was he surprised him with a full-length delivery. He's pushed it to mid-off. How many balls got in this over? There's only 1 more left, and in come the field. Of the 9 men on the boundary, at least 6, now make it 7 have come in to try and save the single to keep Anderson on strike.
And Cummins shuffles forwards, final ball of the over. Bairstow creams it through the covers for 4. And everyone up on their feet once again.
They wanted
in the party
6.
stand. They wanted 6. Ben Stokes has got his hands on his head as Bairstow goes to 98 with a 4 at the end of the over. 590 for 9, a lead of 273. A few words from you, Vic, and then it will be Aggers.
Well, Isha, that was quite an exciting little session you had there. What a partnership. Some fantastic striking from Bairstow. He's got a bat that makes a wonderful noise when he middles it. And as one gets older, one doesn't always follow the passage of the ball precisely. And you just hear the sound and you know he's absolutely middled it. So,
well, there's one that went, I think, beyond,
over there.
Beyond the stand into the walkway around the back towards the old station. So, presumably they're going to try and run here for nothing.
Well,
it's the way they've been doing it so far.
They've done it a couple of times.
Bairstow's been backing up out of his ground, so he's got to be a bit careful.
Oh, yeah, that would just about do it, wouldn't it? Yes.
Anyway, the field is set.
Well, he needs to be careful, but he might be mindful of this time round. He's got his bat now in his crease.
In comes Green, and he bowls a bouncer. Bairstow's going for it. The throw misses the stumps. Bairstow's made it. He's set off straight away. It's another bye. And Johnny Bairstow comes down on strike. He's on 98, the lead 274. And the crowd is not just expecting him to get 100, they're demanding it.
Well, there's the field is spreading, the Cummins field, we're calling it now, with 9 on the boundary. Now, I wonder, it's not necessarily Bairstow's style, but I wonder whether he might tap for 2.
Could easily.
Actually, Warner's onto it. Warner is not going right out to the boundary edge. Warner is thinking about this. I'm not sure Cummins is, because I think he's a bit glazed at the moment. Anyway, what drama out of nowhere, really. Well,
lots of gaps in the offside. They could get 2 up towards extra cover. Bairstow's on 98. In comes Green from the far end, moves in, bowls outside the off stump. He chops it away, but too hard, and straight to the fielder at cover. And Bairstow walks away, leans on his bat, punches his gloves together.
Umpire Wilson is on the offside at a sort of deep point rather than square leg, and just looking at the field. If Bairstow could just push it towards umpire Wilson, the boundary fielders are not behind him. There's scope for that too, but I think he's probably thinking of 4.
In comes Green, bowls to Bairstow, who drives. Now this could be 2. Let's see. Anderson's got to do it. He's taken 1. He's rushing for the far end. No, sent back. Bairstow sent him back. Bairstow goes to 99. It was Cummins who got the ball very quickly and threw the ball with deadly accuracy to Cameron Green, and there's no doubt that was the right decision. He'd have been run out. And now the field come in, and Bairstow is helpless. He's on 99 not out. But he got halfway up the pitch. But well, I'm sure he would have been run out there.
Obviously, yeah, I think you're right. I mean, 2 was the idea. And Jimmy will have to say to him, well, it was your idea. And now poor old Jimmy is left with the burden.
In comes Green, moves in, bowls to Anderson, turns it around the corner, there's a pill before he's out! Anderson's been given out LBW.
I think it's out, but they're going to review it.
And Bairstow is 99 not out. Anderson got right in front of his stumps. He tried to turn the ball away in the fine leg.
Player review for LBW, original decision is out, confirm it is a fair delivery. You can go to the front on Spanish, please.
So given out.
Jimmy's waiting, but he knows he's struggling.
Let's have a look.
Well, it's a bit leg-sided, but I think it'll be out. Leg stump, I think.
I think hitting leg stump. He's been given out.
Well, crazy, isn't it? In a way, more significantly.
Watching Ultra Edge.
Okay, flat line as the ball past the bat. Satisfied, no bat involved. You can go to the ball tracking.
Here we go then. Anderson, LBW, we've got 2 reds and a third.
Wickets hitting.
And England are all out. And Johnny Bairstow is running off. He's got no time to get ready. He's got to get those wicket-keeping pads on. But what an ovation he's getting. I hope he's enjoying it. Yeah, he's waving his bat now. What an innings. You don't see many people walk off happily on 99.
He gets a high five from Ben Stokes.
Johnny Bairstow's grinning from ear to ear.
Yeah, and so was Ben Stokes, actually.
What an innings. And yes, there'll be, I'm sure, lots of people who'll be wondering why England batted so long, but the entertainment that they provided was again unforgettable. But do they have enough time in which to bowl Australia out and to win this game against the elements? That's the question. Well, it's the heavy roller rolls solemnly out to the middle.
That's sort of in the lap of the gods, but we may find, actually, that partnership of, 60-odd? Where's Andy?
66 in just 8.1 overs.
You could equally find that those 66 runs, at a rate, will also prove invaluable. I mean, we don't know what the weather's going to do. We think it's going to be reasonably okay today. We're pessimistic, very pessimistic about tomorrow, but who knows what Sunday will bring. So we might find that, the extra runs, or 66 runs in no time, along with some terrific entertainment, will be crucial. I don't know, but everyone's thoroughly enjoyed it. Bairstow has hit some extraordinary shots, reminiscent of, Stokes earlier in the series. Amazing sixes. I told our listener, I misled them. I said, you can't hit sixes on this ground, it's too big. Well, not too big for Johnny Bairstow.
No. Well, England know what they have to do now, and interestingly, actually, Stokes is doing some bowling over there.
Oh, my goodness, he's going to bowl us to victory. He is.
Well, he is bowling. He's warming up. He's loosening up.
I mean, I don't think he'll take the new ball, but almost as a statement of intent. I'll be up for this. Who else is out there? That looks like Mark Wood. Mark Wood's having a little loosen as well. Jimmy will be loose enough. Now, what would really cap Jimmy's day, having had a bit of a barren patch, is for a bit of cloud to come over and for that new ball to start swinging for a change.
Johnny Bairstow's final numbers: 99 from 81 balls, 4 sixes and 10 fours. He scored 100 off his next ball. It would have been the third fastest century in Ashes history. On Gilchrist's 57-ball effort in Perth in 06-7, and Gilbert Jessop, we keep talking about him, 1902 at the Oval in 76 balls. Bairstow is the 7th player in Test history to be left not out on 99, the third for England. Alex Tudor, famously as night watchman, match-winning 99 not out against New Zealand, stranded by some rather crass batting towards the end. And Jeff Boycott in Perth, 99 not out in December 1979.
I don't want to carp, but records that start with would have been, they're not very impressive to me.
Well, that was a breathtaking innings again. We saw Zach Crawley yesterday play in his own very powerful way. It was a brilliant innings, but the bludgeoning, the brutality of Bairstow's hitting there.
And the cleanness too. I mean, these are amazing strikes. You can't miss-hit sixes on this ground, especially square of the wicket. And you heard the crack. You knew it was right out of the middle. Not once, but 4 or 5 times.
Well, some bowling figures here. Stark, 25 overs, no maidens, 2 for 137. Hazelwood took 5 wickets, 27 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 126. Cummins, 23 overs, no maidens, 1 for 129. He's hit for 15 fours and 2 sixes. Cameron Green, 15.4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 64. And then we didn't see much of Head, 7 overs, 52. Marsh, 9 overs for 57. Curiously underbowled, really. I wonder what that was about. Perhaps he's not 100%. And Labuschagne, that 1 over of yesterday for 3 runs. So England know what they have to do. They're out there, they're busy. There's lots of catching practice going on below us here, and loosening up of the quick bowlers as well, including, intriguingly, Ben Stokes. So he's having a conversation with David Saker, who's the bowling coach there, and he looks as if he's going to certainly warm himself up. You can watch the highlights of today. Of course, that's on the BBC Sport website and the app, or the BBC iPlayer later on. I thoroughly recommend you watch those, because there was some fantastic hitting there. And that drama at the end of Anderson falling LBW, having been sent back, going for the second that would have brought Bairstow his 100. I think it's probably the right decision. I think probably Anderson would have been run out. It was a terrific throw-in from the deep from Cummins. But then LBW next ball, leaving Bairstow 99 not out. And have England given themselves enough time? It's impossible to know with weather forecasts, of course. But how many overs are left, or due to be left today, Andy? Because they've added some time on, haven't they? You can go on to, is it about 20 to 7 tonight? We've lost, what is it, 13 minutes or something rather strange?
Yeah, I made it 12 minutes, might be 13. So they've had 35.4 overs. So by my reckoning, it's just disappeared off my screen. I think that means there'll be 52 left. 52
overs. We know that England won't be rushing through their overs, but they need to make sure that they do bowl all of those overs that are available to them. It would really make sense if they don't. But they've certainly given themselves, well, the best possible position, bearing in mind the situation of the Ashes and so on. Mark Wood there flinging down one to Chetan Patel, who's got the mitt on. There's a low-flying aeroplane overhead. I don't think it's David Gower. Could be.
It's the story of that last wicket stand. Mentioned 66 in 8.1 over, so 49 balls. Anderson 5 from 18. Bairstow 50 from 31. And there were 15 buys. 11 buys in that partnership.
Right, well, the heavy roller's going about its business, and it's a very heavy roller, because not just the roller itself, but it's got half a dozen very large water containers there on the back wheel, just to add a little bit of extra oomph to it as it rolls up and down. And England's players coming off now, having got themselves loosened up and ready to go. And a vision in peach, or is it apricot?
Well, Tim Peach, producer Tim Peach wants it to be peach. I think it's more apricot.
I think it's apricot. It's a very eye-catching number, Alex. But is England's lead eye-catching for you? I'll let you muse on that, because Jim Maxwell is going to get us underway for the start of this innings, James. So, Alex, thoughts from you?
Yeah, I think, England, they have got a massive lead, haven't they? We were all talking about when they will declare. Will it be at lunch? Will it be 10 minutes after lunch? Well, this England team, they say always do the unexpected. They will always do the unexpected, and that certainly was. Their aim is to only bat once, and once only, try and bowl Australia out here cheaply. I think Australia look jaded. They've been chasing the ball to all parts. They don't look like the Australia we've seen as of late, Jim.
They don't look like a side who's leading the series 2-1.
No, they don't. They look like
they look like a side who's losing the series 3 or 4-0. I mean, the ineptitude of what we saw there today from Australia in the field, tactically, even at the end, you're allowed to bowl the number 11 a Yorker. They didn't bowl one full and straight until they hit him on the pads. I mean, there's been some daft cricket played by Australia, but to be fair, England have taken the game away from them with some extraordinary batting. And again today, I don't know if there were any tactics about the way Australia played this game today. There didn't seem to be much yesterday as they were put under the cosh. So England have taken the high ground here. Can they now dispatch Australia and win this game? The weather, of course, is a factor. We just don't know until we turn up tomorrow. But there's still a lot of overs left today. Andy, how many have we got left?
I think it's 52, but I will confirm.
52 overs. Well, a lot can happen in that period of time. Australia may well get in and build a position that keeps them alive in this game. But you'd have to say, psychologically, England at least have an advantage.
They do, and they'll have more energy than the Australians, to be completely honest. David Warner not had a great series. He's going to have to face Stuart Broad. We all know about that battle. England, they'll be feeling pretty confident. We know how this team play. They'll be aggressive. We are going to see some funky fields. We are going to see some cricket that will be entertaining from this England side, because that's what they do.
Who's your friend?
Don't know it.
Buzzing around. That's not Spider Cam, that's something else.
It's got a sign attached to it, but I can't see what it
has
says.
it? It's a nuisance. It's like a wasp you don't want around. Today at the Test, our highlights show will be on BBC 4 tonight and the BBC iPlayer from 7 p.m. So BBC 4. Now, the aeroplane has buzzed off, I think, and we're going to get back to watching the cricket and seeing what the England new ball can do against these two fine left-hand batsmen who certainly in the twilight of their careers and need to get Australia away here to try and arrest the momentum that England have got in the game. Anderson starts up and Khawaja is taken on the body. It drops down at his feet and he very politely leans down and picks it up with his left hand and hands it across to Stokes. So Australia being pummeled again today. The last wicket partnership
was
for England.
66 in 8.1 overs. The innings run rate 5.49, the third fastest ever in a team score of 500 or more.
Anderson again, 4 slips in place. Khawaja just dinks around the corner, takes the line of the ball to fine leg, deep backward square for a single and gets the innings underway. You say the fourth fastest?
Third fastest, so innings of 500 or more, 5.49 per over. The third fastest, the only 2 innings quicker were England and Rawalpindi at 6.5 an over in December, making 657 in 101 overs, and earlier this summer 524 for 4 of 82.4 overs against Ireland at Lord's. The previous Ashes record was 4.7, Australia in Perth in 2006.
Warner's on strike for Anderson, who bowls to him, and he leans forward and plays firmly, positively out to mid-off extra cover, and there's a dot. So we're going back to the 60s. You remember when England held all those land speed records? Well, they're holding them again. And the top three are all this Ben Stokes, Bazball, McCullum-inspired team. Yep. Well, it's been a thrilling batting performance, no doubt about that. And the mob out there have been loving it. 3 slips and a backward point. Anderson goes in, Warner's back, plays the ball defensively down at his feet. So I'm so lost in a blur of shots and 6s and 4s. What was the first innings lead there? 592, that's 275. 275. Well, Australia have a lot of work to do to stay in this game, but in their favour, you would think, is the surface. It's pretty good to bat on, as England have shown. Anderson bowls, Warner goes back and fiddles square at the wicket on the offside, and there's no chance to score with Brook gathering it in. A little bit of breeze here. Feels a bit cool looking through the glass. Is it cool out there?
It is cool out there. I've just been out there. It's cold.
It's cold, right. But it's not wet, and that's what we want watching a test match. We want fine weather. We did have a little squall just after lunch, which took a few minutes out of the day. And Jimmy Anderson down at his end, having played valiantly, runs in now and pitches right up, drifting forward. Warner defends it back on the offside.
Well, the energy here for England, they're all running. I know it's the first over, but they're running to their fielding positions. They've had their feet up for a while. They'll have more energy about them than the Australians. The Australians will be so thankful to have bowled England out, to get that final wicket of Jimmy Anderson. Just go in and just relax, refresh your mind, refresh your bodies. England chomping at the bit to get out there.
It really was frenetic out there at the end, with Bairstow and Anderson running cheeky buys to get the strike back. And alas, in the end, Bairstow, well, it would have been a risky second run as he played it down the ground, and Anderson was sent back. And that exposed Anderson to the bowling. And Australia, for once, pitched the ball up to him rather than tried to knock his block off or get a catch in close, which they'd failed to do. Although they did produce a few pokey shots in the air, but full and straight. Nothing wrong with it. Aim at the stumps. Now 4 slips are there. Broad around the wicket. He's bowling to Khawaja. Charges in now. Khawaja forward. Takes the ball away for a single on the onside. The crowd won't mind that, as Wood picks up, because Warner will be on strike to his nemesis, Stuart Broad. He takes his guard from umpire Menon, and the crowd, with some expectancy, move forward in their seats around the ground, in their pole positions up there in the post box stand, to see what this will produce. 3 slips backward point, squarish cover, more at point, an extra cover mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. And Stuart Broad, 600 test wickets. Another one here, on his way towards Warner. Warner leaves the ball outside the off stump. And he's done that fairly well for the most part, but every now and then he's lured into a push at an angle delivery, and that's the one that has been troubling him, nicking it into the slip cordon. He got a start in the first innings, but then was out for 32, with Wokes getting a ball to lift that he couldn't keep his bat away from. So the game's tight again. I don't think Australia will be rushing along this afternoon, as busy as Warner can be. There'll be some applied bowling here on a length and near the stumps. Broad around the wicket goes in. Warner's on the walk, and he's getting a run as he sends it down to the left of Wood, who's there at mid-on. And Warner's underway. He's 1, Khawaja 2. Australia none for 3. Another day of spectacular English batting has put them in the driver's seat.
Johnny Bairstow's highest score of the Ashes series. 70 in the first innings at Edgbaston, I think it was.
78, I think, yeah.
Thank you. And then since then had the gloves but hadn't kept and not done much. You do think, I hope he's not too tired behind the stumps. He can concentrate and keep hold of most things.
He's entitled to be, although he didn't have to run a lot of singles. As Broad charges in now and pitches around the off stump, well played by Khawaja over the line. He did take a few byes at bus. He said they were scurrying for those.
He'll
and they
like
did
that.
it well. They did it easily, didn't they?
Well, Bairstow, he'll like that, won't he? Especially after being run out by Carey in that way. He'll like the fact that he's been able to almost have one up him and go.
He wasn't dozy today.
No, 4 byes against you now.
There's not much you can do with those unless you get a quick response from the keeper to throwing down the stumps. It's a bit different to being sort of a premeditated action. Away goes Broad again. Khawaja's on the walk, on the drive. He steers it away. Out through square cover towards the boundary. It's going to run away for 4. It does. Nicely launched. He used his feet, actually. He was on the move as Broad arrived. And then opened the face of the bat, timed it, and it flew across the ground towards the what I call bummy seats down there for those that have paid their dough. They get to sit on soft seats.
On the sofas.
The sofas, yes.
Ah, okay, see, on the bummy seats.
None for 7, Australia. 275 behind after England's banquet with their bowling. Massive banquet. And I'll give you those figures through the board down to Bairstow's 99 not out. Around Stokes 51 and Brooks 61. Now here's Broad going into Khawaja. Khawaja leaves a wideish ball. So apart from that, the Wokes was out for a first ball duck. Wood 6. And Broad 7. Anderson, LBW Green 5. The last wicket partnership worth 66. 66. And the bowling figures Stark 2 for 137. Hazelwood 5 for 126. Cummins 1 for 129. Green 2 for 64. Head none for 52. And Marsh none for 57. Didn't bowl today. And Labuschagne an over for 3 runs. It's just after 10 past 3 local time. The weather's holding up. Not a problem today. It's all the speculation about tomorrow and Sunday.
There will be a big part of Bairstow that's disappointed to have been left stranded as well. Yes, it's only 1 run, but it's that personal milestone, isn't it?
Now Anderson starts afresh. Warner's on the walk and he taps it around the corner, just glides it off the line of the stumps for a single to Mark Wood down below us at fine leg. And that's what Australia will be conscious of here, just to keep the game moving along. They don't want to get pinned down with dot balls. And Warner ever busy out there. Both batsmen acknowledging the slowness and perhaps the predictability to a large extent of the surface, trying to get forward to bowling. That's well, it's not Mark Wood. It's Jimmy Anderson at 40 years of age. He comes running into Khawaja. Khawaja in behind the line. Both shoulders pointing back towards the bowler. And Anderson obliges with a bit of kick up and collect in his follow through a couple of times there.
That's quite impressive there from Jimmy Anderson. Flicks the ball at 1, 2, 3, 4, and then into his palm of his hands. That hurts your feet as well, though. Your feet are quite bony, obviously. You're kicking a rock-hard cricket ball.
Get it on your metatarsal to make it a bit sore. 4 slips. Here's Anderson and Khawaja leaves outside the off stump. On the angle. Not a lot of exciting pace, but the right line from an experienced, crafty bowler is going to work away from his end of the ground. So England having a rapturous day or so here against the Australian bowling, and now they've got the work in front of them to try and conjure some wickets. Try and and work their way through this top order. As Anderson has another ball across Khawaja, he allows it to pass. So the pitch looks basically benign, other than the odd lower bounce, mystery bounce, but it's pretty pure.
We've not had anything as drastic as Joe Root's wicket yesterday, have we, today?
Yeah, that was just a one-off, you'd think.
Yeah.
But you crunch the heavy roller onto it again, and it probably calms what's occasionally there for the bowlers. We'll see. Anderson's on his way towards Khawaja. Khawaja leaves, good leave just outside the line. It was a little bit closer with Anderson trying to straighten it onto the line of the off stump. And Khawaja, as has been his method throughout this series, just contemplates, plays, leaves, and then goes for a perambulation towards square leg to gather his thoughts with Australia. None for 8. Khawaja 6, Warner on 2. We're running out towards a tea break a bit later, but we're watching Anderson moving in. Khawaja digs it out and punches straight down the ground between mid-on and the bowler, and then runs away to the boundary for 4. Doesn't, was just overhauled down there by Stokes, chasing back a long run down the ground. And what was that? And that's Broad. Broad, he's got a cap on. I lost him with the cap, and he stopped it, and they collected 3 runs from the last ball of the over. Well chased, and the score is none for 11.
Slightly over pitch there from Jimmy Anderson. Lovely shot from Khawaja. They are going to check it, but Broad does a good job. Yeah, he's got his baggy blue on, but his headband underneath it. It's a look, you could say.
The headband, yes.
No, with the headband and then the baggy.
The last of the Okamists. And he's going to be bowling below us after walking all the way back from the Jimmy Anderson end. And he just wipes his little bandana, grips the ball and comes in. Around the wicket, Khawaja is leaving the ball outside the off stump as it hit the pitch and went on. So another full house here. The trumpeter's doing his bit. What's that chap's name? Harris?
The trumpeter?
Yeah.
Finchy.
Right. But what's his real name?
Finch dog. I don't know.
That'll do.
Simon?
I think it's Harris. Mike Harris, something like that. He gets up at tea time on the ground, and they bring out the mic, and he performs. And the crowd seem to like it, yeah. Broad around the wicket again, running in towards Khawaja. Khawaja in behind the line, playing quietly down towards mid-on.
Simon Finch.
Simon Finch. Right. Okay. Another Finch. There's Finches everywhere. Oh, the Cinch. Is that a connection with the English team? Cinch.
Was connected to the 100.
They're a sponsor, right.
They're not anymore.
Oh, well, they've still got their name on the pavilion with a few other sponsors.
Simon Finch, very much the Miles Davis of cricket grounds for me.
Miles Davis, a good call. All right, he's on at tee. You might hear him. Broad's going in. And Khawaja's playing sturdily away on the offside, out there into the cover region where Stokes is fielding. And there's a bit of excitement in the crowd. You can hear the buzz. They're all keen to see what's going to happen. Some of them have cleaned their hands and got ready for the excitement. And Michael Vaughan, are we going to see many wickets? What do you think?
Well, if England bowl well and take the chances, I think we'll see a few. It's what the crowd are wanting.
Pitch looks pretty bland, doesn't it?
At the minute.
Yep, Broad goes in, Khawaja forward, and he gets an outside edge that rolls gently in front of the wicket on the offside, and so they gather a single, and it's none for 12.
Johnny Bairstow played nicely, Jim.
He did. The cafeteria was open, I'd have to say.
Yeah, he played well. I thought towards the end we were going to get huge drama. I thought when they were nicking those singles to the keeper, I thought the man camp was on.
Well, yeah.
All the series is lacking, isn't it? A man camp.
Well, I think that they wanted Carey to be the one rather than the bowler, didn't they? Some in the crowd were giving him a bit of a raspberry, but Bairstow gave the bowlers the raspberry. A few big sixes, broad bowls, and Warner's forward, almost in anticipation as the delivery comes his way, and he blocks it.
Yeah, England played well. Whether they batted a bit too long, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
We're all talking about the forecast over the weekend, and everyone's saying it's a write-off for Saturday, but things can change. Even if you get an hour's worth of play tomorrow, that'll be something that you would take at this stage. Remember at Headingley on that day where it rained for a long period, everyone thought, oh, there'd be no play, and we got plenty of play.
Broad's in, Warner's on the move, he gets a run, just shoveling the ball away out towards mid-wicket as the Works came rattling in to field. So we've got another 20 minutes to go before tea. Ali Mitchell's going to come in and join you. Australia 275 behind, and they're now none for 14, something like that. I'll leave it with you, Michael. Have fun.
Yeah, Jimmy Anderson to carry on from his own end. Australia 13 for 0. They've played nicely. So far, there's not been a great deal of action off the surface. We haven't seen any uneven bounce. We haven't seen a huge amount of swing. Maybe the heavy rollers just still taking effect, and that'll wear off soon. Afternoon, Ali.
Afternoon. No alarm bells for Australia yet.
Not yet. That short cover point's a good position on the catch. I like
Anderson in now. Warner tucks in behind one. Fuller ball from Anderson. Picked up by Wokes, moving in from square leg. So 13 runs on the board. But such drama when Bairstow was batting towards the end of that innings, chasing the fastest England Test century at one moment, and then just trying to get back on strike. Anderson in the end being missed.
I was so disappointed that I didn't get 3 figures because I wanted to see the celebration. I think it could have been a beauty.
I think it would have been still going on, wouldn't it?
I think we might have taken an hour out of the game.
Anderson moves in from his own end of this ground at Old Trafford. Full again. Warner is forward, crab-like, and it's a dot ball to Stuart Broad.
I remember Nasser when he got his 100 at Lords against India in 2002, I think it was, and he pointed to he had number 3 on his shirt. And obviously, some of the press have been saying that Nasser shouldn't be in the one-day side, certainly shouldn't be batting at 3. And I just had my memory to go back to that because I thought Bairstow's going to do something similar. Don't know who he would have pointed to, but
I think in this general direction as Anderson goes in full again to Warner, brings his bat down in defence, no run into the onside. Well, it was quite a belligerent kind of knock, wasn't it?
Oh, some of those strokes, some of the, those little flicks that went into the stand.
And the shot which had Ben Stokes and Joe Root just cooing, that's massive, they were mouthing from inside the dressing room. He heaved it into the stands.
Oh, he's a brilliant player.
A lot of shots to watch back on the BBC Sport website, that's for sure, and the app. Warner hovers over his bat. Anderson's in once more, tucked off the hip, just drops into the onside, and Khawaja is quickly responding from the non-striker's end to come through for the single. As not leg by, got some bat on that. 14 for none, 261 behind. And well, time will tell, won't it, whether the runs were worthwhile or whether the time taken out of the game by continuing batting on after lunch becomes relevant.
Yeah, we'll obviously judge that later on in the day. I mean, I guess you can't just look at the forecast. You've just got to do what's in front of you. England were criticised at Edgbaston for declaring too soon. If they batted on half an hour too late here, that's just the game of Test cricket.
Anderson to Khawaja, high front elbow, defends up towards mid-off, and it is Stokes who bends down to pick up one-handed as grey cloud has moved across Old Trafford again. It's a little gloomy and certainly chilly. There's a coldness, a chill in the wind here.
But what England have done is almost say to Australia, you can't win the game.
Yeah.
And when there's so much time left in the game, it tests your mentality when all you can do is play for the draw. We're only 2.5 days into a 5-day game, and when you know as a team that all you can do is draw, it's a long time to think about just drawing a game.
Anderson in, that's beaten the outside edge, had Khawaja reaching forward in groping fashion. It was really not far away. A wonderful delivery from Anderson. But it didn't take the edge through to Bairstow. End of the over.
What's the news on the hover cover? Do we know it's...
The news of the hover cover?
It was broken earlier.
Oh, well, I had wondered why they only brought across the tarpaulin, not the hover cover. I didn't realise there was a malfunction.
Yeah, the technicians were having a look at the engine. Whether the engine was broken or there was a puncture. Not too sure, but there was certainly an issue with the hover cover. Going to need it tomorrow by the sounds of it.
Well, the droning that you could hear was a light aircraft up above us, not the sound of the hover cover starting out, but that aircraft was pulling across a banner, very much in support of the England team. As Broad comes in around the wicket again to want it down the leg side, made as if to follow it, through to Bairstow. Got some ooze from the crowd. 3 slips in place.
Where is the banner? I can't see it.
Well, it came across a moment ago and the aeroplane was bannerless. So I don't know whether he's come down somewhere and deposited the banner, but there's nothing trailing behind the plane the last time I saw it.
Lost the banner. It's not done a great job.
Well, it certainly earlier was carrying a banner which said, "We're gonna win 3-2," was the lettering.
Well, it's
sprung out behind it.
There's certainly a possibility of that.
Warner facing up to Stuart Broad. 3 slips in place. Broad's in across the left-hander against a tumbling take by Bairstow down the leg side, and Warner didn't offer a shot. Let it go by him. Tucks his bat under his arm as that aircraft makes another circle over Old Trafford, and still, unless it's the angle of the banner, I cannot see a banner out behind the aircraft anymore.
I think it's basically trailing Australia's chances of victory in this test match.
It's flying off into the far distance.
I thought it was a Johnny Morris, David Gower moment. Hopefully the Aussies have got the plane out.
I actually heard that story in full the other night. The flying of the Tiger Moth over the ground of Carrara in Queensland in the middle of a tour match. Broad into Warner, defending, going forward, back up the pitch and no run. I mean, that was just utterly extraordinary to think about. It would just never happen in the modern day. I mean, it was severely frowned on by the management at the time.
I would say if there was ever an England team that could get away with that, it's this England side.
Actually, you make a good point. I mean, crikey, maybe it'd be the coach who'd be up there in the aircraft to create a little bit of hijinks.
Get them all on there with Baz.
For those who don't know that particular story, get the year right. Was it 1991? Needs to remind me exactly what the year was. As Broad comes in now, Warner awaits again down the leg side once more, and Warner allows it to go through to Bairstow. 14 for none.
It was the touring the Australian 1990 to 91 summer.
And so it was a tour match in Queensland. It's in the middle of the game. Had Gower just got out, there was an airfield right next to the cricket ground, and they'd been noticing these planes buzzing around. And Gower was chatting away after he'd been dismissed, I think it was, saying, I quite fancy a ride in one of those planes. And Johnny Morris overheard the conversation, said, well, if you're going up, I want in as well. Broad around the wicket, and Warner, that comes back into him off the outside edge of the bat. Maybe a little quicker, wasn't quite expecting maybe the bounce of the ball. Jabbed into the ground, then picked up by Harry Brook at cover. Anyway, Gower and Johnny Morris duly paid, what they said about that, £70 or something like that for a flight in 2 Tiger Moth aircrafts, open cockpits. So there's photographs of them wearing proper goggles and covering their heads. So go up in these Tiger Moth planes and actually fly down at about 200 feet over the ground of Carrara. Alan Lamb was batting at the time, pointed up to them with his bat. Must have twigged it was them. Broad in now, down the leg side again, so Warner through to Bairstow. He did shape again as if he might have followed it, but it's the end of the over from Broad, and he really left alone that channel that he normally goes around the wicket, where he's looking to take the ball away from the left-hander and bring the slips into play. But it's 14 without loss at 261 behind. But yeah, high jinx in the aircraft.
I don't quite get what the issue was. Bit of fun. They were both out.
What?
Probably thought that the England team were going to bat a lot longer.
Probably some small print in their contract that says, thou shalt not do anything that might pose a risk to your fitness or health.
I would. Well, you get on a plane to go to Australia, so they just felt that they were doing.
I think the plane might have only really meant to have flown at the lowest about 2,000 feet. They brought it down to about 200 feet, buzzed the ground. Anyway,
I just wonder out here whether England. I mean, Chris Woakes has been outstanding. Just a bit of Moeen Ali. early to the two left-handers.
Anderson continuing, and Kawaja's little tucked up, and that's come off the glove to the onside where Wokes is there to field. Not comfortable though, Kawaja.
No, a bit of extra bounce from Jimmy Anderson. There are plenty of cracks on the surface now, but you can see at the far end that Jimmy's bowling from. Outside, David Warner's off stump. There's plenty of rough. I just wonder whether it's worth just a couple of overs of Moeen Ali to the lefties, just to see if he can get a couple to spin.
Well, there was some turn on day one, wasn't there, for Moeen? 4 slips are there in place. Kawaja's taking his time to settle here. Seeing Moeen at backward point, Wokes at mid-wicket, mid-off and mid-on in place, and Anderson with sweatbands on each wrist, in now to Kawaja full. Kawaja's defending on off-stump quite solidly. Stokes has picked up and flung the ball back into Bairstow, and I hope he hasn't just clutched his right shoulder there as he threw the ball. He's just rubbing it a little bit, that right shoulder. That's the last thing that England want. The knee is an issue. Stokes was out in the middle, wasn't he, having a little bit of a bowl in the innings break. I mean, it could be one of those days if England actually start to take wickets and the Ashes are on the line, then you'd think, well, if Stokes can bowl, then he will, having not played a role at all with the ball at Headingley.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be his intention to have too much of a bowl, but you never know with Ben Stokes. Yeah, this one, England were desperate to get on one of those runs, a Stuart Broad magic spell where you've seen him get 3 or 4 quick ones. Sense from Australia that this pitch is playing well enough for them to bat the day out comfortably, but you just never know in this series. Every time you felt that the game was comfortable, it surprised you.
Leg gully's been positioned here for Kawaja, with Anderson coming around the wicket to the left-hander, so just the 3 slips in place now. Anderson there, bowls to Kawaja, full angles it in. Kawaja's defending up to Broad at mid-on. He's looking pretty calm in that Kawaja bubble of his, and that's the mentality Kawaja will try and get into, almost take himself back to Edgbaston.
Yeah, the one thing that the Aussies won't do, I don't think they'll come out crashing it and score too quickly. So that lead that England now have of 261, it's going to take them a long time to get up to that kind of total. So England will just keep chipping away, keep testing the mentality of the Australian side.
There's a bright yellow helicopter that just flew over the ground as well. That's disappeared off in the direction of the plane. Anderson around the wicket again, and that's a little wider, and it's beaten the bat. It drew Kawaja forward. He was playing defensively and through to Bairstow. So Anderson is probing. He's asking some questions. He's beaten the bat of Kawaja a couple of times.
Yeah, it's kind of he always looked like a lazy defence stroke from Usman Khawaja, but it's just the way he plays. He likes to hang really far back, and at the last minute he just dips his head forward to the fuller length deliveries.
Anderson's up to the wicket, bowls right in on the toes of Khawaja. It's well bowled, but it's also well dug out, well met. To Stokes there at a shortish extra cover position. Anderson just got the 1 wicket in the first innings, but it was an impactful wicket because it was a wonderful way for England to start the day on day 2 when he had Cummins dismissed first ball. But also perhaps maybe said something about the state of mind of Australia's captain, that he just drove a catch straight to cover first ball of the day. But it did get Anderson something in the wickets column. Khawaja crouches over his bat. A couple of taps on the ground now. Anderson races in, around the wicket he goes, pulled by Khawaja, but only as far as Wokes at mid-wicket. He's into the ground and then straight to him. Metre or so either side, and there was no protection on that deep mid-wicket boundary. So England have bowled 7 overs, 4 of them by Anderson, 14 for none.
I like this. It's going to be a bit of Moeen Ali.
You're right.
He's a smart captain, is Ben Stokes. He's always thinking ahead, and just a couple of overs here just to have a look. 2 lefties. Chris Wokes will probably replace Jimmy Anderson from his own end. Maybe Jimmy will have 1 more, but it won't be long before we see Chris Wokes.
Broad's just bowled the 3 overs, Andy. 3 overs. Went for 8 runs. There was a maiden in there as well. So Stokes mixing things up. He's going to ask some different questions here. After Moeen Ali played a wonderful hand with the bat in that first innings for his half-century. Also bringing up that significant milestone for him of 200 test wickets, 3,000 test runs, which speaking to him this morning, he was saying that's to him kind of felt almost like a bit of a Test career reward. Like it gets him a marker within the Test history books. Even though he's come back into the side for this one-off series, it's almost a testament to what went before and across his entire career. He's very proud of that achievement.
Yeah, I think this is a big part of the game now for England to win on the pitch that we've seen so far in the 7 overs. It looks like the spinner's going to have to play a role.
Warner on strike, one slip and a short leg in place. Positioning the deep cover fielder a little more square now. So Moeen Ali then into the attack for the first time. Stroked out through the covers gently by Warner. And putting off the boundary.
How many balls has David Warner faced?
That's his 20th.
Of spin in this series?
Oh, in this series? I'll dig that out.
I don't remember him facing too much spin. I remember him back in a series in 2015 when Moeen Ali came on in Cardiff. He tried to whack him to all parts and got out to Moeen Ali, caught mid-off. So I'm intrigued to see how Warner's going to play the off-spinner.
There's rough outside the left-hander's off-stump. Moeen is there. Angles it across Khawaja, though, and it's turned down towards very fine leg. It's running away towards the boundary. Will it be caught up? No, it's 4. There's a long chase back for Joe Root from his position at slip. So boundary for Khawaja. Moeen really firing that one in towards the leg stump. 19 for none. 256 behind. This after England got their first innings up to 592. And England coming out to bat on after lunch. At lunchtime the lead was 189. Bairstow was on 41, but he moved from 41 to 99 in just 42 balls. And more air this time from Moeen, stroked out through the vacant cover region by Khawaja for a single.
The ball that Warner hit for 1 start of this over was just the 11th ball of spin he's faced in this series. He's faced 305 balls from seamers.
Well, I reckon in 2019 he wouldn't have faced too many balls from spin. He wasn't out there long enough.
That's very true. Would have been there for Jack Leach. Moeen goes in here. Warner's going back, works it into the onside. Jogs through for 1. It's Anderson at mid-on, moves across to his left-hand side to field.
It's all looking very easy for Australia, but it just takes one ball, one moment. Things can change very quickly.
Well, that is where sort of runs versus time versus wickets. You always think you'd be back the side who are looking to take 10 wickets. They just need 10 magic moments over the course of the rest of this day. If they can. Moeen around the wicket here. Khawaja's going back, playing off the off stump. Out towards deep cover for a single. I'm going to tell you when today the test is on today, because it's not on the usual channel at the usual time. It's on BBC 4 this evening and on the iPlayer, so still on the iPlayer from 7 p.m. But BBC 4, if you want to tune in from 7, there will be a repeat on BBC 2 at 11:05 this evening. So multiple ways of watching. Moeen in, plenty of air, and Fuller to Warner. Stroke back up the pitch towards Moeen, who picks up, and there's no run. So Warner's faced 22 balls for his 6 runs and Khawaja 26 for his 16. So it's semblance of control, but for England it's about trying to build pressure and trying to find some wicket balls and being on the attack.
Yeah, well, the pitch is playing very nicely, and a batting unit that's very concentrated and determined. You would think that a score should be possible in the conditions that Australia find themselves batting in now, but I thought in the last few innings, at Lords in the second innings, the 2 innings at Headingley, the first innings here, you've looked at an Australian side and always thought, well, they're surely going to get a big score. And England have managed to find a way to get the wickets. And it looks like England are going to have to probably dip into their tactic box to get a few wickets today.
Nothing funky as yet. Well, rather, if you like, conventional in here. 3 slips, a leg gully though here for Anderson again to Khawaja, who defends a foolish ball. Stokes at mid-off.
Warner against spin in England didn't face a single ball of spin in 2019, as he struggled against the pace, scoring just 95 runs in this series, most of them in one single innings. In 2015, Moeen Ali dismissed Warner 4 times in 77 balls for 69 runs, so it was an all-action contest back then.
Well, there wasn't much turn. Moeen didn't quite hit the footmarks during that over. He was tossing them up a bit more to Warner. Anderson coming in around the wicket now to Khawaja. Falling to drive and just stopped by Anderson, throwing himself to the ground and fielding it one-handed. Get some applause from the crowd and from his captain as well.
Yeah, good start from Jimmy. Just a couple of minutes to go till tea.
Well, it's not actually, because we had that rain delay earlier.
Oh, we've had
so with tea's pushed back to 3:53.
Okay,
to be
so I was just looking at the schedule on our sheet, and it was I'm on till 20 to 4.
Oh, I think you might be on a
might
bit longer. I'm
extend
not
it
sure. The boss will tell you. Aggers is definitely coming on after me in a few minutes' time to
I
take you up
see,
to the
so
tea
I
break.
see, yes.
So you might be on a little bit longer.
7 minutes to 4.
Don't disappear. Don't want to leave Aggers on his own.
I'm going to stay, don't worry.
In comes Anderson to Khawaja. His Falls opens a face slightly, isn't quite timed it. To Stokes in the covers, and there's no run. Bairstow was left stranded on 99 not out. It was part of the theatre of an extraordinary passage post-lunch. Geoffrey Boycott stranded on 99 in his career. Alex Tudor, not known for his batting, but he was stranded on 99 not out.
Graham Thorpe, I think it was, decided to whack a couple of boundaries. Unlucky Tudes, could have had a test century.
Do you think we ever would have heard the last of it if he did? A bit like Dizzy Gillespie with his double 100 as a night watchman. Anderson around the wicket full. It's coming off the inside part of the bat behind square. Setting off for 1 will become 2 here as the chase back is from Wokes. Throw comes back into the gloves of Bairstow.
Bairstow might have missed out on his chance of one of the fastest Ashes hundreds, but he has set a little piece of cricketing history.
Oh, go on.
It's his second 99 in Test cricket. He was out for 99 against South Africa in 2017 on this ground. One of only 11 players to have 2 99 scores in Test cricket, including Misbah ul Haq, who has 3, but the only one to have 2 99s on the same Test ground.
Oh, does it count though if one of them's a not out? Anderson in full and quick and met with a straight back up the pitch.
I love a quirky stat, and I liked Alex Hartley's stat that she put on the WhatsApp group last night about Zach Crawley. He averages 87 at grounds with a certain brand of hotel.
That was a good one, wasn't it?
So Zach should be picked at only the grounds that have a certain type of hotel.
His double 100 was down at Southampton, wasn't it, during the pandemic summer. No one in the crowd for that one. As Khawaja faces up, Anderson around the wicket to him, outside edge into the ground though, and in front of Duckett. It's caught him right on the left knee, but it went quickly and it did scoot into the ground.
Allison is a karma in the game because Ben Duckett on day 1 was laughing at his captain who got one on the shin. Similar kind of. Yeah, there's a bit of payback, and the captain's gone to have a little tap of the back of Ben Duckett and he's probably laughing, saying, "There you go, Ben. You were chuckling at me on day 1."
Well, 24 without loss, England. After that, getting that lead of 275. Sorry, Australia 24 without loss. And Aggers is coming in to join you, Michael, and take you up to tea.
Well, what England would give for a wicket in these 15 minutes or thereabouts until the tea break. 53 is tea. You have to be very pedantic in cricket, don't you, to get it absolutely right. Now we've got Moeen swinging his arm and moving in and bowling. Back goes Warner, plays that patiently back up the pitch. At tea, we're talking about, these couple of mayors have written an open letter to ECB about the allocation of Ashes Test matches in the coming years. Goes Moeen round the wicket, bowls, and that's pushed away out into the offsides. The Mayor of West Yorkshire and the Mayor of Greater Manchester have both written this open letter, so we're going to talk about that during the tea break.
Well, I do think it's mad.
Well, Ben Stokes said he was devastated.
I just think it's daft. England's record at Headley, the record here.
And it's just floated up, hit hard over his head for 4. Fine shot from Warner. Moeen there floated it up, and Warner said thanks very much. And Australia goes a 28 for no wicket with very few alarms. You must say, I was just looking at the photograph because Andy Burnham, who's the Mayor of Manchester, rung the bell today. There's a nice picture of him there, but just poking out of the window behind him is one of those Steve Smith crying masks. Obviously he hasn't noticed. It tickled me a bit, that, but there you go. He goes Moeen round the wicket, floating up, full toss, driven out to cover, tumbling save there, denies them a run. But it is quite.
I actually always think with Ashes allocations that the captain and the coach at the time should be able to choose at least one. With the style of play that they're going to produce and the pitches that they want to play on.
But also with the ICEC report that came out very recently, talking about taking the game out and beyond. That's the south. Oh, that's turned sharply. That did spin. Huge appeal breaks out. So there's not much excitement from Johnny Bairstow or Moeen, but it really kicked. Turned and kicked. And that's given Warner something to think about. It's coming up and giving the pitch a prod.
Yeah, it's better pace from Moeen, just a little bit quicker.
Oh, that did turn a long way.
Yeah, it hits the back hip of David Warner, that left hip. Bit of bounce as well.
And again, floats it up, follows it with a pie. That's been pulled through mid-wicket for 4. Knee-high full toss. It's disappointing.
It was a pie, it was a poor ball. To finish the over, nicely put away from David Warner. He's looking dangerous once again. Yeah, I mean, the allocation, it's done quite a few years in advance, isn't it? I totally get Lords, I get the Oval, but I've always thought that the management at the time should at least get one pick.
Yes.
At least one pick because you've got Lords, you've got the Oval. At least one pick for the venue that they feel would give them the best chance of winning a game. And I'm pretty sure the England side would pick Headingley with what they've done there of recent times.
It is complicated. I mean, the Oval has got a very long staging agreement that's just nailed down, so they do have to have one simply because they managed to get a good deal some years ago, signed off by the ECB, so they are contracted to have one every year.
I think that Lords and the Oval are such the two great grounds. Ben Duckett's gone off the park. Obviously, when he got hit on that left knee, it's a bit of an issue, so he's gone off. Mark Wood's going to replace Jimmy Anderson. And the Oval and Lords bring in so much finance to the game.
Now we've got Mark Wood tearing in from the Anderson end. Up he comes, bowls, and Quadras up on his toes and plays the first ball out to wide mid-off. But it does seem, it's just...
So what's going to happen then with these two mares? Are they campaigning, or I mean,
well, they've written a letter
asking
for a change of mind, basically. So we'll talk to Andy Burnham about it.
Do you think it's possible?
Well, it's a very rigorous process, isn't there, which Stefan Schemmelt has been investigating as to how these things are done, and the board's responded to it with a statement. But it is a very rigorous process.
So we've got the Oval, Lords, Aegeus down in Southampton, Trent Bridge.
Yeah, Edgbaston. Here comes Wood round the wicket, bowls a beauty. Beautiful catch behind. Wood finishes out. The umpire agrees. And Quadras standing there. Strange one this, because all the England fielders went up and the bowler, but Quadra isn't too happy about it. He's having a conversation with David Warner. I never know whether batsmen really know 100% if you nick it or not, but they all went up and the umpire raised his finger. So I think basically you're essentially hoping that technology...
Director, we have a player for caught behind.
Is helping him out here.
Out. Confirm it's a fair delivery. You can go to the front on spin mission, please.
Let's have a look. Umpire Dharmasena is the third umpire. It's a lovely ball. It bounced. It was miles away from his body. It can only have been the bat.
Very close to the bat. You can go to the ultra edge.
It can only have been the bat. And here's the ultra edge, and there's a nice spike.
Yes.
And Usman Khawaja is walking off. He's got his hands on his hips. But I don't know what more evidence he wants, really. All the players went up instantly. Joel Wilson raised his finger more or less instantly. And it's there on ultra edge. So I think you've got little to complain about there.
Yeah, I'm always surprised when a batter needs his partner to give him a bit of an indication of whether you should review it or not. When you can only have hit the bat, there was no kind of bat and pad close together. You're away from the body.
Well, I wonder what David Warner said to him, because he's the same range as the umpire who clearly heard it.
I always used to know.
Must have been a good noise.
Yeah, you know it's a batter when you hit it. I mean, obviously Usman gambled and wasn't 100% sure, but
I think sometimes that you do it as a batsman, just hoping that somehow ultra edge hasn't picked it up.
The technology is wrong.
Yeah.
But the extra pace of Mark Wood, he's got a big role to play on this surface. Marnus Labuschagne out there. Can England get a second before tea?
We're confused this tea time. It's 53. So we've got, 5 minutes?
The Quaj is such a big wicket because he can bat a long period of time. We've seen him bat for long periods throughout the series, so that's a big blow for Australia. Just an extra bit of pace, bit of bounce, just outside the off stump.
Tremendous commotion out there to our left on that open stand.
A big beer snake there, Agus. Look at that one in the middle of the stand. That's got a bit of a curly section to it.
Yeah, well, I think they're enjoying that, but I think they're particularly enjoying Marnus Labuschagne. I said at that rather unexpected meeting with Jim and I in the lift last night, and he's now taking guard.
You met him in the lift, did you?
He obviously, he must have pressed the wrong button and he came up here.
How was he, all right?
No, he wasn't very grumpy.
What was his issue?
He was very grumpy.
With you or just with the lift?
No, he was quite pleased to see us, but just grumpy with the situation. He was chewing a piece of melon and was wondering why he'd had to bowl. Right, he's on strike now anyway. And there's 2 slips, a leg slip, forward short leg, and Mark Wood literally off his long run. Being urged on by the crowd. Here he comes. Tearing towards us, bowls for Labuschagne's short, nasty ball. And he plays that very well. Taking his gloves and bat handle and anything else out of the way. A very hostile ball from Mark Wood. You can't beat taking a wicket early in a spell, and he's done it in his first over. He'd done it, in fact, his second ball, wasn't it? And that's just such a wonderful start for any bowler, but I think particularly a fast bowler. And looking at the evidence again up there on Ultra Edge, no doubt at all up on the screen. And Wood again runs on the turn. Labuschagne waits, twitching rather. He bowls another bouncer, flies over his shoulder. The crowd loving it.
I reckon we'll see Chris Wokes next over. Moeen Ali's he's bowled a couple. Got to get Chris Wokes into the attack just before tea if they possibly can. I mean, this is quick.
Yeah, it's quick.
It's quick. It's
and
not
the
a quick
atmosphere
surface.
is deafening. I mean, what it must do to you as a bowler to be running in with this sort of commotion behind you. And for that matter, the batsman too. Feeling that hostility.
He's just
paws at the ground.
Marnus is taking his time. What we got? 2 minutes to go till tea.
In comes Wood, a great leap, and he bowls, and that's well played again by Labuschagne, getting into line and playing that calmly back up the pitch. And Wood picks it up. So there's 1 ball to go in this over. And they should get 1 more in from Moeen, and then we have the tea break, and everyone can take a bit of a breath. And then still a lot of cricket to go afterwards, because we're going on to 20-7 this evening, because there's that short shower that rather interrupted things in the afternoon, but only for a few minutes. There's the last ball of a very hostile over. Wood again, past umpire Wilson, goes wide of the creases, edged it. It's got for 4. There's no one at third man. Squared him up, and he had no idea where that had gone. There's a really anxious twist of the neck there from Labuschagne, wondering where that had gone, and Wood's got a big smile on his face, which is typical of the man and of somebody, of course, who's taken an early wicket. It's a great feeling. But watching the replay, watching Labuschagne there, quickly looking round.
90 miles an hour. Just trapping him on the crease. You're not thinking of going forward as a batter when it's coming down at 90. You're thinking about the bounces, like the previous 2 deliveries. That was really good bowling. Just hammering that fuller length, just turning Labuschagne around with a bit of movement. It's going to be Moeen Ali to bowl the last over.
Warner on strike, and the wind pulling at Moeen's shirt as he swings his arm, goes round the wicket, bowls. Also another full toss. That's disappointing.
Another pie.
Well, when he landed it on the pitch, it spun, but then since then he's ignored the pitch altogether. I don't quite get the logic of that.
He's got a weakness with that full toss. Yeah, strike it straight to mid-on.
And he goes once more, bowls, tossing it up. Warner drives. That at least was a half volley in length and driven out to extra cover. 36 for 1.
I've seen him bowl it a bit more. He's just kind of floating it up there, Mo. He needs to just get his action. Just that little bit more aggressive. Short legs coming to probably short extra cover. Harry Brooks just going to position himself at short extra, just for that miscued drive.
There's a slip as Moeen goes round the wicket and bowls a better length. Warner on the front foot, so it taps the ball back up the pitch again. So 3 balls gone, 3 to go until tea. Mowing again. Past the umpire, floats it up. Warner drives and on the bounce, a tremendous crowd catch.
You were excited then, weren't you?
I saw it was a crowd.
You were getting excited there, Agus.
Nah. Driven into the ground.
How are your glasses?
Steamed up. Mowing again. Round the wicket bowls. Oh, it's that full bunger again. Oh dear, swatted away through a straight mid-wicket. Fielder might just get there. Great dive. And Warner rushes back up to this end to take 3. Well, he's bowled as many full tosses as he has balls have landed on the pitch, I think, so far.
Yeah, but he's bowling to Marnus now. He's had him in the last 2 innings. Got him in the first innings here in LB and second innings at Headingley. Last ball before tea. Can't imagine Marnus is going to be thinking of doing anything too extravagant at this stage. He takes forever, doesn't he, to get his guard. I think he takes a couple of guards, Marnus. He gets a leg stump guard.
Yeah.
I think he gets an off stump guard for the off spinner because he likes to get over to the offside.
Well, he'll still be, I just think, seething with how he got out in the first innings. Yeah. He just played around a pretty innocuous delivery, really. He's looking around the field. There's a short leg and a slip, a final twiddle of the bat. Mowing the ball, the last ball of this session. In he goes. Oh, kept a little bit low. Labuschagne's in front of his stumps, but manages to play the ball securely to mid-wicket. And we can have a breather. What a session that was. Dominated by Johnny Bairstow. Some massive hitting. 99 not out he scored. Jimmy Anderson falling LBW. And leaving Bairstow at the other end, and Bairstow's getting a little slap of the hand there from 1 or 2 got to him and say well played. And then the wicket taken by Mark Wood, Labuschagne. And I would think if you had a choice of one of the openers who would want to get out first, it would be Khawaja, actually. Because at least Warner often gives you a bit of a chance.
I've just noticed Mark Wood, who's just been bowling, he's just run all the way across the outfield to the far end of the ground. He's obviously been fielding out there and promised to sign somebody's bat or ball. Right. And he's gone into the crowd and he signed it and he's run off now.
Well,
only Mark Wood.
Yeah, there you go.
Fantastic to see.
Yeah, well, he's got again a smile on his face as he comes off, and he'll be bowling after tea for sure. Off come the umpires. Well, Michael, this debate will go on, I'm sure, about did England bat too long? You can get sort of into this when a batsman gets anywhere near 100. Let's go right back to Sydney and Graham Hick and Michael Atherton. It can be a distraction, and it's a team game. We know about that, played by individuals, of course. But do you think that Stokes went on a bit long there?
It all depends on the outcome of the match. The rain affects the game, and England only get 30, 40 overs on Sunday. I think most people will be saying, why did England bat on so long? But, you know, in terms of the way that they've played this test, they couldn't have played it any better. You know, you can nitpick and say, oh, why did they bat? But they have played incredible cricket to get themselves in this position. Australia trail by 236. There's 2 days in a session. The Manchester weather, the predictors aren't always right. Always rain here, I guess.
And Sunday seems to be coming and going, I've got to be honest. I mean, tomorrow I think we accept. But my latest...
You're writing tomorrow off, are you?
Oh, tomorrow doesn't look good at all.
No.
But Sunday is kind of... It's flirting with us at the moment. So let's just wait and see.
Have faith.
Always have faith. Thank you, Michael. Off you go. We'll talk to you later. And in a moment, as I promised, we'll be hearing about an open letter written to the ECB in protest at the lack of test matches here when the Ashes is next staged in 2027. But first, let's check on today's other cricket action. Kevin Howells is at Edgbaston. He's watching Warwickshire against Lancashire, one of 9 LV County Championship games taking place today, which of course you can listen to on the BBC Sport website and app. Good afternoon, Kevin.
Good afternoon to you. Not quite at tea here at Edgbaston.
Andy, how do you do? Nice to meet you.
Intriguing game in front of us here. Day 3. We've seen 10 wickets fall so far today. Like you, the weather forecast for tomorrow, which of course is our final day of this match, is not looking good. We'll try and forget that for the time being. Batting is slow, it is difficult, but still the game is making some progress. Warwickshire all out for 212 this morning, 5 wickets falling in about 45 minutes this morning. Lancashire beginning their their second innings then with a 115 runs lead. They're now 114 for 5. And to illustrate how slow it has been, Keaton Jennings is 37 not out of 141 balls. 114 for 5, though, with these wickets continue to fall for the latter part of this day. We've got tea coming up shortly, 37 overs left of the day's play. Elsewhere, the title race leaders Surrey have got Middlesex following on, and again Middlesex are in trouble. 158 for 5. They trail by 37 runs. They're at Lord's. Second placed Essex still looking for wickets. Again, all of this with a backdrop of tomorrow's very bad weather forecast. Kent 177 for 4, which is 74 runs behind in their second innings. That game being played at Chelmsford there in Essex. Somerset, well, they're continuing their very good run of results, including the T20 triumph for them here in Birmingham at the weekend, but going well in the Championship as well. Today, a 9-wicket victory over Northamptonshire. Matt Henry taking 5 wickets. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire chasing 411 to beat Hampshire, 138 for 4. Joe Clark is not out on 51. In the second division, now looking at the top of that, Durham the runaway leaders at the moment, but Worcestershire now level with Leicestershire on 111 points in second and third respectively in that promotion race after Worcestershire beat Leicestershire by 100 runs at Oakham School earlier today. Josh Tong taking 5 for 29. At Leeds, Sussex second innings 101 for 3, still trailed Yorkshire by 47 runs. Yorkshire declared earlier today their first innings 364 for 8. At Derby, we mentioned Durham, well, Durham there 527 for 7, that's 84 runs in front of Derbyshire. Not out half centuries for Matthew Potts and Bryden Cars. And there's one game which is taking place in Cheltenham. That's on its second day in the festival there. Glamorgan have declared 450 for 6. Billy Root talking, again, of Yorkshiremen, Yorkshire batters who didn't quite make it to 3 figures today. Billy Root was out for 98.
Excellent, Kevin. Thank you very much indeed. And as mentioned, every ball of every game is live on the BBC Sport website and the app. Now, we've had 2 excellent tests in the north of England during this series, but when the Ashes are next played in 2027, the venues for the men's games are at Edgbaston, Southampton, Trent Bridge, the Oval and Lord's. Now, the Mayor of West Yorkshire and the Mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham, have today written an open letter to the ECB Chairman Richard Thompson expressing their disappointment. And Andy Burnham is here, and it's very nice to welcome you to
it's a great honour. It's a great honour, Jonathan, to be on Test Match Special, as well as ringing the bell for the start of play.
I saw that. We'll talk about that in a second. I see that someone snuck one of those Steve Smith crying masks behind you while you're around that, so we can talk about that. But look, first of all, this is a serious point, isn't it? And so why have you two decided to write to the ECB?
Well, we're writing in disappointment, not anger. We know that the ECB has to take tests around the country, but just look at this here today. Listen to that atmosphere, which listeners can hear. And Headingley as well. I've got to be fair to the other side of the Pennines and say they do something special over there as well. There should always be an Ashes test, men's Ashes test in the north of England in any series. If we're going to get the game to all parts of the country and really make sure that it's connecting with people everywhere, we've got to have a men's Ashes test in the north. And so it's just we want to open the debate with the ECB. I've had a slightly, I had a little chat in the pavilion.
Is there bound to be some here out of it?
Yes, there are. But I came here age 11, both of them's Ashes. Those experiences are hugely important, aren't they? And now that cricket has got the attention of younger people again, it's really important to just get the game to all parts of the country, but particularly the north of England.
Yeah. Who came up with the scheme of the two of you combining to do this, or was it just kind of a mutual?
Yeah, we just kind of exchanged the message. Have you seen this? Yeah, not great, is it? Should we do something? And we both felt it was naturally right to do it, just because these 2 tests have brought the Ashes. Well, it was a great series anyway, wasn't it? It was compelling cricket from the start, but Headingley and now Old Trafford has brought the series really to life, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It just seems a shame. It seems a missed opportunity for the game not to kind of keep building in the north right now.
Well, what's interesting is that ICEC report that came out recently, it was very damaging in all sorts of aspects of cricket. But one strong point of it was making cricket more accessible to everybody, and so therefore I guess you would argue this is a rather strange decision in the light of that report.
I would argue exactly that, Jonathan. If you were to follow what that report was saying and making sure that cricket has reach across the social classes, across all sections of society, you really do need to bring cricket to the north of England, because I think the one thing you find here, particularly at 2020 games, blast games, or the 100, there's a real diversity in the crowd that's coming to Lancashire these days. And yeah, I think if we're going to be true to what that report was saying, I think it's tremendously important that the north of England is always in the forefront of the ECB's thinking.
Yeah. It's such a difficult one. I mean, I know how hard they've worked the Ageas Bowl to get an Ashes Test match, and for a long time.
Yeah.
And how thrilled they are.
Well, 3 in the south. It doesn't feel balanced, does it? There's ways of doing it. And let me be honest. There's other tests coming, aren't there? So Sri Lanka, I think, next year, and there's plenty of reasons to be really positive about cricket in the north. It just feels to me that they've just missed a beat with this one. It feels hard to accept that we won't see men's Ashes cricket in the north of England for 8 years?
31, yeah. Well, now the ECB, obviously we approached them and they weren't able to provide a spokesperson, but they have provided a statement and some information. And Stefan Schemmelt, who's written on the subject on the BBC Sport website, can tell us. What do they have to say on this one then, Steph?
I just want to say straight away, I live 25 minutes away from the ground, so I think England should play every single Test match here. It's incredibly convenient. Look, the ECB are in a tricky situation, aren't they? There are 7 regular Test match grounds in this country, 5 Ashes tests in a series. There's always going to be tests at Lords and the Oval, so that means the other...
Well, the Oval, as I was explaining earlier, has got a very long staging agreement that is contractually bound.
Yeah, and part of the reason that the ECB want to stage 2 Test matches or in London or at Lords and the Oval in every Ashes series, London is the biggest city with the biggest population. They're the 2 biggest grounds in the country. It makes commercial sense for Ashes Test match to be played at those grounds. Major matches allocated across the country until 2031, as we've touched on things like maximising attendances, maintaining a geographical spread across England and Wales, and supporting the economic sustainability of all the venues. You'll remember, Aggers, there was a time when there was like a sealed bid process for Test matches, and some grounds got themselves into financial trouble.
It drove some almost to the wall.
Paying over the odds for these games. What's happened in the 2027 series, as you mentioned, where there's no Test match at Headingley or Old Trafford, Trent Bridge returns to the rota for the first time since 2015. And when I wrote about this today, I was getting people in Southampton or people in the south tweeting me to say Nottingham's not that far away from Leeds and Manchester, that actually say it takes harder for someone from the south coast, from Southampton or Devon or Cornwall, to get into London to get to these Test matches. They were saying you've got your geographical skew slightly wrong there. And the other thing that Michael was talking about before was maybe giving the England team a chance to decide where they play their games. They haven't won here for 41 years, an Ashes Test, which is another thing. Headingley, they have won their last 2 Ashes Test matches. Trent Bridge, that hasn't hosted an Ashes game since 2015, they've won their last 3 Test matches there. So those are some of the factors or some of the other, things that you can throw into the mix. The other thing to say, obviously, is that there is an Ashes Test in the north in 2027. The women's Ashes Test match is at Headingley, and there'll also be another Test match at this ground. England will be playing here against some opponents yet to be determined.
It's a very rigorous process, isn't it? The way they do allocate these grounds, they just pull them out of a hat.
Exactly, and one of the reasons that it's done over such a long period of time is to give these grounds stability in their planning. They know about their financial income. We know, for example, how important it is for Headingley. The Yorkshire financial situation is quite well known at the moment, and so a Test match at Headingley is so important to Yorkshire, as it is to all of these counties, because they don't just set themselves up to be making their money from cricket. They set themselves up as events venues and all sorts of ways to have revenue streams coming in. So it's not just as simple as saying we have to give everyone a turn of hosting these games. There's lots of different factors that go into it.
So do you think Andy, that you're going to persuade the ECB? I mean, is it as simple as that?
I hope so. I just hope they come out and listen to this crowd right now, and that I think is persuasive. I hear everything that's just been said, by the way, and I think there's a lot of things in those arguments that I wouldn't disagree with, but I just feel, cricket kind of went through a few wilderness years, really. Up here it did anyway, where it kind of lost people, but it's kind of got people's attention again. And I would just say, OK, there's always got to be 2 tests in London. I mean, some here would even say, well, why? But anyway, let's just say there has to be. Let's have another principle that there must always be a test in the Midlands, always a test in the North. It doesn't mean that Headingley and Old Trafford get one every year at the same time, nor that Edgbaston and Trent Bridge always get one. At least there's one in the Midlands, one in the North. Then we know the game is reaching all parts of the country. And I would say reach right now, given the report from Cindy Butts, if we're going to be serious about what that report is saying, you have to then take some decisions that might put that above some of the commercial considerations.
As usual, listeners have been on, who we have Janet Hopper, disappointed. 3 tests in South East England, 3 out of 5. She wants a London test match. Dropped and play a Northern Ashes test match. Barry Stoffel, hi TMS, with regards to ground allocation for the Ashes, I can't wait for the show to rock up at the Ageas Bowl. My local ground at about time too. So there you go. Good luck.
Yeah, I understand.
I know,
you can't please everyone, can you?
What was this place like when you played here?
Oh, do you know, I've just seen Sir Clive Lloyd. I've been in the pavilion today, and I just took the time to say to him, a true hero of mine, because I came here in the 70s as a young member. I was a young member. My dad, my mum, my brothers, we came to those John Player games, as they were back in those days, Gillette Cup games, and I absorbed it all. My dad used to use this as a form of childcare, because he used to work in Manchester. He'd drop us off in the summer holidays at 9 o'clock and pick us up at 5, and we'd be watching Second 11 and you name it, Jonathan. We loved this place. We spent so much time here, and the atmosphere in those days was kind of like it is now, really. I was here in 81, and I do remember that Ashes series.
That both of innings.
Yeah, it was another rain-affected game, but I just heard the conversation you had with Michael Vaughan. So the Mayor will be sending up the cloud-busting planes tomorrow morning.
Well, I wasn't going to mention the weather.
Maybe that's one thing in the ECB's mind about game allocation. But we're doing OK, aren't we? The weather is better than I think people thought it was going to be.
It wouldn't have been like this. I mean, I used to come as a kid here too.
I saw you play.
It was my side.
I saw you play, yeah.
Did you?
I did. You played for Leicestershire.
I did.
Yeah, I remember watching you. As I say, I watched everything. I played here, Jonathan. Now, I know people will think, oh, here we go, politicians going to come out.
Oh, yeah.
But I did. I had the great honour of playing here 3 times. So I got to the fringes of the Lancashire schoolboys when Michael Atherton was the feck, as we all knew him at the time.
So he was kind of your almost contemporary, was he?
He was. He was a couple of years older than me, Michael. I think 2 years older. But even then, he was known as future England captain. Yes. Everyone used to talk about him and such. And I got nowhere near Michael's stand. I was a decent bowler. I took a few wickets. I had one
Seamer?
Afternoon here.
Spinner?
A seamer, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I thought a politician might be a spinner, but there you go.
Yeah. No, I was a seam bowler, and loved my kind of league club cricket. Played for Atherton Cricket Club in the Lee area.
Which league was that?
That was the Bolton Association,
right.
And we had an interleague competition here, 1986, where I was in the league team, and the Bolton Association won here on this ground and on this hallowed turf. So, no, it's very much, people may associate me more with football, but I was of the era where it was religious. It was, here's your Everton season ticket, and here's your Lancashire season ticket, right. And you're both, and we do both, and that's how it was.
Was that Lancashire team going back to that time? I mean, they were a brilliant one-day team in particular.
My goodness, they were
led by David Lloyd and Clive Lloyd and Frank Hayes and Farouk Engineer and all these people.
Yeah.
Peter Lever was my hero, who might
John
just have been a bit
Abrahams,
before you.
But John was just an outstanding fielder, is what I remember.
Yeah.
John was.
I think he was man of the match for his fielding once in a Gillette Cup final.
Was he? Yeah,
I think he got a duck and was fielding well, and Peter May gave him man of the match or something.
Well, he would have deserved it, John, because brilliant. But then I remember going into the 80s. Obviously, the Graham Fowler, Neil Fairbrother, Paul Allott era, and so I've just been sitting behind Neil today, and great days actually. I have such fond memories, and it's just I'm sitting in this new facility, and it's a great view, Jonathan, isn't it? When you look around this ground now, it's been filled in over the years, hasn't it? And there's a sort of completeness to it.
It's interesting though, to go back to your argument for a moment. I mean, do you remember when Old Trafford missed out on Test cricket and Cardiff came in?
I do.
And it did give Old Trafford a bit of a kick in the pants, actually.
It did.
There was none of this development, and they went away hurt, and somewhat chastened, and came up with this scheme.
Yeah.
And so sometimes from that disappointment, you can get a positive. I guess is what I'm saying.
Absolutely. And I think they did need it at the time. They were a bit stuck in their ways, and we used to have the men's pavilion and the ladies' pavilion, and it was all a bit old school, but they've done a good job. They've rebuilt it well. It was an unforgiving pitch to bowl on, wasn't it?
Yes,
I mean, you'll know this better than me.
Even the other way around.
I bowled and it was the other way around, and I remember pounding in one afternoon and got nothing out.
I was explaining to Andy Zoltzman the other day about when we walked out of here when the sun was going low.
Yeah.
Did you play when you had to sort of run into bowl and you're staring into the sun that was so low coming into there and batting
bowling
with
in
it?
from that was the Warwick Road end is what it would have been in those days, and I remember pounding in and got absolutely. I was used to tracks in the Bolton Association that was sort of like green, and they were on half a hill, and I thought I'm a brilliant bowler. I didn't realise it was because the wickets were
helping a
little, and then came here and found out I'd reached the limit of my cricketing potential. But no, this place holds special memories for me.
What about this afternoon? Just finally, I'm going to get Jim Maxwell in here to come in and get us underway.
Well, I'll leave an expert to give some, but I just thought that last session of cricket was one of the best sessions I think I've ever watched. I could hear the excitement in your voice as well when you were talking about it. But yeah, I think this will decide the Test match, I think. Wouldn't you not think so?
I'd think so.
2 or 3 wickets minimum.
Fingers crossed for your Manchester weather tomorrow. And it's been very nice to meet you.
Those planes fired up. Yeah.
We shall follow your business with the ECB with interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming to join us. Phil Tufnell's coming in to that seat, and Jim Maxwell is getting us underway here. Jim.
Thank you, Eggers. Yes, let's hope the rain doesn't create the result that most people don't want in this Test match. That's tomorrow, potentially. Today, we've still got a lot of overs left and an opportunity for both teams to improve their position. Australia need to do it substantially. And a few wickets for England puts it all on an edge. So here we go. Broad's operating from the Jimmy Anderson end around the wicket, and he has a little push there from David Warner batting again outside his crease as he shuffles into position, and Phil Tufnell's shuffled in likewise.
Evening, Jim. Evening, everyone.
You're for the North, having more Test cricket in 4 years' time?
Absolutely. Let's spread it all about.
Well, that's the problem. You got 7 Test venues.
Well, there you go. So it's going to be tricky, isn't it? 5 into 7 don't go.
In Australia, we really only have 6. We really only have 5. So it's pretty easy. 3 slips. Around the wicket he goes again, and Warner down the leg side. A little strangulation potentially, but it didn't happen. Yes, I would have thought there'd be historically some venues you'd always have for the Ashes.
Well,
this is one, Headingley's the other.
Lords
and the Oval, and then you have to make a choice between Trent Bridge and Edgbaston. You wouldn't play at Southampton, and you wouldn't play at Cardiff, and you wouldn't play in Durham.
No.
Not a Test match for the Ashes.
No, I mean, Trent Bridge has got to be quite high up there, but I do quite like our commentary position down at Southampton because it's got a bed in it, hasn't it? Just throwing that into the mix.
Broad bowls back and goes, pushes away to the offside. Have you done commentary from your bed?
Well, I have actually.
Yeah?
Yes, and with a robe on as well at one point.
When they were actually playing, or you were just doing a fill?
Well, no, it's in the hotel there, isn't it?
Yeah. I know the hotel. Yes.
Yeah. So it's rather cosy in there as well.
Well, you want to move around to the new hotel here and do it side on?
Well, not side on.
No. What the things that interest me about the ground here? One, the hotel. If that's the colour, they've got that wrong. Right?
Well, I think it might be having a lick of paint later on when it's finished.
Broad bowls now, and he's on the move again. Plays away under the offside. And the other one, of course, is just the selfishness of being a commentator. I want to look at that screen as it is now and see the score.
Yes, it does flicker off.
Disappears.
Yeah.
Disappears. It's a television screen.
Yeah.
It's a replay machine. It's not a scoreboard full time.
Listen, we've got the best scoreboard in the world sitting to our left here, Jim. It's called Andy.
We do. Okay, well, point taken. Okay, round the wicket he bowls again, and he shuffles and squirts it away. There's a run out here if he went there, but he didn't. He was sent back because there was a throw from Wokes at square leg as Warner was aiming for a single and he got back into its ground.
No Wood. Well, broad bowling from the James Anderson end. Perhaps Wood's coming this end. Perhaps swapping round a bit, but that one that got Khawaja did just bounce.
Yep. Well, that's what he's he's got an extra yard, lad. He's got an extra yard, hasn't he?
Yes.
That's what you want.
But there is just a bit of inconsistent bounce creeping in. Well, I want to see Wood bowl. I want to see you feel England have got to get 3 or 4 tonight to have Ensign. Even if it might not rain tomorrow, who knows? But you feel if England are going to get back into it, they need 3 wickets this evening.
Broad bowls, and Warner's busy again looking for a run. He doesn't get it. It's a maiden over. 1 for 39. Labuschagne 4. Warner 17 with Khawaja, the man out, nicking off for 18. Although he wanted to be sure, so he asked for a review, and the review said, "You nicked it, son, on your bike."
He did. Yeah, he looked a bit quizzical, didn't he, when he just fenced at one, sort of that bounced from Mark Wood, but...
I didn't hit that. I know I didn't hit that. Well, the technology's God, I'm afraid. It's God. You can't argue with it.
Oh, we're having a bit of Wokes.
There you go. We're having Broad and Wokes. Wood, short spell. What did Wood...
was 1 over for 4.
1 over for 4 and a wicket.
Yeah, the 4. 1 over. Not really
1 for 4 off 1, and he's been relieved.
And the 4 was an awkward edge by Labuschagne. Looking at the impact Wood has had on this series, and particularly in the head-to-head with Khawaja. He's got Khawaja out twice in 28 balls in this series. That glorious delivery at Headingley in the first innings there, and now getting him to edge behind today for just 9 runs. England's other seamers have taken 729 balls to get Khawaja 6 times for 269 runs. So he's had a very useful impact on Australia's most dogged player.
Well, Wokes has had his share of success, and he has Labuschagne defending on the offside now. Toughest was either signalling a cloud to come in, an aeroplane to fly past, or a bird to flap.
That was a flag.
A flag?
That was a flag. And it's going across the ground.
Oh, behind a plane.
And it's...
what's it saying?
Well, it's saying Chris Wokes might fancy having a go the other end. His ball is the pitch-up away swinger, and he's sort of fighting against that cross breeze a bit.
Well, 5 for in the first innings.
Yeah, bowled beautifully, didn't he?
Superbly. 3 slips there. He runs in towards Labuschagne. He's defending and kicking the ball away as he plays that short-arm jab, no backlift, and he knocked it onto the ground, and he was a little concerned that it was going to bounce towards his off stump, so he was quick-footed. It's important. Yes, you got to be quick-witted and quick-footed.
Yeah.
I don't think he was in any danger as it turned out, but he wanted to be sure. Now we're going for the leg slip.
What's the Aussie football Socceroos, isn't it? Is it the Socceroos?
The boys, yeah.
Yeah.
Matildas and the Socceroos.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, the Matildas had a win yesterday over the Republic of Ireland. Here's Wokes bowling again. He's back and across, solidly behind it.
And a Matilda, of course, is a sleeping bag, isn't it?
Walsham Matilda, yeah.
Yeah, it is a sleeping
bag. You roll, yeah.
Yeah, you roll, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, that you go out into the bush with, isn't it? Like a sleeping
That's right,
bag.
yeah. And a famous song.
Also
Banjo Patterson.
That's right.
Once a jolly swagman, and the rest of it I won't go on. As Wokes runs in now and back again, he's got to be careful there. He knows it, that if he's caught on the crease here, he might get a sneaker. One that moves a bit off the seam or just keeps it a little low. This wicket's inclined as it gets it a little older to do that, as we saw with the Gazunda dismissal of Root yesterday.
Gazunda, yeah, the P roller.
P roller.
The daisy cutter.
Mully grubber, they used to be the old Australian expression. Yeah, the mully grubber. Didn't get off the ground.
Wokes goes in now, and he bowls back, goes Labuschagne and plays along the offside. The expression in the West Indies, I love the expression. I saw Carl Hooper do it to one of the Wards in a test match. Bowled in. Bowled by a rat. A rat. It ran along the ground. Bowled by a rat.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. It was a good rat too. It never got off the floor. Oopsie doopsie, knocked him over.
Yeah, they can jump, rats, Kingsley.
Mm-hmm. Wokes bowls, 3 slips now. Back goes Labuschagne, defends down the pitch. Here we go. We're back into the rhythm of the series with dot balls and a maiden over. Another maiden over bowled by England. They're about 4-1 over Australia in this series on maidens, and the score is stuck at 1 for 39.
The only reason I can see why Stuart Broad is bowling is because of David Warner's out there.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't got... England don't have a lot of time up their sleeve if the weather forecasts are believed to be right. But I'd be certainly tempted to get Mark Wood into the attack as soon as possible. You could see it visibly be just quicker, and just create the false shots that got Khawaja.
They're having a bob each way here. 2 slips and a leg slip, and Warner forward slides it away into the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on and says, I'll get down the other end. In fact, they'll come back for an overthrow. The ball steaming out to the boundary. It's 5. The big 5. A single and 4 overthrows. And Warner gets off strike.
You can't believe it, Stuart Broad. I don't know quite what's happened there. Jimmy's just had a wild throw, and it's nowhere near the stumps. The boys backing up had no chance there.
And the umpires and the batsmen just working out who should be where.
That's a 5.
It is a 5, I would have thought, quite obviously. But they didn't seem to be too sure who should be facing the next ball. But they took 1, 4 overthrows. I thought that's 5.
Pretty straightforward to me, mate.
Yeah, well, you know how things change in this game with batsmen being caught, and if they haven't, now that it doesn't matter whether they're crossed or not while the catch is in the air.
Well, yeah, that's
next
right.
bloke faces the bowling.
I don't mind that.
So something went strange there. Labuschagne is facing, and that's probably not exactly what Broad wants, but he'll take either of them because he's knocked both of them over. And now we're going the each-way bet again. 2 slips and a leg slip. And Labuschagne is very meticulous about his guard. Can I have middle and off? Can I have middle? I might have middle and leg. And now I've got to work out where I'm actually going to stand. In front of the stumps, yes. Probably on middle guard. Over the wicket now. Broad bowls, Labuschagne back, defending. Out on the offside with the regulation shuffle shot.
No swing, is there? No swing at all. Pretty gun barrel straight. The odd one's just deviated a bit sideways off the seam, but there's no genuine swing.
He wants a mouse, if not a rat, really. Something to scuttle.
A snake.
Yeah, a snake. Yeah.
Yeah.
The snake that's up in that stand. They're very good on the snakes, but there's a wowser there who keeps dismantling them. Here comes Broad, wide of the crease, in at Labuschagne driving into the covers. And the Crawley's there to collect it. And if you've just tuned in around the world or nearby, England made 592. Yes, they did. Bairstow was left 99 not out. And around him, Stokes 51, Rook 61. And Anderson added 66 for the last wicket until he at last got a straighter ball on the stumps and was LBW for 5. Broad charges up. Forward goes Labuschagne, dinks it into the gap through mid-wicket for a couple of runs. And Moeen Ali does the chasing towards the post box down there, otherwise known as a stand, with a lot of people leaning over the rail having a look. And the score ticks over to... Oh, God, it's off the screen again. What's the score?
The score's now 46.
Thank you.
You're right. You're right. It's like a great big massive telly. I've got one of them in my bedroom.
Build a scoreboard and have a screen.
Yeah.
Please. For the sake of the fans, not just me.
No.
They want to look up when the score is changing and see the score on the board. Maybe there's another board here I can't see. Now 2 slips in that find that leg slip and the push from Labuschagne back and across and over the line of the ball. There's not much deviation, as they used to say on My Word.
Yeah. No, it's
You ever listen to that, My Word?
My Word?
Yeah. Dennis Norden and who was the other chap years ago on My Word? Dennis Norden and
Frank Muir.
Frank Muir, that's it.
Vic Marks is suggesting.
Yeah.
Frank Muir.
Frank Muir, yeah. Deviation.
Always used to wear a bow tie.
Here comes Broad again. He bowls the ball. It's just outside the off stump. And the other chap who was always on the deviation, what was his name? He had an aristocratic name. Very, very funny man. It's the end of the over. You're a funny man. 1 for 46.
He had I think he had glasses, didn't he? I do not remember the ones you mean. I remember Frank Muir always wore sort of like a pastel pink jacket and a bow tie, didn't he?
Yes, England 592. sorry to bring it back to the cricket. As their joint 9th highest against Australia in Test cricket.
Right.
Their 3rd highest in a home test against Australia since they made 903 for 7 at the Oval in 1930.
That's a lot of run.
611 on this ground in 1964, one of the dullest tests ever played, and 595 for 5 at Edgbaston in 1985.
Surely they would have gone on and got 1,000. Does anyone know has ever got 1,000, have they, Andy? Surely not.
Not quite.
No.
Here comes Works, and he's backing across. Look out. Make sure you get your bat on those as he get on behind it. Yes, is this Sri Lanka made the highest?
Yes, Sri Lanka have since surpassed that 903 for 7. They made 952 for 6.
Oh, they
India. And I can't remember if that was declared or if the game ended. I'll check that for you. That was in the late 90s. Right. There have been thousands in first-class cricket, but not Test cricket.
1,107 made by Victoria against New South Wales.
What?
Here comes Wokes bowling now, and forward goes Warner to play on the offside. Arthur Maley, famous wrist spin bowler, caricaturist, cartoonist, writer, butcher, whatever. He took 4 for 362, and the famous old line is that the bloke in the bowler hat that held catches, I would have got 7 for. They kept going on to the concourse, whatever, at the MCG.
How long did that take?
I think only a couple of days.
Really?
Yeah. They scored a bit faster than they bowled more overs. No, they bowled a lot of overs as he's pitching up and he's beating him outside the off stump. Like the first innings, pushing at the ball. It's that split-second difference as you get on in life. Do I play? Do I leave? And he was tempted to go at a ball that was a bit wide, really.
Yep.
And he didn't need to play it in that way. It missed by quite a bit. But that's the quality of the bowling. Drawing, enticing the batsman into playing.
Was a good ball. Yeah, just past that outside edge. As you say, it was the length that did him. And then there is that bit of bounce.
Well, he commits himself to go forward.
Yeah.
As Wokes goes in and has him going back now and dropping it away on the onside. Skillful bowling, and that's what all the fans want to see from England here, because Australia probably had one of their worst days in memory in Test cricket, or day and a half, whatever it was. They couldn't bowl here nor there. They couldn't even bowl on the stumps to a number 11 batsman.
No.
Kept trying to bounce him out.
Yeah, they got a bit carried away with all that, didn't they?
They're all over the place. 3 slips. Wokes goes in and bowls again, and it's an awkward one. That did surprise. Got up onto his hand, his glove, I think, as he aimed to defend, and found a bit of fluctuation, variation in bounce as he poked it out on the offside. So that's the test for the batsman here against bowlers who bowled pretty straight. And that surprised Warner as he prodded it off on the offside. So he's just got to find the length that gives him a chance to score. And Wokes is denying him with accuracy, hitting the pitch. And comes in now, bowls in that spot, up around the off stump, defended, away on the offside. That was another maiden. Yes.
Yes, third in 4 overs since tea, the 5th of the innings. Australia managed just 3 in their innings in 107.4 overs.
He's slotted into great rhythm again, hasn't he, Chris Wokes? But Still Stuart Broad. I think England... Well, I suppose you give Stuart 3 or 4, don't you, and then see what he can do. Just got his 600th Test wicket for crying out loud, and then you give Wood a blast. But it looked a different game when, in that 1 over, he really did make Labuschagne hurry as well. I mean, Labuschagne's technically very good, isn't he? He likes to get behind the line, and pace just gets you out of your comfort zone. He seems to be covering up nicely against Broad.
He's slowly getting into better nick. He played pretty well in the first innings and then missed one from Moeen Ali.
It was just a miss as well.
Yeah, and it cost him LBW. Now Broad's bowling, Labuschagne's playing, and that's gone through something or other. That kept low. Awkward for Johnny Bairstow to stop. Was at the edge, the pad, what did it hit? I think it's runs. No, it's a bye. There you are. It went through the lot.
Yeah.
Too low for Johnny Bairstow to cover it up, but it damn near bowled him.
Oh, it's a Joe Root delivery.
Yep,
oh,
that's
just
the one.
get them straight, Stuart. You get them straight. We were talking about P-rollers, gazundas and muddly fuddlers or whatever you called them.
He's a rat.
He's a rat. That was a rat.
That was a rat, that one. It just missed the off pole.
And that's encouraging for the England seam bowlers. That really is. You don't mind seeing that.
That's what's going to happen here and there, folks. And that's what's going to make life difficult for Australia. They're pinned down, hard to score, wicket-to-wicket bowling. Stump to stump. Around the wicket, Broad bowls, and it's tucked away by Warner down behind square. He's racing for 1, not 2, as Wood flies in off the boundary below us. And the score moves along to 48. 1 for 48.
Josh Tongue might have been handy on this pitch. That was the decision they had to make, wasn't it? Jimmy Anderson or Josh Tongue?
What will they do with the oval then?
Well, I don't know. But this wicket, I was out there this morning, and it's had a good cover in the grass on it, didn't it? And where the new ball hits the pitch, it just flicks out some of that sort of like dead grass and creates little divots. And that's what sometimes they hit them and bounce, sometimes they miss them and just scuttle along the ground. And there's no worse thing for a batter. If you get one of them in the straight, you're done for.
Broad running in, Labuschagne lets it go outside the line of the off stump. Yes, it's a good bowler who can hit that spot every ball and make it gazunda, but if you're pitching in there most of the time, you've got a chance.
Yeah.
And the batsman's looking, I want to get forward, but...
Yeah. You're not doing anything with a lot of confidence, are you, if you're a batter and you know that one of them's round the corner?
That's why we've seen Khawaja and Warner bat outside the crease.
Yeah.
And Labuschagne's there now, but he doesn't do a skip to Maloub very often, as he waits and then pushes on the crease or in front of it away to the onside with a little bit of that inward movement from the hand of Broad, who's coming in from that Jimmy Anderson end and hitting at length. 1 for 48, Australia. They're 215 miles behind, actually 275 runs, but it's a big deficit.
Yep.
Particularly when it's not easy to get accurate bowling away. Runs dry up, 2 slips, the leg slip, and the ring field. Broad with the headband, runs in again, and Labuschagne is just getting away with a thick outside edge. That was another skidder, and he just got his bat to it, and it went squirting away on the offside for a single at 1 for 49. But it's like watching a game of darts. You know that bloke's going to hit the bullseye in a moment, and that was another very near one.
Yeah, just hanging back. It's difficult to get yourself forward to Stuart Broad. Just gets himself in a bit of a tangle. Just jams the bat down on it. It's starting to happen a bit more often now, isn't it?
Well, it takes a skillful bowler to hit the spot, of course.
Yeah.
He's got Warner down there. He comes in, Warner walks and plays and gets a run to the left of Moeen Ali, who is out there at backward point. So that's the end of the over. And Australia have reached 50. 1 for 50. Climbing gradually up the ladder towards some parity in this game, which won't happen tonight and may not tomorrow. But we turn up in Bob Hope tomorrow to see what happens.
Bit of Bob Hope.
See that other fella left us. Tony Bennett at age 96.
Yeah.
The old crooner.
Yeah.
Good knock.
Good knock. Yeah. No. Played nicely.
Great voice. One of the great American crooners. Now we've got Wokes. 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. He comes in now and Warner wants a single. No, not there. Labuschagne not interested as it went slowly towards Stewart, brought under a cap and headband down there at mid-off. So Wokes and Broad, the combo at the moment, that's just working over the Australian batsman by plonking the ball consistently in a spot where something might happen with the bounce, up or down. Wokes goes up, Warner goes back and flashes a shot to the boundary. Just picked on up the length with his swivel shot, short back lift, and guided it away with a punching horizontal bat to get a boundary.
Yeah, that's when you know David Warner's feeling a little bit more comfortable at the crease. It was pretty short. Well, it was shortish, you know, around sort of rib cage height, and what's that, just sort of wafted over square legs head for 4 all the time in the world. That's when his feet are moving and he's up for the fight.
He's 28. Wokes bowls and he looks for the drive, but no, that was a bit too speculative there, so he allowed it to pass. Australia 1 for 54, trying to build on this position after taking a shellacking in the field. 3 frontline bowlers all went for 100. Hazelwood 5 for 126. Stark 2 for 137. And Cummins 1 for 129. Wokes runs in again. Warner goes back and he's almost edged that. Followed it outside the off stump and it went zipping past the edge of his bat and through to the keeper.
Yeah, they've got to stay patient here, England. A little bit is just something's happening at David Warner. He's had a little fiddle outside that off stump to Chris Wokes. Bowls that beautiful sort of tight line. If it just nips back at him, it's going to hit that top of off stump. So you've got to kind of play that line, and if it just carries on that line, it goes past the outside edge. Very skillful bowler, Chris Wokes.
Yep, he's working in there. The off stump, middle and off. He comes up once more to Warner. Warner is bowled. Laid it on. Laid the ball on. He changed his mind and he's chopped it into his stumps. And Warner trails off for 28. Australia 2 for 54. Wokes has struck. And it looked like it was going to happen any old time. 2 wickets gone. A change of mind, an inside edge into the stumps. Toughest, I'll leave it with you, and Ishiguro is coming in.
Yeah, fantastic bowling from Chris Wokes. Really gave David Warner a working over just on that top of off stump. Does he leave? Does he play? He's played and missed a couple, and that time he was indecisive and just left the bat there, and the ball really sort of cannoned into the bat and then deflected onto the stumps. And they've got rid of the 2 openers as Smith comes to the track, I'm getting excited, comes to the wicket, and you can hear the crowd. They sense something here. Could be the time for Mark Wood to come steaming in against Australia's 2, and you get the feeling if they can just get one of these out now, the door could be open.
Good afternoon to you, Tuffers.
Ooh,
the track,
afternoon.
the pitch, the deck. All of those.
One of them.
And that's just engaged the party stand even more. They've been treated today, haven't they? Lots of entertaining cricket when you think back to Harry Brook and then Johnny Bairstow, James Anderson, potentially his last bat here at Old Trafford. And now Chris Wokes, who's dismissed David Warner from one boo to another. Steve Smith is now at the crease. 2 slips in position and a leg gully. In fact, he's a leg slip, isn't he? Ben Duckett in there. And Chris Wokes with the breeze blowing across from left to right.
Perfect kind of bowler, Chris Wokes, for this pitch now, I feel. Just, there or thereabouts, every kind of delivery. And with it just going up and down and the odd one bouncing, you're just in so many different minds as a batter, whether to play, whether to leave.
Here he comes, Wokes on an angle to Smith, back and across and defending to mid-wicket. And every ball, this crowd are going to ride it with England. At the end of the over, it's 54 for 2. 18 overs have been bowled in this second Australian innings, trailing by 221.
Chris Wokes in this series now 12 for 207. He took 6 wickets at Leeds, 3 in each innings, 5 and 1 here. In his previous 12 Ashes tests, he'd never taken 6 in the match, and those 12 wickets have all been top 8. All but one have been top 8 players.
Yeah, lovely. Gets the good players out in English conditions. Does our wizard, the Brummy Bradman.
Brummy Bradman, you've gone big there.
Oh, yeah, well,
usually the Brummy Botham, isn't it?
Well, was it the Brummy Botham? I'm excited, Andy. We could be coming back.
Out with them all here.
We could be roaring back. We could be roaring back into this Ashes.
Well, Stuart Broad positioned at the James Anderson end. He's on the approach now, bowling to Marnus Labuschagne with 2 slips in play. He bowls. Labuschagne drives.
Okay.
Beautifully.
Perhaps not.
That'll just keep you down in your seat, Tuppers, as he picks up 4.
What a shot.
58 for 2 now. Labuschagne moves to 11. You can see what he was trying to do. Slightly fuller there from Broad, in search of the magic delivery.
Yeah, I don't know whether I'd be looking to go full. There is that spot or just that length which keeps going underground or not bouncing. I wouldn't bother about that sort of really full ball because you can just lay a bat on it. Hit the pitch.
Broad in, he hits the pitch. Labuschagne defends to the offside. No run off the front foot.
They must be just starting to wobble a little bit now, Australia. Well, not wobble, but they're just thinking, right, OK, now these 2 guys are out there. These are our 2 best players technically. You know, but if England can somehow wheedle one of these out, all of a sudden that just starts filtering through. So Weagle. It's Weagle. Weagle? Have you not heard of Weagle? You wheedle things out, don't you?
I don't know. Have you, Zoltz, heard of Weagle?
Weedle?
Weedle?
I'm a Weagler, not a Weagler.
Broad bowls, Labuschagne on the back foot, defending back down the pitch. It's looking very grey, isn't it, that deck? There's that wind just getting up. We've got some cloud cover here at Old Trafford, and there's a real buzz and excitement in the air here. England 2-1 down in the series. They knew they had to bat quickly to get themselves in a position to potentially take those 10 wickets, with time maybe eating out of the game over the weekend with the rain. And here we are on day 3. Broad charging in. Labuschagne into position and covering his middle stump, playing the ball nicely to mid-on. Welcome, Michael Vaughan.
Good afternoon. England have been very good since tea. I thought they were pretty good the last 20 minutes before tea. Mark Wood with that wicket of Khawaja, but since tea, Broad from the Jimmy Anderson and bowling wide of the crease to try and hit that crack to Labuschagne outside of his off stump. He's had 1 go underground that just missed off stump, and Chris Wokes is just he's just getting that little bit more zip out the surface, that extra bit of bounce, bit of movement. Short mid-on put in place now to Labuschagne,
who's got his bat in the air. Marnus Labuschagne. His left hand, he's raising it, and now it's back down on the ground as he remarks his guard. Broad, with his white headband, running towards us. He bowls to Labuschagne and clips that out to deep square. Mark Woods sprinting in off the rope as they come back for a couple. 60 for 2 now, Australia. Labuschagne to 13.
Well, Ish, I've got to say, I think I can take credit for the David Warner wicket. I was just doing a segment on the telly next door.
Were you just saying how good he was?
I was praising him and saying it's the best he's looked throughout the whole series. I did a 20-ball segment of how well he was looking, and then the next ball, out.
Well, that might make the highlights. The
yes.
build up and then the dismissal.
It all happened at the same time.
Right. Don't you love it when a plan comes together? As Broad into Labuschagne, nearly chops onto the stumps, and he's played it again. Plays it into the ground, it goes up in the air, and he plays it as if it's a hockey stick in his hand, just guiding it to the offside. No run at the end of the over. 60 for 2, trailing by 215. Labuschagne on 13, Smith on 0. And you can catch the highlights tonight, this time on BBC 4 at 7 o'clock. But it'll be available on the iPlayer as well.
Yeah, really good tactics, this from England. And Stuart Broad, you can see he's going as wide as he possibly can from Jimmy Anderson's end, just to get that angle back into the stump, so if it does hit the crack and it keeps low, there's more of a chance of it going on to be LBW or bowled. Really good stuff, and tactical manoeuvre from England and Stuart Broad. Steve Smith, has he got an innings in him?
He's always got an innings in him.
Has he got the big one? This is the big one. This is when Australia desperately needs Steve Smith.
Well, it's a ground that he enjoys playing at, and he's quite fidgety. He's touched his pads 3 times. He's touched his thigh guard, his box. He's now standing in his crease, tapping his bat down ferociously, standing outside the leg stump. He's got 2 slips in play. Chris Woakes is just asking Ben Stokes about the leg slip that's in play, but he's happy with it as he proceeds now. Woakes running away from us to Smith. Edges, and he's gone! No! No, it falls in front of Joe Root.
Sure.
He picks it up in a clean motion, but I think it's just landed just in front of him, and England don't celebrate. So that was a genuine edge.
He just said he thinks it's out, but he didn't celebrate straight away as if it had gone straight into his hands, but he's just walked over to Chris Woakes and said, I think that's out. Now the umpire now has to make a decision.
Well, it didn't look convincing in terms of the body language.
It's a fair delivery. You can go to the catch. It clearly came off from the bat, so you can go to the catch.
There we go. We'll look at the replay here. Good length delivery. Plays at it.
Nice and slow.
It's one of those difficult ones.
Do you have side-on replay, please?
I think this could be out. I think it might have bounced in his fingers.
Can you go to side-on? Yeah.
Very rarely do they get given out when they go upstairs.
Okay.
He's low to the ground. It looks like his fingers are underneath.
Can you show me another side-on replay? That one I can see. Yeah. Oh, I would like to see some side-on.
Oh, I'm not so sure about this next one.
This is zoomed in now.
Okay. Do you have any split screen?
It always looks like it goes against the fielder when it zooms in.
Okay.
Kumar Dharmasena, the third umpire, has got a job to do here.
Okay, can you show me that the side-on one? I can see that once more the side-on one. Yeah.
Will this tell us? Side-on angle.
Yeah, ball has grounded. Fingers are not underneath the ball. So I'm satisfied I made my decision. You can go to the giant big screen.
Well, it's a difficult one, and they've decided to give it not out. Kumar Dharmasena thinks there's enough evidence to give that not out. Not sure what you think, Michael.
Well, I think it's sensible. You know, I don't think there's... I have a feeling it might have just bounced in Joe Root's fingers and into his hands, but, you know, you can't be 100% sure. So I think in this incident, I think it's fair to be giving the batter a little bit of a bit of leeway. You as a bowler, you're always saying it's out. Me as a batter, I'm saying it's...
Close. Smith on naught. As he now gets in front of the ball and plays it to mid-off, no run.
I think if Joe Root had have taken it as he took it and celebrated straight away, I think the delay in the celebration, and no one around him really went up either in confidence. Even Joe himself didn't go up confidently at all to start with. He almost was just going to throw the ball away, and then he walked towards Chris Woakes and said, oh no, that's out. I don't think the celebration was one that it definitely went in the hand straight away. I think they've made the sensible call there.
The weird one for me was the side angle, because you couldn't actually see where it landed as Wokes is into Smith, clipping that out to long leg. He's off the mark then with that one as the throw's sent in. 61 for 2, trailing by 200.
What it did do,
13.
it took about 5 minutes out of the game for Australia.
Yeah, it was very helpful from that point of view for them. But if you're looking at it front on, it does actually look like it hits the tip of the fingers and goes up into his hand. From side on, you couldn't really tell, because Ben Duckett, who's standing at leg slip, his right foot was in the way of where it landed.
He wasn't celebrating.
No, he wasn't.
Straight away, he was just throwing it away as if it didn't carry. Joe Root.
Labuschagne on strike. Wokes bowls, and that's brilliant bowling, but he guides it to backward point. He's just bowling this line and length ball that's so difficult to face right now on this pitch.
I did a show for Fox back in Australia on Monday. Nathan Lyon was on the show, and I was talking about Mark Wood and the point of difference at Headingley, and he straight away went, nah, Chris Wokes. Chris Wokes is the point of difference that England have got in the side, and he didn't say that Australia feared Wokes, but it was interesting that Nathan Lyon said Chris Wokes' name straight away.
As he's in again to Labuschagne, who's forwards and covering the ball. Gets right over and on top of it with that angled bat. 61 for 2 here.
It's not far away. He's just getting a little bit of extra something out the surface. They're going to keep replaying this catch to Joe Root. It's on the screen again. Yeah, I think it's his reaction straight after almost gave it away.
Here he comes again then, Chris Wokes. He's frustrated because Marnus Labuschagne isn't ready. Something moving behind him, but he's ready to go again now. Balanced in his crease, back and across as he defends to the offside. England feel they're in the game with this line that Wokes is bowling. Also the length, it's just slightly fuller, and he gets it to kiss off the surface. 61 for 2, trailing by 214 here, Australia. Andy?
You said Steve Smith likes batting at this ground double century here last time, but he hasn't liked batting anywhere in second innings recently since the start of the Ashes in Australia in the 2021-22 winter. In 15 second innings before this, his highest score has been 35 and he's averaged 21. It's an extraordinary sequence for a guy whose overall career average is just under 59, one of the highest of all time, who's passed 9,000 runs in this series. He's always had quite a significant gap between his first and second innings stats, but in recent times he has really struggled in the second half of Test matches.
Something for England to hold on to there, but we know what a class player he is and very hard to dislodge. But England will know that if they can get through these two, then they have every chance of getting through the rest quickly. But
there's something going on out there. Joel Wilson speaking to Ben Stokes. Jimmy Anderson was going to bowl, but he's been told that he can't bowl. Jimmy Anderson been off the pitch.
Well, he's shaking his head, Ben Stokes.
Does Joel know that's Jimmy's end? He can do what he wants from that, can't he?
Well, he's still talking to him now.
Again, there's more time going to be taken out of the game. It's just more of a delay. England just need to get on with this. Jimmy's having a strong conversation with Joel Wilson. It's all been sorted. Stuart Broad's going to carry on.
Well, he was off the field for some time, but it wasn't for long. So, yeah, they're still chuntering away there. Jimmy Anderson now moving himself to mid-off. And it will be Stuart Broad bowling to Steve Smith with 2 slips in position. Arms pumping, bounding in past the stump. Smith hits the top part of the bat as he guides that to backward point, but he wasn't completely in control of it. He was squared up. They're back together again, aren't they, this quartet, in the last Test match. Chris Wokes, Mark Wood, Stuart Broad, Jimmy Anderson. And last year, during the 100 coverage, they took a picture together and put it out there. If they were a boy band, what would you call them? We had some pretty interesting responses.
Go on, what have we got?
Broad steaming in now to Smith, who's guiding that to point once again. Sounding quite dead off the pitch there. Primal Scene. Ali Martin of The Guardian, he came up with that one. Bowls to Men.
Like that.
Four Lads in Chinos. How's that?
Well, that's a bit obvious. Wobble. What wobble? Four wobblers.
Iron Maiden. Broad to Smith, defending back down the pitch. No run.
The four top of offs. The four tops.
You didn't have to explain that. Come on.
I know if everyone knows the four tops.
You're meant to be a comedian. You have to explain all your jokes.
I don't know if the four tops are a bit recent for summer teammates' demographic, aren't they?
Oh, I like the four tops.
Back of a length, Street Boys.
Swingers.
Let's move on. Non-direction. Smith. Guys at point, no run. I think that was from an Australian supporter. Non-direction. Sultans of Swing.
Got a few, haven't you?
Yeah, there's a few here.
You're not reading them all, though.
No. Few better than others.
Steve Smith's just looking a bit edgy here. He's 1 from 8.
Bat waving in the air. He crouches down, back and across, and he's on the back foot, punching that into the gap through the covers. James Anderson sprinting towards the boundary. He's looked pretty quick today to the ball as he turns and throws, but they'll come back for 3. Steve Smith with that big long stride. He's pretty quick between the wickets. He looks like he's not as quick as others, but
I always feel with Steve Smith that his pads don't fit.
Yeah.
They look a bit big.
Yeah.
Oh, he looks like, the Velcro straps. I don't think he has them tight enough. Like loose around his legs. I mean, who am I to tell one of the greatest ever Test players that, by the way, you've been batting in pads that are a bit too big for you?
Well, I always thought that about Sachin Tendulkar and then MS
They were like
Dhoni.
surfboards, weren't they?
Yeah.
Those pads that Sachin used.
Brought in, pulled away by Labuschagne, out to the boundary. That's 4 runs. Save your legs.
Well, I think this is what Australia has to do. To get a chance to score, got to try and put a bit of pressure on the bowler. It's a good shot from Labuschagne.
And that is the end of the over. 68 for 2, trailing by 207 now Australia. Labuschagne to 17, Smith on 4. A few more words from you, Michael. And then we'll welcome in Alison Mitchell.
Well, that'll be Stuart Broad's last. He wasn't meant to bowl that last over. Jimmy Anderson will be replacing him. Chris Woakes to carry on from the Brian Statham end. Yeah, Steve Smith's record in the 4th innings of the game, or the 3rd and 4th innings, when he used to tire. It was Gideon Haigh wrote a good article about Steve Smith, I think it was last week, about how his record over the different innings as the Test match goes into its longer spells can be affected. Doesn't get much sleep, does he?
He doesn't, Michael. Afternoon to you. Is Woakes in, full and straight. He's defending up towards mid-on. Broad picks up and there's no run. I think he's turned to sleep apps in the past, like white noise or a rain app, to try and help him sleep in the middle of Test matches.
He might not need the app tomorrow.
It could be snoozing in the dressing room. Rain pattering on the windows. See, that just wouldn't work for me because rain just keeps me awake. I think the more consistent the noise, the harder it is to sleep.
Just seeing already on the split screen, saying that in the first inning, Steve Smith was further over to the offside. He's batting more outside leg stump, but he's still got that huge prominent movement which takes his feet and his pads right over to the offside and right in front of the stumps. So England will try and target those pads, try and get one to nip back from around the 5th stump line, try and trap him on the crease. He's got a bigger prominent movement. That trigger movement in the second innings already is a lot bigger than he had in the first innings.
It's amazing how batters can alter so much over the course of a match. Woakes in again with Australia 207 behind here in their second innings, and Smith again steps across and covers up on off stump. Australia 68 for 2 with a wicket each for Wood and Woakes. Wood with the second ball that he bowled. to dismiss Khawaja. Caught behind, Khawaja making just 18, and then David Warner played on to Oakes for 28 from 53. It was 54 for 2 at that point. Got about another hour and 25 minutes to play this evening. Oakes goes in off the outer edge of the bat towards point, no run.
I've got one. Where's Isha gone? So the
It's for
four
boy
bowlers, the boy band. Lee Westwood.
Oh,
He's
go on
listening. He said the bowling stones.
Oh, I like that.
Like it, Lee.
You're going to assign a persona to each of those band members.
Jimmy Nesbitt. He's also getting in on the boy band. Flock of Sea Gullies. Not happy with that, Andy?
He's vetoing that one. Wokes bounds in. Oh, and that's come back in at Steve Smith and surprised him. Bit of extra bounce. Deflected away towards points. But maybe another little spot on the surface bowlers might be looking to target. But that really leapt in at Steve Smith, and he's known for his idiosyncratic movements, but this time he looked aghast.
Again, it's that extra bounce. Wokes is just, he's got the knack. To be honest, as a batter, I've no idea what he does differently to a Stuart Broad or a Jimmy Anderson at the minute, but he's getting that extra bit as something out of the surface.
England striving for another wicket here. Wokes full again to Smith, brings them forward defensively. To Stokes at mid-off, no run.
Yeah, that's just a bit fuller, and that was easy for Smith to play. It's just a yard shorter of that. If England continuously just bowl that good length with a bit of something on it, and I'm sure they're going to create opportunities.
Keeping the leg gully in place for Steve Smith, the leg slip. As they have done, as Wokes is running in now past the umpire. Smith steps across, forward, inside half of the bat towards mid-wicket, along the ground. Ends the over, but not an altogether convincing one by Smith. He's 4 from 15, and Australia 68 for 2. Another 207 if there's to be any time in this match, if they're to force England to bat again, and England pressing for 8 wickets if they can in quick time.
Yeah, no, Steve Smith is a batter that changes his gloves all the time. He's already had how many balls has he faced?
15, I think I just said.
15. Well, he's got a new pair of gloves. Replacement glove. I thought he was going to change his bat, but it's his gloves.
We'll keep an eye on how many balls he's faced next time he changes the gloves. It might be another 15 balls.
He is that. I mean, you know his entrance to the when he goes out there. You know he has a rhythm. So he walks out onto the outfield when he's obviously going to bat, and he stops. And he was telling me about his routine. He plays 2 straight drives, he plays 2 cut shots, and then he stretches with the bat in between his legs 6 times, and then he's ready to go. You have routines out in the middle when you're facing pre-ball routines and in-between ball routines. I've never known someone's routine to start at the boundary edge.
Doesn't Joe Root do something pretty similar every time he comes out? There's a bit of a sideways gallop, couple of steps left, couple of steps right, and then it's the head down and the sprint out.
Maybe there's something in that. I mean, your routine should start as soon as you get over the white line. It's your zone, isn't it? Getting into that position of concentration, whatever it takes. Jimmy Anderson now is on.
Yeah, coming back from his end of the ground. 5 overs so far, just 8 runs from it. Can he get amongst the wickets here? Can he put in a match-winning performance potentially on his home ground?
Well, we've seen him bowl so many times over the years on this kind of surface where he's got something out of it.
It's Anderson to Labuschagne, and Labuschagne's backed away. Something distracting him behind the arm. I can't detect any movement.
No, that was like an old county pro running in a little bit earlier than the batter expected and trying. Norman Gifford, Sussex left armer back in the day, apparently was renowned for bowling
too quick almost.
Well, maybe before the batter had time to look up.
Labuschagne is very deliberately, it's like he makes sure his grip is set correctly, holds that bat aloft looking at it, and then places it by that right foot before tapping it. Now he's ready, and Anderson is in, and he's getting behind one into the onside, no run. The thing with routines is it isn't the case that the more routine you have in your game, the more chance there is for that routine to be upset, and then it could throw you off track completely.
Well, I think if you look at all...
imagine if there was something... at the bottom of the pavilion steps, that means you can't make your usual sort of run down the steps, and you've got to jump over something to get onto the outfield, or someone's left some kit in your way, and then your whole psyche It's gone out the window. Anderson in. Forward comes Labuschagne. No run.
Yeah, but I think, the routines of all these great players, it starts as they arrive on the turf. So there's not many obstacles. It's not like you have to jump over rollers. You're on the turf, so. And everyone, all batters have a pre-shot routine, in between ball routine. Labuschagne just walks away, comes back, he scratches his mark. I think he's batting on middle stump.
He used to pat the side of the bail in line, didn't he? Because he was once bowled when the bail was just slightly sticking out beyond the stump. Outside the off stump, that's an elaborate leave from Labuschagne. He swishes his bat down and ends up leaning on the toe of the bat between his two legs as his feet were wide apart.
Yeah, and when you see, I remember Quadra in the first test when he batted for such a long period of time, it was just ball after ball, just repeating the same movement, same routine. And that's how you bat for a long period of time. You just repeat, just stay in your bubble, stay in your zone. I think as young players, it's always hard for young players to find their routine, because obviously they don't know what their routine is because they haven't played enough cricket. But you soon find one, something that works for you.
Anderson rushes into Labuschagne, squared up a touch as forward defence, almost a little crab-like as he came forward. But he's keeping out Anderson at the moment. We're not going too far in terms of runs. Any more band names, Mike?
Yeah, Andy Mack, mate from Huddersfield. He said Jimmy and the Pacemakers.
Oh, well, yeah.
Happy with that, Andy?
That gets a nod of
gets the
approval.
nod, Andy. Well done.
Might make the next show.
Jimmy Nesbitt, you've had you had the signal of no thank you, Jimmy, from Andy. And he is the judge in this competition. When's this band going to start, by the way? That's the first gig.
Anderson races in here. Turn towards mid-wicket, no run. Full from Anderson. Lots of suggestions coming in saying the flying wickets.
Yep. Yeah, they'd like a few of those over the next hour or two. Are you happy with that? Yeah. Andy, that's got a good one. Phil, any names of boy bands for the four quicks for England?
Tuff's only just sat down. Give him a second.
I think he's just woken up.
Speaking of Lee Westwood, there's lots of coverage of the Open Golf, in fact, on 5 Live at the moment. As Anderson is in, on off stump, angled out towards cover. Loads of sports on, actually, because there's the Open Golf on 5 Live. It's the end of the over, 68 for 2. England's opening match at the Women's World Cup is tomorrow, 10:30 a.m. That's on 5 Live, coverage on BBC TV as well. But here at Old Trafford, with 5:10 in the evening, England have taken 2 wickets so far, with Australia 207 runs away from potentially making England bat again. It's a long, long way off.
Phil makes a very good point. He's just said, where is Mark Wood? He's bowled 1 over. You got Usman Quadra out just before tea. He bowled 90 miles an hour, and we haven't seen him since.
Well, he's there. He's fielding at mid-wicket, but not with ball in hand. Wokes is continuing. He dismissed Warner, the second wicket to fall. Flex the knees here by Smith, and a big drive through the covers. A one-handed stop's taken a bit of pace off it from from Stokes at extra cover. Coming back now for the second, but there was some width from Wokes and full-blooded cover drive from Smith. Here's a suggestion from Alex Philpott. This is my favourite so far. Take bats.
Oh, it can't be. The bowlers.
What are you saying?
Andy, happy with that? No. No. Sorry, we're quite harsh on this judging panel.
I was giving that one full marks. Wokes.
I can take that though.
Smith awaits. Wokes in again and on the pads. Flip through mid-wicket, and that's racing away for 4. It's Wood who's in pursuit, but he won't be able to cut it off. Australia 71 for 2, becomes 74.
Phil has come up with one. Wood life.
Yes.
You're just being kind, Andy, because that's useless. The Splice Boys. Now, I like that one.
Good. That is good.
I like that.
Edgegugu.
Keep them coming in.
Is this going to carry on while Smith and Labuschagne are batting?
Probably. TMS at bbc.co.uk. At BBC TMS on Twitter as well. Now, Wokes adjusting his field. He's got an extra catcher here. Anderson At a short mid-wicket catching position for Smith as Wokes is in, and he's angled this beautifully behind square out to the deep. Single is taken.
That shot, the previous ball from mid-wicket from Smith was Steve Smith at his best. But, just working it on the onside, just letting the ball come to him.
Ray Brooking, the Six Pistols.
That's not bad.
Yeah, look, these are good. These
Andy,
are good.
Happy with that?
Well, they don't get hit for six very much, do they?
Well, very true. They hit the odd six, though.
Because we should
Mark
really...
Wood, Chris Wokes hit sixes, Stuart Broad.
We should really be compiling a top 10. It's 75 for 2, and Wokes continuing, resetting the field here. Change of fielder rather than field per se, because Harry Brooks taken up James Anderson's position at short mid-wicket. Anderson has gone to cover. What's happened here? The bails, it wasn't the wind blowing the bails off, was it? But Labuschagne is wanting to make sure that they're settled properly. Suggestion from Simon Bedwell is Iron Maidens. That's all right as well. Australia exactly 200 behind here. Lengthy delay while those bails were straightened. Reset. Wokes in now to Labuschagne. Leap at the crease. Clips off the pad towards mid-wicket. Finds Mark Wood, who's there, and there is no run. Glenn McGrath, afternoon to you.
Hey, Ali. Good day, everyone. Well, slightly different batting out there to what we've seen the last day and a half. But the Australians slowly ticking along the scoreboard. What have we got? 28 overs to go. I won't get through all them today. So, well, the big question is what's going to happen the rest of this test match?
Is the rain going to come in? Is the rain going to ruin any prospect of a result?
Did England bat too long? Did they bat perfectly? So, but yeah, no, this man here with the ball, Chris Wokes, he's the danger man.
More so than Mark Wood?
Woody as well, but I just think the areas he bowls.
Wokes to Labuschagne full in defence. No run.
He's always challenging the batsman. Just does enough in the air, enough off the pitch. But I think bowling from this end, there's a little bit more variation. I think we've seen a few keep low from the other end, but yeah, Chris Wokes deservedly got 5 for in the first innings. He's got the big wicket of David Warner. I'm not sure what sort of shot Warner was playing.
Wokes is in now, and Labuschagne's forward defence. It comes rather off the outside edge of the bat, out towards the point region, and there's no run to end the over. 75 for 2. Smith on 11, Labuschagne on 17 after Khawaja made 18. Dismissed by Mark Wood, caught behind, and Warner played on to Wokes. 54 runs on the board at that stage, and 28 then to Warner. We're talking boy band names, Glenn.
Oh, right up my alley, yeah.
I'm from Owain, who was our engineer next door. The Spin Doctors.
The Spin Doctors. I'm not sure the fast bowlers will be overly impressed with that, though.
Or maybe the batters. Anderson's continuing from his end of the ground. And Steve Smith, bat in hand. And Australia, if they see out the day, we've got about an hour and a quarter.
Yeah.
Actually, a bit more than that, isn't it? Because we're going until 6:40 tonight. But, well, they'll go a long way to, if the weather is as predicted, securing the match. That would be securing the Ashes if it's a draw for Australia, retaining it. 2 slips here, though. Smith in, and that's defence from the ball outside the off stump from James Anderson. Here's another good one. Henry and Swindon on the band names. The Bay City Bowlers. You could even leave it as the Bay City Rollers, couldn't you?
Yeah.
The heavy one on, the light one. The Bay City Bowlers. That got your approval, Zoltz? Yes, that's the Zoltz. The Zoltzman nod. Smith taps his bat against the ground. Anderson leaps the crease. Smith steps across. It's a half leave, and he left his bat hanging, and the ball ricocheted off the face of the bat down to the ground, angled out towards Moeen in the gully. Those half leave, half plays.
I thought that actually jagged back and hit him in the thigh.
Did it jag back? Because my eyes deceive me. Oh, you're absolutely right. He did angle the bat, but it did come back and...
Yeah, a little bit of bounce, a little bit of seam movement, but Steve Smith left that on length. So it was a little bit short of length.
2 slips as Moeen has retreated towards almost like a deep third position. Short third, rather. This one up towards mid-on. No run taken. There's really no attempt by the Australians to try and force any issue here. They don't want to get into a mindset of being too negative. That's the thing. It's one sure way of starting to lose wickets if you really start to get bogged down and finding you're really not going anywhere.
Yeah, no, you're right there, Ali. They've got to keep the scoreboard ticking over. I know there are a lot of runs behind. They're batting for time. They're looking to get through today and then sort of reassess from there.
Anderson in full crab-like, swinging that back foot round. Smith has held the pose up towards mid-on. I've had a suggestion from Hassan Khan, who we know is former England VI cricketer who's taken part on our TMS matches in the past as well. He's suggested the Manic Street Fielders. It's all right as well, isn't it? Oh, Graham here, the Smashing Stumpkins. Anderson in, Smith defends on off stump. Out towards the covers. So Australia not really going anywhere, but England not really finding a way through at the moment either. Mark Wood is whirling his arms around. Maybe we will see a little bit more of him because he has been very, very quiet. It's not really been in the action in the second innings. Managed to come in and made the impact with the wicket of Khawaja, but then rather retreated. Anderson runs in under cloudy skies to Smith. There's a more forceful shot, but one hand comes flying off the bat. The ball's fielded at mid-on, but looking for a drive. And it's the end of the over. I'll perhaps finish with this one before I hand over to Aggers. It's 75 for 2. Australia are 200 behind here. Matt in Birmingham says, rage against the bowling machine.
Oh, there you go. We're getting plenty of boy band names for the English bowlers. Not for the Australian bowlers, for the English ones. I think they're having a bit more of a better day of it than what the Australians have had.
Well, Mark Wood is coming back into the attack here, Glenn, so I'll leave you. And Aggers is joining alongside.
Yeah, so Mark Wood's changed ends. He's, this end's just, I was saying before, a little bit more variable bounce just on that good length. Mark Wood, he's not a tall bowler. He might skid it in a little bit more, attack those stumps a bit more. Australians have to be watchful. They need to keep as many wickets in hand by the end of the day, whereas the English would love to get another wicket now, Aggers.
Well, they certainly would, and I think we've been clamouring for Wood, saying what happened. He came on, bowled 1 over, took a wicket, and hasn't been seen since. But now he's bowling from our end, so it is a change of ends. Breeze slightly into his face, coming up from third man, and he's going to have that familiar setting for these two with a leg slip. So 2 slips and then backward point, wide mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and 2 out of the leg side as Wood goes dashing in to bowl his first ball of this spell, far down the leg side. Bairstow gathers it, but no connection with bat or glove as the ball flies past Labuschagne's hip.
I must say, I think Bairstow's moved better this innings in the field. It's amazing how you get a little bit of confidence with the bat. It can impact the other sort of area you do, and he's just looked like he's moving better. He's got a bit more energy. Yep. Geez, he hit the ball well, didn't he? Hit it flat. Reminded me of that innings against India where he got that 100 with Joe Root. He didn't try to overhit it, but just power. And unfortunately, just dropped short, didn't he?
Hit the ball miles. There was one that went out towards the station. Then goes Wood again, a big leap, and he bowls on the leg stump, turned away by Labuschagne. They'll think about 2. I don't think I'll get it this time, though, as Brook comes into field from deep square leg. And Australia move on to 76 for 2, so they're now 199 runs behind. And Smith paws at the ground with his right boot, checking his guard. Lots of commotion out there. Wood walks thoughtfully back to his mark again. Broad waiting to toss the ball to him. He's wearing his cap today rather than his sun hat, which is unusual. Wood rubs some sweat onto the ball from his brow.
And holding the ball in his left hand, he sets off, then he'll transfer it across to his right at the last moment. There he goes, and he bowls wide of the crease, squares him up, going for the quick single. Broad unable to prevent that. 77 for 2, so 198 behind. Plenty of sunshine around, the cloud is high. Flags fluttering up there on the renovated pavilion. You can still see really the outline of how it used to be with the turrets that, well, they used to be the highest point of the pavilion, but they're only just over halfway up now. A couple of layers added on.
Nice breeze still blowing across the... You can see the two team flags blowing in the wind there.
Wood runs in, bowls, Labuschagne flicks him hard through mid-wicket. There's a man out there on the boundary. He will sweep round and throw that back, and Labuschagne takes a single and then quickly gestures to the dressing room, but he wants some dry gloves, a fresh pair of gloves.
Yeah, just watching Mark Wood run in there, where he runs in with the ball in the other hand and changes it over at the last minute.
Quite unusual, isn't it?
It is unusual because you want your rhythm, and as soon as you change hands, it just disrupts that rhythm a little bit. But Mark Wood, he runs in so hard and so fast, still carries him through nicely.
Now he transfers, big leap and bowls, and on the Midland leg, and Smith's across in front of his stumps there, playing firmly out to Wokes. He got so far across.
Yeah, Smith, he always tells you what the ball did. He reckons
yes.
that one just kept a little bit low, or one just jumps a bit more.
He's almost commentating, isn't he?
And he's batting differently. His technique's different from the first innings to now. First innings, he was batting on middle stump. He's now batting on leg stump. I think he just was getting too far across to the offside, and when he saw some video footage, I think this was in the earlier tests, he couldn't believe how far across he was getting. So whether he's had another look between innings and thought, actually, I want to stay a little bit more leg side of the ball.
Wood again bowls. Smith on the back foot defends, and Wood quickly runs over to pick the ball up, and it's the end of the over. So 78 for 2. Wood back in the attack, and Australia 197 runs behind. If you haven't been around today, well, England were bowled out for 592, so a lead of 275. A day dominated by Johnny Bairstow, who was 99 not out when Anderson was LBW to Green for 5. They put on 66 in 7 overs. Bairstow's 99 coming from 81 balls. He had 10 fours and 4 sixes. And he got to a stage, I think, where England almost had to carry on to allow him to get to his 100 when he was... Because I think up here people felt that maybe England, might have batted a little longer than they needed to, but you never know. You can only really judge that when the game's done, can't you? But then suddenly, when a batsman starts to get up to 80 odd and 85, I think, perhaps we better let him get his 100. And
happy to give him a couple overs to try and get it.
Yeah. Here's Anderson, moves in, bowls, Labuschagne forward, and Smith. It's Stokes who trots in from cover to field, but he did hit some enormous sixes, and without much effort. That's he must have colossal forearms, I think. But to watch it tonight, you see the clips actually on the website now, but the highlights are on BBC Two tonight at 7 o'clock, and well worth watching.
The only saving grace, I guess, for Australia, it's a pretty awful scorecard for them and their bowlers, was the fact they bowled England out. England didn't declare.
Yeah. Anderson bowls, driven up to mid-off, and there's no run. It's actually BBC 4 tonight at 7 o'clock, so apologies for that, but BBC 4. But yeah, the last BBC 2, it's 11:05. So lots of ways to watch it. It's on the iPlayer, of course. But well worth watching Bairstow's innings today.
Well, the problem for everyone is, what do you put in the highlights? Yesterday and this morning, they were basically all the shots were highlights.
Yep, just so much. 2 slips waiting for the edge. As Anderson moves in, bowls, and you almost got one. It's a very late decision there by Labuschagne to leave it. But he did so safely enough and walks away to the leg side, twitching and fidgeting, waiting for Anderson to walk back again. you never quite know what to do when you're the striker's end and you've got to wait for the bowler to go all the way back. Anderson doesn't go so far. I seem to recall not really knowing what to do when Michael Holding was walking all the way back to the start of his run, which would have been about for the boundary edge here when he was really in his pomp. Seemed to take forever. Anderson bowls, pushed away by Labuschagne, square into the offside, and then the art was when he started running at you not to look,
because
it was terrifying. So just keep looking down, and then to have a quick look up. It was only halfway down. Just keep looking down again. Judge when you think he's nearly there, then you can look up, and then
and through it went. What about Dennis? Did you ever face Dennis?
Do you know, of all the great fast bowlers of that time, he was the one that I never played against, and I could have done, because he had, and not many people will remember this, a very short stint at Northampton,
yeah.
And I think I was injured the one game that we had. Here's Anderson bowling, nips away, good delivery that. So he just pushed at it, but played it pretty well, really. It was a lovely ball. And a reminder, there is still a little bit here. 78 for 2, Labuschagne on 19. So I missed, I think it was only a Sunday league game, so I probably wouldn't have batted against him anyway, but I faced Tomo and Pascoe and that lot.
That would have been mad, were they? A few lunatics there.
Yes. It wasn't very nice facing Tomo. Although to be fair, he was on the wane really then. Here comes Anderson again. It's driven hard at him into his left hand by Labuschagne, and Anderson tosses the ball away to Stokes at 78 for 2, so 197 behind. Smith 12, Labuschagne 19. The men out in this innings. Khawaja with the first, was caught behind off Wood for 18, and then Warner was bowled a very nondescript, strange looking shot, a non-shot really, for 28.
Jimmy Anderson's begun this spell with 3 consecutive maidens, which is as many maidens as Australia managed in England's entire innings, which lasted at 107.4 overs. It's on David Warner.
That feels like a bit of a sledge, can't I say? That feels.
And he's been sledging all day. When I come in, he's just got to get a little one in there. And look, he's pretty happy with it too.
Sledge with a fact.
Wow.
Yes, you can.
I think you can. That just burns a bit, that one.
Just
nice one.
Get that knife in a bit more.
In goes Wood, galloping in, bowls on the leg stump, turned away for a single. And Smith goes to 13.
David Warner's reached 25 5 times this series, only managed it once 4 years ago. He's had scores in those innings: 36, 66, 25, 32 and 28. So despite reaching 25 5 times, only got past 40 once.
He'll hate that dismissal today, because if people are looking and wondering about his place, that was a very uncertain, tentative shot, wasn't it?
It was a nothing shot, really.
Yeah. It wasn't a great way to get out that. In his position, with people looking at him, his place under the microscope, he won't be pleased with that at all. 78 for 2. Wood rushes in, bowls a bouncer. Labuschagne made as if he was going to pull it. And then he jettisoned the idea quite quickly as the ball flew past his shoulder. 79 for 2. And the 28th over. Mix of fancy dress out there. Our Mexican friends are still there in their ponchos and sombreros.
They love their beer snakes in the party stand, don't they?
Well, they do. I think we've ascertained they're okay as long as they don't break on top of you. They're just horrible. Really is. Just get drenched in remnants of beer. In goes Wood, bowls just short of a length, played into the onside. Duckett's there. And there's no run. I must say, the Barmy Army trumpeter, Finchy as they call him, he's got some stamina. He goes most of the day, and then he gives a concert during the tea break. They mic him up, and he plays to that enormous stand. He's playing to 8,500 people.
And they've got all different songs, haven't they, for the players?
But he goes through
really good ones for the England players and really bad ones for the Australians.
Well, in goes Wood again. And he bowls on off stump. It's played away again defensively. I did have a chuckle at that photograph of Andy Burnham ringing the bell. It was behind him without him realising. There's a very cruel mask that's doing the rounds, which is of a crying Steve Smith taken off the telly and just looking through the window behind Andy Burnham, proudly standing there posing with the bell. Is this mask of a crying Smith pointing through the window.
But it's okay with technology these days. You can just put a circle around and erase that out of the photo.
I think he'll have to, because he's definitely a cricket fan and we're very pleased to rung a bell here, but you wouldn't want that picture behind you, I don't think. 78 for 2. It goes Wood and he bowls. Oh, how didn't that bowl him, for goodness sake? That was as bad a leave as you could possibly see, apart from the one that actually clatters the stumps.
So it was a good leave. I thought it had bowled him from here.
Yeah,
even Manus Labuschagne's down on his knees thinking, what was I doing there? How did that miss the stumps?
Well, I don't know how it missed the stumps. We'll see in a minute. It was from wide of the crease, angled in. It went straight over the off stump.
Good leave.
Well,
Hawkeye would have had it just going over, I think.
It would have, yes.
But that was close.
That was it.
He's coming from a little bit wider in the crease, Mark Wood, angling it back in to the right-handed batsman. There's a little bit of shape in the air.
And he goes again, wide of the crease, bowls on off stump. And Labuschagne, this time, that's determinedly behind the ball and Wood fields. And it ends the over on 78 for 2. Looks like there's going to be a drinks break here. We've got a very fit member of the ground staff running out with his broom and a bucket. And then behind slightly slower members. And so they're going to have a drink. And these two have clung on together since David Warner was bowled by Wokes. It's a chance for everyone to have a bit of a breather, because it's 20 after 5. We've got
hour and 5 minutes.
Hour and 5 minutes to go. Must mention there's lots going on this weekend. Despite the rain, I guess the golf will carry on. They'll pull on their...
The golf's going well. Have you seen any of it?
I haven't yet. I know Victor's quite keen on it.
Yeah, Brian Harmon, who's leading at the moment, who's looks exactly like Ricky Ponting.
Does he?
Or Ricky Ponting looks like him. I walked past Rick out there and I said, well played today, mate. He knew exactly what I was talking about. Gave me a little low...
Oh, did he?
Low 5.
Is Ponting a golfer?
Oh, he loves it. Yeah. Even when he played cricket, he played more golf than cricket. Yeah. Now he just lives for it. He's pretty handy. He's not the best golfer from all the old Australian boys, but he's in the top 2 or 3, definitely.
I saw a feature going on today, including Mark Taylor going fishing.
Yes.
With Mike Atherton. That seems to be what he relaxes.
Tubby or Buff, we call him as well. He loves his fishing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, took him to a couple of the streams around here.
Nice.
And loves his fly fishing after trout.
You see, I don't know much about the casting action, but he seems to at least get it out in the right place. So there's the Open Golf. That's on 5 Live. And then England's opening match in the Women's World Cup football tomorrow, 10:30. That's on 5 Live. And also on BBC Telly. So lots going on. And we're just keeping our fingers crossed here for tomorrow, hoping that the forecasts are wrong, and sometimes they can be, but
they don't always get it right, Agus.
No, they don't. It just looks at this time, everybody has agreed there's going to be a wet day tomorrow.
I keep asking everyone, what's the weather going to do? And do you know what the response is? I get the same from everyone up here. It's Manchester.
Well,
it always rains up here.
There's one that I've found. One app that I've found
that says no rain at all for the weekend.
It actually deals with Sunday, and it seems to be getting better all the time on this particular app. Intervals of clouds and sun with a couple of showers. That's the best forecast I can find for Sunday, but you'd settle for that. Intervals of clouds and sun with a couple of showers.
And what's that? Oh, that's for Southampton. Okay.
That is Stretford. So, then you can go to the other extreme. And it just sort of gives... and I found another one, actually, that, again, is suggesting that Sunday is not as bad as perhaps we thought. So, let's just keep our fingers crossed, because if it does rain tomorrow, well, even if they lose half an hour's play tomorrow, that can be added on to Sunday. Any time lost on Sunday, they can add up to half an hour again of that as well. So
There's still a long time left in this test match.
There's a lot left in this test match.
I know you've got to consider the weather, especially in the situation that England's in, but then you go, well, if it doesn't come off, we declared too early. So you can't say England declared too early. They've got a good lead. There's still plenty to go here.
But in a way, the forecast has spurred England into action, didn't it? It's made them play this very positive game that we've seen so far, because they know they're up against it with the weather. It's rather forced their hand. In comes Anderson, and he starts a new over after the drinks, and that's tucked away for Wood to come and field down at long leg and take a single.
You reckon it's forced their hand? This is what we thought we'd be getting, the Baz ball that's everyone's spoken about, but probably a little bit smarter Baz ball the way they played here. And even the way they batted today, I'm not sure they really had the rain in mind, because Phil Tufnell here was pacing up and down and saying they've got to declare. And that was before lunch.
Yeah, he was.
So, I think a lot of people at the ground here thought they would have declared a lot earlier and had a go at Australia, but they stayed out there, and Ben Stokes is...
Well, if they get another couple of wickets tonight, in comes Anderson, bowls, Labuschagne, wary of the ball keeping low, is trying to get forward. And Stokes fields there, close in at mid-off. Johnny Bairstow signalling for the helmet there, which suggests that Moeen Ali might be coming on in a moment.
Yeah, I saw Moeen just warming up there before. You can see him, he's out there doing a few stretches.
Yeah, he'll be coming on to bowl the next over up at our end, I reckon. So wide mid-off he is at the moment, though, watching as Anderson. That very familiar run. Goes wide of the crease, bowls to Labuschagne, and he steers that firmly to backward point. 80 for 2, so 195 runs behind still.
They've been 190-odd runs behind for a long time. That scoreboard's not really ticking over. Be nice to see a few more...
Well, singles, they could push and run and be busy, isn't it? That's what you want to see from a sort of a rebuilding partnership. Just
I don't think
some momentum.
There's not as many drop and runs out there. Australia have a little bit more of a negative field. They always have the guys back deep. Point just allows that scoreboard to keep ticking over.
Anderson runs in, bowls a good one outside the off stump. And he played and missed at it. It's interesting watching Anderson there, hiding the ball.
Everyone's hiding the ball.
Hand. Yeah, well, he tends to do that when he's going for reverse swing. So let's watch it again. If he runs up with the ball in his left hand, and then hides it, then he's looking for reverse swing. But it's quite early. It's only I think we're in the 29th over of the innings.
Yeah.
So let's watch and see what he does here.
The shiny side was on the outside there, so it shouldn't be reverse swinging after 28 overs really, but he is holding it in the left hand.
It's in his left hand, so he's going for reverse swing here. Now he hides it, transfers it, and then bowls, and that's clipped away nicely out towards wide mid-on, and a chase all the way down to the boundary edge there is successful, and they come back for 3 runs, just a little bit full there and onto Midland leg. Wokes pursuing it all the way down.
I think it was Harry Brook, wasn't it? And he flicked it back for Wokes. They both ran and chased it and turned it into 3 rather than a boundary. But no, I don't think there's any reverse swing.
No,
that one sort of angled in more, and the shiny side was on the outside, a little more conventional.
He's rubbing hard on the ball. He's trying to get something out of it. Sun with us again. As he turns from the Anderson end, here he comes, and he bowls to Smith, who gets across outside the off stump, and then with a flamboyant wave of the bat allows that to go through to wicketkeeper Bairstow, and it's the end of the over. And we've got just under an hour of play to go on this third day. More thoughts from Glenn McGrath, and then Jim Maxwell's coming in here.
Yeah, the Australians are ticking along here, not going at a fast rate of knots. 83 on the board of 29 overs. Only the 1 extra. Yeah, the Australians bowled a few no balls as well. The English have been a little bit more disciplined here today, but a little partnership building here which Australia needs between Labuschagne and Smith. And there is a change in the bowling. Mark Wood's coming off. Moeen Ali's coming on. What do you reckon, Jim?
What I'm interested in, just watching the movement in the field, I just get a feeling that sometime Ben Stokes is going to have a bowl. Mightn't be tonight, but anyway, Moeen Ali's a good move here. He picked up Labuschagne in the first innings. There's a little bit of turn bounce in this surface, so at least England have the option of a relatively skillful spin bowler, which Australia don't in this match. And Moeen Ali has enjoyed himself in this game as a senior player drawn back into the Test squad. Excellent half-century yesterday, busy in the field. And now he's going to bowl to Labuschagne with a slip and a short leg. He comes up and Labuschagne gets a short ball and cracks it away out to deep cover. There's a slight fumble there, but not enough for an additional run as Wood comes around from his spot on the boundary in front of the party stand. So now Smith back on strike, stretches out his guard with, let me see, no short leg this time. We're going with a slip, backward point, deep cover, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square and a deep square. Alex Hartley, hello.
Hello, Jim. Now, this passage of play has me slightly worried.
Which part?
Just...
Here we go. Let's watch Moeen Ali. He bowls to Smith, and Smith back and goes twirling away wide of mid-on for a single. And the throw's a bit sloppy in front of the keeper, but they make run. Now, what's got you worried?
Labuschagne's been struggling out there in the middle. Doesn't look comfortable. I know he doesn't often look settled, but doesn't look comfortable. He's chuntering away to himself. He's not happy with the stumps. He's a little bit unsettled. Moeen Ali here, if he doesn't bowl well, could bowl him into the comfy chair.
You got him out in the first innings, so let's see what he does. It's short again. He can eat that for breakfast. He's hit it through extra cover. Wood's flying around to stop it inside the boundary, and they go through for two more. Well, he's bowled Labuschagne a couple of pies so far.
Yeah, a few full tosses in his first spell as well, only 3 overs.
Yeah, he's got this special cream that some punter has found for him. Not always working from the look of it. That's short again. That's hit away wide of mid-off, and it's going to go out towards the boundary, but it will again be chased by Wood, and they come back for two more. Well, if he keeps bowling there, I don't think Labuschagne's got a problem.
That's what I mean. It could get him back into the swing of things.
Well, he's getting there in the first innings. He batted very well until that moment when he was dismissed. Australia missing long innings from Labuschagne in this series as he bowls again, pitched up and driven just wide of mid-off this time, and they collect a single to the left of Jimmy Anderson, but scoring off every ball here at 2 for 90, and the Labuschagne is along to 28. Smith back on strike in the sunshine, and that's short, and that's hit away to the right of Harry Brook, who was going to his left in anticipation, but it didn't go there. So a fairly ordinary over from Moeen Ali back into the attack. Australia 2 for 90, 275 is the deficit after England made 550 million. How many did they get? Oh, 592. That's all it was.
I've mentioned Warner's difficulty in converting good starts. Labuschagne has also had that this summer. This is the 8th innings of 20 plus he's had in the 10 he's played, including the World Test final, and 8 in the Ashes, and that 51 in the first innings was his highest score and only half century from those 8 20 plus scores.
His country needs him now to play in innings at least for the next 45 minutes to get to the safety of stumps and the hope of a long innings tomorrow if they get out there. We've heard all these dire forecasts, but we won't know until you switch your radio on tomorrow and find out what it's really like. 2 slips and a short mid-off. Anderson runs in and he gets an edge here, changing his shot. and it came off his glove, I think, as he pushed at that. Just a little bit of variable bounce in his surface, and enough to have the batsman inconvenienced, as Labuschagne appears to be, after taking stock there. He chopped it down into the ground and removed his bottom hand from the bat. But there's a little bit of a low bounce. We saw earlier Broad almost knocked the poles over with one that sneaked. Here he comes, Anderson bowling, Labuschagne driving with a good thump down towards Woakes, who's at mid-on, and he stops it.
My rain app is telling me they're expecting 20 millimetres of rain tomorrow. Now, I don't know if that's a lot or not, but it is consistent throughout the day.
It's about an inch of rain, I think you'll find.
So
close to an inch.
Might be that mizzle all day long. A little bit harder.
Manchester's famous for it. In Sydney, you'd get that in half an hour. Here comes Anderson. Bowls in again. In behind it, plays down the pitch. So I've been saving up this question for the whole series until I got to Manchester. Is this the wettest test match venue in the world?
Nope. Can't be. Sydney rains every single day I'm there.
No, but the rain falls more slowly here, but there's still a lot of it over the course of the history of Test cricket.
So how are we doing the stats? We're doing total millimetres or number of days?
Number of days lost to rain. That's the only way you can do it, I think. Anderson comes up, back he goes, just changes his shot and drops it down in front of him. The number of whole days, I reckon, lost to rain in the history of this venue. And we know 2 test matches have been wiped out here in the history of the game.
I know that Sydney is wetter than Manchester on a whole, but for test cricket, maybe Manchester pips it when it just comes to cricket.
Manchester bleeds rain. It doesn't gazump it, doesn't dump it. It just bleeds. Slow, mizzly, drizzly. Anderson runs in and bowls right up towards the front pad, but he blocks it down the pitch and then thinks of a single. So can you answer that question in 2 seconds?
Well, I found some online research that I've yet to verify from netweather.tv.
Yeah.
It says that in total there have been 29 days washed out at Old Trafford, 19 at Lord's, 14 at the Oval. Those are the 3.
And that's a pretty big stat, given they've had comparable histories of test matches. Anderson bowls and he cuts at this, and he cuts it well, and that little fella Matthew Hurst is chasing it, but he can give it up. He's very distinctive. He's a short bloke, he's got a long sweater on, and he's got a big hat, and he's replaced, I think, Stuart Broad, who occasionally has a spell. Unless you can find him out there. That's the end of the over, and it's 2 for 94.
Well, Matthew Hurst has got to be the only fielder that has ever managed to keep a floppy on his head. They always fall off after a few steps.
Well, he's got a small head and a smaller floppy or something. I don't know. There's something there that makes it stick.
Richie Richardson, his floppy hat almost never goes. Great West Indian.
That, what would you call it? Scarlet, red, what was the colour?
Maroon.
Maroon, thank you. Maroon, the massive maroon hat of Richie Richardson. Now, someone's moving behind the arm. What about in other parts of the world where there's been enough test cricket played? Moeen Ali's bowling, and he's driven hard by the hand of
Brook.
Yeah, that's Brook, Harry Brook there at short cover. He glanced it down to mid-off where Anderson stopped it. Can he find the length? He tosses up, and that's a better ball. Pushed away, square of the wicket on the offside. And it's collected by Woakes coming around. So it's a 5-4 field. No one close on the onside other than mid-wicket, I suppose. But Moeen Ali has Smith swinging into this, and he hits it with his bottom hand hard towards Mr. Hurst. Or is that... Oh, no, there's Crawley in there, isn't it? Anyway, he stopped it. Dropped his hand down on it. Moeen Ali in again, and he swings into this and takes the single towards Stokes, who's deepish at mid-on. And they get home easily. And Smith is now 16. Labuschagne's 32. 2 for 95. Khawaja out nicking off, and Warner nicking in to his stumps for 28. 28? Warner? Yeah, that's right. 32-28 in this game. Now, Labuschagne with a short leg there, and Moeen Ali has him just going back and playing quietly off the pitch with predictable bounce, just smoothly away towards the chap on the onside. Crawley in position. Up again, tossing it, pushing, single there, no. Moeen Ali chases towards cover, and they don't get a run. So Australia hanging about here at 2 for 95.
I found a tweet from Rick Finley, the Australian cricket statistician you'd have worked with a lot over the years.
Hello, Rick.
This is from January 2017. We had a list of washed out days at Australian test grounds. Sydney way ahead with 24, Brisbane 8, MCG 6 and a couple each in Hobart and Adelaide. He's not including the washed out MCG test in 1970-71 when in place of the test match they played the first ever one-day test.
The one day. So Sydney 24 and Manchester
29. But I'm not sure those are completely updated. I'll dig around this evening.
So we're about to have a little interlude here, and so it goes like this. Paul Willits has sent a limerick for this time of the day. The Aussie looked on aghast as England scored hard and fast. With the boundary rope being well within scope, they called, "Quick, please, the shipping forecast!"
Very good, very good.
Thank you, Paul. And I'm sure some have been waiting for the Dogger interlude. So we're going with Wood down at the Anderson end, and he starts running and he starts walking and he wants his bowling mark. And he's going back to where he needs to go. So we've got a slip and a leg slip, but the backward point, a point, extra cover mid-wicket, and 2 behind, well, 1 at deep square, 1 at fine leg. Now Wood rushes up and Smith goes, "Thank you, I like those, just near my pads. I'll knock that around the corner and take the single down into the deep field," and Brook throws it back, and it's 2 for 96. Will this be an enduring Smith-Labuschagne partnership? It hasn't been so far this series. They've made a few. Smith's made 100. But they haven't been able to do what everyone who follows the Australian team very keenly has thought they should do. And now maybe they have to keep this game alive. 5 to 6 local time. Here comes Wood. Labuschagne, thank you very much, near the pads, tweaks it off down towards fine leg, and there's another easy single.
Just not found his line here, Wood. Know that Smith will go across his stumps to look to hit the ball into the leg side. And with that, leg slip is just going to square leg in front and Ben Duckett.
He's always a better looking bowler. Well, certainly if he can move it, but that's not guaranteed. If he bowls a bit fuller at the stumps, because he's got the pace, and then every now and then, bang, one that lifts or keeps low on this surface, which could happen. Wood charges in and bowls it short. He tries to load it. He's nicked it. He's out. He's gloved it down the leg side. Smith's annoyed. He walks off. He knew straight away, as soon as that ball was dropped in short and he tried to ladle it around the corner, he just followed it and he's gloved it and he's out. It's 3 for 97. Smith out for 17, and Wood gets a big wicket.
Huge wicket from Mark Wood. Change of field for England as well makes Steve Smith play that shot. Doesn't actually get up, I think, as much as he thought. And he pulled out of his shot at his last minute, nicked it through to Bairstow. Clever captaincy from Steve Smith there. There's the change of field, getting rid of that fielder around the corner for Smith. And then Mark Wood with the short ball.
And if you're just returning from the shipping forecast, Steve Smith has nicked off to Bairstow on the swivel horizontal shot and a short delivery from Wood. And this has opened the game up again. Very threateningly for Australia and hopefully for England. 3 for 97, 275 the deficit. And maybe this time England will get it right early on to Travis Head. They've tried the short stuff to him and it hasn't really worked a lot. Not early on. We'll see what happens. I'd just like to see the conventional field two in a gully and go at him like that rather than drop fellas back into no man's land. Let's see what he does with the field.
That was Mark Wood's 100th Test wicket in his 30th Test. 10 wickets for 170 over the last 2 Tests since his recall, and he's been hugely impressive for England since remodelling his action. When he came back in 2019, 70 wickets at 24 since he lengthened his run-up. Prior to that, he'd taken 30 wickets at almost 42 runs apiece. So he's not played a huge amount for England due to injuries, but when he has played over the last 4 or 5 years, he has been extremely effective.
Well, they've gone the funky field straight away. The fly slip, deep backward square, deep square. No one at slip. There is a gully. And there's a fella in it short leg as well. So the battle rejoined between the bumping ball and Travis Head, you would assume. And let's see how he manages it. Australia a little bit of potential bother here at 3-4-97. Here's Wood. First ball to Head. Rushes in and bowls it, and it's a bouncer. And it's a lolloping one. It doesn't quite carry to Bairstow as it came off the pitch very slowly. So we've got a fly, third man, and a man behind point near the boundary with a gully, cover, no mid-off or mid-on. A mid-wicket, a deep square, a short leg, and a deep backward square. So it's Wood versus the sometimes belligerent Travis Head. Likes to take the bowling on. Will he take on the short ball? Wood goes in towards him and Head gets another bouncer past his right shoulder. I still think bowling at his outside edge is a better bet early on than this, but that's what they do. They're convinced that they're going to nail him on the short ball. Well, they might.
I also think have the field that you can do both.
Yep.
You don't have to nail him with the short ball. Get a slip in as well, and you can bowl that full delivery.
Huge wicket of Steve Smith, out for 17. And this has got the party crowd cranked. Leg slip back in now. So there's no first slip, just a leg slip. Here's Wood running in. Head back, gets up and over the bounce. I mean, this is a pretty slow pitch, and he had plenty of time to do that. The end of the over. Excitement reigns here at Manchester. They're all on the edge of the seat. A wicket, an Aussie wicket, and they sniff another. Ishiguro is about to come in and join you, Alex.
Well, the crowd are up and about for what seems like the first time today. It's been very quiet out there in the old party stand. Pretty chilled, everybody sat down, but now we've got people on their feet. Now England have them chanting and cheering, and it's Mark Wood that's done the damage, who keeps pointing and waving at people in the stands, so he must have some family and friends out there somewhere.
What about when Johnny was going? They were going then as well, weren't they?
Yeah, they were going then. That seems like such a long time ago.
The 2 moments of the day, Johnny Bairstow and Mark Wood. And it feels like the Australians are in the den at the moment, with Mark Wood, the enforcer, extracting Steve Smith. Haven't seen a dismissal for a while, the crowd, and so they've just got back on their feet. In fact, if you're in the party stand and you're listening to this, it's worth getting on your feet right now, because we don't know how many overs of Mark Wood we're going to get. So I'm sure England fans will be wanting to get stuck in here. Chris Wokes is coming back into the attack. He's going to bowl from the Brian Statham end. 2 slips in play. There's a backward point cover, Ben Stokes at mid-off. Stuart Broad, who's just receiving a warm-up delivery from Chris Wokes right now at mid-on. Mid-wicket and 2 men back in the deep on the leg side. And it's Marnus Labuschagne who's going to be facing up to Wokes, who shuffles forwards now. Past the umpire. Labuschagne defends solidly back down the pitch. It was a real moment in the game, wasn't it? Steve Smith looking to pull the ball. Mark Wood almost falling over in the process, as we see from him so often when he bowls.
Almost followed him, but I don't think it actually got up as much as he was thinking it would do.
Wokes comes again. Past the stumps. Labuschagne again covering the ball on the off stump, getting right out in front of it and playing it to mid-wicket.
It's a huge, huge wicket for England. The amount of times they've watched Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne bat. Not this summer, to be honest.
And another second innings failure for Steve Smith, just updating what I said earlier on. The last 16 second innings he's played in since December 2021. Highest score 35, average 20.8.
Wokes in, Labuschagne leaves in the channel. Bit of shape on that occasion. Yeah, it was something that really affected him after that knock from Jofra Archer at Lords in 2019. And teams started to go short to him a lot more. Certainly in Australia, watching him out there. There was Neil Wagner with the left arm, uncomfortable, bowling into the pitch to Steve Smith, and he looked unsettled in that particular series against New Zealand. He was averaging 28 to the short ball. And then in the last winter, it felt like he was getting back on top of it, but that's just extra pace from Mark Wood as Wokes is in. Short! It's in the air from Labuschagne, looking to pull it away, but it lands safely. Now, Wokes is someone that can bowl an uncomfortable short ball because it just keeps coming at you. It skids through, and it's worth a delivery. It's signalled a leg bye. 98 for 3. We'll have to have a look at that one again.
It's come off his helmet as he's looked to hit the ball, and which is probably why it just ballooned up rather than go anywhere else. Has just come off where your grill attaches to your helmet. Balloons over Johnny Bairstow.
Yeah, and the medical staff are on the field now for the concussion test, so just having a chat to Marnus now, asking him a few questions. Helmet's come off. He's looking at it quizzically. And I think he'll be fine to continue. So with this break in play, Alex, I thought I'd reintroduce the question on Twitter about this quartet, this bowling quartet who got together last year in the 100. We had a picture taken together, we put it out then, and we got lots of responses on if they were a boy band, what they would be called. We have had quite a lot of responses today. Ace of Pace. New Kids on the Block Hole from Chris. Men Without Bats. Test Life. Nighthawk. Nighthawk, why can get that one out as Wokes is coming in now to Travis Head, a short one that he ducks underneath. He's gone with a leg side field with 3 men back on the leg side. He's got a deep point and a man down at fly slip for the left-hander. McFly slip. Ocean colour seam.
These are good.
Maroon Pfeiffer.
Oh yeah, personal fave.
Crash Test Pommies from Kyra. Thanks for that one. Bat for Ashes, as opposed to Bat for Lashes.
Thank you.
Wokes to Heads down the leg side. It's dropped by Bairstow, but I don't think he got anything on it as he goes through. And he's got a smile on his face, Johnny Bairstow, at the end of that over. 98 for 3. England just sensing a moment here with the dismissal of Steve Smith. They feel they're in the game to try and break through with a few more by the end of the day. 98 for 3 are Australia. England want the 7 wickets before they have to bat again. What do they trail by here, Andy?
177. Just an update on the washed out days tally. Rick Findlay posted earlier this year now in 25 in Sydney, 24 in Manchester, plus 2 abandoned tests. So I think Manchester edges it on the abandoned test. One was certainly 1938.
Don't get a good rap.
No, but neither does Sydney, so it's all right.
This is true.
I don't think I've been to Sydney in the last 5 years where it's not rained.
And they won't move the test.
Oh, Johnny Bairstow's just dropped his helmet that's been thrown to him.
Oh dear. Hopefully that's not a sign of things to come for England fans. So, Mark Wood at the top of his mark, and we're having a little shuffle and a rearrangement of the field with Marnus on strike. So 2 slips in play. We've got 2 men back in the deep on the leg side, and a big wide open gap on the offside. No point in position. There's a backward point. He's more of a gully line, pushed back, cover, mid-off and mid-on. Old play was another one that came in. Swings of Leon. Keep them coming, it's fun. Marnus Labuschagne is ready. He taps his bat down. Wood steaming in. He's got the crowd behind him. Past the stumps, and he's fending away at one. If there was a short leg, that would have popped up straight to that man. And Ben Stokes, I can see him at deep backward square. He's got his hands on his face. Well, surely they've got to put someone in there, and they do now. Marnus Labuschagne still on strike. Didn't decide to take the single, and it will be Harry Brook underneath the lid.
Yeah, they've been playing with that short leg, England. Can't decide whether to have him in or not. I think it's the right decision. Get rid of your mid-off. They can come to mid-wicket and get your short leg in, which is exactly what they've done.
So just the cover, backward point and 2 slips on the offside. Everyone else on the leg side, and short leg in play as Wood coming in like a sprinter. Bowls to Labuschagne on the back foot and defending to the offside. No run. He's got his tail up here. He looks so agile and athletic as he approaches the crease. The way he propels that ball down, he gets serious pace, bowling at 90 miles an hour. Such a wholehearted cricketer. He has such an influence. Ever since Headingley, he's had such an impact with the ball in hand, with the bat in hand.
Just makes you wish he was fit for the first game at Edgbaston.
Think of how many Ashes series he's missed away from home on those fast, bouncy tracks. He bowls. Labuschagne clips away into the gap out to deep mid-wicket. And Chris Woakes has given up the chase. It'll go for 4. And that's the 100 up for Australia. 102 for 3, trailing by 173. Labuschagne to 37.
It's been gritty so far from the Australians. Or Labuschagne, he's faced a lot of deliveries. He's struggled at times, but that was a great shot, just up on his toes. There are 2 mid-wickets. He dissects them perfectly. He's watching the ball right onto the bat.
Just had a message from Greg James of BBC Radio 1 and Tailenders as Mark Wood past the umpire, past the stumps, ducks underneath that one. Marnus, as he just dips his bat underneath and it goes over his left shoulder.
The second best podcast the BBC do, is that?
After which one?
I think it might be No Balls, the cricket podcast.
He reckons Test Life is the best one.
It's very good, that, Greg. I reckon he's got better in him, though. He's a witty man. He can find better.
I liked bowls to men. Brimful of Ashes. The stone bowlers. Very apt for where we are right now here at Old Trafford, day 3. Mark Wood. Here he comes again. He goes wide of the crease. He bowls really wide, and Johnny Bairstow dives to his right. It's signalled a wide as well, nearly off the cut strip. Well, that was such a significant, pronounced movement in the air. He pushes himself back to the side of the crease, and he tries to launch it down there. He just got his radar wrong, falling away in the process.
I don't mind that from Mark Wood, though, just trying to change the angle that he delivers or just try and change things. Johnny Bairstow's shaking his head saying, what are you doing? He just couldn't quite get his line right there, just forcing his body one way and then the other.
He sets up once more, bat waving in the air, back and across. Marnus Labuschagne covers the stumps and plays the ball to mid-wicket in front of him. No run. The Googly Dolls.
I hate how they make me laugh out loud. It's just such dad humour, isn't it?
Simply the best.
Oh.
Zoltz is looking at me in disbelief.
I quite like Maroon 5, though. That's a good one.
Wood circles. Coming in on an angle here. He bowls to Labuschagne, who presses forwards and guides it to extra cover. No run at the end of the over. So just dropping off in pace towards the end of that over, Mark Wood. 86 miles an hour, that one. 103 for 3 Australia, trailing by 172. Labuschagne 37 and Travis Head on 0 after 5 deliveries faced.
Just looking at the difference in run rate between the two teams in this series. Australia now going at 3.41 and over across the 4 tests. England 4.68. The 1.27 runs per over difference is the biggest difference between the two sides in scoring rate in any Ashes series.
It's been a phenomenal series, hasn't it? England 2-1 down, and they've given it absolutely everything to get themselves in a position to try and win this test match with the threat of rain over the weekend. As Vic Marks is stepping in for Alex Hartley. And I'm sure you can hear that as Woakes past the stumps to Travis Head, working it down to fine leg off the hip. See what Woakes is trying to do. He's trying to bowl that ball that maybe gets the one through to the keeper down the leg side. 104 for 3 then, trailing by 171. Labuschagne 37. You know what that song is, don't you, Vic? That they're singing. Here in Manchester.
I wasn't listening. I was trying to listen to you earlier on, but I didn't know what you were talking about, obviously.
The most famous Oasis song.
For the next 100 franchise or something.
No. It's for the bowling quartet that England have. Woakes, Wood, Broad and Anderson as Labuschagne on the back foot defending down the pitch to Woakes.
Well, actually, you'll be surprised by this, but I have heard of some of these.
Oh, have you? Okay.
Well, things
Which
like
ones?
the New Ball Seekers and the Yardbirds, that's about my vintage.
Primal Seam?
Yeah, maybe just, but... Show Woody. Anyway, you've been through all that.
I have. But they're coming in their numbers, Vic, so...
OK. I may not be your best assistant here.
Woakes to Labuschagne, forward pressing and covering the ball with an angled bat. Zoning in on that top of off, Chris Woakes, as he gives the ball a ferocious shine. That wind still going, the gale blowing from left to right as we see it.
Yeah, it shouldn't suit Woakes, really, because he likes to try and, when he pitches up, and he has most of the time, he likes to move it away from leg to off, but he's defying the wind. He's bowled really well, yet again, actually, since his comeback. He's been terrific.
Woakes in short, and Labuschagne takes care of it. He sees it early, and he's quick to pounce on it, and as he gets his bat right hand in front, he plays it over to deep mid-wicket for a 4. Well in control of that one, Marnus Labuschagne, as he goes to 41, trailing by 167 then, Australia.
Yeah, well, the short ball actually hasn't been so effective. It's got Smith out, but there was a surprise element in that delivery, I think, and that's what I think you need. I think it is possible to hedge your bets with your field placements so that someone like, certainly Travis Head, doesn't know exactly what sort of delivery he's going to get every time.
Labuschagne covers the ball and defends to mid-wicket off the front foot, no run.
So I think there must be a field out there where you can hedge your best, where you can still bowl that short ball, but still have licence to bowl a different length. Just to
every now and then. Well, would be nice.
Well, to surprise the batsman. one way or the other. Either you bowl, a back of a length or a length ball for the majority of the over, and then boom, the short ball has an element of surprise. I just think if the batsman knows that every ball is going to be short, I know Travis Head has got out hooking now and again, but I think he's at an advantage if he knows every ball is going to be short. That's my only observation. And there must be a field that works.
Woke's good length, and he's fending away at that one from a good length. It just spits up a little bit. Marnus Labuschagne able to handle it well at the end of the over. 108 for 3, trailing by 167. Labuschagne on 41, Head on 1. Well, we've had such an entertaining day. England, just to remind people who are just tuning in, was 67 ahead at the start of the day. They made their way to 592.
With the last wicket partnership that was of some substance, and quite a surprise, really. Jimmy Anderson hadn't looked in the best of nick, but he hung in there for Johnny Bairstow, who played some astonishing shots.
Well, this was the repaying the faith test, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Zach Crawley with 189 off 182, and Johnny Bairstow finishing 99 not out.
It's been quite a good game for repaying the faith. It's obviously Bairstow with this innings, and Moeen with his innings hasn't bowled so well in this second innings, Australian innings. He bowled pretty well in the first innings.
There's a song for that too, by the way, Vic.
What's that?
Johnny 99. Wood round the wicket to Head. It's in the air and it's taken. Well, he didn't see it.
And he's off.
He did not see it, Travis Head. He didn't know where the ball was. He just stuck his bat out. And Mark Wood has extracted another. My word, he is such a good bowler. And he causes so many problems. And Travis Head had absolutely no idea. He's gone for 1. Australia 108 for 4.
Well, I think you can disregard my moans about the field settlement, but that's gone at his left shoulder, at the body, in other words. He was unable to duck, and he couldn't quite get his bat out of the way. I'm not sure it hit the splice or the glove. It just ballooned to that one close fielder on the offside who's in a sort of fine gully. So that's 4 down. 4 down. Who have we got next? Probably either Mitch Marsh or Cameron Green. I don't think we've quite got to night watchman territory. Mitch Marsh is coming out, but he just couldn't get out of the way. It was left shoulder, and it takes the bat, sort of a top edge. It just balloons to duck it. He couldn't get his bat out of the way. I mean, he'll have a long and successful test career, Travis Head, but he's going to get a lot of bounces from now on. Well, he's going to get a lot more bounces. Well, and that's Wood. Wood's got 3 for nothing. Yeah. It's slightly odd that he's only bowled 5 overs.
Yeah, 3 for 15 from 31 balls.
Certainly got the crowd going, that's for sure.
He's got the crowd going.
They've got their money's worth today, Vic. A few more words from you, and then it will be Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, whether they'll get their money's worth, they might get their money back tomorrow, I'm afraid, but we'll wait and see. It's 4 down. It's Mitchell Marsh. And just to make Travis Head feel sort of persecuted, Marsh has 3 slips. Mid-off, mid-on, and no one for the short ball.
Well, we identified that problem in the India Test match earlier on this season, of course, that Travis Head didn't play that short ball well. It's the first time, to be fair, England have got him early this time with it, but they have, and now Old Trafford
is buzzing again.
It's really buzzing, and in comes Wood. From the far end, Marsh's first ball is forward, plays out very calmly, out towards Stokes at cover, and there's no run. Time ticking away. We've got about 25 minutes to go of play today. Looking at that replay again, Head really was all over the place there. He didn't know whether to duck or sway or quite what to do, and Duckett was just perfectly placed to take that catch. It was a very simple one, but Head was all over the place. He really is going to have to look at that technique.
He should tell you who you should go and talk to. It's someone I keep passing at the back here. It's Mark Butcher, who... One of the things I always admired about Mark Butcher, he's one of the best duckers or swayers against a short ball I've seen. And that's why he plays 70 tests for England at the top of the order.
In comes Wood again, bowls, and Marsh allows that to go by. Whistling through to Johnny Bairstow. Great tension here as this third day comes towards a close. It's not there yet, and there'll be a very anxious Australian padding up as night watchman, I would imagine.
Who's the candidate? There's no Nathan Lyon. In fact, they haven't got a natural candidate because they're all quite good.
The Hazelwood, I suppose.
He's not a very good night watchman. I thought he's not quite. But they might do. They might do. I mean, I don't think Mitchell Starc will be regarded as night. And the captain could do it. I mean, he's tried to do everything else.
If you're a captain, would you really make yourself night watchman?
Well, he's a selfless captain.
Here's Wood again, tearing in. Bowls to Marsh. Just brings it back down in time. A quick ball on the off stump, which is fielded by Jimmy Anderson at mid-off. And there's nothing that can beat a fast bowler tearing in with the crowd behind him like this. Tail up. Batsman on the defensive. It's just such a wonderful ingredient to Test cricket. We saw it at Headingley, of course. And we're experiencing it again now as a man goes out onto the deep square leg boundary. Marsh watches him. Precisely placed out there. It's Chris Wokes. He's got that baying crowd behind him.
They're with him, though. They're with him.
Yes, there's a different reception to Steve Smith was getting out there. 108 for 4. 167 runs behind as Wood tears in. Bowls to Marsh is forward. Ball rolls away out to mid-on. And Marsh, he does look calm, I must say. It's not like a twitcher like Labuschagne or Smith. He exudes calm presence that you need at this time of the day. Now a third man comes down. They're changing the field around, changing the plan.
Marsh, in a funny sort of way, is a bit like Moeen in this series, in that he turned up, but not really expecting to play until stuff happened. Cameron Green got injured. In he came, scored a blistering 100, and you can't leave him out.
Crowd ready as Wood comes tearing, and again he's running in so fast, and he bowls to Marsh, who flicks it around the corner, finds Moeen coming in from long leg, and he also equally calmly gets down in the long trusted long barrier position. And there's the applause for Mark Wood, who again is bowling his heart out here, giving it absolutely everything that he has.
Yeah, since he came back in the last match, he's now taken 11 wickets for 176 from just over 51 overs. Chris Wokes, since he came back in at Lord's, 12 for 220. So between them, 23 wickets at an average of 17, coming in halfway through, well, 2/5 of the way through the series, making a massive impact for England.
Massive impact. And a few years back, you would have thought this was impossible, because they've barely played any red ball cricket, either of them, since their previous test matches. The notion that you have to play a month of cricket and get in the groove, which was what everyone assumed to be the case in years gone by. Well, they must prepare brilliantly. Wood and Wokes have come into this series and been on top of their game from the word go, and they've barely been sighted in whites, or in Wood's case in any sort of cricketing uniform, for months. It's remarkable.
It is. Well, they're fresh. Remember Norman Gifford used to say best when fresh, usually when it came to batting.
Yeah, but he bowled about 1,100 overs a year.
109 for 4. Wokes on his way. He's bowling to the right-handed Marsh, who again moves easily into line, bends at the knee, and plays a nice-looking defensive shot there. Back to the bowler again. More noise to the left there. I think there's an unfortunate cameraman scurrying past, avoiding the various projectiles that are coming down. As focused and concentrating on what he has to do, Chris Wokes looks at the ball and begins his way in again. Wearing number 19, he's running away from us, moves in, bowls to Marsh, forward he comes, but bat and pad there, all in the air for a little while as it rolls out to Wood at mid-wicket. And it remains 109 for 4. Looking at the time, we end today at 1:45, so just over 15 minutes to go of this third day. Australia have 6 wickets to try and deny England over the next 2 days. Wokes runs in, bowls, Marsh again, nibbling forward. He's a tall man, he can do that to a ball that's just short of a length. And Wokes, and shoulders swaying as he walks back, tosses the ball away for Stokes to polish on his England jumper. at mid-off.
You've got Broad and Anderson looking on admiringly at the youngsters. Wood, who's 33, Wokes, who's 34. The young pups doing a bit of work.
Wokes again runs in, bowls, and it's identical really. It's very rhythmical bowling. Every ball in the same sort of a place. And Marsh brought forward. This is challenging his defensive technique. Labuschagne exchanges a word with umpire Menon down here, which seems amicable. He's on 41.
I think he likes a chat, doesn't he?
Yes.
And the Englishmen are probably not talking to him.
No. 2 balls left in the over. Marsh waits as Wokes goes wider of the crease and gets an inside edge. The angle there was different. You could see it from here. But Marsh didn't quite pick that up. He looked to force that away into the offside.
Wood's got an idea.
He has got an idea. He's trotting over to share it with his captain, and I wonder what it is. We fast bowlers don't generally have subtle ideas.
Well, he's an unusual fast bowler in a way. He's got a very sharp brain, and he's got lots of ideas.
Yes.
And you used to have a few ideas.
Well, a few, but they tended to be slow bowl, short or full. Anyway, he's passed on that little gem, and Wokes again runs in bowls, and Marsh completes a maiden over, playing every ball in virtually exactly the same way. And that's picked up by Stokes.
It's a no ball. No ball.
It's a no ball. I just saw Wokes flex his left leg there. I hope that's nothing ominous. But, having to see off the 12th man who came on there, well, because Crawley was nipping off, and that's not the first time he's done that. What was that?
It's like Harry Brook.
It is Harry Brook. He's going off as well. Crawley was off a minute ago. A few comings and goings. Rather hoping it'll look like that tomorrow in the Test Match special box after our culinary evening.
Well,
had an extra sandwich at tea just to be careful. In goes Wokes, bowls outside the off stump, and he whistles through. Marsh plays no stroke. So Labuschagne 41, Marsh has 1, and 15 minutes remain now on this third day, and still they're pressed up against the railing of the point. Hundreds of people there squeezed up, clamouring for a view. And I wonder if we can get an early suggestion here of what Wood's cunning plan was. It looks he might be coming round the wicket.
Yeah, there are quite a lot of footmarks, and he might feel that it gets a bit treacherous on the over the wicket angle. But I think that is the cunning plan. He's going to come around the wicket.
Round the wicket and get up into Labuschagne's armpit.
Yeah, he's got a forward short leg there. He's got Stokes himself is quite deep, 20 yards in from the boundary.
Root's coming down a fine third man. So
it's full bouncer plan.
It looks like it, with no slips apart from Duckett in the same sort of position with which he caught head. We've got a short leg, and so Labuschagne is going to have some chin music here. Moeen's retreating to a square third man, and Wood rushes in and he bowls short, and Labuschagne paddles it round the corner and finds Stokes in that Smith position that we've seen quite a lot in this series.
Now, is he going to use the same ploy to Mitch Marsh? He bowled conventionally, if you like, in his first few deliveries to Marsh, and I think he is.
Going short.
Yeah.
3 out. He's actually put an extra one out.
Well, Mitch Marsh, they obviously think, and they're probably quite right, he can hit it harder than Labuschagne, so they've all gone to the edge of the boundary. I mean, can't believe he'll actually take him on. But he is a big man. He might not be a natural ducker. He's a great striker of the ball.
And in fact, Anderson has pushed deeper at mid-wicket now. So.
I mean, I can't believe that Marsh, in this situation, with about 10 or 15 minutes to go to the close, is going to take on the short ball.
We'll soon find out. Wood's on his way, and he bowls a very high bouncer that Marsh just ignores. And that's the right thing for him to do. Stokes actually was waving his arms around as Wood was running in there. He's not happy with the field. And from very long range, Stokes, because he's got 8,500 people behind him shouting, is having to direct the traffic silently, as it were. No one can hear what he's saying. It's all done through arm movement, this.
At the moment, there are just 3 men on the offside, all of whom are behind square on the offside. I think there's Duckett in this sort of wide gully. I think there's a very fine third man, and there's a very square third man.
Broad's in a strange place. Yeah. Wood again runs in, bowls, and that's down the leg side, and Marsh just gets inside it. And it goes through no particular hostility through to Bairstow. So Broad is in a semi-catching position at square leg, and he's wandering around to speak to his old friend Jimmy Anderson. Saying, I wonder if I'm standing in the right place, because I can't hear what the captain's saying. I've just directed there by hand movement, really.
There's a lot of signalling going on. The captain's miles away.
Yes.
I think Broad said to Anderson, game's changed, Jim.
He probably did.
Mo, I think, has been given the order from afar, possibly to get loose.
And Broad doesn't know whether to walk in or crouch there as if he's in a catching position. So he's doing a bit of both now, as Marsh gets a short ball, but he's comfortably behind it. And that's picked up at short legs. There's a lot going on, and Stokes is now coming in off the boundary.
He's going to go to his favourite leg slip, I think. He likes leg slip.
Yes, that's exactly what he's doing. Short leg delivered the ball to Wood. So Stokes looks around the field there.
Of course, if Mo's going to come on, Wood may be creating a little bit of rough for him too.
Yes. 111 for 4. Here's Wood. Bowls a very high, wasted bouncer.
Yeah, I mean, that actually, I think in the modern game especially, that should be widened if that's gone overhead high. Otherwise, you need some sort of deterrent, actually, to stop bouncers being bowled time after time after time.
Yeah, it was a waste of effort, that one. It's simply too short. I mean, to bowl a good bouncer to Marsh, it's got to be above shoulder high, and he's a tall man, so
yeah.
You do have to find your length. It's just, it's like it
is a skill that people don't always appreciate to get. I mean, the one that got Travis Head was in the perfect slot, around about the shoulder height.
Well, Neil Wagner's perfected it, isn't he?
Yeah.
The effective short ball length. 111 for 4. There's one ball left in this over. There is a leg slip now. As Wood charges in, and he bowls the full ball, driven back at him, taken on the bounce. And that's the end of that over. Time ticking away. We've got 10 minutes to go.
Mark Wood, in his recent innings against Australia, finished the Ashes series in Australia with 6 for 37 in Hobart. Then in this series, 5 for 34, 2 for 66, 1 for 60, and now 3 for 17. That's 17 wickets for 213 in his last 5 innings against Australia. He bounced them out in Hobart and seems to have, had a bit of a hold on them since then.
Change of bowling down at this end. It's not Moeen, actually.
No, it's Anderson.
He hasn't bowled much.
No, he hasn't bowled from the end that does not bear his name.
No, I mean, it was called that end for a reason. That's the end that he usually bowls from. Not always, but most of the time, and the prevailing wind would actually naturally suit him from the pavilion end. But he's coming on at this. The breeze blowing from left to right for him. And he may only have one over. He's not rushing through this, so there's 13 overs remaining, and if England only get a couple left, you can't blame them entirely for that high number, because Australia are very slow through their overs too. But I wonder how many England could have bowled from the time that they declared. It's hard to tell with concussion tests and all that sort of a thing. Anderson runs in and bowls outside the off stump. It's flashed away down to third man by Labuschagne, who hasn't seen much strike recently. And they take 1 run, so 112 for 4. They trail by 163, Australia. And there's 8 minutes to go. We'll have our review of the day from 1:45. We'll be hearing from Johnny Bairstow in that time, and we're getting a weather forecast as well for the next couple of days. Anderson bowls, turned away to mid-wicket. Anderson sweeps back his hair, turns and walks back to his mark again. 112 for 4. Not many have left looking around the stands. Just a few upturned grey plastic seats down there in front of the hotel. So they're out on the balconies there. Quite a nice way to watch a match, really. There, I think, from a hotel room. In goes Anderson, bowls. That keeps a little bit low. And Marsh plays it to mid-off's left. I mean, you're out there on the balcony when it's exciting. Quick 40 winks if it's a bit dull. Mini bar. Rather nice, isn't it? You hang your flag over.
Brings back memories of the COVID tests.
Well, yes. What's that flag at the top? That's a Caribbean flag, isn't it?
Well, it could be, or it could be a Devonian one.
Oh. Well, it's two green triangles.
That's a Devonian flag, I reckon, but I can't read what's underneath it.
There's Anderson, bowls an in-swinger, played by Marsh. There's two green triangles that face each other from side to side, left and right.
I'm talking about the one to the left of that.
Oh, yes.
Is a Devonian.
But then it's the two. Then there's two yellow triangles.
Yeah. I don't know what that is.
Top and bottom. A Grenada, is it? I should know that. Certainly recognise it as being a. Well, that's an interesting one to have dangling from the hotel for this particular match. Then goes Anderson again, bowls an outswinger this time.
Just a flicker, but he's had just a flicker of movement, but it's never been quite enough to get the wicket. He's got his solitary wicket in this match. He's bowled perfectly respectably.
That's a bit of reverse looking at that, because the shiny side was on the outside.
Yeah, I mean, only a flicker again, but it was perceptible. He doesn't often need that much, but...
Last ball of the over, Anderson runs in, bowls, and Marsh can defend that again. He's bang on target. And that over ends with a score on 112 for 4, 40 overs gone. And now they're 163 behind. Labuschagne 43, Marsh has 1. And just a reminder again that today at the Test, our highlights programme on BBC is on BBC 4 tonight, and also on the BBC iPlayer from 7 o'clock. And there is a repeat on BBC 2 at 11:05 this evening. I presume if you can't get BBC 4, but...
or you might be busy at 7 o'clock.
Might be busy.
It's Mo.
It is. So which actually could mean they could get 2 overs in if
although everything seems to take a long time. Labuschagne is changing his gloves. He surely could manage another 5 minutes with this pair.
Well, yes, the umpire's not happy. Look, umpire Mennon's saying, come on. And I think Labuschagne's saying, well,
what about them?
A minute. There's a change of bowling, so I'm not actually taking any time up. And I think that's a fair point, actually. But anyway, umpire Mennon's on the case.
Mo's going to have an attacking field, more attacking than he's had for a long time, but it is just before the end of play.
Closes 43, actually, so...
43? Oh, well, this will probably be the last over, I think.
3 around the bat. And Moeen swings his arm, comes in from the far end. He hasn't bowled that end yet, but the first ball is too short, and swatted away out to deep cover by Labuschagne, who heads for the safety of the non-striker's end.
I'll tell you what, Moeen is now starting to bowl like an England number 3.
Yeah.
I mean, not in this. Actually, today he's not been at his best. He's dragged a few down.
He's got a lot of full bungers too.
Yeah, and he's bringing the field up though. He's taken away that insurance on the offside for Mitchell Marsh, who's a fine striker of off spin, of course, but unlikely to play a big shot. But they have got a deep mid wicket for him.
Mid-on's very close.
Yeah.
Almost saying, come on. You can hit it over here easily. Moeen bowls and Marsh on the back foot finds cover. So slip, leg slip, short leg, the shadow's lengthening. This will probably be the last over of the day. There's 4 balls to go. Marsh over his bat again, waits as Moeen only trots in off a couple of paces, bowls and hits him on the pad. And Moeen there covered his face with his hands as if that wasn't a bad shout had he not edged it. That's the sort of body language that one can get from that. Let's have a look at it. Tossed up.
It spins, and there's a bit of bottom edge onto his boot.
Yep.
I mean, in the perfect world, it was his boot and bubbled up.
Moeen again comes in, bowls, and that's pushed away by Marsh. Ball rolls away for Anderson to trot in and pick up at cover. I reckon there's about 30 seconds left on our clock. 2 balls to go.
Well, that's enough.
Marsh over his bat again. In comes Moeen, tossing it up. That's played again out to cover. There's 1 ball to go. Moeen dries his hand in the footholds. Marsh inevitably goes to do some gardening. He's suddenly seen something that needs tapping down on the pitch. Just squeezing out the last few seconds. Still not ready. Oh, his gloves need adjusting. Crowd don't like that very much, but any batsman would do the same in this situation. And we can, I think this is the last ball of the day. And Marsh plays it, and Moeen trots round to pick it up. My clock says 43. Marsh reckons that's enough. And 113 for 4, so still 162 runs behind. Labuschagne remains, and so too Marsh, but England have taken those 4 wickets, and it's now just a question of time and whether they have the opportunity, the weather allows them over these next 2 days enough time to take these last 6 wickets. There are plenty of resources left in the Australian dressing room. They back down to number 10, but as the storm clouds gather tonight and the rain clouds deliver their worst tomorrow, and I don't think there's any avoiding that. It's a question of Sunday and whether or not England can have enough time between some showers on Sunday to win this game. That's the pessimistic view about tomorrow, but you find with someone who isn't going to say it's going to rain all day tomorrow, and that will be worth mentioning. Off come England. The umpire's coming off. Stephen Mossman, hello. The reason for a Grenada flag being flown at Old Trafford is that the Grenada Cricket Association has just arrived yesterday from a month-long tour of England. That's lovely, and very good to see. A beautiful part of the world, and I hope you enjoy your tour. Off come England. They know what they've got to do. Will they have the time to do it? That's the question. The crowd again have had a lovely day here. Outstanding entertainment provided this afternoon by Johnny Bairstow. And then some fiery fast bowling from Mark Wood, who's taken 3 wickets so far. Khawaja for 18, Smith for 17 and Head for 1, with Chris Wokes taking the wicket of Warner for 28 in between all of that. And it's Wood who leads them off. Lots of slaps on the backs there as he goes into the England dressing room. And well, we just have to wait and see. It's out of their hands as whether or not they can take these last 6 wickets and level the series with everything to play for at the Oval next week. We shall see, and we shall begin our review of today. Of course, it's going to feature Johnny Bairstow at some stage, which I'm looking forward to. It's always good entertainment from an interviewing perspective. I think he'll be very pleased with his whole game, actually. It's like an excellent catch. And a wonderful, bludgeoning, brutal 99 not out today. So, lots to talk about. I've got Glenn McGrath alongside me, who's looking wide awake as usual, and Michael Vaughan. And where should we start? Let's start with you, Glenn, for
thanks.
once. What do you reckon? 162 behind. I mean, it is in the lap of the gods, really, isn't it? The weather gods.
Well, it is at the moment. So you never know what's going to happen with the forecast. Sometimes they can say it's going to rain all weekend. You don't even get a drop of rain. So we'll have to wait and see what happens tomorrow. But I think the Australians are probably praying for a little bit of rain, which is not the normal way the Australians would play their game.
Have England played the perfect game?
Yeah, they have. They've played outstanding cricket. From that first day where they got 8 Australia wickets. I just think this bowling attack that England have found a method. Even today, that pitch is flat. It's not done a great deal, but they've worked a way of getting 4 Australian wickets. They've certainly got Australia on the ropes. There's only the Manchester weather can save Australia, and the forecast doesn't look great. There's no point in saying anything other. Did England bat on a bit too long?
That's the question.
I was crying out for them to just declare at lunch. They're, I think, 189 in front at lunch, and it's all about getting 10 wickets. And if at the end of the game, that's going to be the judge. England have played a brilliant game of cricket, but we've all been talking about this forecast. And I also go back to Ben before the game. It was about moving the game forward and making sure that he gave his team every opportunity to win the game, even if the weather does hit at the weekend. Brilliant from Bairstow, great spectacle, great entertainment, but I just look back at that and think, oh, did they need to bat so long? Did they need to bat after lunch? For me, it's all about getting the 10 wickets, and if you have to chase 80 to 100 in the last innings of the game, I'd back this England side to do that.
It's funny how cricketers and captains and everyone involved cricket, you sort of get sucked into that landmark moment, don't you? And there's a point where almost he couldn't declare because Bairstow was getting close to 100, and even perhaps a record-breaking 100. I mean, poor old Gilbert Jessup, he was under threat again today for a while. It's a funny thing, isn't it? I mean, it should be ruthless. And say, I'm very sorry. I remember Mike Atherton and Graham Hick back there in Sydney all those years ago, and what possible difference that might have made. Mike Atherton said he regrets it. But it's funny how we do get lured into these things.
I just look at the overs that I would have wanted England to bowl today was more than that. How many overs did they bowl? About 40. We're about 10 light in the day's play. Another 10 overs have been lost in the game.
They bowled 41.
Yeah, 41. I would have thought they would have wanted something like 55 at Australia if they could have done. But, Johnny Bairstow has had such an up and down series. I think Ben Stokes was probably thinking, I need to look after Johnny. He's had a rough time of it. And, I look at Johnny in particular. I just wonder, that catch that he took in the first innings of Mitchell Marsh.
Yep.
I was talking to some of the people downstairs. I think, imagine being a wicket keeper and you drop a few and you miss a stump and then you've got to go out and bat. So you're already negative by about minus 50 or 60, the pressure that you're under. But when you take a great catch and you're already in the contest, then you go out to bat. It must be a great release. So he played brilliantly. England have played great. I think all the England fans and everyone involved in the game, because, when a team plays so dominantly, I believe they deserve to win. I think they've played great this week, and they've got Australia on the ropes. Glenn McGrath tomorrow, right? He's thinking now the Manchester weather, it can come in, it can rain for 2 days, but 2-2 going down the last feels fair.
Yes,
because of the way that England have played.
I was watching Johnny Bairstow there. Actually, how the boxer in the ring has his second, the chap there giving him a massage and getting him ready and a good talking to and slapping him around the face. It's like that with the press manager down there for poor old Johnny. He's getting talking to and this stuff, and so he's prepared him, and he'll go and do television first, I suspect, and then we'll talk to Johnny Bairstow. But that's all he wants.
I was looking forward to it. I must admit, I was looking forward to Johnny's celebration. I don't know how long it would have lasted if he got to 3 figures, and I don't know who he'd have pointed to someone. No question about some of the criticism that he's taken over.
Well, there was a classic one in Sri Lanka when he batted at 3, remember, and got 100. And because he was so cross with the England selectors and the management and the captain for putting him at 3 and messing him around, he got a very good 100. But he took it out on the media. We were sitting there in the press box, quite innocently. I think all of us having said, what's happening to Johnny Bairstow? Actually, all of us on his side, and we were getting all sorts of gestures and signals. And actually, he told me afterwards, I just wanted to do it the other way around, but I couldn't do it because I knew I'd be in trouble. So no, it would have been a big one today. We would have probably have copped it. But you're right. I mean, it's a tough job being a keeper, isn't it? And he has had a hard time. But where do you, Glenn? I mean, you're a fairly ruthless so-and-so, I reckon, and without a lot of time for batsmen and batting records and so on. But we do get lured sometimes into allowing someone to get to a landmark.
To me, it's all about team first, and for someone like Johnny Bairstow to go out and bat like that would have given him a lot of confidence. The way he sort of moved in that innings then, I thought he looked quicker on his feet and moved better. So it all transfers from you have a good, you get some form with the bat, you hit them well, it transfers into your keeping. Same with bowling. If you have some bowlers, Mitchell Johnson, I remember, had a great series with the bat and it transferred into his bowling. So maybe that's just what Johnny needed to really get himself going. I know when he walked off the field, he did look up at the commentary box and gave a few glares, but 99 not out. He thought he could run at 2.
Yes.
And he only got a single. So, you think you can't really blame, James Anderson, Jimmy getting out the way he did. Johnny probably feels he sort of he did it to himself. So
what I wanted in the afternoon, when the Aussies were bouncing Jimmy Anderson, they were taking a single to Alex Carey. I thought what was lacking was a man-cad, just a man-cad of Johnny, and then allow Johnny to, and then bring him back. I just think the series had everything. It could have just done with a man-cad moment.
It could easily have happened.
A bit of drama, and then they bring him back, and everything would have been forgotten.
So run in man-cad, but let him nearly get back, and then take the bails off.
But he did look like he was stealing some buys there, but there was no effort to run him out.
But the thing with that, we've spoken about whether England should have declared earlier. If they declared at lunchtime, Bairstow wouldn't have been anywhere near his 100. It wouldn't have bbeen anything to worry about. So, but once he came out after lunch and played a few shots, got on a roll, I think the message came out, you've got 2 or 3 overs. And then he got some boundaries, got a 6. So, 2 or 3 overs, neither here nor there.
Being a captain,
10 or 15.
Being a captain and declaring and when do you declare and what's the right time is always tricky, because there's 28,000 in here that has a different opinion. There's lots of press, there's lots of media, then there's obviously players in your side that will have a different opinion as well. The proof is always at the end of the game.
It is, but it's interesting in that I think because there is more of a dispassionate view up here. I think captains generally do bat a little bit longer than they need to. We haven't got the responsibility of making that decision.
You blokes are harsh. First Test match, you into him for declaring too early. Now, did he declare too late?
Well, maybe that was something to do with it.
I actually think it was. I think. I think if he'd had time again at Edgbaston, he wouldn't have done that. He'll say not, but I think he wouldn't do that, and probably just wanted to bat on and get the runs to make sure that Australia didn't give them a cheeky 150 to chase. He probably saw that low ball that Joe Root got and thought, you know what, we don't want to be chasing 150. Let's do all our batting in the first innings. But this forecast, I actually think the forecast for Sunday changed throughout the day. I think at the start of the day it looked like Sunday was going to be quite okay. Whereas
depends which forecast you look at.
Yeah, Sunday Saturday looks a complete write-off, and so does Sunday from a couple of the apps that I've seen. But that's being ultra critical of a side that's played brilliant cricket. If the only thing that we are questioning this England side about is if they batted for half an hour or so too long, that's pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we will, by the way, we're going to have a BBC weather forecast before we go off air, which will be at just before quarter past 7. So we're waiting to chat to Johnny Bairstow. The ground staff, they know what's in store, I think, and they've got all sorts of sheets and covers, and of course the main hover cover as well that's ready to go once they've put the pitch to bed for the night. So they'll do all they can to protect the playing area, and if there is an opportunity to play, then of course they will do. And time can be added on up to half an hour from tomorrow onto Sunday, and if they lose time on Sunday, that can also be added on. So there is the potential for plenty of cricket to come. What I enjoyed about England today, you could say, is that we talked about Bazball and the way that Crawley played and whether Bairstow played, but actually there wasn't much reckless batting today. I mean, Bairstow hit the ball very cleanly, hit it a long way and hit it very hard. Stokes had a swipe and got out, but actually they were playing themselves carefully but positively, but not recklessly into a really big position. They weren't going to blow it.
No, they won't admit to it, but I'm sure privately in the discussions in the dressing room or on the training ground, I reckon they have had discussions about, wait a minute, when the field's set out, just play normally and just hit the ball to the fielders. The amount of times I reckon that cover point has picked the ball up for Australia this week is probably the most ever in Test match cricket. The ball has been hit out to cover point on the boundary pretty much twice and over.
It has.
4 singles,
milked it,
and then knocked it to square leg on the boundary. Again,
which, to be fair, is exactly what we said after Edgbaston, wasn't it? We said create the chaos, get the men back, and then just push it around, and that's where they are. You
go back to Lords. It was Lords the chaos with the bounce when Nathan Lyon was off the field, which is where they got it wrong. That was just silly. Since then, I think and here they've scored quicker than any of the other games by playing sensibly. Yes, they whack it when it's there to be whacked. They've got the amazing talent. There's some mavericks in this dressing room that can hit the ball to all parts and make it look very, very easy. So they don't need to try too much, but it's been the way that they've just rotated the strike and just knocked it into the gaps. Australia, I keep saying, they are on the ropes, and whatever happens here, I don't see anything but an England dominant performance at the Oval. I don't see that suddenly Australia are going to start getting back on top. England have got them. When you've got a batting unit like Australia have, that consistently now, this is the 5th innings on the trot, that England just seem to be able to get them at 120 for 4 on flat wicket. This is a road. This is flat. And when you've got that extra pace in Mark Wood, who can bowl these bouncers, you know, the Aussies, we talked about England getting out to the bouncer at Lords. Well, this Australian side has been out to the short ball a lot. I don't remember an Australian batting lineup, and Glenn, you tell me, that has been out to the short stuff so often, and they've done it consistently now over the last few innings. So whatever happens here, and let's hope the rain does stay away and England can get some cricket, but you know, I think it's a tall order for Australia to come back and do something at the over, because I think there's a lot of scars in this Australian batting lineup.
Do you feel a bit of a momentum switch, Glenn?
Oh, there's been a big momentum switch here. You know, there's a lot spoken about baseball, and I think they've played it a lot more intelligently.
Yes.
I'm a big fan of that style of cricket, you know, backing yourself, playing without fear. And they did it very well. And, you know, Australia tried a few things. I don't think they really knew what to do. They were sort of chasing their tail a bit, and I'm not sure they executed their plans that well. Pat Cummins just looks a little bit sort of tired and jaded to me. And yeah, that was always a risk of having a fast bowler as captain. So, yeah, it's one of those things. It's about momentum. It's about energy. England's got the momentum now, and it's always hard to sort of steal it back off the team that has it, especially when they're playing well.
Johnny Bairstow has finished his television interview, and he's been handed his headphones. I can see him. He probably can't see me, but he can hear me. Johnny, what an afternoon you've had.
Yeah, it's been all right, thanks, Eggers.
All right. Come on.
No, it's been all right, hasn't it? I mean, we've put ourselves into a position taking 4 wickets tonight that hopefully, well, we've done everything that we could have done in the game. The weather is the weather. What comes will come, and we can control what we've done so far in the game, which is score at a rate that puts us in a position to hopefully force a result.
Yeah, we were saying up here, I mean, it feels as if actually England have played the perfect game up to this point, and whatever happens, but there's been a big momentum switch, certainly.
I think that we've played a similar way all series, to be quite honest. There's obviously been times in which it's worked, times in which it hasn't worked as well, but I think the way in which we've gone about it, we haven't changed the way the process has been, or the intent's been throughout the series. At times it's been criticised, at times it's potentially not worked, but at the same time we're sticking to our guns.
Yeah, well, fair enough. Now, what about this innings of yours today, Johnny? Brutal, I think, is one word that we've seen. I mean, it's some fabulous hitting in there.
Look, I think that it's just you're just playing the game. You're trying to score as many runs with the tail as you can. And yeah, I think Jimmy and I put on 65 for the last wicket, and those 65 hopefully put us into a position when we do get back out on the field to hopefully force a result.
Yeah, but the mindset, when every fielder is on the boundary, Johnny, the mindset's still to try and hit the ball for 6. What is going through your mind at that point when you see everybody on the fence?
I'm not sure. Varney will probably be able to answer that one.
I don't think he can. I don't think he'd have.
I certainly can't, Johnny.
I don't think he'd have played it like that.
Well,
no, it's outstanding. So come on then. So 99. The 2 looked on. It was a good decision, I think, not to take it, wasn't it?
Yeah, decent piece of fielding. Yeah, fair play.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that Anderson would have made it back for the second, would he?
No, absolutely not. That's why I sent him back. Obviously, Pat got round to the ball and fielded it well. So, look, Jimmy had faced overs from Stark and everyone else. So, we take everyone that we can, and it's just one of those things.
Yeah. Last one then. We were chatting up here about it, but how much confidence did you gain from that catch that you took, the Mitch Marsh catch, which was a fantastic catch? You can see by your face that you were delighted with it. Did that have an impact on you generally?
No, it's a different skill set. It's obviously 2 different skills, and batting and keeping a separate one. So really pleased to take a really nice catch down low to my right, and it was something that obviously helped getting Green and Marsh in quick succession. The momentum, obviously, to get those 2 so quickly helped.
Yeah. OK, Johnny, well, let's hope that the rain clouds stay away tomorrow. And well played today. Thanks for the entertainment.
Cheers.
There we go, Johnny Bairstow. Well, sometimes he's very effusive, other times not quite so. And he's probably exhausted and had enough of answering silly questions.
I think his bat did the talking, didn't
I think it did.
what a narration that was. I mean, what struck me about it is, I couldn't. I mean, this is a sign of age, necessarily, but he cracked that ball. And I couldn't see it, but you just heard it hit the middle of the bat, and you knew that, even though these boundaries are probably the biggest test boundaries in the country, that they were going to clear them.
Yeah. And the one he hit down here, I think, still going down the train track. Let's look at the Aussie situation then, Glenn. David Warner. There's been a lot of talk about his position in the side. I mean, regardless of the fact that he sort of set this nominal date for his retirement, but just listening to the press conference, for instance, at Pat Cummins at the start of this game and so on, there's a lot of questions coming from the Australian media actually about Warner's more immediate future than that retirement, whether he'll actually get there or not.
Yeah.
He'll have hated to go out like that today. That was just that. If you wanted to make a case for someone who's out of touch, or his confidence has gone, or is in two minds, or whatever, that shot would be pretty good evidence, wouldn't it?
Yeah, no, I thought he looked better this Test match than probably what he has for the series. And up until that ball, he was looking good, and just one of those things, got caught in two minds and just hung the bat there and inside edge, and you could tell he was just looking at the stumps. He couldn't believe what he just did. So, yeah, it is tough. You think, okay, should he be in the team? Well, the question is, who else is better than him? And who else is going to come in and replace him and do a better job?
Yeah,
if there's no one going to do a better job, then at the moment, so we've got who have we got? We've got Marcus Harris, or do you look to bring someone up from lower in the order? And there's no real standout to me apart from Harris. And is Harris good enough? We saw him over here 4 years ago. Has he improved a lot? I know he's been playing for Gloucester and doing quite well, so maybe he has. I don't know. So half the question is, are you in form? The other half is there someone better to take your position?
Yeah.
And I guess what we do know for very few people, Glenn may be one, is that you can't, and he only did it right at the end anyway, you can't dictate to your captain or your selectors, I'm going to retire then, if it's that far down the line. It's not up to you.
Yeah, no, it's a lot. Yeah, I'm going to retire in 5 years' time. Seriously, it's a little bit too far.
The other thing about Warner, he's obviously changed as a player. When at his best, he wasn't exactly a baseball player, but he was a free mind whose instincts were to take the attack to the opposition, and he would trust himself. And now you sense that he kind of tries, because he's getting a bit older, he tries to play more responsibly and he tries to dig in, but that was never his great virtue. And he's not quite sure whether to play in the old-fashioned way when he was, he'd go for the bowling and dominate, or whether he should play a more cagey game because the team needs him like that, and he's not quite so sharp as he used to be. And you can see he's not quite sure what the best route is.
Well, it is. He's probably started off as a one-day T20 player and then developed into a very good Test player. And there was a time in Sydney where he scored 100 in a session. So,
and he's a trailblazer. Actually, whatever happens at the end of his career, he was a trailblazer in that he came to the top exclusively via one-day cricket, and from there made himself a really terrific Test player, which is a very unusual passage.
Let's hear from the Aussie captain, shall we? Josh Hazlewood took 5 wickets, and he's been speaking with Alison Mitchell.
Well, Josh, 5 wickets for you, well bowled, but what a challenging couple of days it's been. How do you assess where you are now in the match?
Thanks. The ball's coming out nicely. I mean, we had to slug it out there for quite a while. Bit of an onslaught, but I think obviously the game speaks for itself on the scoreboard there. We're obviously behind quite a fair way, but still 2 more days to go to show some fight.
Have you been keeping a keen eye on the weather forecast over the next couple of days?
Probably now. There's obviously forecast there, but I mean, cricketers know forecasts can change as well. So, we're just looking to do our best and try and claw back into this game over the next few days.
What were the plans that have been talked about over the last day or so when you were in the face of real onslaught from the batters at times?
Yeah, I think we obviously tried a few plans here and there. stuck at some more longer than others, and I think at the end it came back to probably where we started with the new ball, and your 6 to 8 metre length just outside off stump. It always seems to come back to that, and you obviously try things when you're not getting results, and then sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So we learned a few things, and obviously went back to normal at the end.
What was the thinking behind just delaying that second new ball today for that 10 over period?
I think the ball was quite soft, obviously 80 overs old, and it looked a bit harder to score with maybe that ball, and we knew if we took the new ball we might get a few wickets, but we might go for some quick runs as well, so I guess just dragging out that process of England's lead.
Is the stress level in this match, albeit the match position is not in your favour, is the stress level somewhat lower because of the series position you're in and knowing that a draw would enable you to still retain the trophy?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the score in the series is what it is, and we take every game the same, I think. Speaking about this group, we've been doing that for a long time, whether it's 1-0, 0 or 2-1, then we sort of have the same mindset every time to go out and try and focus on the process, I guess, and play our best cricket.
For yourself, notable, you've had some injuries. You weren't quite ready for the World Test Championship final, but stringing back-to-back first-class matches together for the first time since 2020, 2021. How are you feeling in your body, and how hard have you had to work to get to where you are?
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of behind-the-scenes work. I think every cricketer knows that, and probably in particular Quicks know that a lot of work's done in the gym and in the nets and at the physio. So, it's rewarding to obviously come out and play in 3 of the first 4 tests, and still, a little bit upset I missed the third one, but that's sort of where I'm sitting at the moment with my body and working back from other injuries and getting that workload back. So, hopefully after this series I can go back to potentially playing every game, hopefully.
Best of luck, Josh.
Thank you.
There we are. Josh Hazelwood talking to Alison Mitchell. 5 for 126 he took from 27 overs, 2 maidens. There's some quite expensive bowling figures about, and we don't know what's going to happen, Glenn, in this match. But whatever it is, those seam bowlers haven't got much of a turnaround before the Oval. Thursday they're going to be running in again and under the same sort of attack. I wonder if they'll obviously get this game out of the way, but then just have a think about actually their plans and what they do if they come under this sort of assault again.
Yeah, well, listening to Josh Hazelwood then, he said that they tried a few things, didn't work, and then got back to bowling that sort of that length off outside off stump 6 to 8 metre length, and that works. So I think you've got to keep learning. Fair enough, you've got to back yourself, try something. I think they didn't execute the plans that well that they did try, but they then went back. So hopefully they have learnt some things, and they'll put that in place next time.
And I'm sure their selection may be dependent on how this game ends. If they win it, there's scope for them to rest, to experiment a little bit. Oh, sorry, if they draw it.
Well, I was going to say, I like your confidence. I know. I like your confidence.
The trouble is, if you sit next to Glenn too long, you get kind of brainwashed.
You do.
But I think their selection will be dependent. I mean, if the Ashes are still at stake, there'll still be the temptation to go with the tried and trusted, even if they're creaking a bit.
Let's catch up with the weather, shall we? There's so much talk about this. Whichever app you look at seems to give you a different story, but let's
terrible
let's catch up from Simon King for the BBC Weather Centre.
There could well be some disruption because of the weather this weekend. For Old Trafford, rain is likely for most of the day on Saturday. There might be some dry spells, but I wouldn't hang my hat on there being much, if any, play at all during Saturday. As for Sunday, it turns a bit more showery. That means there will be some lengthier dry spells, although perhaps not too many of those. So not looking particularly good, as I said, for this weekend. Not really what you want to see for a weekend in July.
No, dear. Well, we shall wait and see. It's still 2 days out, but Sunday's the one which we're hoping will give us a glimmer of hope. Glenn, Victor, thank you two very much.
Thank you.
Let's dwell on some stats then. Andy, what have you got for us?
Well, it's been another extraordinary day in this the Stokes-McCullum, England. 592 all-outs, England's highest score at home against Australia since 1985. Their joint 9th highest against Australia anywhere in the long history of cricket between these two countries. And they scored it off just 107 overs and 4 balls at 5.49 runs per over. It's the 3rd fastest score of 500 or more in Test history in terms of runs per over. And the only 2 innings ahead of it were also played by Stokes' England against Pakistan in Rawalpindi last December and against Ireland at Lord's at the start of this century. In terms of the milestones for this innings, they set new records for fewest overs taken in Ashes history to reach 200, 300, 400 and 500, and all are in the top 10 or 12 for any match in Test history. 6 of England's players made 50 for just the 7th time ever, the 4th against Australia. The last time against Australia in England was on this ground way back in 1934, a game that even you probably don't remember.
No.
Agus. 3 Australian bowlers conceded 125 in the innings, and 3 of the finest fast bowlers of recent times, Cummins, Hazlewood and Stark. The last time Australia had 3 bowlers go over 125 in England was 1938 at the Oval, when England scored a then record 903 for 7, and it's the first time 3 Australian seamers have conceded 125 plus against anyone. And yet again we saw a very big difference in the approach of the two sides in terms of runs per over. The number of maidens Australia have played out, just 3 in the whole of England's innings. Australia managed to bowl in those 107 overs. Anderson bowled 3 in a row at one point today. And the run rate difference between the sides over the course of this series, England have scored at 4.68 per over, Australia at 3.40 per over, so 1.28 runs per over difference, and that is the biggest difference between the sides in runs per over in any Ashes series. There'd only been 2 Ashes series ever played in which there'd been more than 1 run per over between the two sides, and those were 2 thrashings for England in Australia in 2002-03 and 2006-07. So
are we going to ever see Gilbert Jessop's record go? Well, he's been threatened, hasn't he, a couple of times?
Yes, well, Johnny Bairstow briefly looked on course, didn't start that quickly, then scored 50 off 31 during that last wicket partnership with Anderson, ended up on 99, his second 99 at Old Trafford, the first player ever to get 2 99s on the same ground.
Great, thank you, Andy, very much indeed. We are going to keep an eye on the weather, of course, and fingers crossed we can bring you something over the next couple of days. We'll be on air, certainly while we think there's hope. So please join us tomorrow, whatever you do. You can watch highlights, of course, in Today at the Test. They're on BBC 4 or the BBC iPlayer right now, or you can watch them on BBC 2 at 11:05 tonight. There's also video clips that are available now on the BBC Sport website and the app. Now, the Ashes Daily is available on BBC Sounds. You'll also find our half-hour highlights review, and there's podcasts like No Balls with Kate Cross and Alex Hartley, and Tail Enders with Greg James and Jimmy Anderson. So, as promised, we're back on air at 10 o'clock tomorrow on 5 Sports Extra and 10:30, also Radio 4 Longwave. Let's hope for some better news with the weather. Till then, from all of us here at Old Trafford, we'll say goodbye.
To BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows.